Treachery Studios presents The Beast and the Rail by M. James, narrated by Chaplongot and by the author.
When progress burns a lone bright trail, lost tracks to where the sky grows pale, the quiet thunder wields telltales, only embers beyond the night's soft veil, only embers between the beast and the rail. Razia and the Sings, Freedom. The mind is the greatest quantum computer ever to exist, superimposing limitless potential states effortlessly in the space of a thought. She who harnesses this gift harnesses the fabric of reality itself. Jez Fasram, mother of Ikoem.
1. Drift Body. July 4th, 2032. The turquoise Gulf waves outside of Coatzacoalcos yielded a body, a not-quite human body. The not-quite man had floated 6 miles towards land, in the unique way his strange anatomy allowed, before dying. He'd ebbed in a soft half-consciousness throughout, a single thought flickering in his mind. This is the end. I am the last of the company men. We solemnly swear to constant vigilance. We have failed. The rough ocean caps filled the lone soldier's eyes, and hard salt burned his lungs. The sky flashed perfect blue between the diminishing waves. There had been a goal, to find the rogue Ikoem ambassador and her daughter, who'd slipped through the galactic perimeter defense of the purpose like sunset shadows. But the central directive was becoming as blurred as the dark shapes of great barracudas darting at the edges of his vision. All abnormalities will hereby be rendered obsolete. All tyrants who defy purpose will face justice. Now he was barely intact, bleeding and exhausted, reduced to senses relaying information to a lone flickering console in an abandoned mind. I will not break the second oath of nihilism. I will not fear. The old adage, beating inside his throbbing skull, echoed as a blood-filled drum. The purpose binds. Purpose is life. Without many, the one is without purpose, and without purpose, the one is without life. He reached for the transponder in his neck, desperate to warn the other defenders of the ambassador's duplicity and the deadly thing she'd brought with her in her flight across the cosmos. But the transponder shorted out in the salty churn and went dead. He flailed to adjust his course in the shifting, timeless waves. The waves always win. The ambassador and her daughter must. Must what? Despite his formidable linear will, wired like a black box in a bomber plane, he could no longer remember the directive. All memories swam about, listless in the rocking waves, losing cohesion along with his flesh. Purpose is blood, nerve, pulse, forward to eternity. Neurons sputtered at random, flashing migraine static across his dying eyes. He clung furiously to truth, to the purpose and to all it represented, like a gleaming monolith at the precipice of man's development that now unified so many worlds against an entropic universe of death. In the dark ocean hollows below, he glimpsed the sinking, slaughtered ranks of his comrades, their eyes frozen in their pale gray faces, the color of truth and clarity sinking into blackness. The Ikoem ambassador has wrought this slaughter because she is naught but a serpent with 2 tongues. Do not forget. So much chaos in the universe, burning at the fringes of the great gray road. The rogue Ikoem sisterhood burns in the miasmic heart of chaos unbound, mutilating purpose. The water was growing warmer as he approached land. An infinity of sand sparkled before dying eyes. The corneas now beginning to slough off, a sacrifice to 1,000 fish. Tiny kingdoms rising and falling, unbearably lovely. The golden seafloor emerged, 12 feet below. Those eyes saw it approach, but registered nothing. His heart ceased to beat. Veins and capillaries collapsed. Blood oozed in dark jellyfish plumes from 100 gashes across his broad, serene body. his lungs filled with salt water and sparkling starlight sand, his starved brain flooded with hypoxic blood. Hey ho, the great gray road, forward to eternity. The broad, limp form was tossed past the breakers onto the beach, where it lodged in the smooth sand, mostly bare. Tiny fish nibbled at wounds in his ashen skin in the tide pools around his body, recognizing him with piscine placidity, as they might recognize a shipwreck or a coral reef. He had become a passive fixture of their silent kingdom, now until forever. Or so it might have been, had the five drifters not seen him, slowly being buried by the tide. The cloudless evening sky was violet, the ocean air gentle. Five wandering musicians sat on the wind-swept beach, far from the overpopulated world, on the perpetual brink of self-immolation, from the hustle of making ends meet, the posturing of politicians in towers of war, from water shortages and brain implants and famines. 2 old and 3 young, and as many talents and shades of skin among them as the patchwork stitchings on their vagabond clothes. What have we but each other and the sun and the sea? Sang blonde, sunburned Kevin Dimple Rhodes in a soft lilt. He watched Summer's dark eyes gaze across the gulf. The breeze danced through her frizzy cinnamon flames of hair, rustling her yellow bandana like some ancient tattered flag. Her fingers courted her old Stella guitar strings, stirring the voices of her companions. Rolando, small for 15 and easy to miss even in a crowd of 5, plucked the sweet, mesmeric strings of a little Peruvian charango, his soft hum and long black locks mimicking the Coatzacoalcos waves. Wednesday was humming along too, ancient dark eyes twinkling, dancing in her homespun tie-dye dress, gray in the roots of 4-foot sun-bleached locks. Her companion in a faded bomber jacket, Uncle John, tended the slow roasting cans, his gray hair clumped with sweat despite the cool of the evening. They'd made their way up from Bogota on naught but street busker wages, and this was one of the last places in the world to rest. No police would hassle you for being without an ego implant, and the sea wasn't brown with city waste. Beyond their song, the drifting body nestled into the wet sand. The hobo stove, a twisted swath of metal like a robot vulture, perched in their campfire. The desalinator dripped beside them. Cans of Juanita's beans, carne asada, nopalitos, and chunks of instant coffee and condensed milk hung over the lapping flames. The flavors mingled with smoke. 1,000 campfires on 1,000 beaches, from stories told since the dawn of time. Dimple tossed another roll of newspaper into the fire with his all-American hands. He pulled Summer close, kissing the deep brown skin of her neck as she sang. There was no life like this in the civilized world, no freedom like the senses you were born with. In his dried-out little hometown in Colorado, a man's life started out counted by school bells, then came ego brain implant news cycles, quarter whistles, factory bells, and water ration alerts. Finally, game show commercials, medication timers, and heart rate monitors. Your hours were counted, crammed into claustrophobic little boxes. Watching Summer play, Dimple couldn't help but remember how she'd freed him when they'd first met on a day like this. She'd been high on mushrooms, twirling fire sticks in the green before the red sandstone columns of the Norland Library. After 3 days, naked in Summer's single bed, making love on the hour, eyes and bodies joined, he'd ditched his implant and they'd left school to ride the rails. The fall of a future American all-star, the ego news feeds had called his exodus, but his days were no longer counted.
"What you thinking about?" Summer asked, taking in Dimple's grin with a smile to match. "When we first met. It was about 5 years back," he added for the benefit of others in the little band. "Right after they passed the ego mandate. That's when Summer convinced me to get the damn chip plucked out of my brain. And we waved the so-called civilized world goodbye." His hand tapped out polyrhythm on a driftwood log as he spoke, intertwining with Summer's guitar. "Almost 15 years ago for us," Wednesday said, squeezing John's gnarled hand with hers. Left New York before they could put any goddamn ads in our brains, and never looked back. And before showbiz ate us alive, John added. For me, it was 10 years ago today, Summer told the others, folding her story into her song. My dad and I left my mother alone in Dos Cabezas to join the Egoless, slipped away through darkness. I was 13 when he came back, lean and sick and black as night, a shadow of the man I remembered. Her finger picking turned wistful. My mom didn't believe his theories, wanted nothing to do with him, even when he told her that ego was making him sick, somehow, killing him, corrupting him the way it's corrupting the world. But I believed him, so he and I jumped the Union Pacific line up the Central Valley towards Mojave, Fresno, Oakland. Days quiet, evenings musical, Death Valley nights moonlit violet. He taught me where to sleep and to eat, where to find fresh water for less than $7 a glass, how to find your fulcrums, to tell which lines got collectors and bus bars. Made me sing again when I'd gone silent. Most of all, he taught me how to play this damn thing. Summer couldn't bring herself to tell the tale's sad end, so she strummed her dad's favorite, Chris Christopherson's Me and Bobby McGee, recalling half a lifetime ago when her voice blended with his Bloodhound Bay. Her traveling band began to harmonize again, in layers rich as the sun tipped waves. In her mind's eye, the man and woman in the ballad made their way from Kentucky to sunny California, making the road their home, until the woman stole away one night in Salinas, for reasons Summer would never know. Just the way things go, no matter where you roam. Adrift, parentless, sons and daughters and dreamers of the sea and sky. Summer leaned back in Dimple's strong arms, cradling the guitar, and smelled the ocean and the roasting hobo burritos mingled with Dimple's shaving cream. But as it had 1,000 times before, her voice broke off. The beast of progress had knocked on the evening's quiet door. Only embers between the beast and the rail. The surf receded and the pale body remained, half submerged just within the soft breakers. Her breath caught in her throat, the way it always did when the beast came knocking. When it knocked, you answered.
Rolando Ruiz had been humming along, smiling, half looking for patterns in the rushes. He enjoyed the stillness, the music of their voices that inspired him to follow them, and letting the almost forgotten thing, paz, wash over him. But he stood bolt upright the moment he saw the body. Wednesday turned to follow his gaze, her eyes narrowing, and then she caught sight. John! John! John looked up, face red and baffled. He dropped his tin spatula on the sand, jaw working. Wednesday was already halfway down the beach. The shape in the water was so still. Pale blue sea foam lapped against the perfect white sand around it, with all the malignancy of a puppy licking a hand. Roland didn't fear it exactly, not after all he'd seen on his road from Maras. But it wasn't just a body somehow. It caught the light oddly, like it had been cut and pasted out of a very old photo. Thoughts clamored, the way they always did. Recent headlines about uprisings, droughts, unrest swelling from the deadly global water accords of 2029. The brave new world of billionaire technocrats was one of skyrocketing murder rates and political upheaval. And there were 1,000 reasons a body might wash up. Faces of political leaders that might match this one, strikes and rebellions, the direction of the wind, the interval of the Gulf tide, shifts in the Gulf Stream direction compared with body mass index averages by size as a function of hours afloat swam through Roland's unique mind. Freighter shipping schedules, timetables of new Ferrosur and the surrounding railways, cargo manifest rosters, bulk shipping demand adjusted for shifting market pressures in Central American Caribbean exporters across hundreds of industries, Bible Belt and Caribbean murder rates and statistics. It all painted a careening wheel in Roland's mind, at the hub of which rested a grim conjecture, the most likely place and time of homicide, assuming the body was or wasn't dumped from a ship, from land, from canal. His knees snapped into gears and he bolted after his friends.
2. Purpose, shore. The body wore only ragged strips of what might have been pants, of some strange dark material. All 7 feet of him was hairless. The bloated face was wide, strong, oddly regal despite its pallor, and yet smooth, almost childlike. He was coated in gashes, caked with sandy black blood, and the way he lay still, no breath detectable, chilled Summer to her core. Dimple and Wednesday knelt, one on each side of him. Poor fella's mighty et up. Dimple's face was pallid, jaw clenched. Wednesday touched the not man's chest, searching for a breath or a pulse. Summer noticed an implant on the side of his neck, a metal disc like a silver dollar. She couldn't read the writing etched into it, but in the center was a symbol. What kind of place inserts a metal disc in someone's neck? Could he be some kind of prisoner or soldier? Is it a pyramid? Dimple wondered. Some sort of Freemason bullshit? It's not a pyramid, John said. The others turned to see his old eyes blazing, his teeth grinding under light stubble. It's a road disappearing on the horizon. The arc in the center means death. The last ride we all take. We have to get the fuck out of here. To Summer's surprise, Wednesday countered with austere ice. The hell we do. We just can't leave him. John snapped. Damn it. Just why in the hell not? Baby, we're putting this man to rest like civilized people. And then you're gonna tell me what that symbol means and what in heaven is going on. After a moment, John knelt, wiped his brow, and grabbed a leg as thick as his own torso. It took all 5 of them to lift it. The skin was rubbery, the blood slimy. Summer got the sensation that she was trying to lift a pile of dead snakes. Bad goddamn idea, John grunted at the dimming sky as they heaved the bulk across the sand. They laid him spread eagle, a ways down from the dying fire, amidst dehydrated seaweed and overeager black flies. The sun had begun to set. There was still no one else within sight, and for some reason that was getting to her. Summer was caught between crying for help and a strange need to what? To honor the dead? Hide the evidence? Summer's eyes kept moving to the gashes. She'd seen plenty riding the rails, living off music and staying free. A man's leg crushed under the wheels of a shotgun Black Snake freighter. Protesters gunned down in Black Hawk for refusing to disclose their immigration status. She'd run from her share of bone polishers and psychos, ridden with plenty of blinkies, wingies, and limpies, hobos who'd surrendered eyes, arms, and legs to the rails. But there was something inhuman about this one. Not just the dead man's face, but also his weight, his wounds, his ammonia smell, his dark blood, and even the drunken way the flies reeled away after they'd had a sip. What's it mean, John? Wednesday's voice was thick.
It means the past don't ever leave you alone. John's pale blue eyes scanned distant memories. Rachel. Skinny Rachel, shaking under dirty night rain, underlit yellow by the 110th Street subway entrance, screaming at him. John wouldn't let her down this time. He'd find her before they did, make up for everything. It means they're back, and they'll be coming for her. For who, goddammit, John, who? Wednesday demanded. Damn it, someone I care about. John felt wretched, the shock on Wednesday's face. The 4 looked at him in the fading light like he was the stranger that had just washed up, and it cut him coldly. John fought back a loathing for himself older and scalier than time. My daughter, Rachel, he said at last. We have to find her before they do. She got caught with folks who ride under the same symbol years back. Los hombres de la sombra, though some call them the gray machine. I thought that chapter was long over. Dead as this poor miserable fuck, but this... John could not look at Wednesday. John, the woman who'd loved him so well, had said in a whisper, 15 years. 15 years I've been by your side, and you never told me you had a child. I'll tell you it all, but not now. Wednesday, I'm sorry. His voice broke as he pled with these good people who'd been fools enough to think they'd known him. But please, we gotta head north. What will they do to your daughter? Summer asked. Please don't make me tell you. The 5 hobos had come to this beach via the Black Widow's web of trains that locals called El Tren de la Muerte. Others called it El Tren de los Desconocidos, or simply La Bestia, the Beast. These were the not-so-secret corridors for the ones fleeing north, to scale walls or cut fences or traverse canals to reach the promised land, and to die by tens of thousands for their trouble. John considered their options, grim as the route they must follow. He'd find her up north, at the bitter end of those tracks. As long as he lived, John himself had no desire to return to that northern necropolis of false idols and falser hopes, where the reaper wrapped his bony ass in old glory and Bible paper. But what choice did he have? Voló a través de un parabrisas, said Rolando, eyes fixed, face pale, making them all jump. It was rare to get more than 3 words out of him. Wednesday translated. He says it looks like he was thrown through a windshield. They considered, all somber eyes on the boy. But in the ocean? Wednesday asked, squinting. Off a boat? Rolando paused, still expressionless, looking nowhere. Creo que no. Los recortos. Roland snapped to life as if something had hit a light switch. His eyes locked with each of theirs in rapid succession. Voice and fast forward. He gesticulated, kneeling to prod at the swollen head with one hand, whilst miming a vessel zooming downwards with the other. El ángulo de las heridas. The dead man's craft, Roland told them, must have been headed at a steep downwards angle, judging from the wounds no doubt made by the breaking windshield glass. It must have been going faster than any normal boat, but the lack of road burn and the minor degree of concussive injury told him the man had been tossed from craft into water, not dry land. Also, he says the glass from a boat or plane windshield wouldn't break that way into those nasty chunks. Wednesday grimaced as she said it. Summer's jaw slipped open. If she didn't know better, she'd have thought Roland was egoing it at breakneck speed, zipping down a rabbit hole of outlinked articles faster than a coke fiend in a debate team competition. But no, the boy was like her, never embedded, egoless. The boy wasn't putting on airs or making wild conjectures. He knew these things to be true. She tried to fathom the rate and amount of information he must be processing to make it all come together in a clear picture, and couldn't. John was regarding Roland with all the solemnity of a villager with a pitchfork. If not a boat, then what? A long pause. No lo sé. Tal vez un ovni. A spaceship, Wednesday said quietly. Bullshit, John spat. Well, don't tell me you're buying any of this. Los hombres are some twisted occult motherfuckers, but... The jolt. The gray man, who was evidently neither dead nor man, woke up.
3. Ghosts Sacrifice. It was at just that moment that the ambassador tore into Earth's sky. Her name was Shexama of the Ecoem sisterhood, and she was one of the finest ambassadors they'd known. That was to say, the powers of persuasion held in her elegant speech, in long legs and fingers, and in 3 severe violet eyes had seldom been matched. Now I pay the price for my aptitude. She would be hunted by both sides until the day she died. But with her love beside her, her daughter behind, she would bring them to safety, no matter the cost. This world called Earth, on the brink of chaos, would have to serve. There was no telling what the magistrate might do in the name of their fallen sister Nyala, or how soon she might act. She had cut into Earth's sky, swirling out of control, in a little vessel like a black teardrop dashed in swirled flame. Neither satellite nor telescope detected so much as a change in temperature. It may as well have been a ghost ship, weaving between dimensions, scattering rainbow shards in its wake. Several others pursued, dwarfing her single teardrop, gray, angular, cantilevered monoliths that defied the fluid nature of the darkness all around. They bore the pyramid and arc sigil, the unification of all things under unquestioning uniformity. They had once been imperial vehicles of the gold, but the reach of the gray had spread across the empire of Eridu like a cancer, weaving itself into every echelon of power imaginable. The Great Grey Road, onward to eternity. Shexama had torn up many of the pursuers with an epidimensional weapon that shredded the very fabric of reality. One of the vessels had been tossed from Earth's upper atmosphere to crash land in the Gulf of Mexico, no doubt spilling its pale warriors into the hungry waves. And ultimately, the final two ships of the Force, called the Grey Machine, or simply the Purpose, had broken pursuit when she reached Earth. One could say they had no jurisdiction here, on this little world at the sprawling edge of Eridu's reach. When the Earth's blue crescent came into view in hazy majesty, the ambassador's heart lurched in release. It was like running barefoot through dewy grass while the music rose all around, like feeling your first love intertwine with you under bright stars. It meant her daughter and her beloved might live. They'd already taken her son. When he'd been so tender and small, she would not lose another. "You see, my love," cried Mirama beside her, sweet face aglow. "It is as I said. We will be safe to live our lives, as free and—" A grey behemoth sent a parting shot, causing Sheksama to flinch, to lose hold of the hair trigger navigation for just an instant. A system so sensitive it could be operated by pure awareness alone. Sheksama's momentary lapse had pitched the vessel a fraction of a degree off course. That had been enough. Torque ripped across the ship. Mirama shuddered, fell silent, and then slumped. Sheksama knew within an instant. Her love had adjusted her controls to compensate, to absorb the brunt of the force. There was no surviving this sacrifice. Organs were torn to shreds inside her, skull ripped from spinal cord, brain splashed to liquid within her skull. A reaction so deft and abrupt that there had not even been time for eye contact. "Ma, she's—" "No!" Sheksama spat at her daughter. She could not speak of it, not at the speed and closeness to the approaching world, and because she could not bear to hear it said aloud. Sheksama blocked the girl's plaintive sobs with fury. It took everything she had not to spiral into the starlit void. "This is the price I pay," Sheksama murmured with the ire of a dying star. "This is the price for an instant of softness, for a mere fraction of a second of the demon called hope. Look hard upon it, my child, and do not forget." Sheksama's vessel thrummed with the energy of a muscle-bound, winged steed. She breathed deep, attuned her mind to its wildness in the way of all primordial things. Right now, she needed to land. Neither creature nor machine of new world could be steered by thought. You slowed your craft by slowing your own heart, brought it to rest by coming to rest. Such was the meaning of new, that which is ever untamed. The ship began to feel that despite the light years, hope and fear, that she was stilling herself. It began to respond. The grief would come later. That and the body memories. The way Mirama looked naked in the turquoise of Nu's little sister moon, and the throbbing pink of its larger one. The coppery, seafoam way her skin had tasted. The hungry way their lips had explored each other. Edith, the ambassador's daughter, was adrift in her own hot tears. "My baby brother, Nyala, now Mirama, sacrifices and fire and freezing empty space. I am the reason for this. How many, mother? How many more?" She dwelt on the reason they had fled. Her father had been off the Grey Machine. No, that doesn't begin to describe it. A living weapon, the end of an era. The first Ikoem, Jesfasram, the daughter of the sands and the first newborn with a third eye, had wandered the desert Sewet and unlocked the secrets of distilling her menstrual blood to become male seed. So it was, and if an Ikoem ever opened her womanhood to a man at all, it wasn't until her third eye, her Fenrir, had opened. And even then, it was for thrill and power. But Edith was living proof that Ikoem could still be impregnated by more traditional methods. And thus she was Fenrireshko. The vertical slit in the center of her forehead was years late in opening. The gold men and women who ruled the cosmic expanse of Eridu until the grey cancer had begun to devour it only tolerated the sisterhood because they were too crafty to exterminate. They were already a world apart, feared and loathed for their mysticism, and even among them, well. It had been half a moon ago, and Edith had been running, fist aching from the jaw of the last girl to tease her and her closed eye. She'd unleashed one of the whippies from the stables, stroking its rippling back as it chuffed. The creature, like a manta ray, had eyed her with milky domes, as if to say, "Feeling tied up? You and me both, sister." She'd soared it to its upper limits, just above the tip of cloud willows, where the bitterness of her mother and her closed third eye meant nothing. But that was when she'd seen the blaze. The Council of 12 is convening tonight. She'd tied the whippy and crept the last 20 lengths. Through the rocky wastes to the outskirts of the blaze eternal, she'd heard the chanting of the 12, the Ecoem elders, whose words were nothing short of the will of nature. But it's not time. Why tonight? 50 paces down a hill beyond her hiding place, 12 hoods fell, revealing skin the texture and color of a black sand beach skirted by a sea of blood. 12 bald heads, 36 eyes of glowing violet crystal. 2 pregnant moons rose. 12 gazed at the flickering sinkhole around which they stood, exhaling bitter smoke. The herbal sweetness of the blaze caressed and lifted their minds out of the sharp sand and blurred them together. "Siuam," spoke their leader, Rajna the magistrate, through a clenched throat. "Balance." She held out her palms, the same light blue as the heart of the fire. "We Ecoem Siuam," repeated her circle in unison. "My night speakers, balance." A flush rose beneath her skin, evoked dying coal. "Mria goa I biamu," she said, and the other 11 repeated, amidst the resolute crackling of the infinite fire. To hold that which is denied by all is the greatest gift. To bring to light the vilest thing is to express the greatest beauty. To rack the body with hellish fever is the greatest balm. To speak for the truth of night is to protect the light. Edith watched the color of Rajna's outstretched palms flicker with eternal fire, and it sparked something which spread out from her thighs, up her spine, and down to her fingertips. The smoke of Sadrika brambles and Vridika stalks synchronized the currents of their bodies. "See in the storms beneath your skin, man's enmity has never been stronger," spoke Rajna the magistrate. "The gold men's greeds rot their hearts, and we bear the burden under our skin in vivid violence. If they unlock the secret to fear, they gain complete control." The women dropped their robes, revealing constellations upon their bodies. Phosphorescent nervous systems in fury, dancing scar webs of summer lightning. "Who among us will speak for this night? In this moment of greatest need?" Edith saw her own mother step forward, even taller, with a narrow skull prominent behind stretched skin. "There is no resisting this scourge, beloved Magistrate Rajna. But my accords promise favor from key players within the purpose, at least. You should not be so quick to discount this progress." Another stepped up. She was Nyala, whose small young face was swollen and tear-streaked. This was but Nyala's third meeting at the Blaze Eternal, but her violet eyes glistened with other tales. "Negotiation is nothing," Nyala looked to Sheksama. "You, Ambassador, have seen the famines and droughts, bodies lined upon the streets. You whose loins give life to a child half of the grey machine. You cling selfishly to her life, and in so doing end us all." "Cease this, I warn you," Sheksama fumed. "For what?" Nyala shouted back. "For the life of one girl against all of us? If Sheksama's daughter, just this one girl, were to be submitted to this blaze eternal, and her dying Ecoem rage were to ripple out across the grey machine, it could end them. How can we not chance this sacrifice?" "Superstition." "Truth," Nyala hissed, veins pulsing. "It is the science of our spirit, the energy of this fire, and the putrid nature of the grey. Your daughter's body is the battleground, the antigen. That inner battle need only be amplified in the fire." "Blasphemy!" screamed Sheksama. Edith could barely keep from vomiting in the dust, or screaming and revealing herself. Rajna the magistrate stepped between Sheksama and Nyala, shaking, looking naked and thin. "Return from this duality! Return!" Nyala was beyond hearing. Her being surged. She clutched at her own hands like a child, shaking, digging her toes into the hot sand.
Let me show you, dear sweet magistrate, what will become of us if we insist upon your ambassador's frail path. For even here, apart from them, we apologize for our insight, for seeing reality as it is. This is not duality. This is life.
Why was Nyala standing that way, poised, bent? What would you have me do, Nyala? Rajna begged. Nyala had looked into the glittering sky, then into the fire, then back at Rajna's weary face. Suddenly, Edith had known. But she had been frozen in place, unable to so much as cry out.
Only this, said Nyala, stilling herself. For all mothers and sisters and daughters, let my life from start to finish be a torch in this darkness, to show how clear is our forward path. Live as I lived, without compromise. Live.
Nyala threw herself naked into the heart of the blaze. A scream exploded from the circle. Edith vomited in the dust. Several had to be held back from leaping after. They'd fallen to their knees in the dust, wept and screamed. The smoke clawed at their throats, whipped at their faces, stung their eyes. COM. Balance. The others had dragged themselves from the embers, which until that night had burned pure for centuries. They had not seen Edith as they left in each other's arms. And finally, she beheld only the silhouettes of two women standing at the smoking hearth.
Mothers, forgive me for my blindness, spoke Rajna.
Nyala was right. I have let fear and protectiveness rule me. Sheksama, if you steal away with your daughter now, you destroy our chance to resist the great purpose. You write our futures in dead concrete, in slaughterhouse assembly line stalls, and Nyala dies for nothing. How can you ask this of me, my grace? Her mother's shadow spoke in a whispered sob. To sacrifice the last thing I hold dear for your mad crusade? They have already stolen my boy, to die among their ranks. Who are we to think we can resist such a force, which is nothing but the hate in men's hearts? Through blurry tears, Edith saw Rajna gather her robes, growing resolute once again, her shadow stretching long in the noxious fire. We are life. This is what you have forgotten, Ambassador, in your negotiations. This is what Nyala did not forget. Harmony is not tossing our own children into flames out of superstition and fear, her mother bellowed. You will never touch my daughter. So be it, finished the magistrate, before turning into the night with a swirl of robes. You damn us all, Sheksama. The sisterhood is broken. The world is broken. At dawn, Sheksama gathered her daughter and her beloved attendant, Mirama, and fled. Edith made no pretense that she hadn't overheard. The grey ships, like jagged metal rectangles, stuffed full with a cancer of wires, had pursued with the efficient clockwork precision of a juggernaut. They too must have understood the need to kill Edith before her own greyness could be used to annihilate them. Now they plummeted toward an inconsequential way station of a world. Upon which only a select few even knew the expansive galactic new empire of Eridu existed. What would humanity be like? Humanity, whom the vague histories painted responsible for murdering and enslaving countless of their own in cold blood. As the vessel tore through the clouds, there was nothing but the pounding of Edith's heart. Her eyes flashed between her mother and Mirama, who looked asleep, a trickle of blood running from her mouth. She could not speak or cry out. She could not close her eyes. Girl, came her mother's harsh voice, I cannot say for certain where or how we shall land, but be ready. This is a world at war with itself, and on the brink of a hell they cannot imagine. But know that this is to protect you. Know that They had run out of time. They crashed in the desert, 100 light years from anything, about 7 miles outside of a rusted nothing town called Huerfano, New Mexico. No one saw the impact. It was almost imperceptibly quick. All Edith felt was a sickening, vibrating, flashing lurch, and then blissful, empty blackness.
4. Tapes, summons. July 4th, 2032. A clear afternoon on a motorboat on the Sea of Cortez. Jasmine Woods sat alone, gazing up at a deep blue sky. A pale, ratty, lonely girl dreaming, Jasmine told herself. Una desperada on the edge of nothing, adrift off the shores of a desert that might as well have been Mars. Living in a world and a family divided, nothing to get excited about. She thought of her once almost lover Ray, in a frozen field in Ukraine or Kazakhstan, fighting. Awkward, graceful, sensitive Ray, the only real friend with whom she'd ever connected. Before his deployment, she'd had no idea where any of those places even were. How did Mark Twain put it? God invented war so Americans could learn geography? Jasmine pulled out her ancient boxy cassette recorder, trying to ignore the sound of it scraping against the zipper of her denim backpack, and hit the red button that opened the door to another kind of infinity. Stories beat out the small agonies of days, the horrible sounds people's shoes made as they walked, the echo of people itching themselves, the smell of people who'd smoked for too many years, the way grocery stores reeked of old milk. Stories were Jasmine's only hope. By the time she'd become a teenager in old Waypoint High, West Wendover, Nevada, she'd realized it wasn't like this for everyone. Every little thing didn't grate on them like a pair of cymbals behind their head. But by then she'd withdrawn into herself, and there were worlds upon worlds inside, endless, swirling, but most of all, smooth. Why do you read so much? Ray had asked once, riding along as her guest on a family road trip across the border. That short, special summer with Ray, when they'd rode in a parade of station wagons and Winnebagos, redefining the art of the hot mess. You want drama? Look out the damn window. See, the problem with real life, Jasmine had said, trying to ignore her Aunt Debbie wiping cheese puffs off her yoga pants, is that it's all the same story over and over. And so today, like all days, she'd been dictating to fill the lonely hours to avoid the nonsense until evening kicked in. And I want to be an author, Jasmine now told her recorder in a wistful voice. I want to live in a top story of a New York brownstone and stare from my chaise lounge out at the rain drizzling down through the great gray city. I'll have several relationships, men and women from Milan or Tokyo or Lagos, and we'll argue about postmodernism and whether we're happy. I'll sit studio under an Andy Warhol print of myself and sip black coffee and write stories about authors who write stories about aliens living amongst us. But the author in my stories will realize the characters she's writing about are real, and New York is full of aliens, and maybe she's the only human left. Her ego, which she'd put to sleep enough to let her enjoy the sky, asked in a convivial female voice for the 7th time that afternoon if she meant to have her memo recorder on. No, just leave me the fuck alone. Working, it said, unfazed by her temper. Off! Sleep! Go to sleep! It finally acquiesced. Jasmine had begged for the ego since turning 12 and immediately gotten sick of it. All of that saccharine helpfulness and bland consumerist fluff, it came in handy now and then. So much porn. But the tape deck fit her better. It was older than her by 20 years at least. Its vintage metal case dented and scratched, and the weight of it in her hands felt electrifying. The dial let you slow it down so the playback became a demonic growl, or speed it up to an assaulting metallic screech, a crispy broadcast from the end of time. The smallest rustles of clothing and uncontrolled exhales became nightmarish howls and shrieks of radiation mutants. In other words, it had a secret power to make everyone experience the little things the way she did. When my book becomes a New York Times bestseller, memo recorder off, a tour de force, they'll call it, the characters will start showing up on the streets of New York in dives and bowling alleys, and people will wonder if aliens are real, like during the War of the Worlds radio broadcast in the 30s. But actually, I'll be the alien all along. Across the New York City skyline, the lights of a million tenants flickered. She perched atop the glassless windowsill, looking into the empty room, surveying the night, the hungry wind buffering her flannel, her dark hair whipped around her pale, freckled face. She surveyed the listless waves and the deep red of the horizon. The ego tried to sell her e-caffeine, pouring a sparkling cup for her, which floated expectantly on the ocean waves. She batted it away. Interestingly, the storytelling kept Jasmine's ego asleep. It wasn't supposed to. That wasn't the way it worked. It was like thinking, my computer goes slower when I'm upset at it, or Mother Mary full of grace, help us find a parking space. But she felt like it was true anyway, and she relied on it. Jazz stepped into the burnt-out room where the stranger had been murdered and began ruffling through the only pieces of furniture. Her preternatural sense flickered, sensing a clue into the man's untimely death, close at hand. Jasmine broke off. She'd seen what looked like a faint pair of shooting stars. The stars, or comets, or exploded satellite, or whatever they were, split apart straight above her in the lofty blue vastness. One arched northwest towards New Mexico and the other southeast, to fall somewhere in the Gulf or the Yucatan. Then a little flash on the horizon, way up north. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it happened right where the brightest star would have landed. There was no mistaking it. There was little chance that it was merely her overactive imagination. Something had fallen from the sky. It thrilled her, filled her with the heady, lofty anticipation that stories of distant worlds and dreams of soaring through the cosmos could. Jasmine dropped the tape recorder into the little shoebox and turned the motorboat's key, feeling it purr to life beneath her. Crazy! She thought of her family piled into the suffocating little resort bubble, her parents and grandparents and useless aunts and uncles drunk on the beach 7 miles down the coast in Quino Nuevo, being tourists in a country they had no respect for. No one believed the damn failed border walls kept immigrants out. It only made their lives hell. It didn't deter the drunk Americans either. She thought of the battered little green VW convertible bug parked at the dock and how no one would look for it for at least a week, and how no one, for that matter, would think to look for her, the girl who was vanishing into herself. Is it so crazy, really, to head north for the border and chase a falling star? Isn't that what we're here for? She eased the puttering little boat forward, putting Isla Tiburon to stern, cutting the soft, curling turquoise wave with dreamlike ease. What would Jazz do? Jazz would let her instincts guide her, following the impossible and never looking back. And so on that quiet 4th of July afternoon, Jasmine set a course towards... That's the real question, isn't it? Jasmine drove through desert night, absorbed in the wind and the tales she told. One moment the pulsing, bruised world spun around her exposed body. The creature's golden eyes were topaz, and his rippling chest glistened above her. In the moment of ultimate shared release, she thrust her hand up and grabbed his throat. The golden glove glinted, and he shrieked in pleasure and pain. "The claw of truth commands you to speak," she cried out in her moment of sweet, undulating climax. Had he been able to resist her sultry charms before, there was no resisting them now. Jasmine relished hearing her own voice crackle on the old tape against the midnight desert beyond Rodeo, New Mexico, ribbed in low mountains like teeth of a giant, gaping demon. Sure, it was camp, but it was exactly the tone she wanted. The air whipped her ratty, short black hair and filled her with a fever that sunk her foot even deeper against the gas pedal, which might as well have been a dead man's switch. How long had she been driving? 7 hours on and off? She'd made it across the border down in Agua Prieta, sweating like a junkie, jumping at shadows. Once she almost drove off the road when she thought she saw a little white rabbit dash out in front of her. She'd become half certain her parents had gotten the embargo lifted and set the whole country out searching, but they hadn't. Apparently, she'd been right the first time. They didn't seem to even have noticed. There were no news alerts popping into Jasmine's field of vision, and nothing about her on the little updates that kept scrolling across the dashboard. No search warrant out for a dirty missing white girl in the big scary Mexican countryside. No one even knew she was gone. The relief had been so intense she'd pulled off into the black desert about 50 feet from the empty road and yanked down her jeans and went to town on herself for 45 minutes, resigning herself to the staggering number of naked, throbbing members accessible by the flick of an overeager finger. And overeager her fingers were indeed, going rhythmically up and down and around. Danger turned her on. It wasn't a good thing, but she'd given up pretending it wasn't true. Jasmine was thinking about people in campers or 18-wheelers who drive the endless expanse of I-25 and I-80, who go to family reunions in Tennessee full of aliens they're related to, clockwork toys in the clutches of the obsessive compulsion Americans call vacationing. And those were the opening lines she'd spoken into the battered old tape recorder as she zipped up her jeans. One moment, the pulsing, bruised world spun around her exposed body, and now she was across the border and free and wanted a goddamn burger and fries and a movie and a hotel room with a big bathtub where she could think about rippling alien vampire biceps and give herself round after round of breathless satisfaction all night long if she wanted to. Fucking hell, I've lost my damn mind. Her speed drifted up to 70, 75, 80. Whatever she'd come looking for in the desert, there was a snow cone's chance in hell she'd find it, or anything for that matter besides good old-fashioned teenage stupidity at the end of this. No one else seemed to have found anything. Her 24-hour ego news cycle had gone on about Libya and Iran and the DRC, the horrific protests gone wrong in what used to be Britain, about senseless shootings and immigrant children crossing borders around the world without papers or parents, running from wars, rising oceans and salt-flooded refugee camps where people nonetheless died of thirst. But nothing about downed satellites in New Mexico. Not that you could count on the news for anything at all. Jasmine normally obsessed about the news, the horrors it offered without end or even the slightest attempt at interpretation. She hated and absorbed it in equal masochistic measure, with a writer's morbid fascination. She'd see the dead-eyed mugshots of arrested terror cell leaders or serial killers or politicians or war criminals and wonder why they all had that same look, that same grayness to them. But at least for the moment, she couldn't give a flying fuck. There were a dozen brand new summer action flicks out this week. The nearest remaining theater was probably in El Paso, a few hours east. There were still movie theaters, right? She could crash and catch a Wednesday afternoon matinee double feature long before her face hit the milk cartons. She could count on at least one lonely high school senior playing hooky in the back of a dark, empty theater, looking for a chance to get lucky, get his or her hands dirty, maybe even more. Though the sallow texture of oily skin, no doubt crawling with dandruff and dust mites, would probably ruin it, cause her to pull away and retreat like it always did. 90 miles an hour, then 100, 110. Holy shit, this felt good. The quest could wait. She reached for the cassette recorder again, humming a punk ballad by Razia and the Sings, and took her eyes off the road for a full minute as she relished the sound of her own voice. "The claw of truth commands you to speak," she shouted out. His throbbing manhood thundered within her womanly flower as he cried out, "Speak, temptress, and I am bound to answer." "This world," she croaked, writhing and panting with her desperate heat. "What do you want from it, you foul creature?" "Only its soul." "You'll never have it, even if you crush us all." He threw his sable head back in a sweaty, triumphant gale of laughter that was still a scream. "How can you be so bold to claim to protect this world's broken soul when you can't even protect your own? Ha 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 ha." When she looked up again, the road wasn't empty. Hypnotic red and blue eyes flashed open in the blackness, but by the time she'd slammed on the brake, she'd left them behind the rise. And by the time she heard the sirens, her license, passport, everything was out the window, blowing into the black desert night. They couldn't hold her if there was no proof of who she was, right? She skidded onto the dry, dark shoulder of the road, smelling acrid, burning rubber and desert wind. 2 officers appeared after an exhilarating American flag-themed strip club moment of silence, shining flashlights that cut into her eyes like white fence pickets. They were huge and pale, and their faces held no expression. Behind the glare, she could swear she saw that same old look, staring into a small, distant, pale sun on a bleached cement horizon. upon which all lines of progress converged. 5. Rabbit abandoned. On a lost stretch of I-550 somewhere east of the Navajo Trust, where the desert kicks and screams in silence at the blue sky, Jerry's ego played Razia and the Sings. The red, not quite legal 73 International Harvester he was driving, loaded up with the 20th century Harley-Davidson Softails, ran over a white rabbit. The kid in the leather jacket swore and grimaced, and then after a minute and a glance over his shoulder, he downshifted. Jericho Ross's ego had been cutting in and out for the past 3 hours. Either too much booze or his cousin's smack on the side of the head had caught up with him. He'd been hitting himself on the left temple, trying to get the damn thing to either work or break because the jarring on and off was giving him a migraine. The weight of the absurd rig dug into the thin shoulder of the rough road, skidding over the edge. It didn't matter. There wasn't another car within 100 miles. The little computer chip under Jerry's scalp rambled on as he stuck his head out of the open window, seeing the tiny white body lying prone about 50 feet behind. He batted a malfunctioning ad for premium blue Jupiter Hawaiian Kush that kept jumping into the center of his field of vision. When progress burns, a lone bright trail, went the odd punk Kawali fusion tune playing in his brain. Lost tracks to where the sky grows pale. It was 2032. He was supposed to be thinking about his future and dodging the draft, about overpopulation, gasoline rationing, and building a competitive iShop portfolio for his Outlink resume and all that. But he was thinking about antique bikes, girls, New York City, and the end of the world. Both of the windows were down, and he'd been doing about 80, the wind ripping his ragged blonde hair and road trip trash around in a mini tornado. I'm gonna get lost in the sands of time. He hadn't seen the white puffball until it was practically under wheel. Poor little guy never stood a chance. It never occurred to him to consider what might have spooked the critter. Only embers between the beast and the rail, sang his ego. He was rudely reminded of his mobility predicament. The big red cast on his left foot stung and ached from the heat. Jerry reversed and skidded 40 or so feet backwards. The blacktop was rough, and it burned the naked, dirty toes sticking out of the end of his grimy red plaster cast. They could put ads for blue Jupiter in your brain, but a goddamn shattered ankle was still a shattered ankle. Show me a 19-year-old kid who can afford to download enough ego codone to shut down his cough, let alone a smashed foot, and I'll show you my mint-condition Black Lotus. He tried to swipe off the ego song in his head with a batting gesture, but the audio interface that hovered in the bottom left corner of his sight was frozen again. Seething, he leaned against the hot cab, surveying emptiness. The rabbit was on its side, looking peaceful. One eye had been replaced with a dark puddle of blood. The breeze once again ruffled the tiny hairs on its pink ears. Something caught in his throat. Freedom, the song bore on. Flying into a rage, Jerry punched himself in the temple hard enough to make his brain shoot sparks, until the visions and the golden oldies cut out altogether. The resulting silence hummed with deafening intensity. He'd been too busy telling himself none of it mattered. Where the bikes came from, how Rick could afford them. He was stuck on what his dad would say. The senator would spout 8 ways Jerry was fucking this deal up, or just plain thinking too small. Never mind whether the whole thing was actually right or wrong. None of that from his old dad. Jerry dug through the junk on the floorboards and behind the seat, pulled out a plastic bag and a piece of PVC piping he'd been using as a cane. Blinking the dust out of his eyes, he tried to push the rabbit onto the plastic bag with the pipe, but the bag was blowing around in the rising breeze, and the rabbit was a limp sack of blood. Suddenly, he was fighting back tears. He was remembering being 5, that time the senator had ditched him in an empty, sun-washed cement amphitheater in a park somewhere in Aurora. 5-year-old Jerry had panicked, realizing he was alone, and became certain his dad was dead. It seemed like hours, those same hot tears stinging past his defenses. Then his dad had leapt into sight, floppy gold comb-over swaying in the breeze, grinning like a man who just surprised his kid with a new Mustang for his birthday. "Hey there, slugger. Did you miss me? Did someone just pour a couple cans of Tough on you? Give me 5, kid." That had always been the Senator's game. Freak him out, toughen him up, laugh it off. Now look at him, out in the middle of fucking nowhere again, jumping at shadows, smashing his inner stereo in, crying over a dead bunny. Jerry finally lifted it up with both hands, ignoring the pooled blood, too purplish and viscous like grape juice. It was soft and warm enough to still be alive. Meandering with his awkward limp, he laid it out on the sand about 20 feet from the road, wiping his hands on his jeans. "Well, little guy," he had no words, no fitting eulogy, no apology worth an ounce of shit. That was when he looked up across the reddish haze and saw something sticking up at a strange angle. What looked to be the remains of a black teardrop spaceship. Jericho had made it 200 agonizing steps from the highway when he kicked a pincushion with his bare swollen toes and went down. His eyes stung with sun, hair, sweat. The desert terrain was uneven and treacherous. Nothing blocked out the sky and the wind and the vultures above. His ego stayed off, good riddance. If he hadn't smashed it, the metal thing he saw in the desert would, without a doubt, have been police taped off, swarming with CIA or NSA or some other shady motherfuckers, whether or not there was anything abnormal about it. That's just how it worked. He fought through mangy, dehydrated patches of devil's fingers, buckhorn and clumps of yucca like bouquets of swords, all the while glancing over his shoulders to make sure no one was stealing Rick's bikes. He thought about driving it off the road towards the thing he'd seen, then imagined the bike trailer face down in a ditch, the harvester's tires slashed by stones. In the distance, the black piece of metal gleamed, bathing in a sweltering mercurial mirage. He kept losing sight of it as the terrain swelled and sank. He'd heard legends of men in the desert, sun-blind and dehydrated, wandering off the road, chasing oases. He was beginning to wonder if it might not be a chunk or scrap of some insane minimalist sculptor's idea of a sick joke. What the hell was he doing out here? Hobbled, swollen, sunburnt, useless. He could practically hear his father laughing. Jerry hadn't guessed it was this far. The desert lies. But he had to see it. Not because he had ever cared about flying shit or space or anything, but because he could not back out. That's what sheep do, and he would not be a sheep. He scrambled up a slope, and there it was again. Black as all get out, maybe another 100 or so feet ahead. But he realized two things. One, a thin trench stretched out from it as far as he could see. And two, a body laid beside it. His head began to swim with the realization that this was something earth-shattering, something unseen, totally off the fucking program. The desert here had a sweet, electric smell. The ship, he had no doubt it was a ship, was more polished, contoured onyx than metal. It had nose-dived, and it was half-buried, looking undamaged. It perched, a 15-foot clam of swirled dark marble, split open along the side, revealing cushioned seats of a plush deep burgundy. Before them were two polished black orbs resembling human skulls, both affixed to the featureless dashboard, positioned like steering wheels. He realized after a moment that they were skulls, coated in some smoky, semi-transparent lacquer. The body beside the ship was lovely. She looked to have been about 30, tall, clad in a leathery black carapace that clung to her alluring curves. A bandana of the same material was wrapped around her forehead. It fluttered in the uneasy breeze, reminding him of the rabbit's fur. Jerry stumbled to his knees beside her, surveying her placid face. He couldn't place her ethnicity or skin tone. It was a kind of chalkboard black he'd never seen, and her cheekbones were unusually high. Her chest didn't move with breath. Her eyes were about 95% closed, and though she had neither odor nor visible wounds, there was no life in her. The desert had been coating her, sticking in her eyelashes and her collar and on her lips. She had been laying out here beside the ship, positioned with her hands crossed over her stomach. She looked so peaceful, so gently asleep. He found a pathetic, wheedling part of himself hoping that this beautiful creature might wake and speak to him in an alien tongue he would somehow understand. Maybe she'd take him onto her ship and treat his bravery in defeating a fleet of hostile invaders, fall in love with him, take him away to a twilight third moon, and there under the stars they'd... Nothing. He was lurchingly alone, unable to react or fathom what was happening. Do something, say something. I hope you're in a better place, I guess. Again, he realized he had no words to honor the dead. He reached out to stroke her cold cheek. That sudden, thoughtless act, something that had welled up beneath the black veils of his unconscious, shocked him, and he wrenched backwards, yanking himself away and reeling until he fell hard on his ass. As their skin had touched, a different shock had jolted through him. This one came via a flurry of images and incomprehensible, clashing tones, as if someone had played Eraserhead at full volume through his ego interface in mere seconds. He dry heaved at the stiff coldness of her skin, looked up into the sky and tried to find some grasp, under the feeling that that physical contact had crossed some kind of boundary, and a rush of embarrassment and disgust at himself. There had been images, sounds, something called Eridu. He reached out again with tentative fingers to ever so lightly touch her cold forehead. Nothing. He realized that his bleeding foot had been touching the vessel. Had that been the conduit? His mind raced. The ship and her body were linked somehow, infused with the data that bordered psychic and digital, which his own malfunctioning ego could interpret, if only in horrific, jolting, chaotic bursts of light and sound. His uncertainty locked him in terrible paralysis for a long time, and then, with a hellish dust stinging his eyes and throat, he leaned forward again, putting his palm on the smooth hull of the ship, fingers spread, and his other hand gently back on her cheek. His gut squirmed. He nearly heaved again, and then images and sounds, patterns searing his brain in heat lightning, vessels like the one before him, others like the woman speaking a language beyond his imagining. He found himself soaring over cliffs and desert. He saw 12 women with skin like flickering nebulae, standing in a circle around a magnificent blaze. He saw the scars on their skin and the heavens in their eyes. Who were they? The image, sound, light, sense split through his head like colliding trains, and time slowed and spun and tore itself to shreds within him, splitting his skull and his mind. But there was no tearing himself free. He was locked in another world. Time had lost all meaning. Jericho didn't see it, frozen there for perhaps an hour, perhaps several. But the top of the nearest lacquered skull had begun to glow a faint, throbbing orange. Beyond incomprehensible space, a magistrate stood watching. 6. Night. Awakening. One moment the dead man had lain there, almost serene, flies spinning drunkenly around in the peach hues of the setting sun. The five had examined each other's faces behind growing shadows, each swirling with their own questions. The dead thing, the symbol, the old man John's daughter, Rachel. And then the sudden charge, the sweeping urgency to protect a woman none of them knew. And then, with a gurgling scream, the dead gray eyes opened. John leapt up with a yell. The thing jerked, groped at the sand, grasped Summer's ankle, sending her sprawling, landing with her face about 6 inches from the fire. It was half bellowing, half coughing, and out of its mouth sprayed a putrescent mass of clotted blood and seawater. Its blind eyes darted, its boa constrictor muscles quivered wildly, sending oozes of dark blood from many caked gashes. Screaming, they backpedaled out of its way, but all it managed was to roll onto its hands and knees, coughing its huge lungs clear. It hung, wheezing, head just above the sand, black drool trailing from its gaping mouth, fish-eaten eyes squeezed shut. They fell into silence and could hear the distant sounds of the little town coming to life. Police sirens in the distance, cantina music drifting from somewhere down the beach. And then the thing spoke. The words came out broken, gruff, wheezing, but in English nonetheless. Where go me shelter, sulfur. Let's get the hell out of here. John had already begun stumbling backwards. Summer stared. We can't just leave him here. Hot bile rose in John's throat, and he had to swallow it to keep from yelling, Of course we're gonna leave him here. Who the hell are we, the Red fucking Cross? The thing is more likely to eat us or smash our faces in or worse. But the way the others were looking at him, John realized it didn't matter what he said. They were adopting the dead man. Of course they were. Wednesday was the kindest soul he'd ever met, and she'd shown him time and again, if you gave someone the benefit of the doubt, blessed things happened, and Summer was like Wednesday. Think, John, Dimple said, maintaining a quiet, level tone despite the terror in his eyes. You want to find your girl and unlock this whole mess? Then no way we leave the damn key out here to die. There was no arguing, of that John was sure. He was just as sure that this would end bad, maybe in blood. Fine. We have to get back to the train yard. Beachcombers will be out by the time the sun goes down, and there's a hump yard where the cargo ships come in that I hear doesn't get checked until the 9 p.m. shift. What kind of fuzz are we looking at? Dimple asked. It's a scab train yard. The roughnecks tend to bend iron hot to save time on the northbound runs, John replied. The local federales know this, and they leave well enough alone. Helps them keep their bellies fed, I suppose.
Wednesday's reeling mind had begun to settle, to refocus. She knew they had 20 minutes, assuming goings were as usual, to make it a quarter mile down the beach and over the fence into the grungy sun-baked Coatzacoalcos switchyard. Wednesday knew John was right and scolded herself for allowing the chaos to cloud her foresight. It was getting late. In the distance ahead, from somewhere off in the train yard, Wednesday heard a keening, wailing migrant song pierce the night. Riding these trains, as she and John had done for 12 years, you'd wake to find yourself among countless desconocidos from countries all over the world. Droves of people of all ages would climb aboard at bridges and crossroads during evenings and nights seldom cool enough to wear your shirt anywhere but around your head. They'd perch on ladders or put out blankets on the rust and soot-caked decks. They'd sweat side by side, weighted with terrible purpose, singing high, lonesome songs of border crossing to the hills and jungles. Wednesday had seen countless families part ways beside the trains, children and parents perhaps to never see each other again. Human sacrifices to La Bestia, and all her pretty pyrite promises. 70 years ago, before New York and before life on trains, Wednesday had grown up with next to nothing in the wreckage of Ocean City, New Jersey. In the wake of the storm of Ash Wednesday, when the ocean rose up and smashed the east with 40-foot waves, and seen everyone she'd call family die one by one before 15. And now she'd seen a dead man come back to life, if it really was a man. And maybe Wednesday's life hadn't been so strange after all. Beyond the fence, if you knew what to look for, you could snoop out a train that would skirt the hungry backsprawl of Mexico City, largely ignored, and then cut through the wild heart of the country, jungle, mountain, desert, and finally, El Fronterizo. The band all knew that the most dangerous part of the journey, besides border crossings, was catching out on a moving train. As it picked up speed out of the switchyard, but none of them dared be caught sitting pretty on a still train when the bulls came sniffing. "How are we gonna get the big guy up without waking the town?" Dimple asked, his usual nonchalance overridden by a quiet, brooding nervousness. "He looks pretty blind."
Go me shelter,
the huge dead man repeated robotically. Summer approached the man, hands out, shaking. "Easy there, buddy. We got you. Do you understand me?" The dead man kept his eyes closed, but lifted himself to a half squat. His head swiveled towards the sound of her voice.
Understand you, buddy.
Summer grabbed his hand and gave him a tug. She looked like a small girl compared to him. Wednesday was certain he'd rip her arm off, but after a terrible pause, He stepped in the direction she tugged, wincing with each step. There you go, big guy. Can you walk a quarter mile?
Walk. Think me.
Summer took that as a yes, and the party began to make their way away from the darkening flat maw of the ocean towards the concrete boardwalk, beyond which Puerto Mexico cargo ships lay in dark repose, hunched stone dragons older than time. Yes, Wednesday thought again as they started off. 70 years of living, and things had only just begun to get interesting.
This is the craziest damn thing I've ever done, John grumbled as they guided the oozing, bleeding thing through the dusk. And that's saying something. Once upon a time in New York, before Wednesday, rail yards, and Uncle John Philip Starzek found his freedom, he'd been a comedian. He'd gone by the regrettable name of Johnny Stars, working his way up through the ranks of 1,000 weeknight improv hacks under hot spotlights and brick-walled basements where the flop sweat was thick in the air as rotten fish. Johnny would pace the stage, sweating like a fiend under his cheap turquoise polyester blazer and James Dean haircut. He'd do his 15 agonizing minutes, hang a lantern, and head home to the electrocuted rats lodged in the back of the stove and nightmares about his estranged teenage daughter. Worst of all, there had been that freezing, rain-soaked night when skinny, sick junkie Rachel appeared for 6 terrible hours, and later that week something truly horrible happened. Off someone's joke pitch, John had gotten picked up for network TV. It had been half a season of variety sketches, a recent shitstorm in Mutumba or Madison, police scandals in New York, or pharmaceutical fascism painted in saccharine blobs of white picket fence satire. The schmuck bait was that Uncle Sam had everyone's best interests at heart, and the big blow, the button, the real message was, well, exactly the opposite. Uncle Sam was only there to gather your bones and use them as kindling for his engine of death, churning ever onwards towards manifest destiny. Just ask anyone from Bikini Atoll, My Lai, Phnom Penh, Gaza, Hiroshima. And under those sweltering soundstage lights with John's face in the papers and in the shining eyes of the TV execs who were selling his message like pigs running a pork factory, he saw it himself. John realized for the first time how unsalvageably fucked it all was. If it hadn't been for Wednesday showing up when she had, it would have killed him. But after all the deadwood swill he'd seen the Hudson River barf up in his formative years, after all the mangled rank cats and vagrants and the blazing horde called showbiz itself, now this was a fucking joke. John wondered if he should reach out to the only folks he knew who might be able to come down hard enough to make a difference. Sure, the Cascabeles represented everything he loathed. Little better than contractors, drug lords, mercenaries. But could they help Rachel? The drifters had managed their way through a thick, rocky patch of weeds on the yard side of the boardwalk, each covered in stickers and scratches. A chain link was all that separated them from 7 sets of rails, where the husks of flat cars sat awaiting the highball for their nightly runs. Half were stacked with rusty containers, a few strung with hoppers, cars with holes in their belly for dumping grain or gravel. John kept a close eye on those as they surveyed the yard. The dead man looked strong enough to jump onto the side of a boxcar, but without eyes, his chances of catching hold were thinner than a cat-house G-string. Back there, John whispered, pointing towards a cut of train cars with an empty hopper on the end. We hunker down past those silos, then grab that one as it rolls out. Why the hopper? Wednesday asked. That cut's got no draggers. That means we can lay him out there on the tracks up there a ways. If we're lucky, the hog will roll right over him, and the hoghead won't see him. He can count the cars that pass over him by sound. Can you do that, dead man? That's the craziest thing I've ever heard, Summer half whispered. The bastard's died once already today. I figure this is borrowed time. 7th car, you hear me, dead man? On the 7th, reach up and go limp. Wednesday stared him down. You better not be trying to kill him all over again. John shifted under her gaze. He'd hoped he wouldn't have to tell her everything he'd kept hidden yet. It would come out soon, though. Certain as death, and, well, taxes hadn't meant a lick of shit for decades. And after today, neither did death. But Wednesday getting to the bottom of it all, that would never change. Her love was as fierce and unequivocal as an Old Testament god.
Summer scaled the fence first, the old Stella guitar strapped tight across her back in its brown leather sack, terror constricting her throat as she helped Wednesday up. Everyone but Dimple and the dead man had made it over the chain link before things started going the way John colorfully said they would. Dimple was guiding the dead man's clammy, water-wrinkled hands to the links in the fence, trying to help him gain hold. He didn't seem to understand that he needed to climb. He looked strong enough, but his eyes were still shut, and she noticed with worms twisting in her gut that they were oozing slimy white tears. He was becoming more putrescent as time went on. The rot of seawater, the stink of bloody decay, and something else. Something like gasoline. Then all the green signal lights blazed on at once. 10 minutes early by Summer's count, they ripped dusty trails through the dark air as if they were spotlights in the middle of a blizzard. Then there were more lights, blinding white in narrow-set pig-eyed pairs, accompanied by the growl of truck engines roaring to hungry pit bull wakefulness. A sting! It was too late to react in any sort of meaningful way, and dread poured through her like ice water. Several harsh masculine voices blared in distorted, crackling Spanish through megaphones, smashing into each other, deafening as jet engines. Summer thought she heard something beneath those voices, a kind of crackling static, a robotic chorus over blown speakers. A whispered, hissing fierceness of words being shouted, dancing around them, sliding out from under them. A grayness, a deadness, merciless. The men John had warned them about? Give up, the grayness said, not into her ears, but into her skull and bones and spirit. Give up warmth and hope and belief in yourself. Summer saw that the others had flung their hands over their heads and were kneeling. She began to follow suit, desperate to shout a warning or a battle cry, but choking on terror. In the flashing strobes of moving headlights, signal flares, and searchlights, she saw tens, maybe hundreds of shadows shifting around her. She sprang up as the bullets began to fly. The air was thundering and ricocheting. The scurrying shadows began screaming, and she realized there were men and women, desconocidos, runaways, migrants, coming out of every hiding place. Summer pressed her hands over her ears and tried to squeeze her eyes shut, but somehow the frenetic shapes, darting, flailing, flashed through her mind. Something passed close to her side, and she heard a terrible splintering crack and felt her body jolt. She grasped at her stomach, but didn't feel any pain. Dimple! Summer looked up, her line of sight serrated by the chain link, and found Dimple on the other side, scrambling through the dirt and weeds toward her. She realized in a blinding flash that if he tried to climb the fence to get to her, he'd be an open target. But then the dead man reached for Dimple, grabbing him by his belt and thigh.
To Noxra, the sound was not the hissing of blown speakers. It was an anthem, the call that beat within him thicker than blood, more certain than the very signals in his nerves. All is progress, all is purpose. We solemnly swear to constant vigilance. It washed him like a warm torrent of synthetic mother's milk, and the attackers in the shadows became his brothers in arms. Nox could see the faces of his generals behind their skin, real as their skulls themselves. These men had been persuaded to the purpose. How many on this world had? Millions? Perhaps all but a few? Nox's iron grip on Dimple tightened, and his chest warmed in the lustful pull towards the anthem. He heard the screams of the girl with the red cloud of hair. He looked behind her face and saw not a skull, but light, a swirling, sweet, entrancing light of every conceivable color. And then, perhaps because of the way she was screaming, or the way the people ran with their hands over their heads through the dark, the huge gray man did something he'd never done in his short life. He made a decision all his own. Dimple found himself sailing through the air. For a brief instant, he was suspended, the chain link below him. Men in camouflage jackets and bandanas were suspended in a flash of a dropped roadside flare. They leapt out of the blazing open carriage jeeps, herding the terrified people. His nostrils roiled with rust and oily smoke. On the trucks, camo jackets, and black bandanas, he saw the same symbol, stenciled in chalky white, the road and the ark, the one on the dead man's neck that John insisted meant death. Dimple's friends and his love were directly below him, huddled in a terrifying clump, grasping at their heads and at each other. He smashed into the dirt upside down. His teeth clicked together so hard he saw nothing but white for a solid 10 seconds. Then he was scrambling again, now on the right side of the fence. He threw himself over Summer. He was half laughing. He threw me over the fence. Oh my God, did you see that? He threw me over the fucking fence. And then the dead man leapt, maybe 20 feet straight up, and came down in front of them on his bare feet, shaking the ground, sparking dark phlegm and blood and sea foam, unleashing a blood-curdling, skull-rattling bellow that could only be described as a war cry. He landed to shield them. The gray machine flashed beneath the faces of the roving men. Oh, how it fueled him! But something else had ignited, a chemical reaction in his body bound by muscles, supported by bones that belonged to a mainframe in which he was but a mere byte of data, a reaction catalyzed by those broken little creatures that Nox did not understand. He stood before them and held fast. First, the astonished men riddled the dead man's body with bullets. The first that buried themselves in Noxra's body did not faze him, but the next few began to jolt him like a man having a seizure. And then, when he didn't fall, the men with guns stopped shooting, shouting in high, terrified, chaotic volleys. They dropped their weapons, megaphones and emergency flares, turned tail and ran off into the night. Nox saw the ghosts of the glorious gray machine fade from behind their scared faces, and once more they became small, desperate, confused. And then once again, this world and everything else faded. Two middle-aged men lay dead in the flickering dark, both face down, shot in the back as they ran for their lives. Blood as black as the night sky saturated their clothing. They were carried into the trees, laid to rest where the sun would not swelter their bodies come morning. They were brothers, those two, someone whispered. Rolando remembered his own brother, stooped over his crutches, crooked smile bright as the San Salvadorian sun. He stood before the altar in El Iglesia El Rosario. The rainbow light from the massive, arching stained glass ceiling had painted his face purple and gold, making him somehow saintly despite his small, deformed body. Rolando, too, had heard the hissing pronouncement behind the battle cries. He had felt it when the priest had tried to heal his brother in the glowing church back in San Salvador, a sacrament of smoke and torture. His mother would have called it evil, though he himself preferred the words self-deception. But the exact details of what these men had been possessed by was slipping from his grasp, and Roland, though little more than a child after all, was not accustomed to forgetting anything. It set off alarms. There was far more here than met the eye, though the details were already becoming obscure, variables lost in an equation too large to take in, even for him. Remember that the dead man is not alone. There was a connection between him and these men. The dead man slumped, his body now more bloody gashes than skin. Dimple snapped out of his stupor, back to the stabbing pain across the center of his face. His eyes kept returning to the dark pools where the two men had died, the shapes of their bodies imprinted against the dark, and with that old familiar clunking, grinding moan, the 9 o'clock train began to pull out. Had the engineers simply not seen any of it, not noticed or cared? Or was that just the clockwork of La Bestia? The train had to run, rain, shine, or massacre. Dimple grabbed the thing that had saved him, felt it lurch, almost throwing him off his feet. The stench was horrid. Wednesday was there in an instant, under the other arm, and Summer as well. They half dragged it towards the departing train. The others gave them a wide, silent berth in the flickering half-dark, a few of them falling to their knees, a few crossing themselves or whispering imperceptible prayers. Others made furtive tracks to the clockwork iron battleship as it began to drag its bulk off into the black. Who were those men with the guns? They had not been the feds, as he'd initially thought when the lights all came on. Maybe drug runners, human traffickers, some kind of vigilantes or militiamen or bounty hunters. They hadn't been shooting to kill, but to herd. The coppery taste of mingled blood, shock, and a kind of ghastly ire were filling his throat. The world had been dipped in developer fluid and come out grainy and black and white, backlit dim like an old horror movie, silent, choppy, running out of reel. The thing's head lolled. "Leave me die here, damaged. Now die." "The hell we will," Dimple yelled. "You saved us, that makes you one of us. And I won't give up on your sorry ass until I'm riding the great steamer in the sky, you hear me? Damaged. God damn it, do you hear me? Hear me, you. Thank me, you." Rolando leapt onto the runners of the boxcar after several other migrants and slid open the rusted door all the way. The night wind rippled his sheet of wild black hair. The train was barely moving, but even so, it was all Dimple could do to keep abreast. His lungs and muscles were burning with the weight of the thing, slippery with its thick, stinking, gooey blood. He was trying to run and lift it up all at once, and now the thing's head lolled back again, its light, mealy eyes half open. And then, wordlessly, calloused hands began to reach from the shadows of the boxcar, first 2, then 6, then 10, lifting the thing up and out of Dimple's arms onto the flatbed without a word needing to be spoken. Within a few minutes, they were all on board, headed north into the throbbing black jungles of the Mayan Empire. "The purpose binds. Purpose is life." The metal under Noxra's back was rough and oxidized. The wind was humid and stank of sodium and iron. His body was a vague electrical storm of wrenching agony. He felt muscles and organ tissue twisting within him, attempting to stitch back together, amino acid strings forming and then abruptly decaying in necrotic sludge. The primordial soup of his body was flooded with toxicity, the primal imperatives fragmented. "The purpose cannot bind." But the one whose voice gave him away as a young man said, what had he said? "Save you us, become you one of us?" The words aligned with some piece of biochemical code in his central nervous system, a mantra that began in the cochlear nerve and then tripped other circuits, lighting up dying sections of his brain. A jolt went through his body. Purpose! Purpose binds again! Now he could fulfill his mission and return home. He remembered it now, at last, like a drink of cool water in a barren desert. If only for a brief moment, not all of it, but one central thing. He could destroy the ambassador and her daughter, and assure this world would never learn of the Grey. But then his consciousness and the clarity began to slip away again into the rushing wind of the jungle night.
7. Anomalies, shadows. Rajna the magistrate sought a course of action. In a hall bedecked with ivy-bound onyx statues of cat deities, stretching between the great Ecoem reception hall and the cloistered cavern chamber of counselors, she considered how, and at what cost, she might do what must be done to pull her universe back from the brink. She studied her own lanky reflection in her pristine bathing pool, her pocked, blemished skin a shade of red so dark it blended into the last flaming rays of sunset behind her. She saw standing there a dark star, absorbing the terrible weight of it all. She turned to the glowing lacquered skull, her eyes glazed. The skull was that of another magistrate, 80 years deceased, superheated and then frozen in a rare variety of resin, a process that destroyed all organic tissue but bone and nerve. The crystallized neural network was therefore preserved, a perfect superconducting computer core, programmable to access limitless information. The skull pulsed with amber light, seeking the vessel in which the ambassador had absconded to the furthest reaches of Eridu. In a crystal basin, Rajna took in the telemetry from the lost vessel in cameos of hard light. A bleak desert on a distant world stretched out before her, encrusted with hunched, desiccated flora. Sheksama and her child were nowhere to be seen, but Rajna noted the body of Sheksama's attendant, lying next to the vessel in the ritual repose of honored death, the sand beginning to devour her. Someone was coming across the desert. A young man with pale skin, meandering heavily, yellow hair flapping. He limped and stumbled as he went. Then he discovered the body. Rajna watched him look over it with wonder and something else, something like hunger. Then he touched her cheek. The signal went dark, cut off by the constant shifts and rotations of the universe. She turned and felt sick. So the story was the same everywhere. The lust of men, the need to conquer, to devour, to engulf. This of all worlds, is this the hell you have run to, Sheksama? Rajna said, her voice echoing, colorless. She considered the anthems that the Grey Purpose chanted every morning in the streets of News Capital. Ho, ho, the great grey road, forward to eternity. Did they chant the same upon the distant world where Sheksama had fallen? What could be known about these humans? She set an intention with her fingers on the burnished skull, closing her eyes. When she opened them, the skull flung out an overwhelming array of smoky projections, a mind-boggling array of video clips, pictures, audio recordings. Heads of state in grey suits with artificial hair, silver buildings crumbling, endless ranks in unison, the color drenched from their faces, fires, floods, famines, committees, flags atop dead-eye statues of dying soldiers, swarming streets, passerbys under black umbrellas, wasp nest prison cells 10 levels high, tanks, transactions, logistics, cities clinging to putrid shores like geometric cancers, walls within walls within walls, gray, gray, gray. They had been conquered over the centuries many times, without them even knowing it, through promises of strength and brotherhood, good harvests and good values, carried on the backs of millions of slaves toiling under the hot sun. Hatred was the very mortar of their purpose. Efficiency churned out poison, and rampant inefficiency kept the producers starving and the consumers blind. It was in the lines and the edges, the ruthless right angles, the contrast of black ink upon virgin white paper. It was precise war, sterile bureaucracy, fervent belief. It was the hunger in the young man's eyes before he'd reached to interface with the Sheksama's slain attendant. Rajna turned away, cold and lost. She could look no more. They had all but taken it, she realized in a horror. The world already belongs to the grey machine. Her world had known such horrors. When the madman Dajri Rova had split the world anew to its molten core while trying to unleash the psychic force of a mind realm, it was said he had looked into the molten maw the size of a city. The magma spewing forth from the gash swallowed a continent, and the heat from it stained the sky of this world forever. Dajri had wept blood, and it fell at his feet. And from it grew the first black vriktha flower, the drug called eater of dreams and hunger for sleep. He picked the flower and blew a small breath upon it, and its dagger seeds danced away and spread across the harrowed land. No more than a tear brings hunger for sleep, memory long as victory deep. But the vriktha bloom adorned the Ikoem crest for another reason, she reflected, a reminder to never be ruled by ambition. So what might stand as a vriktha flower for the grey machine? How might she teach them the same lesson without destroying another world? She made her way with long strides through the great hall to her command quarters, traversing cool swirled marble. Passing through the sisterhood's hangar, arched like the center of a kaleidoscope, she spared not a glance at the drifts and pails that oiled the flex wings and kept the dark marble gleaming bright as onyx ale. The workers avoided her solemn gaze, seeing a woman with all the poise and inscrutability of a hungry tigress. The magistrate sat down at a private distal communication module. She made a gesture as if waving out a candle flame, conjuring a living light statue of a stocky, bald-headed golden man. It was far from a face she wished to see, but such are the times in which we live. The man they called Fen, newly appointed baron to the 5 dwarf stars of Kuahid, might have been handsome in an opprobrious way a decade or two back, if not for the smirk. Any lover who thought so the night before wouldn't the morning after, but no one could argue his charm. Charm alone kept his newly won galactic barony within his sweaty little hands. That and his tendency to put those same sweaty little hands into everything. Fen was defined by 3 features beyond his squat smugness. The first was the opulent silk flung around his rotund torso. The second was the rugose greenish gills he bore upon his neck, the mark of the disreputable gold underclass of bureaucrats, movers, shakers, back alley dealers. The third was more unique. It was a third eye like hers. He was the only male she'd ever seen with one, and it was unquestionably the source of his infamy. Fenn's projected image hovered, barely more than smoke, above a simmering brazier in the center of the chamber's round marble table.
Well, Red, I see you've been doing your research on dear old Earth. What a fine mess we're in.
There was venom in his voice, as usual, a tired, jaded sort of venom. He studied her, and the look made her think him lucky to be an image of light and smoke. If he had been in front of her in a corporeal sense, she might have broken off his manhood and shoved it in his mouth. May my eyes rot from my skull before they're forced to look upon you again, dear Fenn. The short greenish gold man's smirk became a full-on grin, his broad teeth swirling in light yellow smoke.
I did quite miss you too, my dear.
Enough. I need something from you, as much as I hate the notion of it.
My. Let's not get carried away with pleasantries, then, shall we? Fenn retorted. Beating around the bush was never a strong suit of yours.
You flatter me too much, good sir.
And you deserve so much more.
Including old friends spying on me and my affairs? Rajna spat. The fact that he knew she'd been looking at Earth vexed her, and yet surprised her not a bit. Fenn looked so injured she almost believed him.
My lady, deep concern for your well-being is paramount. I offer my sympathies at your recent loss.
Your sympathies are to me as a serpent's venom to the cat that beheads it. Rajna realized that at least two pairs of strong, lean hands were massaging the Baron's soft, stooped shoulders as they spoke. Ghost hands in the smoke, their owners faceless wisps, one male, one female. He sat back self-contentedly, but not self-righteously. There was a tortured quality to this disgusting little man, under all his bluster, and somehow it made her trust him just a little.
Your dear ambassador has taken your one chance at salvation and run to a world you are finding is well within the grasps of your truest enemy. And you hate these humans, don't you? I can see it in those big, beautiful, mysterious eyes.
Then elucidate, my good Baron. What does a man of your import care for the machinations of a lowly magistrate and her humble enterprises? Fenn's face fell.
You misunderstand me, my dear. Think, were it not for you, I'd be a cautionary tale with all the best bits festooned on the late Imperator Brilka's bloody scepter. You should be scrubbing out radioactive waste tubes with the rest of the Reds, and I should be dead or castrated, peddling aphrodisiacs, or counting coins, or pleasuring fat old penny duchesses in the brothels of Xal. Should. What a funny word.
Fenn batted away the third or fourth pair of hands massaging his shoulders.
But thanks to your arbitrary decision to save my vessel from our dear departed Imperator Senior, I find myself wearing the shackles of power rather than those of a spitted fowl. I have no illusions that you spared me out of kindness, though whether or not it was out of some cruelty, I am not so certain. One way or another, I am left with a barony I do not want and a constituency that does not obey. So what interest do I have in your little escapades? Simply to keep a finger on the pulse of this blister we call an empire. I find myself in the delicate position of needing to know how soon it's going to burst, and spew its fury out like magma from the mouth of the mage's gape. And so do you. And I suppose that's why we need each other, my dear. Now, how can I be of service?
She saw no choice but to risk trusting him. Tell me, Baron, when my choices are the blood of war and the greenness of undeath, how might I save my world without annihilating another? Fenn drew a long, luxurious trail of fragrant smoke from a smoldering lamp somewhere off projection, and his eyelids drooped. He grinned.
Shadows, my dear Night Speaker. It is within shadows you may find light.
Interesting. Tell me what I might do, and what it is that you seek in return. 8. Negotiation drinks. Nu had been wild and wondrous. The geological specters that rose before a traveler's eyes at every turn were breathtaking. Rushing mile-long cataracts and rock pinnacles, gravity anomalies, tree things the size of what Edith would soon know to be called skyscrapers, and wildlife as huge and various as what she'd eventually think of as dinosaurs, pressing in at the edge of each city and township. The humanoid component was just as striking. Rambling architectural metropolitan circus acts built teetering on and off around cliff jetties. Monolithic centers rivaling Times Square to endless litter-strewn favelas equal to Rio de Janeiro or Hong Kong or Cape Town. One day, not so far in the future, Edith would tell a human friend that the structures of power were as colorful as a mantis shrimp's fever dreams and as restless as the sleep of an undersea dragon. And even among all that, the Ikwem sisterhood, with their night-shrouded skin and penetrating, anomalous third eyes, were a threatening, if not secretly sexualized, fever dream to most. But in their surreptitious way, they were still of Nu, of its power structure, and its tendency towards nepotic hierarchy. The stirrings of the underclass meant that Rajna's anarchistic dreams were not hers alone. Others, many others, also heard the mounting call of the wild ways of old, felt the stirrings of the wind of freedom. It was because of these stirrings that Edith had argued for them to stay. Mother, there's too much here to leave just because you don't think it's safe. Mother and daughter had stood in a precipice of jutting peak behind the Ikwem Hall, where the unblinking ones would not detect their impending flight. The harsh winds of Kyo whipped around Sheksama and Edith like the lashing claws of terrible responsibility. Edith, set aside your childish passions for a moment. Rajna means to immolate you in the blaze, hoping that our Ikwem genes will annihilate your fathers as you die, and that the fire will transmit that annihilation across space. Think for a moment how insane that sounds. Her doctrines are as dusty as the streets of Ishan Shabaha, and as twisted as its rivers. And what if it's not, Mother? What if the Blaze Eternal has more power than you think? What if we're stronger than you know? People are sacrificing themselves every day so that apologists like you begin to see our world is crumbling at the hands of what you call progress. I mean to join them, to stand for what the magistrate believes. Perhaps if everyone like you stopped and listened, the dying might end. Edith should have been terrified, knowing that the magistrate had called for her sacrifice. It didn't matter so much whether the old magic truly boiled in her warring blood, whether the contradiction in base pairs of her DNA could actually be released, like metaphysical fission bombs, against the heart of the grey machine. Fleeing and doing nothing felt far worse. Her mother claimed to be protecting her, but if she really loves me, then why doesn't she listen? For an instant, she considered taking a step from the precipice, to be free and be seen, like Nyala. Needless to say, Edith's plea fell on deaf ears. Her mother was in no mood for her daughter's artistic flights of fancy. Listen, child, and listen well. These matters are beyond your years. I am your mother, and you will not speak against me again, nor will you set foot on Kyo Street among rabble and upstart scum ever again. Mother, why must you control my every action, as if I were no more than a digger ox? Her mother slapped her across the face. Pack. Edith turned, dazed, putting one foot after the other with considerable effort. They're not scum, the drifts, she shot back in wild, futile esprit de l'escalier. They're revolutionaries, and they're trying to put things the way they must be. They're not the only ones who've gone dangerously mad, her mother muttered. In a secret pocket, Edith's satchel contained a long-distance communication device, like a small grey ceramic bowl, a dark tablet full of rebellious drift literature, a tattered little book of poetry of the rather blue variety, and a small charm purchased from a shriveled old thaumaturge's crone, selling snake oils and liniments in the rambling Kusal bazaars of Kyo.
It vibrated softly when you warmed it in your hand. If her mother discovered the transgalactic communicator, she'd be strung up by her intestines. Such a thing was dangerous because it was trackable, but more so because it meant she'd stay informed. But if her mother found the poetry book or the vibrator, well, being strung up by her intestines would be the least of her worries. Now the pack contained all she owned. The desert stretched out in all directions, prickling with thistle things that looked like thirsty seafloor bracken. The black uniforms weren't ventilated well for this climate, and the heavy bandana her mother insisted they wore itched on her head. She was sweating profusely. This world couldn't be more different than her own. Worse than the heat, though, was the flatness. The late afternoon sky was a strange deepening sphere of the clearest blue. It unnerved her to the core, as if it might swallow her whole at any moment. Stretching across the expanse, 300 steps from where the ship had come to a thundering, gut-ripping halt, was a stretch of packed gravel that might have been some sort of road, all but abandoned. Edith and her mother made their way in the direction of the setting sun in utter silence. Edith began to wonder if this world, which had in a single flash appeared so lush and soft and blue from space, might not in reality be an abandoned, cloudless husk. Mirama's serene, lovely face, as she had last seen it, would not leave her. She kept flashing upon the silent solemnity with which her mother had lain her dearest love and attendant to be devoured by the sands in this desolate place. It was incomplete, aching, more horrible than the nothingness all around them. How could we just leave her like that? How dare you speak to me about such things? Her mother had shot back, her voice as hot as the blazing white sun. How dare you question custom when you've done everything you can to be sure you know nothing of it? You have no art, girl, no decorum. It was a typical way her mother spoke to her, a condescending lash of ritualistic formality. All I ever wanted to be was an artist. It was you who drugged us into all this. Her mother froze, small purple eyes on her like smoldering wicks, guilt and rage twisting inside. This house behaves with nobility because we have earned nobility, and it is by such behavior alone that we survive. Edith felt hot tears of embarrassment and self-pity. She dared not speak. Mirama was gone. Was this what she had to look forward to from now on? We skirt the realms of truth and fiction, her mother spat. The nether regions that men know only as fantasy, because it is there alone that we rule. When men believe the light of day to be truer than the shadows of dusk, they sacrifice their power. Why do you play games with them? Edith shot back in an electric, impulsive rage. You wish your tongue removed, child? They are not games. She who lures the beast rules the beast, but only when it believes it has defiled her. And she who offers herself defiles herself in its stead. Learn that well, lest I shall have to teach it by force. It was no idle threat. Twisted as those words were, they silenced her. The sisterhood had found ways to institute the principles of balance in the rambling gold cities, in subtle, self-serving ways. There was no besting her mother there. Edith, who had never wanted anything of the games upon games, had never abhorred them so burningly as right now. The two resumed the endless trudge with a feeling between them akin to the hot black slime this world's inhabitants used to patch their crumbling old roads. Edith grumbled one parting shot, unable to help herself. I was just saying I didn't like just leaving Mirama like that. Was she wicked to wish it had been her mother, and not the sweet, laughing, rambunctious Mirama? She hummed to herself inaudibly, a poem Mirama and Edith had composed together years back, her favorite of all time. Elegant steed, wings cut thin as silk, blood vessel web against embers beyond the veil. Reflect the webs of empires, as delicate and temporary. Wheel above as the ground wheels below. I'd be as free in capturing it. Now, the merciful river called Mirama had run as dry as this planet in all its sun-bleached splendor.
Mirama deserved flames and tears and songs, and without that, what did any of it matter? Presently, her mother gazed into the heat-rippled distance at something Edith could not make out. Was it a structure of some sort? Good, said her mother. This is where I meant to crash. You meant to crash? The structure in the distance looked like a small shack, run down and dust blown. As they drew closer, Edith saw scattered metal husks, some rusted, some spilling robotic guts in various stages of disrepair. Archaic vehicles, some with 4 wheels and others with 2, strictly land-bound. The builders seemed obsessed with straight lines in everything but their vehicles. The curves of their hulls at least were sleek, sexual. One of the angular shacks hung ripe with rudimentary metal tools, and evening within was soaked in some foul black oily substance. Affixed to it was a larger shack with a hanging notice. Edith scraped together her recollection of their linguistic training associated with this region. Ricardo's Snakeskin Saloon and Body Shop. Snake, she recalled, was a word in a language she'd been forced to study years ago in an exosociology class, which was dominant in this world's bloody colonial history. She'd found the accounts of the legless things darkly alluring. She inferred the decaying structure's inhabitants to be ritualistic reptile skin collectors, perhaps cultists or fetishists. I had to recalculate our destination at the last minute, her mother said in a factual tone. This is the only outpost on this continent that can give us what we require to leave this rock forever. Leaving forever did indeed sound good, but the outpost, as far as Edith could see, only needed a strong wind to join the rest of the landscape in the eternal sleep of useless red sand. When Ambassador Shexama pushed open the metallic mesh portal and stepped inside, all Edith saw was a dingy room of white tile and rows of dirty red cushioned benches and stools. Along one wall, a long thin wooden platform ran, behind which stood a vast collection of glass bottles containing cloudless liquids of different hues. Perhaps those were the snake oils? They were the only beautiful things in the place. Noxious smoke hung in the air. By its fetor, she inferred that perhaps they threw snake corpses onto hot coals. Several short, frayed-looking men and women sat slumped about the room. A few of them glanced up with sleepy half-interest as the 2 women passed. The men were diminutive, pale, intoxicated. A heavy, aging man with a white tufted head, shades over his eyes that reflected everything in gasoline-slick rainbows, and a rattlesnake embroidered onto his leather vest, clicked his tongue and grinned a hollow crocodile grin. In front of the snake oil collection stood a younger man than the rest, in worn white garment, with a thin, clever face and dark eyes. His hair was silky, dark. Edith wanted to touch it, smell it. He eyed the 2 of them, leaning on the wooden bar. Unlike the others, his eyes were unfogged and alert. Edith liked the way his sinewy arms looked under his thin shirt. What can I do for you, ladies? English, she realized. It sounded coarser, lazier than her archaic training had led her to believe. Shexama mimicked the man's style of speech with eerie aplomb. A large supply of bioarticulated metasilicate, or post-spatial transponder core? The kid's expression betrayed little. His inkwell eyes narrowed. I got scotch, whiskey, gin, and vodka. I am unfamiliar with those chemicals, her mother replied. Welcome to planet Earth, said the young man, raising an eyebrow. We also have sunrises, sunset, beaches, New York City, and 500,000 murders a year. Edith was beginning to suspect this was the wrong sort of establishment for their purpose. The wrong sort of world to crash on altogether. No one seemed aware of who or what had just walked through the door, but Edith was fascinated by what she saw. A vehicle she hadn't seen earlier caught her eye out of a back window. It was 2-wheeled, sleek, shining, with a chrome engine and a body like a shard wasp. Perhaps you might ask one of your elders for what we seek? The kid raised an eyebrow and shouted to a man in the back with a black ponytail. Hey, Rick, we got any of that shit out back? The heavy-looking man with the unnerving oil-slick lenses covering his eyes, whom Edith had begun to think of in the space of less than a minute as the man with no eyes, gave a loud bark of harsh laughter. It grated on her nerves like sand on a blister. Apparently, sarcasm was a universal trait, and currently as lost on her mother as ever. Old Ponytail Rick, who'd been watching with the drooping face of a judgmental wax statue, replied, "Hey Rick, go fuck yourself." Young Rick turned back to Shexama, looking bored. "Well, what do you know?" He began idly cleaning a glass. "I don't know how you want me to answer that question," said her mother frostily, "but I think you know how to answer mine." Rick gave Edith a cool stare, knowing more than he let on. "Maybe. Might have to set a while and see. Where y'all from?" These snake peddlers weren't going to make this easy. Shexama looked back with the expressionless focus of a serpent. "I cannot discuss my origins, other than to say we are far from home and require assistance," the ambassador said, with an edge in her voice. Asking for help sounded stilted in her proud parlance. "And it seems perhaps it will take some time and persuasion for us to understand each other better." Rick's passivity was now masking intense curiosity. "How much time are you looking to spend? And how much is getting to know each other worth to you?" The older silver-haired man with the oil-slick glasses was watching with predatory curiosity. "If you mean currency, we have nothing of the sort, I fear." Edith wasn't sure she liked that shrewd look on the young man's face, but found it exciting at the same time. He leaned over his bar, glanced around, and said more softly, "Tell me something. You ride?" "I ride tripwings and whippies, as does my daughter, if that's what you mean. Are those Japanese bikes or something?" Shexama did not reply. Edith marveled at how readily people, even these aliens apparently, shaped what they heard to fit their own lens of reality. "I don't know a lot about foreign bikes myself," Ricky continued. "I'm talking vintage Harleys. I have a guy coming through later with some antique vehicles. If I can drum up some interest, I may be able to call in clientele that know more about exotic people and their machines. And my clientele? Let's just say they have an appetite for more than just wheels." Edith felt the nape of her neck crawl. She looked away from the young snake-oil peddler, trying to regain her composure. It was no mystery to her what her mother's career entailed, what being an ambassador meant where she came from. You made alliances and forged relationships, assuring the well-being and prosperity of your charges by any means necessary. Apparently, this world held similar practices. "Myself alone, I offer, not the girl. She wouldn't know the first thing about the finer arts." Her mother could not even be protective without finding a way to put Edith in her place. "That'll do. I'll take care of you, no problem." Ricky raised his eyebrows at his good fortune, along with the glass he was polishing, filling a frothy liquid out of a phallic pump attached to his bar. "The ladies are all right," he announced to the crowd, which now shared a hungry grin among them. "We'll see what we can do about your predicament," Rick said quietly, with a self-satisfaction that Edith found both vile and thrilling. Edith felt like somebody had tarred the back of her neck. She allowed herself to drift until numbness washed over. "My cascabeles are connected," young Rick was saying. "Connected in ways Uncle Sam doesn't even know he should worry about. But I assume you knew that." Shexama leaned in and listened in. Conversations returned to the usual hum, and the man with no eyes down the bar a few seats watched the newcomers and just grinned and grinned. Cascabel, some sort of serpent, one that announced itself with a rattling tail. It didn't matter. Edith played a little game with herself where she floated in a warm sea and couldn't hear or feel, and everything was just a trick of the light. At some point, her mother started chatting up the man with no eyes, and Edith realized she was sitting before young Rick. Timidly, and hating herself for even doing it, she said, "That out there, is that a, what'd you call it? Softail?" Edith gestured to the black wasp-like vehicle out back. "You bet." I like the way it shines. Rick smirked. That ain't all she does. She was afraid her stilted use of the unfamiliar tongue elicited suspicion, or even laughter, but it seemed to pass. Will you teach me how to ride? Rick only gave her a crooked half smile and turned to pour them each a small glass of clear gold liquid. Those are on me. Edith took hers, smelled it. It burned her nose with a pungency like power cell acid, but she downed it, past caring if it might be poison. Her throat exploded in sweet electric fire, and she gasped, reeling. She saw her mother doing the same. And then her head began to swim in a not entirely unpleasant way. Fascinating drink, her mother said, blinking. And then, forgetting her typical measured austerity, she added, Another! And so it was that the people of Earth welcomed the Ikoem of Nu.
9. Ego Bound. Roland had been absorbed in drawing most of the morning. He formed beautiful fractal patterns with the magic marker on the metal hull of the train car, among 1,000 intricate glyphs of hobo graffiti. Now he was playing with John's blocky little old shortwave radio, trying to dial in on hazy snippets of conversation that whisked in and out like shouts in a sandstorm. He had a spooky knack for technology. John had thought the radio long dead, but Roland had taken it apart, read it like an augur of old, and breathed life back into it with just a few crossed wires. Roland's marker boxcar doodles had become charts. He had come up with his own shorthand for the shortwave frequencies he'd been DXing on the fuzzy little receiver. Roland was trying to get to the bottom of it, what the attackers had been after, and why those 2 men had had to die, and what the damn dead man had to do with any of it. They all were. What are their signals? Roland asked in broken English. The kid must mean, what frequencies do los hombres use? Fuck if I know, kid. Which was a lie, but John figured they'd all gotten enough of a look into his rotten soul already. John's thoughts turned to earlier days on the rails, when the little radio had been his link to the underbelly of Hobohemia. Angels, fiends, demons, and everything in between. Since Roland had put the thing back together, John had started listening again as well. A lot had changed in the last few years, and not for the better. The riders who called themselves cascabeles had tightened up the reins over the southwest. In the old days, that might not have been such a bad thing. John knew a few of the higher-ups personally, but nowadays, who knew? Some said the feds had stopped trying to control them and instead taken on the whole outfit like military contractors back in the old days of the oil wars. It wasn't below the feds, but John was surprised it wasn't below the cascabeles. And the soul-sucking shadows who he'd thought exterminating years back, los hombres. John didn't like thinking about what they might be willing to do. There had been legends of traffickers whose quarry were shunted down a pipeline to the front lines of Ukraine and Pakistan, implanted with a different sort of ego, a type specifically designed to prepare them for war. He looked around the train at the migrants and realized something else. Almost all the men and women on this train had the telltale mark on their left temple, just like Dimple. He leaned over to Dimple, who'd been sleeping off his broken nose, nudged him awake, and whispered, "Look around. All these folks, they've had egos removed." Dimple blinked the sleep out of his eyes. He reached up to touch the tiny scar on his own left temple, wincing at the pain radiating from the center of his face. "What do you think it means? Might it have something to do with whatever the hell that was last night?" John only gave him a meaningful look. "Just keep your eyes open." Roland had been listening and understood enough. He leaned over to an elderly man with dark wrinkles and heavy eyes and spoke Spanish in a quiet voice. "Usted antes tenía un ego, ¿no? ¿Cómo es que ya no lo tiene?" You used to have an ego, no? How come you don't have it anymore? The man didn't meet his eyes. "Al principio son promesas, luego vienen las preguntas, y al final desapareces." First promises, then questions, then finally, you just disappear. But no one said anything else, or even looked up at Roland's quiet, urgent coaxing. Dimple thought back to those numb, hazy years he'd spent with an ego. He flashed on his family rolling into the springs on his 13th birthday. They were visiting the shining geometric chrome cube that was the brand new ego store to get embedded for free. What a great business model. What a great service to humanity. Because what use was the sky besides ad space? The networks and full body experiences meant you were never bored. You could crank up an alternate universe just by looking and pointing any time of night or day. Your hours were partitioned into colorful boxes. And the shock of learning that Summer didn't have one. You mean you're not connected? He'd laughed on one of those lazy afternoons when they'd first met, when they'd run together from everything he'd known. Summer had burst out laughing.
People used to just have conversations and make out and snuggle, and we call that connected.
And he thought back to when he'd had it removed. It had taken surprisingly little to convince him.
Can we just let the sky be the sky?
Summer had said, putting her brilliant red head back and gazing up at a dome so blue and expansive it lit her whole being.
Why can't what's out there in the universe be enough?
But really, it had been her presence, her clarity, which held him like the wings of a giant butterfly. Summer had brought him to a guy she knew on the hill, the sprawling carotid artery of CU Boulder's nightlife. It was made up of several dizzyingly sloped streets overflowing with dispensaries, vintage record stores, and tattoo parlors. In the back of a phantasmagorical neon head shop on 9th called White Rabbit, the guy, skeletal, black as night, maybe 600 years old, with bedecked dreadlocks to prove his age, did the deed for him. Dimple recalled it all, the head shop guarded on all sides by giant Bob Marleys and Che Guevaras, and swirling with every flavored vapor. The way the quiet old cannabis-scented man's cataracts turned his eyes to hollow marsh moons and almost changed his mind. This was the man who was about to tug a piece of hardware out of his brain? "Are you ready to meet the universe once again?" he asked Dimple in a voice as still and deep as the sunken city of Port Royal. His accent almost made Dimple miss the last thing the man said before tugging it out, but now it came back to him clear as the throbbing in his neck. "I can take it out of your head," the skeleton man had said, "but I can't take your head out of the great gray machine." What had that meant exactly? Did it mean that freedom of mind was on him, his responsibility, a challenge only he could undergo, or did it mean they could still track him, see through his eyes, whoever they were? He reminded Summer of that moment, and she looked back grimly.
My dad was the one who convinced me not to get embedded, she said in a distant voice. Back when I was 13 and he taught me to ride, before getting arrested because my mother said he kidnapped me and then disappeared. Her eyes drifted back across days quiet, evenings musical, Death Valley nights when she first rode with her father. By the time I was 13, when he came back to bring me along, he was sick, I think. I'm not sure what it was that was eating away at him. I suppose I'll never know. But I know it had to do with ego. I argued at first. I said, if 98% of the world's in, what could be wrong with it? Hasn't it brought down terrorism and crime, made people safer?
"And what do you say to that?" Dimple asked.
That was the only time I ever saw him angry. Furious, in a desperate way. He told me about how many people have gone missing or gotten ill and just wasted away, all in the past 20 years. Some say detained indefinitely, some say poisoned by the chips in their heads. Many of them were political activists he used to know. Remember the punk singer who vanished, Razia? She was one. He said, less crime don't necessarily mean the world is a safer place.
"Meaning what?" John answered Dimple's question before Summer could. "Meaning the law does as it will and sees out of your eyes whatever way they want."
Devil's advocate, Wednesday chimed in. How do you figure 98% of folks signed up if they knew cops were looking into their heads? Summer only looked at John.
"People think the law protects them from the cops looking in when they ain't supposed to, because it says right there in the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution, It is the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects. Doesn't say anything about our minds, though. Dimple had to ask, so then, if you mean to find your daughter, John, and we're heading into some gray territory, you sure you want me along? John sighed. If they're watching, let's hope it works to our advantage. He turned back to stare out of the open boxcar at the thick jungle purring by and fulminate about God knew what. He wouldn't say any more, and Dimple found himself trading wary glances with Summer.
What do you think it's here to do? Summer forced out under her breath, to no one in particular. A few quiet hours had passed since the uncomfortable conversation about egos, and she still felt naked and raw. The gray man was beginning to stir.
Damned if I know. Double damned if I care to find out, John grumbled. Even more cantankerous than usual, though in truth, knowing was all that mattered.
And what if they were there because of him? Summer pressed in a whisper, and yet with all the intensity of a shout, eyes flashing toward the resting newcomer. Because of us? Because we brought him there? We have to know, she added with hushed, still certainty. We have to understand why those men had to die, and what it has to do with... It stirred, opened its eyes for the first time all day, peering out of the thick palm trees and swaths of impenetrable underbrush. Its eyes had healed, revealing irises of an unnerving shade of early Detroit morning slate gray. With a small, encouraging smile, Rolando handed it a lit cigarette. The thing took the cigarette, examining it with deep fascination, and then put it in its mouth, chewed it up, and swallowed it, cherry and all. This drew a delighted laugh from Rolando and a chuckle from a few onlookers. The thing gave a wide, boyish grin, showing all its teeth, which gave John the willies.
What's your name, big guy? Dimple asked, managing to sound friendly as always. Noxra vli friama fe axgue dmech rol gru quif mayozaise. Call me you Nox of the 47th. All right, then. And then, remembering his manners, Dimple said, Dimple of Colorado. John tried to place the thing's accent or the language he spoke and couldn't. It sounded something like an East African Viking recorded on old 8mm film. To John's surprise, the dead man bowed its head towards Wednesday, as if in deference. Thank you, your presence, lady fair. What may I call you, and what is your purpose?
She chuckled, eyes lighting up. I'm Wednesday of Ocean City, New Jersey. What do you mean by purpose, big guy?
Purpose that binds your lives. Give strength and life to you, Wednesday of Ocean. John also laughed, but it was a heavy, acid sound. It startled the others. Purpose. The way it used the word brought him back to his TV show before his career blew to smithereens. In the final days before he met Wednesday, when he'd been laid out after nearly overdosing on Michael Wentworth's white leather couch in an uptown penthouse, that had been the word. Purpose! Johnny Starr's producer had screamed, purple in the face, gray in the eyes. For the first time in your goddamn excuse for a life, you have a goddamn purpose. You say what I want you to say. You keep those fucking sheep at each other's throats. I'm your fucking purpose, Johnny. Not those people out there or the fucking message. Me. I'm your whole fucking world, Johnny. He'd been running near on 15 years from that word. And now a 7-foot alien back from the dead had shown up out of the drink like a shit out of the Hudson River. And the first thing he had asked him, what purpose binds you? Now that, ladies and gentlemen, was comedy. All eyes were on him. Did they have a purpose after all? Did helping out the odd stranded Salvadorian migrant worker in a jam count as a purpose? Did dodging rail yard bulls and just trying to get away from it all count as a purpose? Did finding his Rachel count? Freedom, I guess. Not the bullshit colonial corporate America flag and eagle kind. The kind when you carry everything you own. And then sending a burning look at the others, a little less subtle than he'd hoped. The kind you only find when you keep your nose out of shit you got no business with. The thing called Nox cocked its head like a quizzical bird.
That and doing what little good we can,
said Wednesday, matching John's meaningful gaze. Wednesday could find good in a pile of horse shit and put it to something helpful to boot. She'd found good in John, after all.
Exploring the universe?
Summer chimed in, dark eyes aglow. It perked up at this. Clean living, honest work, wide open sky, Dimple added, with a smile as wide and sweet as a Colorado prairie. The thing smiled again, piteously, John thought, and then turned its broad enigma of a face back out to survey the misty jungle.
What about you?
Summer asked it. The dead man froze, looking lost for the first time. I cannot recall much of anything. The purpose binds. Forward, onward. Purpose is life. Nox's odd chant trailed off, having broken itself on shallow shoals of half-formed memories. The dead man looked cold, alone, lost. John felt the same in his bones. What sort of purpose do you mean, big guy? Dimple asked. Maybe whatever it is, we can help you find it. The dead man looked taken aback. You would help me find my purpose, why? Dimple shrugged. Seems like you could use a hand. It is to do with progress, though I cannot say how.
What kind of progress?
Asked Summer. Its eyes glazed. The Great Road, said Nox again, though back in that hollow voice that sounded more like chanting. Dimple leaned back, still genuine in his intent to serve a brother in need, but more reserved. That's a funny word, progress. How do you mean? The odd gray eyes regained their focus. Ever notice how when we talk about progress, Dimple said with surprising congeniality, we always seem to mean the kind that doesn't get us anywhere? Folks build technology to save our world. Clear solar panels, bamboo houses, meat without animals, magnet trains, biodegradable plastic made of algae and algae that biodegrades plastic. Realistic ways to clean the ocean. We don't use it. We plunder forward, maintaining the status quo. Or we end up out here. It was the right sort of gentle challenge. John realized it was a masterstroke in the nonchalant, genial way only Dimple was capable of. Something not quite gray, but perhaps silverish, flashed in the newcomer's eyes. Yes, progress, the double-edged plow, the efficient yoke upon the broken ox. John deeply hated where this was going all of a sudden. The metaphors were becoming ominous, utilitarian, and they rattled some old grim thing inside his gut. Stank a little too close to the way John himself saw things on his darker, more putrid days.
Wednesday, the old twinkle returning to her eyes, steered the conversation in a gentler way. At any rate, I believe we owe you our lives. Sometimes if you focus on the ray of light in the thunderstorm, things start to get clearer. The dead man relaxed. John was nonetheless eyeing the two of them, warily.
And then Nox said, Business has me in the place called the New Mexico. This I know. There was the reward John's nervousness had been waiting for. They all reeled back in shock, glancing at each other. Well, what a coincidence, John grumbled. How is it said? I am a man of history. History and progress, Dimple mused.
You mean like a president, a lord, a diplomat? Summer asked after a moment.
Now, how in stars do you figure that? John jabbed. Summer shot him a defensive glance.
I don't know. He said a man of history.
The girl had a hell of an imagination and a way of saying exactly what she was thinking. But it wasn't a crazy notion, just based on the way the dead man sat, regally, still and straight as a statue. Not a lord, not so important. Very not important at all, no, it said, its tone soft, feeling out new ground as it went.
A man of history. Like a historian? Wednesday asked.
Mayhap. I shall return with a story, the last to tell. I am the last. The last of what? Knox could not answer because the question was unclear. In the language called Purpose 47.6, the statement would have been, "We he ah," did not mean the last, more like the end, perhaps even the end bringer. But the moment passed.
What sort of story? Summer asked, eyes alight. She was finger-picking a reverent minor chord on her old guitar, as if beginning to weave an epic tale. The crack she'd felt during the previous night's commotion had been a stray bullet, taking a chunk out of its polished wooden edge, just below the battered pickguard. Summer stroked it with her fingertips, shuddering every time she felt it, remembering her father. It was far from the first time that guitar had saved her life. The story of the place? Its history, maybe.
But, looking as if a dam had burst, Rolando interrupted, his voice bursting. Veniste en una nave espacial. Did you come in a spaceship? That, the dead man understand perfectly. It was a step too far. In a flash, it grabbed the slight boy by the throat with one huge hand and stood, lifting him 3 feet off the flatbed. Rolando's feet kicked in the air, but the grip tightened. He let out choking gasps, and his hands clawed at the single giant one clenched his throat. The boxcar exploded in screams. 17 bodies huddled together burst into frenzied motion. John tried to stand, but lost his balance. He barely had time to think, time to curse himself, because, God damn it, he should have. A stray elbow caught John in the chest. He stumbled back and fell, nothing below his boots. A gear that had been sanded over as Noxra died fired to life, and he remembered again. Not all, far from all, but there, with these weak little beings, talking in flights of fancy and circles. This was not his purpose. Ho, ho, the great gray road, forward to eternity. He would find the ambassador and her daughter and kill them. The purpose would not be exposed. Knox felt his giant hand tighten around the throat of the boy who deduced too much. The commotion reduced to mere wind, whipping a monolith of apathetic stone. He had found his center again.
10. Dance. Sentence. The dance between Fen, the reluctant baron, and Rajna, the idealist, lasted most of the night. The more stoned Fen became, the more circuitous his speech. This plan you have for Earth, Fen, there's a good chance it'll destroy the world.
Or remake it.
Fen had a kind of wisdom into others' hearts, caked too thick in cheap palace perfume. He had a desire like hers, almost idealism. Was that what it really was? Rajna's body ached with shivers of fatigue and adrenaline. As first moon's dawn began to paint the northern sky greenish-violet, they both fell into an exhausted, ponderous quiet. You would have me manipulate humanity all at once, to make them truly see what they have become, by force. Rajna paused, wrestling with the thought. How can a leader take action in the extreme, knowing that she will never know the suffering of each woman, man, and child that falls in her path?
So then, Fen wheedled, I am to believe my suggestion is what you desire to do, my lady. To show them their shadow.
Rajna began to pace, her blue magisterial robes dancing in clouds of sunrise. My ambassador's vessel lies upon an uncivilized, primitive world. They tear each other to shreds, ruled by a xenophobia so vile they would gouge their own eyes if they showed but a trace of alienness. How can I justify inciting such outcomes, Baron? How to change things without first tearing them to pieces? Rajna's gaze was fixed on nothing, and her voice no higher than a whisper. To drain the gangrenous wound, heal the broken mind without lobotomizing it. Smiling only in the slightest, Fen sat back and replied,
Might there be a vriktha flower in all this, madam?
Rajna allowed the tiniest of baleful smiles. Remember the old Icoem verse. Balance is the union of dualities. and therefore must contain duality. This is a law of nature, but not of life. That was the final piece she needed reminding of, it seemed. She straightened up, facing her smoky foil, her eyes almost tearful. You've convinced me it can be no other way, even if it rips all but a tiny handful of the righteous out of their minds, even if it warps the little world into something unimagined. Fen did not, as she feared he might, smile triumphantly. He sighed, lids heavy, face heavy, body heavy.
It is their own doing. They have, for the most part, embedded themselves with the devices that link them, that digitize their minds and numb them to the destruction they wreak upon themselves, and that will ultimately free them.
I must ask the question I cannot ask, Rajna spoke, for it is against the very fibre of my being. Is the shadow for which my sisterhood speaks something vile after all? And the question under it, her voice weak for the first time she could recall. Am I wrong? Was Nyala wrong? Are we all wrong? Her squat, mad counterpart in Living Smoke did not reply at once. Then he finally said,
I am not one to say. I am just a bureaucrat, afraid that catastrophe will end my usefulness. But you are the one to say. You are the only one.
Their discourse turned finally, as the sun rose, to the final matter.
The girl, Edith,
Fen asked.
how will we protect her? More importantly, how will we prepare her for the world she'll soon find transformed? Many, if not all of them, will be ready to find and hunt and kill anything aberrant, anything anomalous. Despite her value, she is young, unchecked, at mercy of the flame winds of impulse.
Rajna pictured the girl's oft-scowling, slightly crooked face, glowering out of those light violet eyes so like her own. She thought of the girl, wandering alone through the impending flames of the little new raw world. But something deep in her belly shifted. Perhaps there are more humans who lead with courage than it might appear. What if humanity is far better than their world allows them to realize?
Now that, my lady, would be interesting. But I don't need to tell you that the girl is an asset not worth taking risks upon. As for her training, might I suggest a mutual friend? The pirate.
Rajna was too spent to keep the mixture of emotion off her face, and the little man could not keep himself from taking advantage of the lapse.
Do I sense a womanly softness behind the armor of the glorious sisterhood?
Fen was not wrong, though she knew better than to show it. Rajna pictured her pirate, lanky and dangling with braids throughout his dreadlocks and luscious beard, sparkling gold eyes, strong and lean. I could be accused of things to make your skin eat itself off your bones, Fen, and accused rightfully. But one I can never, ever be accused of is being soft, as much as I hate to admit it. It should be the pirate. He's the best chance of her surviving long enough to stand.
A pity.
Whatever softness had arisen in Fen over the night's rounds had burned away like a fine dew with the sunlight.
To imagine that succulent frame of yours having hidden behind its rippling sinew just a drop of womanly nectar, I thought for a moment I even saw you blush.
Not wanting to give him any more entertainment than she already had, the magistrate spat one last retort. Have the pirate apprised, only that the girl be protected and prepared to stand and to lead as her time on earth comes to an end. Not another being alive can know of what we have said here. Not even the pirate.
Not another being alive.
And Fen, know this one last thing. Together, tonight, we destroy a world as it has been. May it not damn us for eternity. Fen only chuckled.
My lady, there's not a living soul I'd rather have damned along with me.
With that, he was gone in a faint puff and a swirl. Rajna sat back, as if an ocean had flown through her. She called to Mekmu, her captain of the guard, and ordered the blaze stoked. It would be needed for what they must do. The humans of Earth have installed devices in their minds they call the egos, the magistrate told her captain. They are modules of a larger system, by which they connect mostly for transaction and stimulation. She proceeded to describe them at length.
Isn't such a device illegal?
Her captain asked.
It would be, yes. Highly so, were humans anywhere within the jurisdiction of new law. They live in shadow and govern themselves as such. Study them, Rajna said. Find the constellation of frequencies upon which they operate. Find out how one might tap into them all at once.
Why, if I may ask, is their mind linking of importance to you, my lady?
Perhaps for the same reason it is illegal.
Because it is so easy to co-opt?
And because it allows division between them. They use them to target and cull the weak, while they turn around and claim to offer access. And perhaps it will allow us to access them in turn, to renew the world in a way not explored.
Do you do this for the deceased attendant of the ambassador?
Yes, Mekmo. This is for all who defend balance.
The magistrate's own daughter, a girl of about 7 with a smile of sweet sunshine, ran out through the bright courtyard and into her mother's arms. "Mama, breakfast!" the child cried. The magistrate embraced and lifted her, spinning her around, both giggling. The girl's dark curls twirled in the greenish sunlight. "Yes, girl, Mama's coming now." "Soda fruit!" "Only if you eat all your quick crab, my little queen." Rajna led her daughter by the hand back through the courtyard, saying over her shoulder, "Focus your study on how to use their mind links to push them as far as they will go, beyond breaking. I intend to test them as a species, as they have never been tested, in the ways only we know. And if only a handful survive, so be it. Hold nothing back. They will be better for it." Perhaps they would. Perhaps there was no convoluted game beyond that end, Rajna reflected. Perhaps. We shall leave no trace of their civilization as they know it. Mirama. That had been the attendant's name, Rajna recalled at long last. The lady who'd been laid out in the desert for the young alien man to find. It meant mother warmth tender. How could she have forgotten? Her daughter squirmed in her arms, and the sun painted the city in breathtaking gold.
11. Players. Chairs. Fen of the Green Gills stood from the ornate chaise where he'd been receiving his morning massage, thrusting his 3 naked messieurs away without a word. He strolled to the balcony that faced the Sea Tiger Nebula, an expanse of every color stretched across half the star-filled sky. His stubby manhood hung out from his open silk robe into the abyss. Before the reins of power were thrust like spitting cobras into his small hands, he'd been free to roam that technicolor expanse home to the hallucinogen-addled and steady-roving green drift, surrounded by a perpetual gyroscope of substances and scores of the nameless and naked. But if a roving ship of drifts had flown by his turreted, swirled ivory mansion now, all they'd see was a burnt-out old mutant green-gill bureaucrat flashing the heavens in jaded, cliff-jumping fuckollery. The whole facade he'd been taking advantage of was about to burst like a hot blister, because, balance this and progress that, and it was only a matter of days before the magistrate made the leap that would remake everything, and it would all go, well, about how one might expect. Fen strode back inside and summoned a different face into the smoke of the living light projector before his bedchamber. The game was underway, and he need only deploy the players right. Before him, a younger man materialized. He swiveled his luxurious swashbuckler chic command chair to face his projector melodramatically. The pirate. Rotparar's braided vermilion hair hung long over gold shoulder plates covered in etchings of naked warriors wrestling each other. Rot's eyes were also gold and piercing, but never the eyes Fen expected to see. Under the braided and jeweled beard was a boyish red-gold face, well tanned with the merest beginnings of wrinkles that suggested a life of good cheer. "It would appear," the pirate said dryly, "that the houses of Nu have dragged another unsuspecting world into their incessant scrabbling for power." His voice was rather youthful, musical. Yes, horrors beyond description,"
Fend found himself saying, "Your dearest magistrate seeks to take action and requests your services in so doing." Rot's face gave no reaction beyond quiet amusement, though Fend suspected those were cat's eyes shielding a great deal. He said only, "What's new?" "I did not expect her grace's mention to be met so casually, my good rebel." On Rotpurar's end of the projection, the young pirate rankled under his gaudy armor, hating both the disingenuous stink of the old bureaucrat's pet names and the contrasting urgency in his features. "Casually, not at all," Rot replied, leaning back like a jungle cat in his cushioned seat, slighted. "Merely no longer able to muster the outrage they deserve. My words are dry as your sense of humor and stink nearly as bad. I'm only vexed because I can't for the life of me tell what the magistrate intends to do." Fen only grinned smokily through the projector. So this would prove important after all. Rotpurar turned to gaze out of the circular portcullis at the hazy stars, the only home he'd known in 10 years. The dim, enameled navigation skulls glowed darkly in a semicircle around him, looking feverish, expectant. "So then what," said the Baron, "do you expect I'll ask of you?" "Who knows?" Rot shot back. "Save a damsel in distress as you betray me for wealth and power, hang by one hand off a cliff, steal a magic ring, destroy an evil spaceship, defend her damned womanly honor?" The Baron's round greenish face exploded into swirls of smoke as the man laughed. "You actually believe," he said in fits, "that that fork-tongued succubus would be guileless enough to risk our gold imperator's temper over a trifle of mere honor?" The pirate, in truth, did not. But what did this scalpel of a man want with him? It was as baffling as the lady's motives themselves, as unnerving as the mention of her name, which stirred feelings he'd long buried. "Aren't you at least curious?" "Why should I be curious? I do what serves me and my crew." "Salty, are we? Still feeling jilted after all these years?" Fen chuckled. "I dare say you're something of a bleeding heart under all that Fabergé chainmail." Rot took the bait. "So if my lady has a quest for honor or justice in mind, and no doubt an elaborate plan behind it, then what?" "Then, by all means, my dear sir, she'll need someone to protect her assets, someone to look out for, say, the daughter of Ambassador Sheikh Samar, of whom she is quite fond. Someone to assure the hot-headed girl can handle herself in troubled times." Rot leaned back once more, considering the challenge, hating the shrouds around its larger purpose. "Babysit the ambassador's daughter. I should ask quite a sum for that. But on the other hand, what sum could possibly make such a fool's errand worthwhile, especially since I know precisely shit? Shall we say for a moment that you agree?" "We shall say nothing of the fucking sort." "Of course not," Fen wheedled, sounding almost apologetic. "Because you'd only have the information you need, and nothing more. You'd be running in the shadows, beyond the auspices of any man or organization. No one alive could know of what you do beyond your crew, and because you'd only be doing it for a meager sum of pocket change, and at terrible personal and professional risk, and perhaps because a little unknowing world might depend on it in fewer days than you think, and because deep down you know Rajna represents something better than any of us, something true, and because you'd be doing it for her." Rot hated the man for his insight, but he felt himself swayed, considering, remembering her, Rajna. Before she'd been a magistrate, dealing in secrets and lives. He had to know what she meant to do. Finally, the pirate spoke his conditions. "It would have to be just the girl I look out for, her and her alone. Obviously, we agree that her damnable mother can't know." "And you're confident that you can find her in less than 4 days' time on that barbaric rock, where not even the magistrate has been able to find her?" Rot considered it for a moment, realizing the quandary was beginning to pique his interest. "I have ways not even the magistrate knows about, and for that matter, neither shall you, Fen." "This conversation hasn't earned your trust." The Baron looked slightly bruised. Rot only snorted. "Earth may be a backwater little barbaric rock, but if there's one thing they've mastered besides war and pornography, it's paranoia.
I don't have to tell you what kind of venomous mass of tentacles the magistrate will get herself tangled in if she's poking at the damn gray machine, but the girl might show promise if she listens a few times better than you do. Fen winked at him, smiling ear to ear. Then, as an old hand to a new, my beautiful young sir, congratulations for playing a part in what may prove a fabulous game. Get used to this, my friend. Before too many more years, it may well be the only sport left you. I'm not like you, Baron. The day I yield this rickety seat to another captain is the day I'm out of the game. Whether it's to a beach on some lost world or to an early grave, that is up to Siren Song alone. Oh, there will be other chairs for you, young fellow, but we need not agree on every detail, just so long as we agree upon what's at hand. Time is short, dear sir. Earth is primed to boil any day now. It was settled, and Rot regretted his decision already. The little old man vanished, leaving only tendrils of smoke hanging in the air like distant laughter. Rot commanded a new course for Earth. Damn you and your sentimentality, the young man muttered to himself. Some pirate you are, parading off on an errand of mercy. Why in 13 mines, then? If not coin, why risk being anywhere near that helpless heap? Rot rubbed at his aching temples, realizing he had no answer that would satisfy his first mate. The huge, surly, bald, muscle-bound man with the lines of silver rings around his dark, whiskered cheeks scowled more severely than usual. The jewelry that dangled from every inch of him jangled in his obvious unease. I find the place somewhat charming myself. Quaint, but the food's nice. Rot returned his gaze to the little sliver of earth visible off-port. South America was coming around the horizon. You know why this planet's about to burst into flames, right? You know that it's 99% gray. Even if the gray down there don't look like the ones we know, great ferocious reptiles, they're gray nonetheless. His first mate was, of course, right. Damnably so. We'll stay out of their damned way, Rot said, just like we always do. Because maybe I don't want to see whatever she has in mind fail. And why's that, oh great red braids of destiny and fortune? Maybe simply because they do want her to fail. The first officer slammed his humongous fist down on the table, rattling it. Because the Empire is so riddled with corruption and chaos that any flick of a finger and the whole web unravels like a ball of captive cobras. And whatever your magistrate means to do, you'd best believe she's poised, and this world is right in the center, whether any of them know it or not. A bit dramatic, wouldn't you say? Rot retorted. Cal's dark eyes only narrowed. This world attracts chaos like flies to a carcass, and if a sea changes on its way, you can believe this is where the waves will hit. You're no sport, Calhava. That is why you keep me around, isn't it? Someone needs to make sure you don't enjoy yourself to death gallivanting between comets like Mikrim. We're nothing like Mikrim. Rot reflected upon the legend. The semi-mystical, mythical mother of pirates, born a slave, betrayed by her beloved the very night she'd led her people across the blood-soaked Grodra beaches to freedom, forswearing dry land as the source of man's evil, and giving herself to the sea until it devoured her. The days when the sea's avengers soaked their flags in the blood of the corrupt, and women of the Treachery took the form of sea dancers to lure the cleverest of evildoers. Those days are gone, if they ever were at all. I don't believe there were ever creatures so pure of spirit, Calhava. Why not? Because it's more reasonable to believe the legends exist only to shame ordinary men into complacency. What better way to ward off delusions of honor than to mingle them with myth? Calhava put his huge sooty hands, each studded with a small city of rings, palm down upon the central meeting table. He leaned forward, the indigo of his eyes blazing. I misspoke a moment ago. It's not gallivanting you do, Rot. What then? Crusading. Rot gave a dry snort of laughter. Absurd. Do not paint a thief in knight's colors, Cal. They'll blind you even as he cuts your purse. Oh, and don't forget looting. We do our fair share of that. Cal seethed, his bright eyes alight, seeing into his old friend's soul. All your talk of myths and legends, you claim them false, but I see nebulas in your eyes when you mention them. For a man who claims no motive beyond greed and no belief in greater beings, you follow in their footsteps to a fault. And you shadow lost causes like a hungry pup after a butcher's cart. And how's that? It was Cal's turn to chuckle. The ambassador and her girl, who seek only passage away from a home world that hangs in the balance. Threatened on all sides by the night sky itself, why do you participate in such an errand of mercy, such a doomed romance? You ask too little in coin for your motive to be as noble a one as greed, my old friend. So what do they represent to you? Rot crossed his hands behind his head, his mind awash in memories, perplexed by the question. In all candor, I've been struggling with the question myself. I counter my bravado at every turn, yet find no obvious parallels in my own sordid life. No harrowed parent figure worth saving in all my memories of the wild, clutter streets of Waypoint. No ill-starred mother in need of deliverance. Yet there was no denying Calhava's point. He was undertaking this foolishness out of some misplaced sense of sympathy? Honor? The meteors forbid, but what then? At any rate, Rot said, tiring of this self-inquiry, the better we manage to train the girl, the more access we'll have, should the little world prove important. You mean to use the girl as a spy? A warrior? Cal asked with reproach. And how do we even find her? I think I've got somewhat of an unprecedented idea. You see, Fen only said that no one alive can know of his errand. He didn't say anything about the dead. Meaning? Meaning I'll need your help breaking into a dead soul's head. Cal, already over the edge, balked even more, shaking big fists at nothing he could actually hit. What sort of mystic do you take me for? Mystic? I'm talking to the same man who can't even talk an egg into frying on a hot griddle or sell water to a dying man in the desert. Demons know. The mind in question exists more as computer than brain. I misunderstand. You speak in fouler spirals than spiders spin. Her name is Mirama, and she's in a unique position to guide us. Rot pulled up the glowing image of Sheksama's late attendant with laughing eyes onto the living light. We live in a rapidly changing universe, my friend. Mirama was an attendant of the Ecoim who got this ball of shit rolling, until she came to be on Earth, because she simultaneously came to be dead. So you have lost your mind? Yes, but more to the point, I've reason to believe she's not as dead as she seems. Cal only put his broad face in his palms. Gods let me sleep, how dead does she seem then? Only so dead as to quite soon be back. You'll see. I believe she can be trusted as a point person for the girl once she's no longer dead, and as a vital contact if things start to get out of hand down there. And you're sure vital is the word you are looking for? I need more to go on than this, and you'll have it. And you realize that gray ships float about this world like flies around a carcass? And that when they even get the slightest wind we have the girl on board, we'll be dead before we so much as think of leaving, and not the kind you come back from, since apparently that exists. Quite so. Cal nodded with the weary resignation that only a trusted first mate of a galactic space pirate can muster. Rot gave him a mischievous smile, enjoying the sweet tendrils of a grand scheme beginning to form in his mind's eye. That was why he kept the humorless man around. The brute did not know himself to be a philosopher, and always proved the greatest of foils for Rot's wild imaginings. Perhaps you were right on one account at least in your miserable and sad rubble heap of a life. Do enlighten me, your arrogance, Cal growled, barely containing a wry grin. Perhaps I can't leave a lost cause alone after all. Ah, then mark me well, you hopeless scoundrel. This world is not just a lost cause. It's a bottomless pit. The pirate ship, like a swarm of dark red and orange droplets, known in infamy as the Rock's Tear, turned to arch over the North American continent, and not a soul on the little world was any the wiser. The pirate's projection disappeared, and Baron Fen returned to his balcony. Fen glared out at the nebula, lighting a long, twisting pipe of something that would take the pressure off for the next few hours. His thoughts returned to that sweltering seed at the heart of it all,
the inevitable outcome of renewing the little world. Ho, ho, the great grey road, Fen chanted to himself, musing, wondering, onward to something or other. He spit out the choppy syllables like spent chunks of coal, the way the cultists did when they chanted in their horrid cookie-cutter rallies across Kyo, identical in ranks of hundreds of thousands at least. Something, something, progress, all is bone and iron. How does the saying go? No matter how grim things get, your skull always gets the joke. How does the Grey respond when their stranglehold is threatened? What happens when an even more pervasive force disrupts their viral control of a world? Legends, rumors, myths. He let it slip from his mind for the moment. The stuff in his pipe began to set in with a rusty, heavy sort of petrichor. There we go. Enjoy these quiet moments while you still can, old chum. Pretty soon, even this will seem like easy sailing. 12. Ride Visitor. The moon came out over the desert. Jericho's tilt-a-whirl head was beginning to clear. He could see the night's first fireworks. Glorious flowers blooming all around in the darkening sky, cracking like distant thunder and sweet as family picnics and being a child. It was the 4th of July, after all. It all came back to him. New. He had to hide the ship, protect the secrets, and get Ricky his bike sometime this century, for that matter, if he had any hope of breathing long enough to ever see it again. Jerry couldn't have said how long his interface with the dead woman had lasted, locked in that mind-splitting embrace. He thought he knew a new, fabulous language, one that redefined the universe. He'd witnessed fragments of another world, a great city built above a mile-deep volcanic rift, but it was all disjointed, already fading, an absurd dream. He reached a tentative hand out, but the stream had run dry. There was nothing more he could gain from their touch. Part of him wanted to leap in wild joy, victory, newfound purpose. The rest still felt disjointed, disintegrated. But it would make sense eventually. The lean, scraggly figure stood and surveyed the scene. The shiny black clam of a spaceship sticking out of the sand, the dead alien woman lying beside it, and began to make other rationalizations. This was his. Not the alien woman, but the ship, yes. He'd been the first upon the scene. Jerry's mind whirled with the possibilities. What kind of power a man could have if he owned something like this? Should he bite the bullet, call the senator, turn this over to his father and the folks behind the curtain? He could picture it. The senator in 2 weeks' time saying, "What ship? What the hell are you talking about, kid? Eat your cereal." Not a chance in hell. Jerry made his way back to the International Harvester faster than he'd come, despite the unbelievable throbbing in his foot. The best he could do now was throw a couple of tarps over the thing and hope he could get enough from Rick for the bikes to trade the Harvester in for something bigger. An old 18-wheeled covered Mack truck would probably do it. He imagined himself driving around the country with the precious cargo in his unmarked white diesel truck, trading secrets to the government or putting on expeditions like a traveling circus. The images contained his dad riding shotgun for some reason, muscular, tan, scowling, talking about percentage. Nah, this was his gig. The old man would be the last to know, he decided. Night had fallen, and a chilly wind had picked up. It was harder than he'd imagined it would be to cover the ship in tarp. Then, in full dark, he finished the work the wind had begun, burying the dead woman in a shallow, unmarked grave of red sand. Things were not as Jerry expected they would be when he rolled into Huerfano about a half an hour later. The lights of Ricky's place were blazing. Shabby characters came and went in cheesy red, white, and blue outfits, drinks in hand, laughing too loud and falling all over each other in their cowboy boots. This place was bouncing with huge, sinful, twangy old blues, lurching out of the jukebox inside, which is usually reserved for lonesome, quiet Tex-Mex suicide ballads. Jericho pulled up the Harvester out front and approached with an absurd degree of caution. Something about the scene was pricking the hairs on the back of his neck. The music up close was painfully loud, and Jim Morrison's hellish baritone ripped through the hot black air. When he entered, what he saw was even stranger than he'd bargained for.
The usual clientele were accounted for, clad in leather variants of Old Glory, singing and bullshitting and dancing badly and carrying on. Old Rick and a few trashy girls, a handful of lush-looking men and women about town, and young Rick, who was channeling James Dean behind the bar, too cool or too awkward to engage in the revelry. And there were two women who looked like the one he'd found in the desert. They were each in a similar black carapace, and each wore a black bandana around her forehead. One was about his age and pretty in an awkward girl next door kind of way. The other was about 35 and gorgeous and severe as a Maxim model. Someone had given the younger girl an American flag bandana which she wore around her neck. With the exception of young Rick, everyone was engaged in intoxicated, swirling, pulsing dance. The energy of the younger two women was contagious, as was the serpentine way they took to the music. The townies looked, in comparison, like squat, overheated, wind-up clowns. Ricky noticed Jerry come in and beckoned him to the bar. "Happy 4th! What took you so fucking long? You get everything here okay?" "Yeah. What the hell's all this?" Ricky surveyed the chaos. "The fucking post-apocalyptic circus is in town. Can't complain, though." Ricky gave him a syrupy wink, and Jerry went through a confusing flurry of jealousy, righteousness, curiosity, and utter stupefaction. They just left their fallen comrade in the sand and showed up at Ricky's. This was how life was for Ricky. When your dad owned all the casinos in New Mexico and when you were Cascabel, Ricky always had an agenda, an angle. Even the question of why he tended bar in this rundown joint when he was set for life had always bugged Jerry. He'd tell you it was his way of giving back to the community. But there was always a racket behind the scenes. His rackets had rackets. Jerry hated him more than a little, he realized. Hated the way he envied him. "Why would they come all the way to this shithole just to throw a dance party?" Jerry said, almost to himself, and all this way had taken on a whole new set of meanings. Ricky eyed him, but said nothing. He was, as expected, hiding something. Jerry's stupefaction had turned into him privately flipping his shit. Running into the other ship's inhabitants had crossed his mind, but this just didn't compute. "They know I found their ship. They know what I did." The younger newcomer, the girl, who looked about his age, was making her way over to where he stood by Ricky in front of the bar, wearing a crooked smile, strange purple starburst eyes penetrating him. She smelled tantalizingly of hard liquor. "Who's your friend?" she asked in a voice huskier than he'd expected. Her grin was a little crooked, her gaze lazy and sauntering, and those electric eyes shone out of her dark face with a devilish playfulness. She was momentarily cast in glorious hues of red and green as someone set off a huge chrysanthemum firework close by. Ricky scowled. "This lazy fuck is Jerry, my associate. His dad's a senator, used to spend a lot of time at my dad's casino racking up debts. Practically grew up looking out for his skinny ass. Am I right, buddy?" It hadn't taken Ricky more than 10 seconds to make it clear who worked for whom. "Remember those bikes I was telling you about?" "Ooh, you brought more of them. You still have to teach me to ride," she said to Ricky. Jerry found himself white-knuckling the sticky bar, sure she was onto him, hoping to whatever God might listen that his panic wasn't showing as clear as day. "Sure, let's hit it," Ricky said, loosening up, regaining his usual nonchalance. "Jerry, you in?" "Why the fuck not?" he said, in about as level of a voice as the starting lawnmower. He was most certainly not in, but if he was going to figure out what the hell was going on, this was probably his best shot. Also, those loose spirals her hips made in the dark leathery suit when she walked, and the way she pinned him down with those eyes. The ravishing middle-aged woman, who was hanging on to Mr. Shades, the older man with white sideburns and a rearing Cascabel emblem on his coat, shouted after the girl as she began to head for the door in the language he'd just learned, or thought he'd learned, but it was too quick to catch. Then the girl spat something back in the same luxurious alien tone, and there was venom at the tip of it. This time he did understand it, though he couldn't have repeated it back. Holy shit, I did learn. Not that the phrase meant anything to him.
Ampuyad griad. Edith shot over her shoulder as she left, walking toward a sky lit like the blaze eternal. The glorious thunder of the harmless, lovely celebration bombs. She was merely repeating what her mother had said earlier that day. She who submits herself defiles herself. Her mother began to push away the grinning man, whose eyes hid behind rainbow oil slicks, but he caught her by the arm and yanked her back. Shexama lolled into the man's arms and hung there, dazed and hungry and aroused and feeling blurry, inexplicably self-righteous. Her daughter disappeared into the night with the two boys, unheeded.
In a swirl of exhilaration, Jerry followed Ricky and the girl out into the blackness. Jerry grabbed a vintage black and orange Sturgis, and Ricky picked out a heavy pit bowl of a low glide with ape hanger Easy Rider handlebars. The girl pointed to a sleek, all-black little Sportster, and Ricky rolled it down for her. "You sure about this one? They're awesome, but the balance is tricky." Edith straddled it, and he began showing her the ropes. "Brakes first. That's your rear brake pedal. This ain't no 10-speed. I don't want to see you slamming your front brake the minute you see a groundhog, got it?" Jerry didn't like the way Ricky was holding her just above the hips to keep her steady while she took it all in. He liked the way she was grinning back at him even less. Edith was paying Jerry no mind at all, and it was starting to sting. This was nothing like the fantasy. God damn it all to hell. Jerry racked his brain for something to shoot at her in his newly acquired alien tongue, to shock her, win her. He couldn't even do it in English. Jerry revved his hug. She looks like she can handle it, Rick." He stabbed in, trying to sound suave but sounding spiteful. The two ignored him, continuing their little routine. "That's a lot of bike for a girl your size," Rick shot at her. "You sure you can handle it?" "I've straddled bigger. I like a girl who knows her stuff." In truth, Jerry expected the girl to learn the way he'd learned, in slow fits and starts, maybe stalling out a time or two. But as soon as Ricky took his hands off her hips, she gunned it so hard the front wheel catwalked about a foot off the ground, and with a lurid gout of dust and smoke, she tore off into the night. Ricky whooped, wonderstruck, and peeled out after her. It took Jerry an extra minute to respond, and he was pretty sure at that speed and with the foot cast he'd surely wind up as smoking roadkill, but there was no chickening out now. The black desert air whipped Jerry's face and chest as the lingering sweetness of Russian olive and that unnameable secret sage spice that only true desert keeps. They ripped down the empty highway after her, climbing to 70 miles per hour, then 80, then 90. At some point, he realized she had veered off the road and was ripping up dust on a long, flat stretch of desert. She'd managed it without decelerating. Ricky took off after her just as easily, but Jerry had to slow, cutting the steep gravel embankment at a weird angle. Rocks and sand slid beneath his tires, and he caught air, and for a heart-splitting moment he was sure that was it. Somehow he landed upright on the sand and gripped his handlebars for dear life, tires squealing and tearing at the loose terrain.
Bathed in an otherworldly wash of rainbow fireworks, Edith turned the desert in her personal motocross course, its curves and ridges like ski jumps and tabletops, and carved them with as little concern for gravity or physics as if she were caning it on the moon. No human had ever ridden anything that way. When the trio rolled to a halt atop a breathless ridge, the moon nearly full and the wind rustling, she let out a wordless cry, vivid and joyful as a sudden oasis. Maybe this planet wasn't so backward after all. It had a rugged sort of charm. She turned to look at the one named Rick, liking the way his lean face glowed in the light of the single silvery moon. "Not bad," she said, still catching her exhilarated breath. "Not bad yourself," said Ricky, grinning and panting. "Where'd you learn to do that?" "Why, from you, of course," she replied. Edith was still feeling the slight buzz from the drink he had called whiskey, of which she'd consumed nearly a bottle and a half in the last 2 hours. "I like your snake drink," she told him. "Do you make it yourself?" "No, not a chance in hell. I tried my hands at some moonshine once. It was good for stripping rust off old bike chains and not much else. But the Jack Daniels CEO? My dad and him are buddies, so we get free cases all the time." Rick was charming, even if his friend had turned out to be a sweaty, sulking third wheel. She decided to take things a step further. "You know, if you really want an experience, something to paint the world colors you've never seen, I've got something you should try." She produced a small, crumpled package from a well-hidden pocket and unwrapped it, popping a little reddish-brown toffee in her mouth. She handed one to Ricky and then to his friend. "It's called Lavia. Try it." "Looks like hash," Ricky said. "What's it feel like?" "What do you want it to feel like?"
Jerry eyed the little reddish gob she'd handed him, and then, far beyond apprehensive and long past feeling like the main character of his own story, he popped it and chewed. It was like eating a spicy ball of raw gingerbread dough. At first, nothing happened. "Let's ride," she said, starting up her bike again. "It's best if it hits you while you're on the move." They took off again, throttling towards that glorious ton. They sped back across the rough earth, lit only by the moon and their headlights. The shadow off each white grain of sand was long as a black adder. And then he hit a jump and caught air, and he didn't land. He felt everything burst. Jericho wasn't riding, but flying. The darkness ripped into dancing maidens, black as Kali, naked as sin. The stars their eyes and grinning fangs and claws. The desert below became an opal cloudscape, and the Harley an undulating Chinese dragon of purple and onyx, riding the trails of fireworks that took life and danced like pixies on spider silk ladders strung up between stars. It sprouted prismatic soap bubble wings, purred and howled and spit flames that contained nebulas, and then turned into a flying black horse, and then a fighter jet shaped like a scorpion made entirely of bone, and then an electric eel, and then it turned into her, and in his mind's eye he made love to her as they rode across the sky. All the while the Cheshire Cat full moon laughed and laughed as Jerry went down and down into the rabbit hole to infinity. He realized he could skirt the edge of the earth, realizing he could play off the horizon like fingers on a guitar string. He lilted, weightless, able to be anywhere in the space of a thought. And then the fireworks-spotted horizon began to turn to that of the world he'd visited earlier that evening. The lip torn down to glowing magma 1,000 or more feet below, coming over the horizon in heat and cinder. Was it Earth? Was it happening here? With a slow thunderclap, as if all the night's fireworks had exploded at once, it buckled around him like shattering glass. Light split the desert in a 1,000-fold web, ripping stone upward all around him. He reacted, reeling backwards, out into the stratosphere, his mind exploding out of the back of his head, becoming the stars. He tried to scream, to warn them down below, those billions obliterated in a flash, but the only sound that came out was the sound of nebular matter clashing in nothingness, a symphony of a million syncopated strings. The earth was suddenly plumed by blazing orb blossoms, the size of cities, dappled all over in miniature suns, oblivion blooming in phosphor white, and in the wake of each there opened a single, giant, bloodshot eye, each a kaleidoscope of fire, and the eyes were all fixed upon him, and he realized they were the eyes of the dead woman, the eyes of the rabbit, and suddenly, finally, his own. They were the eyes of all his torments, stigmata of all the destroyed in that blinding instant. And then nothing but sweet, smooth blackness.
Right about then, beneath the soft setting moonlight, still riding the final blissful tendrils of the Ladia, Edith found her way with Ricky to his bedroom. She let him kiss her wildly, tongues interlacing like serpents, breath hot as steam, sweat tasting like liquor and cinnamon. He tried to speak a few times, but each time she held her hand gently to his mouth. Edith let Rick lay her down and strip off all her clothes, all save the bandana around her forehead. It was time, she knew. She'd be sullied before her third eye had opened, dirty, dewomanized. But what did it matter out here on this dusty little nothing of a world the Empire of Eridu had all but forgotten? Her mother and her mother's old ways were meaningless here. This night had proven it, if nothing else, and it thrilled her more than the speed and the flight. They writhed, clawing and nibbling and panting, thrusting against each other, and her body coursed sweet fluid. She admired the writhing tattoos up and down his sinuous arms, almost the shade of her own skin and looking like lashes of blood in the faint light. She traced them with her fingernails and toenails, and then with her sharp tongue, tasted the salt on his skin, squeezed his muscles, and clutched the strange tuft of curly hair above his genitals. In a sudden moment, all her defenses collapsing, she pulled him nakedly into her. It was thunderously more intense than her years of imagining had prepared her for. She bled, and it burned, but the ladia turned the burning pleasant, and she came to a climax within a minute, so fiercely that her body rose in a wave. At its peak she was paralyzed, feeling him lose himself deep inside her as well. Edith took him several more times as the ladia lasted, each warmer and more fluid than the last, each time gripping him tighter, wordlessly inviting his release within her. She had no idea what happened when you mixed fluids with a creature of another world, and the unknowing gave her a thrill like cliff jumping. She let him do other things to her as well, things she'd only dreamed were possible. They collapsed finally, wordless, wrapped loosely in each other's naked limbs, as the first rays of sun began to light the horizon. After a time, he said, "You don't taste like any girl I've ever been with." "What do I taste like?" "Ginger." She chuckled. "I don't know what that is." "What are those little brown spots all over you?" "Lunares, you mean? Moles. You don't know what moles are?" "No," she said. Weirdly, both of them laughed, and then couldn't stop laughing for a good while. After a silence, Rick asked her, "Why are you and your mother hanging here? Why not just take a few bikes and go to Denver or Santa Fe or somewhere?" Edith didn't reply. She wasn't sure how. She didn't know what a Denver or a Santa Fe was either, but she doubted they'd be any more useful than here, and probably so did her mother. But there was certainly more going on here than she yet understood, more than he was telling her. "You tell me," she said, writhing closer to him. "So, you know ego?" Edith did not, but she nodded anyway. "My dad basically invented it. Of course, those Silicon Valley fuckers weren't about to give no Mexican casino man any fucking credit. Not publicly, at least. He started playing around with putting games in people's heads. Great way to raise the stakes." His grin made her more than a little uncomfortable. "Wasn't 2 weeks before some execs show up from California to buy him out, but he worked out a pretty sweet deal. And got to peeking on some heads before the business went legit, and they cleaned up the whole mental privacy thing. Heads of some serious players. Most of what there is to know, he knows, including some pretty weird shit not even the suits know about." Rick let that hang in the air. "So am I pretty weird shit?" she asked playfully, but really not so playfully. She was getting close to something about why her mother had chosen this place. "After what you let me do," he said, winking, pinching her nipple. "Yeah, I'd say so." "How dare you speak such things?" she retorted, forcing herself to giggle and wriggle and make eye contact. She got the sense that this was as far as she could push without setting off alarms, so she went back to fawning over his lean, dangerous, naked body, lulling any suspicions he might have. "Like mother, like daughter," a cruel voice inside her said. She suppressed it angrily and focused on the young man's virile frame, laid out in all its sweaty bronze glory. It was quite an appealing sight, after all, and her body still trembled slightly with the joy of him. Who cares what Rick knows? Edith was in it for herself and only for herself. She mostly believed it, for now at least. "You have some kind of scar or something?" Rick asked after an indefinite time of lazing about together in the dim, early, dreamy light. She still hadn't let him take off the bandana around her forehead, though she'd locked herself in the bathroom and washed it in the sink some time earlier. "Or something. It's crazy, but when you were on top of me and I was still tripping, I could have sworn I saw... It was like there was this violet eye staring at me from your forehead, looking into my soul. And it turned into a flower, a lotus, I think." "That sounds lovely," she said. "But let me guess, you don't know what a lotus is." She chuckled again, his gaze making her feel even more naked than she was. It was oddly unnerving and pleasant all at once. I want to see it, whatever it is behind the bandana. And part of her wanted to show him, but only for an instant. I can't. Don't get upset. I've shown you everything else. It came out sounding more harsh than she'd meant it to. He left it alone after that. But Edith had known a night of utter freedom, here in the wide open reaches of this strange little world. And that was a feeling she intended to hang on to, tooth and nail. And yet in her dreams, she'd returned to the moment where he'd pinched her nipple, put to name the secret, tender things they'd shared, and in so doing made them vulgar. Cast her for a moment in her mother's shadow. Her sleep was fitful. She turned over in disgust, yanking back the thin blankets Rick was hoarding. He merely grumbled in his sleep, and slowly, breathing raggedly, heavily but quietly as not to wake him, she'd finished the job he'd started herself. Drifting in the pre-dawn hours, Edith began to dream of her opening, as she often did, the time when the vertical eye on her forehead would blossom. The longer she'd worn the black rag around her head, the more she was tempted to check, to study her broad, dark, slightly crooked face in the mirror, to poke at the softly sealed seam, the creases which mirrored its counterpart between her legs. The usual doubts stirred. The eye would be pale and ugly and blind, horrible to look upon, or worse, painful and bloody and oozing, rolling in all directions. The Icoemphenor granted experiences. It saw into men's desires, weaknesses, dishonesties. It processed wavelengths her ordinary two could not, spawning words for colors in statria for which she had no concept. Grith, the color of intent to harm. Memth, the color at the heart of nebulas. Njad, the color of desire. Stagwad, the color of a deep sonic vibration. And beige, which didn't sound all that special. Whenever she dared to compare them to colors she knew, she'd only been met by mocking laughter. When their eyes opened, her school sisters one by one claimed exaltedly that it allowed insight that could not be put into any ordinary language. The opening itself was said to be beyond orgasmic. Edith closed her two working eyes, and in her mind they became like her third, fleshy, blind, unseemly scars, and drifting in vague fear, she slept. She awoke one final time in the wee hours of that fateful morning to a faint tingling sensation, feeling as if a low-voltage shock had just passed through her. First, Edith saw... No, it's impossible. It's the drug. Shimmering in a slight, odd way, but real, she saw Mirama standing over the bed. Mir, it's you. Mirama, glowing faintly in an odd deep blue as some sort of spirit, raised two forefingers of each hand in a triangle before her soft round lips, calling for silence. Edith became aware once again of Rick, wearing the regalia of his birth, prostrate beside her in heavy sleep, and tightened every muscle in her body to keep from screaming in wild joy or panic, throwing herself at the apparition. How was all that escaped her lips. The neural program. Remember how I've been saying each skull once contained a consciousness? Why not program them to do so again, long enough to build a light body that could store it? The recently dead woman's whisper was deep and melodic, as only her whisper could be. For now, know that we have much to do. Your mother cannot know I live. Are you truly alive, then? Edith choked out. Mirama once again raised her fingers to her lips to silence the naked, shivering, sweating girl who was clinging the thin sheets to her chest. Alive as can be. The visage, who was but for her almost imperceptible shimmer a solid form, handed Edith a charm of sorts, a small locket of polished metal. Edith hit a hidden latch on its shell-like side, and it opened, revealing itself to be a tiny, complex, gyroscopic galactic clock. Keep it, Mirama whispered. Hide it from everyone, even your mother. Keep it hidden until it is asked for by a stranger who truly recognizes you. This, for now, is all I can give you. The currents running through Edith's body were intense, as the vibrant electricity beneath her skin before the blaze eternal. Before she could speak again, the Mirama that was, beyond a doubt, Mirama, and that just as certainly could not be her, reached a soft hand out and placed it on the girl's forehead. In less than a moment, she knew sleep like she'd never known before.
In the red haze of the chemical they called whiskey, beating and throbbing in Ambassador Shexama's skull, the ambassador led the hungry, grinning old man with the oil-slick pockets over his eyes to bed in a small trailer behind the snakeskin. Mr. Shades took her hungrily, wildly, not once removing the glasses. Throughout, Shexama could but cling to a single thought. Out of these shadows may balance be born. The man in the Shades' touch was not unfamiliar. Heavy, robotic, churning, like crude gears gritted and jostled just beneath the skin. She had let many a gray take her before in the name of diplomacy. That dreaded, foul, reeking miscarriage of a thing called diplomacy. And Shexama was too reddened and dimmed and engorged by the alcohol and the exhaustion for it to shock her that here, on this meaningless rock far beyond the reaches of Nu, she would encounter not just a drone, but a true gray general. That she'd feel it inside her, a coarse thing of coal and fetid steam firing crookedly on only 3 cylinders as it released and thudded to a halt. As he lay there beside her, sweating, panting, idly caressing her breasts with calloused fingers, she saw it. It was more subtle than on her own world, but there, nonetheless, the grayness behind his face, in the harsh angles of his cheekbones, in the reptilian stasis of his obscured stare, in the uneven way his sour grin fit around his square teeth. Shades was human, but at the same time he was one of them. As if in answer to her hollow, cold realization, he spoke in a mechanical voice, softer and gentler in its drawl than she might have expected. It's less a matter of genetics or syndication or initiation being gray. More a state of mind. Once you have it, you have it. It was like 100 other conversations Shexama had had with them. It came out without ceremony or respect for the natural pace of things, inserted itself into your mind, pinned you to a blank wall of apathy, and began to cover your heart in concrete. Once you found yourself speaking with a gray, it was like staring at a mangled body after a horrific accident. There was no fight left in you and no looking away. How have you followed me to this place? How, after all I've worked for, to strike up civility in the barren hell that is your very being, can you torment me here? He did remove his sunglasses then, and his eyes, devoid of color, were not entirely devoid of sympathy. I support what you're trying to do. We're not as you seem to believe. Certainly not the worst out there. The thing you need to realize is we own this world, just like we own yours. We're not space aliens locked in bunkers or waiting behind the stars with missiles and tripods. We're not looking for your launch codes. We couldn't care less about probing your anuses. And yet you are annihilation itself. Annihilation of everything that life values. Annihilation. What a meaningless end. Perpetuation. Now, there's an interesting property of three-dimensional space. Propagation without end in sight. So Magistrate Rajna was not wrong, she said, sinking, spinning, churning, realizing. That is all you are. Cancer. The urge to kill for profit. The desperate man forcing himself on a woman. Sure, I'm proud to be goddamn American at that. And as long as you do, you are all we need to exist. It's elegant, really. A shadow crossed her eyes. You're all we need. She was nodding, she realized. Mr. Shades stood, pulled his big, gaudy brass belt buckle closed. His fine white hair shone in the harsh halogen lights beyond the trailer on his red, sweaty chest and age-spotted arms. He put his shades on again, and his eyes once more became reflecting pools for all the iniquity in the galaxy, swirling in neon dreams. As he turned to go, he said, Nice talk. We'll have plenty of time for more of these. You can bet on that. Oh, and happy Independence Day. 13. Control forgotten. Jasmine Woods was trying to disappear, to fold herself smaller and smaller into her peacoat, which was the same shade of beige as the little El Paso police station holding cell walls. It was near dawn of what had perhaps been the longest night of her life, and she hadn't slept a wink. So much for her shooting stars and her quest. The police station reeked with the persistent mildew of an old government building, and it rang in Jasmine's skull like rats on the scurry. On the TV and in the flashes of her ego, the talking heads were shouting about drone strikes and water shortages. A Dolph Lundgrendian Arkansas senator called Ross was being grilled on why industrial toxicity levels were hundreds of times worse than reported, and why the better part of 8 million people in the southern United States would have no access to water for the foreseeable future. Hours earlier, in the vastness of the Black Desert Highway, Jasmine had followed the most rational train of thought she'd had when the red and blue lights had blazed on in the hot night, which was still about as far from a good idea as vulture piss-flavored ice cream. She'd grabbed her passport and license and wad of receipts and everything that could have identified her as a human being and tossed it out of the window. It had caught in the dry night wind like so many cigarette ashes, and she'd been free, right? She just breezed by, a ghost, a specter, a private eye with a mission, with flying saucers and alien encounters on the horizon, and wrong. They'd checked her for drugs and found only backtalk, junk food, and a pack of pink condoms. She'd screamed at them when they'd thrown her tape deck and cassette in a plastic bag, and the cop had only chuckled, shaking his head. The arresting officer, a slick fox of a man with a vicious little black mustache, had seemed overjoyed when there had been no passport to be found. He said something about a quota and then told her to walk the line. Assault! Harassment! Get your hands off me, asshole! Not nearly the results she'd hoped for, just condescending chuckles from the officers with the gray eyes. Jasmine kept seeing flashes in the faces of the men, a sort of grayness behind their skin and eyes, a hollowness, a deadness, monsters, pigs, slaved to the system. I knew it, I knew it. A little part of her was shouting, while another was pumping adrenaline, telling her she was hallucinating or losing it, or she'd been drugged. A woefully outdated bit of her mind kept trying to say, people are just people, just doing their jobs. Trust them, they're not evil, not possessed, that's stupid, cops are just cops. And then they'd meet her eyes, and it was just gray. A hungry, bored, mindless gray. The gray of a tomcat toying sociopathically with a dying rodent. The gray inside of a slaughterhouse, killing millions of cows to be served through fast food windows. Why ain't her damn ego giving us anything? Asked another cop from the shadows, who was busy staring into the night at projections only he could see. It was because she was willing it not to, which was obviously not how egos worked. They were machines that fed information to your brain, not the other way around. You could give it commands, just like a computer, but you could no more will it into silence before a squad of hungry police dogs than you could will an ATM to dispense other people's cash. Except somehow that was exactly what Jasmine was doing. Must have a short circuit, another one said, still staring her down with those gray eyes like hungry industrial slaughterhouse killing boxes. Let's take her in. The device that looked like a gleaming piece of dental equipment came closer to Jasmine's freckled temple. All she could feel was her heart thundering in her skull, where there should have been a functioning brain. 3 cops were holding her ankles, and the tech was sweating under his heavy glasses, his breath smelling like barbecue sauce and his chubby fingers fidgeting. Finally, one cop grabbed her jaw and held her head from shaking side to side, muffling her screams and blurring grunts. Jasmine's eyes watered as the inspection tool jabbed at her temple, where the uncooperative ego was implanted, and still, she willed it not to divulge anything. She kept running the same line from the story of Jazz through her head, focusing all her attention on it being true. This was the storybook. That was the reality. The claw of truth commands you to speak, she cried out, in her moment of sweet, undulating climax. At one point, Jasmine struggled her head loose and tried to bite the cop's hand, and it came down on the side of her head in a blow that left stars swirling behind her watering eyes. She realized she was weeping, helplessly, hopelessly. After the incident that had resulted from her unresponsive ego, they'd spent half the night trying to get information out of her the old-fashioned way. Her home, her family, where that Mexican VW had been rented, under whose name, who they should call to come and get her, and why no one had come looking. She'd sat there tugging at her greasy black hair and biting her nails and saying nothing. Glancing at the clock and the door and the vending machine outside the crag-faced sergeant's office, he tried several times to bribe her with a hot dog and finally given it to her in disgust when his secretary had started yammering at him about inhumane treatment. Damn it, I can't keep you here forever, and I can't let you wander out there by your damn self in El Paso as much as I'd love to, and I can't ship you across the border if I don't know who the hell you are. At least not for a spell, he said, giving her a meaningful look that she found somewhat hilarious. Damn aliens. That put her over the edge. What if I am, you fucking worm, you fucking virus? She shouted, sneering. What if I am an alien? What if I've already signaled the mothership to come suck out your organs and lay their eggs in them? She said with as straight a face as she could muster. The fat sergeant sighed, shrugged, and put on his coat. Kid, at this point nothing could surprise me. After what seemed like days, they dragged her in stoic frustration to a waiting room bench, where she sat crumpled in a ball for most of the night. The waiting room hung heavy with mingled vomit and alpine air freshener and that old copy machine smell. She'd held out against their questioning to what end she'd all but forgotten. She kept her ego silent with the stories running through her head. The first day and the second night came and went in almost comatose haze amidst El Paso's peanut gallery of assholes and hookers, rioting upstart anarchists and the flickering buzz of a police station TV news, an endless spin cycle of speculation. This is what the world really is. Nothing certain, nothing glamorous or final, like in movies, just endless questions, until it all starts to crumble. Jasmine slept scant sections of the night away, becoming a piece of furniture, drab and neglected. The night shift cockroaches were processed and spat back out onto the streets or foisted off into a cell somewhere in the bowels of a little cement beast. What if this were my last day on Earth? The horizon was turning violet again, and soon it would be pink, then gold, then blue. A cosmic passion play brought to you in technicolor, wasted on a world all in gray. Maybe she could make it to the door when no one was looking, just slip away into forever. Maybe the gray spell need not hold her in its clutches. She was spinning out of control again, despite all promises she'd made to herself. The world was collapsing in upon her, one grungy ceiling tile at a time. She kept biting her ragged nails and tugging at the hairs behind her right ear. Without the tape recorder to keep her hands busy, she couldn't stop.
14. Watch. Poem. Edith stood behind the bar of the snakeskin and rubbed grimy glasses with a thin rag. She watched as the afternoon light grew long and quiet and mean. Rick had left her to do what he called tend bar about 40 minutes ago. She'd asked where he was going and if she could come, but all he said was, Area fucking 51, with a chuckle that made her consider packing up and just hitting the road. She didn't like mysteries, and there was nothing she hated more than being spoken down to. Rick had left, accompanied by the strange kid called Jerry, who hadn't stopped making sloppy advances all day. Jerry tried to tell her about his dad being something called a senator, tried to ask her about where she came from, even tried drawing a map of the world on a napkin so she could point to her homeland on it when she'd ignored him. Edith had never known a creature could be so pitiful and simultaneously condescending as this Jericho thing was being. And all the while there was something in his grin, like he knew a secret and was on the brink of spilling it. He'd been twitching by the time they left, hitting himself on the left temple. What's the matter? Rick had said irritably as they headed out. You gonna make it?
It's nothing. Just my damn ego. I keep getting these weird messages from my dad telling me how fucked he is over this water thing in St. Louis. Forget it, it'll be fine.
Since they'd left, there had been no customers, and Edith had welcomed the silence. After the glasses had been steamed to comforting warmth and washed, she pulled up a stool around to the business side of the bar and picked up one of the old-fashioned digital pads these humans left lying around like scraps of tissue. Information access devices by the looks of them, though as far as she could tell, they were mostly used as drink coasters. After a little time remembering her English letters, she found her way onto some archaic central database called Internet and began digging. The first thing Edith had searched was human sex, and immediately learned far more than she wished she had. It was nothing compared to what she learned second, how women are treated in a society of self-deception and ownership, without conscience or real enforceable law. Self-deception is the definition of evil, said the old Ecoam doctrines. Inequity and ownership are its vehicles, and self-righteousness is its fuel. The next thing she asked Internet was Area 51, and oh, what a rabbit hole she fell into. None of it was remotely credible, though she knew for a fact this world was overrun with various species from across the galaxy. Hilariously so. Take reality TV, for starters. These people had no idea where to look for the strange among them. It was their obsessiveness, the endless fascination with the otherworldly, the twisted and sick. These beings insisted upon beauty, upon clean edges and soaring landscapes and decorated flags, and yet in secret relished the utterly foul. Edith threw the computer thing away in disgust, trying to forget all that this internet cesspool had revealed. She took to tracing the sharp desert shadows on the lacquered wooden curvature of the bar with a pen, forgetting where she was and what she'd seen in the last 24 hours. So much so that she missed when a man did enter the bar, silent as smoke. He was tall and slender, walking slow with the faintest limp. He wore a hat with a wide brim and an ornate heavy coat that should have rustled as he entered through the swinging door. Long fingers were obscured by dark leather gloves of a purplish hue. He made his way to the corner and sat, head low, so quietly that when Edith finally chanced to look up and see him slouched beyond the pool table, she nearly shouted. It took her a moment to do as she'd been instructed, to gather her wits and saunter behind the long figure in the dim shade, and to ask in as good an imitation as she could muster, "What can I do for you, stranger?" And when he turned, her heart began thudding again. Stranger, indeed. He was young for his long, tired leopard gait. His skin was gold red, tasseled with thin red braids. His smile was lazy but not entirely unkind, his faintly golden gaze unnerving.
Scotch, said the stranger, savoring the word. Yes, Scotch, and a watch.
Anything you say. She made her way back to the bar, found a bottle of light brown acerbic liquor she was somewhat sure said Scotch on it, and poured 2 glasses.
Anything I say, I can have it my way,
he mused, setting her nerves on edge. And though she was hardly one to say, his English sounded even more stilted than hers. She sat down in the leather booth across from him, imitating his feline posture. She sipped her drink and he sipped his, and both savored the sensation of the top layer of their tongues being burnt off. What sort of watch?
You already know if I'm right about you. If I'm wrong, then, well, any sort will do.
Edith's neck prickled, and her spine followed in an anticipatory wave. She reached into a hidden pocket and fingered the little gyroscope thing that Merima had given her in the middle of the night, which until that moment she had been certain was a trick of Ladia and Moon, of sleeplessness and sorrow. But it was there in her fingers, just as she recalled. Smooth and heavy and dimpled with ancient Statria script she could not decipher with eyes nor fingertips. A magic charm, a signet, a talisman of the impossible, jarringly metallic, faintly electric, solid, real as day in the sweating secret space of her palm. The prickles turned into a thunderstorm of thrill. She was unsure whether she kept it off her face, whether or not tiny beads of sweat formed in the bridge of her nose, whether or not she picked noticeably with her other hand at the lining of the leather seat. "Tell me," she began, uncertain as to where to proceed.
Anything,
he responded, and she felt her body respond in turn, pulled in by his liquid certainty, his sparkling youthful eyes fixed on hers. "What if I don't want anything? What if I want truth?"
Then I will give you truth.
"Then you'll just be giving me what I want. And how is that truth?"
How could words from my lips to your ear be anything but?
She stopped herself from falling over this precipice, into his words and eyes, and leaned forward, not to be closer to him, but so he could see the intention in her eyes, which she willed with all her might. "You will not sway me with your slippery tongue." What is it the dream of Mirama, which can have been no dream, said? Keep it. Hide it from everyone, even your mother. Keep it hidden until it is asked for by a stranger who truly recognizes you. This, for now, is all I can give you. If you are right, then tell me, who am I? What is unique about me? He leaned back, his smile boastfully overconfident, or
You are an artist. Your words and songs and your mind make up your art.
She burst out laughing, a coarse, heartless laugh. Fool she had been, to take this creature for any more than a charlatan, thirsty in a dying desert or in a bloodless world. And all this from my scribbling on the bar, I suppose. She sloshed back the last of her bitter drink amidst bitter laughter. That this is where our art is to meet? You only wish the chance to get to know my body the way you feel my poetry? He held his composure, then said,
Elegant steed, wings cut thin as silk, blood vessel web against embers beyond the veil.
Her laughter stopped. She gripped the little gyroscope closer, feeling it begin to warm with her touch. It was the first line of her poem, the Nonai form she and Mirama had once written, the one only Mirama had known. Edith recalled the willfulness, the feverish hunger with which her younger self had composed the poem, in her chamber looking at the night sky, hot with fever from a springtime illness. Mirama had stroked her hot, aching brow, smiling down at her, a silver-eyed shadow in the soft moonlight. She wanted her friend again so badly. Slowly she brought forth the talisman, the little gyroscope encased in a silken metal egg, and placed it on the table.
I also know you are reckless, impulsive.
The pirate added, grinning. Who the fuck are you to say?
Let me demonstrate.
With a swift dart of his purple-gloved hand, the man snatched it up, and with a swish of coat he was off. Startled, it took her a minute to react, and then she leapt, getting tangled in bar stools, and shouting after him in rage, Bring it back! I never said you could take it! She yelled as the tail of his coat swished through the flimsy screen door. She thought she heard him say something like,
Ryan, Yoet!
Drift speak of all things, for keep up as if your life depends on it. She ran to the back of the shack, the afternoon dust of Huerfano blowing in her face, just in time to see him use some sort of gem to do something to the ignition of one of Rick's Stofftails, causing it to rumble to life with a jolt. He leapt on and was off, taking with him her only link to Mirama. She ran inside again, fingers slick with sweat, until she dug an extra set of keys out from under the bar. It had been foolish of Rick to trust her with them, she thought, as she made it back outside in a frenzy of dust and rage. She matched key to bike after dropping the whole set twice, and finally left with that heavy thrumming jerk she'd learned and mastered the night before.
The pirate Rot Purar rode the strange, vibrating, fuming, bucking vehicle, not for his life, but for the life of a world. And as the barren horizon broadened before him, away from the little shack in the midst of nothingness, he began to doubt that she'd be able to respond, to catch him in such short notice, at such ferocious speed. The landscape was a humming, rattling, slashing array of red and gold, and the dust that flung itself against Rot's face nearly choked and blinded him. The highway split between two lanes, side by side along a ledge of about 2 man's heights, and he took the lower of the 2 roads. And then a shadow fell over him, a leopard falling from a tree onto its prey, but at over 80 lengths an instant. Rot swerved, flying off his bike in a twisting, agonizing lurch, hitting the ground at a speed that would have reduced most humans to pulp. Just as he did, the other bike came down upon his, its black-clad rider leaping out of the fray before the 2 frames tangled, spinning away in a smoking heap beside the road. She landed nimbly and stood over him. The bandana Edith had worn had come off during her pursuit, but the eye on her forehead remained a closed vertical slit. The 2 violet eyes that glared down over him, however, burned with a kind of life he'd seldom seen. Rajna's eyes, the way they'd looked long ago. Not bad for an artist. How did you do it? Rot half growled, half wheezed out of mashed lungs heavy with dust. How did you catch me at such a rate? From nowhere.
Nowhere is where I've spent most of my life. Give me my watch back. He pulled the gyroscope with bleeding knuckles from his coat and tossed it to her, pulling himself up on his aching knees. Who are you? And what is this? The girl shook the gyroscope at him for emphasis. And who gave it to me, and why? And how did you know to take it?
One question at a time. You already know full well who gave it to you. And she is not a dream, not a vision, not a ghost. Although perhaps some combination of those might suffice. And she got the damn thing from me. I call myself Captain Rot-Purar of the Rock's Tier, enemy of the Empire of Eridu and her only living salvation. And that watch...
He stood painfully, surveying the wide-open blue sky before returning his squint to her.
Is how I found you, and how they'll find us. A substellar chronolocator.
Stop making things up.
It's a fancy sort of transponder. Oh, and point doubly proven. That was reckless of you.
Before she could respond, a shadow and a shimmer fell over her. He gave a whoop, a sort of...
Hail!
Before Edith could grasp what he had been calling out to, it was upon them. She felt a body warp like mere light in a refractory lens, and was giddy for a moment, falling through space without shape or sense. They were standing dusty in the desert by the fallen bikes, and then they were not. The ship had slunk at triple the speed of the motorcycles, undetected, 20 feet above them. It was a junky patchwork of once nice furnishings, just shy of 200 feet from prow to stern. The hull was made of reddish-violet and orange teardrops of warped metal, held together by crackly arcs of lightning, along with metaphorical dreams and bubblegum. Edith, for the first time of many, found herself aboard the Rock's Tier. All Edith knew was that she was somewhere else entirely. She was still without a headscarf, feeling horribly naked, but now in a dark reddish metal chamber, not of the construction she'd encountered on this world. She was on a ship, an old ship at that, and that of red drift design. Before her stood the man who had led her away from relative safety and snatched her up, with long red braids, ornate golden armor, and golden red skin. Her head spun and throbbed, and none of what she saw registered as quite real.
Welcome to my little ship and your new home, as it were, said the feline man called Rot-Purar, in lilting drift speak. The leap sickness will ease in an hour or less. I'm here to help you remake an empire or something like that. Edith reeled, still feeling electrified and lightheaded. Before she lost consciousness, she said, "Please don't tell my mom about..." The pirate caught her as she passed out, tossing a gaudy red and bronze sheet over her. "But of course not. For Mikram's sake, I said remake the empire, not torch it. Because that's exactly what that damn mother of yours would do, if only she knew." Rot's looming first officer Cal emerged from somewhere in the shadowy halls of the vessel. "Find the girl some quarters. It may take her a few moments to recover from her first leap, as you well know. Soon as she wakes, training begins." The little ship slipped upward through warped space, back into a stable orbit around Earth, undetectable by the eye and instruments of man. Outside of Rock's Tier, hundreds of dull silver vessels hung in wait, fleets piloted by the Grey Purpose. They floated adrift in their awkward industrial fashion, like skulls of long-dead rodents, beyond the detection of the little blue and green world called Earth. "What in blazing sirens are they up to?" Rot had been aware of his first officer loping up to join him in central chamber of gold brocade, high-vaulted vessel's bridge. "Is there any way they could know she intends to move on this world in just days?" the first mate added. "The Baron's coin is as good as any," Rot snapped back. "And not a tenth of what you should have asked," growled Cal. "There's no recantation of our pact, Cal." "Merely an augur, my captain, given too late upon ears too deafened by the clang of our lives' clocks running down. The chances of our deliverance through the grasps of those who control your precious adopted world are as comets from a dying sun. And more fool I, for 1 part coin and 9 parts sheepish loyalty, that I enable such madness. And what do you intend to do to keep the grave from blowing us to smithereens in the meantime?" "Mirama has an idea or two. A way of amplifying the special qualities of the girl's consciousness out across the world, once she gets a better handle on it herself." And then both men realized a third party had joined them on the ornate, echoing bridge, timid and half-concealed. They turned to see Edith. Despite her earlier bravado and impressive acrobatics, she once again looked young, lost, scared.
So I'm not to believe then that this ship and crew is here to bring me safe passage away from Earth?
Indeed, child, believe no such thing, the captain replied, allowing a wry shadow of a grin. Only that if any ship and crew had a beetle's chance in lava to make something of you before the world below goes by one means or another to steaming shit, it would be this one. But I make no promises about the beetle being fireproof.
You can't trap me here. I'll get out, or I'll take you down with me.
And you disagreed, Rot spat back, when I said you were hot-headed.
Edith glared daggers. I want nothing of any of this. Take me where you'd like, or dump me back on that rock down there, but no, I'll have nothing of my mother's machinations or schemes.
This time Rot did smile fully. That's good, neither will we. It is the magistrate that wishes you trained, not in the arts of diplomacy as your mother might have it, but in things a bit more practical.
What then?
Grit, for one thing, being an adult for another, and discipline. We're here to help unlock the secret thing in you that the magistrate is so set upon.
So, to sacrifice me?
Maybe. Would you rather hide away in your mother's shadow after all? The daggers in her eyes winked with venom, but she said nothing. Anyway, I don't think it will come to that, he added, rubbing his bad hip, still bruised thanks to her. I don't think it's so literal as spilling your blood to poison the Grey. I think it's about your mind. Could be wrong, but if we are to get to the bottom of what the magistrate has planned, and have some say in it, you're going to have to learn how to control yourself, harness your potential, or some such rubbish.
Edith considered her captor, trying to sort it all out, and the only definitive thing she could find within her was that, for some reason, Mirama had trusted him. Where's my mother's attendant?
Elsewhere for the moment. Mirama will be here with us when she can, I trust. But there is much afoot across the cosmos, and she finds herself in a unique position to address it.
Where? Edith demanded, unable to keep from shouting.
Be damned, child, and be quiet. Think. Why would I keep such a thing from you if I myself knew? When I entreat you to share the very precious most secrets of your circumstances with me, take me for a scoundrel and a thief and a rogue and a sentimental half-crippled one at that, but do not dare to take me for a fool.
Rod had several solid points. She took a few deep breaths, calming herself as much as could be expected, considering him. He might be half spider, half leopard, and dressed ridiculously, but she reflected again that his odd light eyes held no cruelty. It had to be enough for now. And so, taking a leap she was far from comfortable with, Edith began. She didn't tell him everything, but she told him most of it. How she'd seen Nyala throw herself into the blaze eternal of the Ikwem, and how her mother and the magistrate had argued over her fate that night, until dawn, thinking themselves alone. How she herself was somehow the key to bringing the Grey to their knees. How being half of the sisterhood and half of the Grey purpose made her consciousness, or her blood, perhaps her DNA itself, somehow powerful, somehow toxic, or even devastating to the Grey. And how, to the best of anyone's understanding, harnessing that power could mean her charbroiled end.
Tell me, have you ever heard of something called a mind realm?
She raised an eyebrow, clearly shaken. You mean like the ones the ancients caused that created the split?
Captain, do you mean to kill us all?
Cal interjected.
Of course not. Probably not. But I think I know what it is about the girl that the Grey ought to fear. And with a lot of work and even more luck, we may just have a chance at harnessing it. Without the unfortunate side effect of anyone being cooked alive.
Rot cracked a winning smile.
Can you honestly ever really rule that out?
15. Lost. Past. The huge dead man grabbed Roland's throat, and the boxcar exploded with activity. In an instant, John was thrust backwards, off the speeding train, and Wednesday let out a piercing scream. And with all the great ash of the Iwa, she bellowed. No, she proclaimed, You, beast, have no tribe but the tribe of lost souls, scattered to the corners of the sky. And when you are truly lost, then you got nothing to lose. Let go of him now! Roland fell on the boxcar metal, holding his throat and coughing, face purple. The stranger gave her an enigmatic look, and then took a step backwards and leapt off the train into the speeding jungle with the grace of a tiger. "John!" she cried, but the others were already up, helping Roland to his feet. Wednesday, Roland, Summer, and Dimple jumped and tumbled one by one down to the rough stone embankment beside the train, skirted with thick, rambling vines and ferns ready to swallow a traveler whole. The four began to make their way back to where that long-forgotten comedian Uncle John had been knocked off the train like so much dried driftwood. The thin lip of jagged stones, piled like skulls in a catacomb, made for slow going. Where had her love fallen? It hadn't seemed more than a minute between the time John fell and the time they jumped after, but scrambling over the rocks, feeling bones of dead birds and cigarette butts and broken bottles crunch under her, Wednesday began to panic. "God damn it, where are you? Baby, where are you?" That first kiss flashed before Wednesday's eyes as she ran, holding John tight against the city skyline as lightning crackled in the distance, all those long, sweet years ago. Was this the cost of trying to love this man? Betrayed and then bereft, scrambling over broken glass in the depths of the jungle? Her heart bolted in her chest when she saw him. He was sprawled down a gravel embankment about 40 feet back, left leg twisted at a wrong angle, the cloth dark with blood. John was dead. She was certain the moment she saw him. The years began to swim before her eyes when they'd met at the producers' party, that kiss on the roof overlooking Midtown Manhattan in the misty, sparkling night, when they'd caught a train out of Manhattan forever. Wednesday was making a sound she could not control and didn't have a word for, and her hands were shaking, her eyes filling with tears, but she stumbled on toward his broken body, scraping her knees and twisting her ankles. She was beginning to tremble, but could not notice anything but his body lying there in the gravel. And then he lifted his head. Wednesday gasped and fell forward, grasping him to her, rocking him, sobbing in wretched, shuddering waves. John was scraped and gashed all over, and covered in chalky white dust, but he gripped her hand tightly.
"I'm still here, babe."
"Oh, baby, your leg's all messed up." He grunted and tried to sit up, but let out a harsh shriek of pain. Dimple was there, steadying him, and then Rolando, still looking shocked and pale but clear, and Summer was holding Wednesday, rocking her back to a place where she knew how to breathe.
"John," Dimple said, his eyes like still blue pools, "I have to set the bone in your leg. It's sticking its nasty little head out."
"Don't suppose you could just leave it sticking out for opening bottles and hanging hats on?"
John said with a weak smile. "You're a pain enough as it is, you old codger, even with your bones where they belong.
"And you're still foolish as a jackdaw if you think I'm gonna let you..." "Ah!"
But John didn't finish the jibe because at that moment Dimple yanked the bloody, mangled leg by the ankle. With a sickening, squishy crunch, the bones set, and John yelled loud enough to wake all the mummies in Mexico.
It oozed blackly, and Dimple tugged his makeshift tourniquet tighter. The young man's face held steady, but his broad forehead was dripping with sweat. He cleaned the ugly gash with rubbing alcohol, bound it tight with some wild tarragon Summer had gathered, and splintered it solid. Everyone is pale and more than ready to vomit, but the little pack held together until the gruesome business was done. A little time passed, and the four of them huddled around John as the afternoon sky grayed like pensive milk curdling. "There's a hospital that's not too bad in the town just south of us," Summer said after a time. "And we can hitch a ride off about 3 miles. I helped a friend get there a few years back when she got banged up in a scuffle. If we go slow and take turns carrying him, we can get there by sunset, I think." John's breathing was still labored, and his voice a dry, weak rasp.
"No time for that. I'll be fine, damn it. North. We have to keep north."
Wednesday gave him a look like she was watching him push us to sea forever without even telling her why. Summer saw in his eyes a resignation, a regret so heavy it weighed his head until he could not hold her gaze. "John, you gotta tell me everything you've been keeping." Wednesday's voice was little more than a whisper.
Yeah, I do."
And then, in a stronger voice, Rolando said, "And El Muerto is watching." Over there, no frog speaking. I think
Nos seguirá hasta que le ayudamos a hacer lo que vino a este mundo a hacer.
he will keep following us until we help him do whatever it is he came to Earth to do. The 5 companions rode through the night in a boxcar, empty save for the small band. The ride was lulling and uninterrupted, cutting through the endless jungles and mountain passes steeped in mother black, and John spent the night in what can only be described as a realm of pure pain. Despite his companions, he was alone with it, as alone as the moon is with the earth. Rolando had gone down the line of train cars, agile as a lemur, and bargained for something akin to morphine, but it had an interesting effect on the spindles of agony in his broken leg, strained spine and retching ankle, etc. It yellowed it, focused it into a weird solitary sphere in the blackness that throbbed in the center of his brain. But they had respected John's request to suffer on the outside of things. No hospitals and no bureaucracy. At least, he realized cravenly, as long as he managed not to get all fucked up with infection. Somewhere along the line of steady rolling boxcars, a desconocido's dog barked through the night. It was a hungry, hoarse, wretched sound that tapered to a horrible whine after each volley, and then just when you thought it was over, it would start again. John would doze off, and each time it'd wake him. He'd think he was a boy, back on the 5th floor of a necrotic brownstone in Queens, overlooking the tiny stone yard where the neighbor's Doberman had howled for days and finally starved to death on the concrete. Every night, for 2 weeks, John had wanted to go down and strangle it with his bare hands, but of course he'd been terrified of it, and that's exactly how he felt now. But why? Why did he hate the poor, miserable thing so much? Because it was reading off his very own writer, ungrounded, unfamilied, with no connection to this broken, sick little world. And if help ever showed up, he'd snap at the hand before it had time to throw him a scrap. Wednesday. Now, finally, after all these years of holding on for dear life, he'd ruined that too. He was pretty damn certain. John was about to speak at long last, but hesitated. I need a little more of that snowball first.
Wednesday didn't like the broken look on his tired, grimy face. Furtive. By snowball, he meant the painkiller Roland had gotten a hold of, and she was pretty sure he'd just had a dose not 2 hours ago. She found herself looking at Roland. Roland frowned with worry and shook his head as if to say, "It's too soon." "Not yet, baby," she said, hoping it was just the meds talking, making him forgetful. He looked away for a tenuous moment, showing her a kind of silent, broken desperation that made her think, maybe not. Just maybe not. She waited in silence for John to begin to speak.
Those men that came in the night with guns blazing, all megaphones and trucks and sickles and roads, they call themselves Los Hombres de la Sombra, though I've heard them called the Gray Machine. They collect people. John's voice had come in harsh rasps, barely audible over the song of the crickets and the frogs. Like recruits? Dimple had asked. More like disciples or slaves. If you've ever heard legends of people in New Orleans who turn men into zombies with pufferfish venom, then you're halfway there. Throw in the kind of brainwashing you get in Uncle Sam's boot camps and a little religious fervor as well. First they collect, then they brainwash, then they brand. It was too dark to see their faces under the bandanas, but there's no way out for those people but the hard way. How in the name of everything human can people do those things? Dimple said to himself, teeth clenched. Ain't no saying, John said. Sometimes folks are just looking for a leader and their humanity don't go no further than that. And some folks are just gray inside. Ever since the egos came about, it's been worse. People seem more likely to hitch up to that kind of grayness. Wouldn't be surprised if the hombres are just the tip of the much larger tentacle. That's why they weren't shooting to kill, said Summer, her face pale but captive in the dim firelight. They must have scouts who keep track of where the big groups of migrants are and when the halls change up, said Dimple. And maybe it explains why all those men they were chasing had the scar. He indicated his own left temple. why they'd all had their egos removed. I guess it makes sense if you don't want to be traced across borders, but I guess when they got their egos removed, something was left behind. The way that man spoke, said Wednesday. What was it he said? First promises, then questions? Then you just disappear, Summer finished, shivering. John stirred the fire. So, assume someone or something was using the ego to track those folks, single them out and make them disappear. Ego's a shining pinnacle of private enterprise, which sure as shit means governments around the world got access to what they put in folks' heads. And how else would the Sombras be able to get access to that information? Summer's eyes shone big in the shadows. Think about it. Ain't been food or water or oil or agents of the peace in these parts of the world for decades. That big swath of jungle they call the Central American Unregistered Zone wasn't always called that. And who does it fall on to feed or clothe any of those folks? Well, that's the question, isn't it? So the talking heads got to figure. Maybe it's better if folks just disappear. It was Roland who finished the sentence, face hidden behind his hands.
Doesn't surprise me, Summer added. Did you know people in the DRC have been murdered in the tens of thousands over the last 40 or 50 years over coltan? What's coltan? Dimple asked. It's an element used in ego microprocessors and smartphones before that. Ironically, the word coltan comes from the element columbite tantalite, originally called columbium, as in Christopher Columbus. Egos managed to keep people numb to those statistics all these years. What's a few migrants here and there?
So these folks on the run. John's vision was swimming and his breath was shallow, but he pressed on. It had to be told. No one sees, no one hears, no one talks or searches. And the feds look away because, well, two birds with one stone. There's some talk lately that the feds got the hombres on their payroll. The old man's whole wretched body hurt. The reason I know all this is because I've been keeping tabs on my girl. She got tangled up with the hombres about 15 years ago down in Veracruz, and she was only 16. Neither her mother nor I really kept a close enough eye on her, I suppose. And she came back to New York just once, looking for a way out, I guess. She told me she had a son, a little baby who'd be about 14. She was in trouble, having to do with the kid, and she was just trying to do what she could. And anyway, I guess it doesn't matter where you're from if your papers are gone with the wind and you're caught stuffed, if you catch my drift. Rachel was mewling? Summer asked in that quiet, wonderstruck voice. John nodded. But I freaked out when she tried to tell me about the drugs, the shit she was caught up in, the baby boy with God knows who. She was just a kid, looking for me to be the father I never could be. I let her push me away. Word was, some of the Cascabeles took care of the hombres around 2018, and Rachel fell in with them after that. I figured that's as close as I could hope to making sure folks were looking out for her. I just never thought I'd see that damn symbol again. And when you saw it, Summer said softly, you knew she'd be in danger again. I guess I figured it was time to try and set something right for once in my life. I owe her. I know it's not enough to apologize now for playing it so close to the chest. Sometimes redemption's more than life can offer. Sometimes all you can do is go out hoping you fell on your own grenade full on. And what were you planning on doing, even if we did make it upstate? Wednesday asked fiercely. Reach out. Get in touch with the Cascabeles, maybe. Cascabeles! The way she said it, it struck more like an ice pick than a word. They're not all bad winds. You and I both know we counted on them more than once back in the day. And you said never again. Tell us more about the Cascabeles, Dimple pressed. Neither John nor Wednesday answered. Are they like the Sombras? To that, Wednesday spat, just as bad. They're not, John insisted, wincing in agony as he shifted. They deal in bikes, guns, weapons, maybe worse.
But they do it because someone has to. Folks are gonna sin sure as the Reaper's gonna take them. Someone's gotta say where and when.
Wednesday stared in disbelief. It was an argument old and gnarled and intractable as he was, one he'd hoped never to have again.
Someone has to keep the order. Better it be decent men who stand for things, than folks like the hombres, who'd just as soon deal in women and children and...
John trailed off. There was little else to say. There was no asking them to keep on towards the border, to help him set this one last thing right, or at least go out trying. No carrying on at all, even alone, with the state he was in. There was just the pain and the hollow, rasping breath, begging ultimate release from his aching chest. They just kept staring at the fire, and in the hot black distance, that wretched dog kept howling. That was how they left him, each to retire to his or her place around the fire. Dimple and Summer sat together, the rest alone, and the night heaved on like a tired hellhound, old and hot and too tired to do anything but lie down next to its crippled prey and sleep the fitful sleep of the damned. His mind kept returning to the little bottle of tiny white snowballs Roland had in his rucksack. I could take it all away, he thought, as hard as he tried to keep the thought out with just a gesture, even if just for the night. No, that wasn't him anymore. Why not? You broke your leg to smithereens after all, didn't you? And might it not be better for them if... That little voice never really went away. A ways off in the dark distance, well hidden in the thick wet foliage of the Yucatan, Noxra of the 47th, who remembered little more than his name and his doctrine, watched the band that had rescued him with eyes like infrared laser sights. He watched and waited, and for the first time in his short life, was uncertain as to how to proceed. He was revoked, his purpose muddied. It had shades beyond mere black and white. Yet Noxra lived. A lesser being would be pacing, tearing at its hair or gouging at its own eyes with the extremity of the paradox. But he had no hair, and somewhere in the dim, sterile maze of his mind he held fast. He crouched, unblinking for hours in the black jungle, a giant albino boa constrictor, and he watched. His directive was to dismantle the 5 interlopers and continue on to remove the EcoM ambassador and all evidence of her presence. To what end? For whose benefit? These were not questions he was programmed to consider. But the 5 interlopers had performed a ritual of resuscitation upon his body. By all reasoning, this paradox would kill him. He was to remain frozen here in this patch of jungle, unable to move or hunt, until after several months he would starve to death. But at the same time another sense was flickering in him, in the back of his brain, a notion unlike any he'd had. He could simply be unbound. Could it be that simple? Could he continue to live without purpose, to function as he chose? At dawn the party awoke. With very few words they packed, and with the large younger man carrying the wounded older one on his back, they started back the way they came, towards the tracks they'd been riding the day before. And, with something like a tiny ray of light flickering in the back of his mind, Noxra unfroze himself and began to follow.
16. Realm. Riddle. By Earth time, Edith had only spent 10 hours on Rot's ship since the evening of the 5th, but the ship could travel in such a way as to bend and stretch time and gravity, and those hours had been stretched out to days. It was night 4 of this particular dreadful game. The service catwalk over where the central drive skulls, quantum entangled metasilicate superconductors, suffered from a very subjective notion of gravity. Something akin to carrying a 30-gallon tank of boiling water on one's head whilst walking into turbulent waves. Down was certainly down, and falling toward it would certainly mean being devoured by plasma trails, like eager, feral dog tongues. Her whole body trembled. Her teeth rattled in her skull with the ship's shudders, and no amount of blinking kept the sweat from burning at her eyelids. Edith held on with numb fingers and toes that swirled in kaleidoscopes of shifting, prismatic pain. The slick, heavy, razor-sharp metasilicate discs threatened to slip from her aching hands, numb from holding them above her head, and her aching feet threatened to send her falling into flashing, superheated plasma, swirling and gnashing below. "There's got to be a less insane way to do this than by hand," she spat at Rot, who was watching her hawkishly, crouched on a ledge cut into the vast, spherical drive chamber's far side. The warm, sunset-colored glow danced on his face, making him a being of sullen fire. Serene poise dripped from the young man at the rate sweat dripped into her burning eyes.
"We're adrift."
Rot shot back, swaying as a seasoned sailor along with the sickening gravity fluctuations.
"Our hands are just as commoditized as your tools, and we learn to use them as such. It's no different on Earth for the ones upon whose backs empires have been wrought."
The giant suspended clockwork globe of silicate discs above her head rolled and spiraled forward, wider than she was tall, and more intricate than the galaxy through which it propelled them. Each component had to be removed at precisely the right time, cleaned, oiled, and replaced before the entire circuit either screeched to a slamming, shuddering safety halt or ripped your clumsy fingers clean off in the uncaring calculus of cosmic law.
21st through 23rd fulcrum slave discs in succession, 24 degrees pitch, 18 yaw.
Rot spat at her, studying his long, well-arched fingernails. For the 7th time in an hour, she nearly lost a finger scrambling to unlatch the discs in succession, before they rotated, dizzyingly, maddeningly, out of her reach. Below her, the swirling raw plasma radiated a baleful, unforgiving heat with a golden-brown smell of roasting ham and fruit.
"Now, 6th fulcrum. Hold it in your teeth if you have to. You only have 7 temps left. Tell me again, what did Nyala say before she leapt?"
Edith, who had just put a razor-sharp metasilicate cogwheel between her teeth as she balanced 3 more in her free hand, balked at the question and grunted as if to say, "Talk o' work, one or the other, asshole." Rot wasn't deterred and shot more questions at her as she juggled the razors from hand to mouth to hand, sure to feel an electric sting and taste blood at any moment.
"What about your mother? Her take on the woman's suicide? Did she mention your dead brother? What did she say?"
The questions had been coming like this for the past hour and were beginning to dig and rankle hotter than the plasma heat, the artificial vertigo, and the sore feet combined. Maybe that's the whole idea? But good demons, why? She all but spat the final 23rd fulcrum disc back into her left hand and had to jump to wedge it back in place. "What does it matter?" she snapped back.
"Try to remember, Edith. The last thing Nyala said before she died. Put yourself entirely into that moment."
The problem was Edith remembered it all too well. The image was burning like a sun into the inside of her eyelids, and she was beginning to believe that no amount of light years, ladia, sex, or whiskey would wash the burning thing clean. Rot began to repeat the question, but she cut him off. "Let my life from start to finish be a torch in these dark times. Live as I lived, without compromise. Live." He stared.
"That's the last thing she said."
And it came damn near being the last thing Edith said. Something lurched or rippled, and her foot slipped off the catwalk. She caught a glimpse of the yellow lapping plasma below and realized she was spinning like a top on a tightrope. She felt for a long moment as if she'd been made to leap again by the ship's gyroscope, across the vast, hollow, howling emptiness of space, where you could see nothing and everything and the inside of your own skull coming apart at the atomic level. He caught her, pulling her to crouch, panting in front of him on the catwalk. He held her for a long minute, and she groped at him to steady herself, feeling his muscles tensing under her palms. Their faces were only inches apart, and her heart throbbed like war drums between her aching, sweating, tingling temples. "Fucking gravity," she stammered. But Edith realized he was grinning, face glowing inches from hers, bright young golden red eyes alight.
"I don't think so. Not just gravity that time. What were you picturing just then? And how clear was it? How clear was it?"
The pirate captain's intensity was frightening. "Her, Nyala leaping into the fire, as clear as you are right here and now." He straightened up, grinning in a way that hit her as just a little too knowing, a little too arrogant.
"Mind realm,"
Rot said.
"I think you almost made your way to yours. Incredible."
Edith faced him, the adrenaline and heat and aching limbs coalescing into a wave of hot rage that rushed along the entire surface of her skin. You're toying with me, manipulating me. This whole fucking game, you don't care about teaching me to fix your damn drive scope or about my life or my past. You just want to push me to some... She had no words for that thing, that little ripple she had felt the instant before she'd fallen. She turned and stormed off, feeling the abandoned drive scope shudder to a visceral safety stop behind her, her head still piecing itself together. From what? What had he been trying to show her? Where had he been trying to push her, if not into the hungry flames below? Edith was too angry to think about it, so she made her way through the bowels of the ship without a look back at him. The hours she did spend on the rocks tier, she slept, or moved through a fog. She'd slept with Rick in secret again on the night of the 6th, after refusing to tell him where she'd been the night before, and though she was beyond irritable, it was once again thrilling and sweet. Where the fuck could you even go around here? Rick had snapped, eyes narrowed. Edith detected what might have been jealousy in the stench of his breath, under the sweet rot of liquor and smoke. Just on my rides, nothing to concern yourself about. Your rides? And remind me, who the fuck's bike you on? She'd resisted snarling back, showing him the error in doubting her, with nails sharper than human hands dared yield. But she'd allowed the bitter sting of him to twist in her gut into something more advantageous, and willed herself to grin a little sideways grin. What are you gonna do about it, killer? Edith had fallen asleep eventually, facing away from him, stewing in her own juices. She'd pictured Rot with his long, dangling brains and lean crouch, and wondered about what it might be like to touch him, to run her fingers along those rich caramel gold pecs. On the morning of the 7th, Rick had been off somewhere again, and she'd used the gyroscope, gone back to the pirate ship, where the curvature of space and the powerful dynamics of space travel made time a ruthless, flexible, fickle thing, stretching hours into days along its cosmic arcs. And she had submitted herself to what they called training. On the 10th, or perhaps 11th night of Rot's ordeal, Edith broke at last. She had turned down another dark, throbbing red corridor at a blind run. She'd glanced around and saw those big, mouse-like golden eyes and sheets of orange hair peering out of the sinewy black. Her tormentor had found her. Also, she'd become the height of entertainment to the few other younger drift children that ran and played, or were too shy or proud to speak with her. So it wasn't until it was too late that she realized which pair of gold eyes were before her in the contoured intestinal shadows of the bowels of the ship. The eyes vanished. She slammed face first into a coarse, angled wall, knocking herself to the deck in a flailing little heap at the girl called Odd's feet. The game was ended. She'd lost again. Useless! The reddish girl of 14 spat, kicking Edith in her ribs with a soft-toed boot. It stung, and Edith curled into an even tighter ball, still holding her face. Her lungs burned as if Odd had poured hot soup onto them. How could she be bested by this ratty twig of a girl, not much more than half her size, and adrift, no less? Edith caught herself in the midst of the racist inner rant, and it made her embarrassment all the more bitter. That was what her mother would say, not her. I got distracted, she retorted through her swelling lip. She could ride a tripwing and 89 Harley Hog, and for the life of her, she couldn't navigate this damn little ship. And she was almost too tired to move. Odd kicked her again, this time catching her in the solar plexus and sending a sick agony through her. Of course you did, Shadowling. Halfie, Odd spat. That's the whole point. That's why humans are going to slit your throat and throw you in a trash crusher the minute you let them. What Edith would have given for the quiet, caddish taunting of her sisters right about now. Even that felt innocent compared to this. Oz grabbed her arm and yanked her to her feet. How the tiny girl had the strength to do so, Edith did not understand. Her gold eyes peering up into hers were viper fangs, plain and simple. Oz grinned, giving the older, much taller and heavier girl a shove between her breasts. Go to bed, third blind. Training starts in 2 hours. Edith glared straight ahead and walked, ribs and lip throbbing. Her height required her to duck through the narrow tunnels. Not for the first time, she got the distinct impression she was walking through a rusted metallic series of giant intestines, surrounded by an army of silent, peering rats. Training's in 2 hours? What the hell was that? She muttered despite herself. Each night, Odd had waited until the wee hours and then jarred Edith from fretful half-sleep, sending her fleeing down the halls from a barrage of blows and shouts and booby traps until she quite literally hit a wall. Edith tried to ignore the cackling of the other children watching from the shadows. How the hell does she navigate in the dark? How is she so strong, so fast? She felt another shove in her back, but kept on with the helpless resolve of a woman walking proudly to her state-mandated execution. Odd shoved her a third time, hard enough this time to make her stumble. "Hey, I asked you a question." Edith only had a second to think. This is it, she realized. This was a showdown Odd and the pirate and all her teachers had been trying to provoke since day one. Underneath Odd's predatory gaiety, she heard something else building. Something that scared her even more. It was a sort of urgent, desperate edge. Her mother would stand rigid as a board, for all her claims at diplomacy, and depend on her dogma until it killed her. Mirama? Well, Mirama was just too sweet, too good-natured to ever find herself in this kind of situation. But Rajna? How would Rajna face this ordeal? By speaking the shadow, that even in a realm of shadows lies unchallenged and unspoken, unbalanced. By embracing the shadow as shawl and armor, as lover and empress. So what was a shadow that even these monsters would not face? Kalhava, the huge half-shadow, half-drift that was in charge of her earth socializing, had asked her a riddle the first night in the potion-filled sickbay, after hours of poring over maps and documents of humanity and its worlds of wars and politics and customs. Edith thought of the riddle now. Kal had said,
"One last thing before I let you sleep. A riddle. I am the beast that all girls must slay, but I am neither living nor dead, nor a concept, nor a thing. What am I?"
Edith had tried to answer for nearly an hour, met only by the patient stony growls of denial that father lions use to rear their young. It's not a thing, so not an actual beast, not an animal. Is it humanity? It wasn't that she was trying to be clever, but it was, after all, a riddle. There had to be some twist to it. And humanity was not really a concept or a thing.
"That's a stupid guess. Try again."
Why isn't that right?
"Because it isn't. Try again."
Is it herself?
"Stupider, not to mention cliché. Of course not."
Oh, it's man, as in males, male dominance, domesticity. Is it about mastering the art of satisfying a man or some nonsense like that?
"No, good monsters. What have they been teaching you?"
Edith could swear the huge man stifled a smile. It's not a concept or a thing. Oh, it's nothing. A girl doesn't need to defeat anything. She can do anything she imagines, and she always finds a clever way out of a problem, somehow, besides fighting it.
"No, that's neither original nor insightful. Nor is it always true, I'm afraid."
Are you saying girls aren't capable?
"No, that's a false premise. What did I tell you about drawing incorrect inferences? I'm saying people are ultimately incapable in hands of life. Stay focused on the question."
Oh, is it time?
"No, time always wins."
Gods, kings, politics, empires, greed, lust,
"No,
fear, anger?
no,
1, 0, -1. Oh, I got it. Maths. Funeral, coffin, the dentist?
your attempts at humor are appreciated but ultimately futile. Again."
Hope, illness, hunger, doubt, ignorance. Oh, I know. Balance, goodness, sweetness, leadership.
"Good God, child, where the hell are you getting these answers? No, think about the question."
I am.
"No, you are not."
I'm tired. Can I go to bed now?
"No."
But
Nothing. Answer the riddle."
And finally, there's no answer to this riddle. It's a trick. You're just toying with me to see if I'm smart enough to realize it.
"No."
Ah! Edith had finally tossed the pile of books he'd laden her down with, sprawling across the desk of the cluttered little apothecary,
and the half-shadow had made her pick them up and sort out all 600-odd pages again. Was I even close?
Not even close.
She recalled the riddle in the moment before Odd wheeled back to hit her in the face, and something occurred to her. It was a knowing, more of a shape or a color than a word, a kind of tone, an attitude. Weaker, slower, less agile, far less trained, and not even slightly as sadistic. And what did that leave? Actually, she thought she knew. What was the balance that needed to be struck here? There was no mercy here, and with it, no strength. She realized her small assailant was covered in poorly healed scrapes and scars, was underfed, had dark patches under her eyes. Now, cornered like a wild animal, Edith did the only thing she could think to do, the only balance to be found in this frenzy. She put her own hand in her mouth and bit down as hard as she could, and then kept biting down. Odd froze, looking lost, all the venom draining from her face. The children in the shadows also froze in silence. Edith bit harder, squeezing her teeth into her own pointer finger with all the might under the stars, fighting a thin scream that was beginning to sound in the back of her throat, but refusing to let go. This is the way of the Ikoem, she kept telling herself. Nothing is too outrageous, nothing beyond our reach. Whatever needs to be shown, we will show it. Whatever is too dark to be seen, we shall bring it to light. Edith was shaking. The only thing keeping her jaw clenched was the purest of white-hot rage, and the certainty that if she just held on long enough it would end, and they'd let her see Miramar again, let her become an artist somewhere far off, where politics doesn't poison everything and everyone it touched. Her finger was a swirl of agony the size of a star. Just before she blacked out, she pulled her bleeding hand free. In a weak, husky voice, Edith said, "Drink, little cub, for clearly such pettiness comes only from hunger beyond your capacity to cope. I see you are the wretched thing, and I pity you." Odd's sharp little fists had fallen to her sides, and she took a few steps back into the red shadows. Edith crumpled to her knees, but kept her hand outstretched. She'd won, hadn't she? She'd taken everything they could give her and shown them that it was small in comparison to the torment she herself knew. She saw the faces of the other children peering out again from the shadows, and then realized there were many of them, as well as other crew. Someone stepped forward and grabbed her hand, examining it quickly and then pressing a rag against it to stop the profuse bleeding. It was the captain, looking himself pale. I think I answered the riddle," Edith told him in a trembling voice. "It's not a concept or a thing. It's an action, of some sort anyway."
Oh, do you now?
Rot sounded as far as possible from pleased.
I suppose you've proven yourself, haven't you?
He spat bitterly, quietly.
I suppose you've shown your damn superiority. Congratulations, girl. Look at the faces around you.
Hot tears were exterminating her vision, even as the young captain studied her, entreated her to look around, but she did as he asked. Edith saw in the eyes around her not balance. She saw only pale, shocked horror, and pity.
This is not balance,
said the pirate through clenched teeth, and she saw old pain in his eyes.
Damn you, sisters, for your stubbornness. That, not your blood, is what makes you gray. And this is not how you lead.
Rot let go of Edith's hand, leaving her to hold the bandage, now soaked in blood.
Little sister,
he said harshly, and Odd stepped forward.
You've done well. You've shown us a breaking point, and now we can begin to rebuild. See that she is cleaned and bandaged and rests well. See that she is tormented no more.
Odd and other crew members came from the shadows as well, equally reddish and skinny and ragged, and supported her as she made her way past the assembled crew. And for the first time in days, she slept without a moment's pause.
Rot-Purar slammed the airlock and limped across his cramped quarterdeck, collapsing into his swivel chair. Exhaustion and too much invigorated ale mingled with a ragged sort of horror in his stomach. Mikram's eyes, Cal. I don't like sending children to do the work of warriors and saints, based on psychic superstitions and damned circumstances of blood. The captain's desk was sprawled with spacefaring gadgets, rebeliths, gyroscopes, maps, bits of navigational equipment, mugs and forks and plates, pages of notes and documents, and all manner of shining trinketry and small weaponry. Slumped behind it, Rot resembled a lordly arachnid that had just conquered a raven's nest at the cost of everything dear to him. Looking over the pile of half-useless gadgetry, he considered the way she'd looked that moment in the drive core when everything had rippled. She'd appeared to almost transcend into a different space of humongous potential power, and the way tears had streamed from her eyes as she'd proven her point to Odd moments earlier. We're so close to making her into something incredible, Rot mused aloud. But she's so damn stubborn and wounded. Just existing in this galaxy runs a person ragged. She was fueled by a level of rage and intensity of being not even he understood. So like Rajna. And yet, we must not fail. Not again. More than just worlds depend on it. It made him sick to think of it. You asked her the riddle? He said with tired exasperation. Cal's face fell guiltily. He gave a tiny shrug. Damn the riddle. Do you think she's cut out for it, sir? Asked Cal, kneading his huge ring-studded hands. Honestly, the hell if I know, the captain snapped. But I've never seen anyone so young with such desire to become extraordinary. There's that, at least. Cal met his gaze and waited, looking distraught. The poor, tender-hearted man. Rot took a weighty breath, shook his head, and swiveled to look out at the silent stars. I just wish you hadn't asked her the damn riddle. She'll tear herself to shreds before she answers it. It was my own curiosity, sir, I am afraid. I just wanted to know if she could. It's a stupid riddle, anyway, the desire to come of age. What sort of answer is that? What person, boy or girl, does not desire that one thing, and that one thing alone? To be strong, to be larger than life, to be brave, and to be sure of oneself, and capable of anything. Perhaps the child who already is. That's why I ask it, sir. And that's why not one of them out there among our sorry ranks has ever answered it correctly. Except her, sir, in a sense. Not with words, no, but with actions. Is there really any doubt that's what we saw? Rot, for once in his life, had no worthy rejoinder. She has a lot of rebuilding to do. She is still rigid like her mother, and a hopeless martyr like Rajna. The stars were sparse out here, and the stained glass latticework of Rot's quarterdeck viewpoint scattered them like the last bits of dust settling in a closed coffin. Being this far out makes me nervous, Cal. I live life with a finger on the pulse of things. I like to know my entrances and exits, the lines of the lead players, the curtain calls and costume changes. What I don't like is when the leads all lose their lines and a foundling who stumbled out from a back alley steals the show. I apologize and take full responsibility, sir. Rot could not help but chuckle. The girl will be ready when Rajna makes whatever damn move she intends to make. Not just ready. She'll be rewriting the damn play as she goes. And it'll be up to us to make sure the damn gray machine doesn't repay her in innocent blood. Ah, yes, said Cal, in the voice of a nauseous oak tree. Most uncertain times, sir. Rot Purar, who was far from an old man himself, whose name had originally been an old enemy's barb meaning something like spring chicken, looked from the stars back at the shadowy man-giant. I do not like trusting my lines to anyone younger than my own mustache. Well, it's a fine mustache nonetheless, sir. And now that you've mentioned Rajna, sir, Rot raised an eyebrow. Death to your kinsman, man. Have you heard from her? Until what blazing nova were you waiting to tell me? Just came through now, sir, as I was complimenting your mustache. Rajna. She'd reached out directly. She flashed before his eyes. Oh, and how she did. Sultry, muscled and lean, the color of coal and blood, a foot taller than him and gazing down at him with those guarded violet eyes, which he was among only a handful of men clever enough to ever realize were full of stories. Too many memories, too long suppressed. Space is a lonely place, he chastised himself. You'd think a man'd learn. If she's reaching out, it means those poor human saps might be in an even worse position than we thought. I trust you minded your manners. Of course, Cal said. If Rot didn't trust the man so thoroughly, he'd have taken that overenthusiasm as certain deceit. No, not Cal. He was loyal as a pup and just as subtle when he wasn't in full command. Rot turned to read the message from someone he'd loved more than life, another lifetime ago.
17. Blues Distance. The leap device that had brought Edith aboard the Rock's tier was a multifaceted, rusty gyroscopic obelisk in the center of a small, empty chamber, resembling a diminutive grandfather clock. Entering the quiet, museum-scented chamber felt hallowed to her somehow, as if Edith stood before an ancient artifact of great power, not just a 70-year-old jumble of gears dating back to the early pre-cult leap days. A kind of hollow, dizzy acrophobia overtook her each time she approached it, the same sensation shared by cliff jumpers and astro dancers across the ages. So you think leaping will help me find my mind realm? Rot had tried to replicate her experience in 10 different ways since the incident in the drive core, to no avail, and everyone's tensions were running high as a result. But as far as Edith was concerned, she might as well try to fall back into a lost dream or bring herself to orgasm just by thinking about it.
I don't suppose it's any help at all for me to encourage you to try not to think on it too hard.
Rot had replied with that same infuriating insight into her. Edith laid hands upon the gyroscope and worked to focus with a series of lenses like an antique telescope, which began to flicker with living light projections of different locations on the world below. Its motions were well-oiled and of a mind of their own under her palms, and it thrummed with its own patient warmth that was only a hair beneath sentience. Localizing with it was like staring through an old hand-cranked peep show, blurred, washed out, time moving out of joint and hazily where its camera rested. By adjusting the gyroscope, you could refract and refocus the fabric of space itself, splitting into rainbow fragments, much in the way new ships traveled great distances in mere instants, sending rainbow shards of light off their prows before they leapt. Making the leap was horrific at first, dizzying, jarring, some combination of falling out of a plane and being dunked in a roiling sea. Only then you realized for an instant that you had no body, or even senses with which to orient, or lungs to draw breath. Edith made the mistake of going big on her first attempt. She found herself swept away by blaring crowds in a place of pure light and sound and smell, Chinatown, in a city called Manhattan, hustling through vapors of seared flesh and steamed sewage, rain-swept streets full of people selling things out of packed open-air bodegas. All manner of fruit and fish and herb and strange practical item, madder even than the Xal market. People on heavily loaded two-wheeled things like the Harleys, but which you pedaled with your feet, cobbled together only by a mess of impossibly thin wire. People in all manner of garb shouted and made blaring howls from their closed four-wheeled vehicles, which packed the streets like hungry boars lined up in a slaughterhouse. And buildings square and angular and impossibly tall thrust upward and then stopped without ornament against the gray sky, strangling the sun. By her own inexperienced estimation, Edith barely made it out alive.
Explore all you like.
Carl later told her in his irritable panther growl.
Best you know the place through and through. Perhaps just start somewhere a little less overwhelming.
She realized she was avoiding Rick with his jealous questions and flippant manner, and her mother, who was slipping out of her grasp. She'd taken a few more jumps down in the hours of her training that lasted like days, when the ship had orbited over places that looked of interest in the gyroscope viewer. She'd cross-reference the spots with Earth maps each time to find a staggering array of histories and customs and biodiversity. There were the sweeping woodlands of British Columbia, where there were no people but endless space and misty air that smelled sweeter than any air she'd known. There was a fascinating crowded mesh of activity in the valley in Nairobi called Kibera, where people's skin was nearly as dark as her own, with mud roads and cascading tin roofs, and all the smells and sounds and human activity of Chinatown, Manhattan, plus a wide range of creatures she'd learned were goats, chickens, sparrows, cows, dogs, cats. There were little farming towns in the western Sonora foothills of Mexico, which was greener but not unlike its northerly cousin, New Mexico. Little houses and trailers spotted the countryside, and alpine groves dotted the yellow rolling hills. Men and women sat on stoops and spoke and did business and sang and even played in the streets with children, and life was a delightfully public affair. Her thoughts turned to the twisted power that lay within her. whatever horrible hybrid seed of grey and echoing fire that the magistrate so wished to unleash. For such a thing to exist in the same reality as this summer street, it was wrong, terribly, world-rendingly wrong. Who was to say what effect it might have on the people on the stoops and the children in the streets in a town like this? She guarded herself as she walked, feeling that whatever she held within her would somehow seep out, and the people around her would begin to fall to the ground, bleed, burn, choke. Edith put it out of her head. She had wandered out of town following an adorable little creature, a little white fur ball with long ears and a poofy tail, which moved away in nervous little hops. She'd lost it in the outskirts of the woods, but found a set of rail tracks, like two metal snakes stitched together, off into the eternal mountains. Beside the tracks sat a small band of wanderers in rough clothing, who must have somehow identified her as one of them, a traveler more or less. A girl with a cloud of reddish-brown hair, evidently trying hard to escape off her head, was smoking meat and vegetables out of small metal cans that had soaked long in their juices. "Been on the rails a while?" a young man with startling yellow hair and a bright smile asked. "So it feels," Edith replied, but could not match his smile. He did not pry, and in his smile was a respect for her privacy. "Doesn't it always?" commented an older man with white stubble with an injured leg. "Maybe I've been on the rails my whole life," the newcomer added, chuckling wryly. She was thinking of her mother and her own age-old desire to become the wind, to escape the secret inferno within her. "That just means you're ahead of the game, sweetheart," said the old woman with long white hair. "I'm Wednesday, by the way, and I know how you feel." "And I'm Dimple," said the younger man. "Welcome to our roving band of merry pranksters." They made small talk as they ate, asked her where she'd come from and where she was headed. Edith didn't have much to offer on either end, but found herself joking and laughing and then singing with them just the same. The young woman, who seemed paired with a golden-haired man, had fascinating swirled tattoos on her neck, and the loveliest of names, Summer. She was playing a big battered wood string instrument she called a guitar, which shone and glowed and jangled in the evening sun. The youngest among them, a quiet boy with big black eyes and a long swish of black hair, accompanied her on a smaller, brighter version called a charango, which made the sound of the dancing of valley spirits' tiny winged feet. The music was sweet and strange as the wind in tall grass, and Edith could not but hum along with the others as they clapped and sung. The young one led them all in a tune in that other language prevalent here. Edith gazed at them as the song quieted, and the others took her in silently. "What's it about?" "Wishing you could stop time to stay with someone you love," said the one called Wednesday. "Stopping time," Edith breathed, almost to herself. "Would you, if you could? Even if it meant stopping it for everyone? To preserve something you love?" They studied her in the flickering light. "I'm not sure I'd know unless I was faced with a choice," said Summer at length. Summer began a new tune, and Edith realized she couldn't speak. She was utterly enraptured, a baby being laid in the current of a warm river for the first time. The girl's flitting fingers on the bright strings kept doing a trick that Edith had never heard or even felt, a combination of notes with something strange and overpowering about them. The young woman stopped her picking and looked into Edith's eyes, concerned. "Is everything okay?" Edith stammered out a few syllables before she could regain her bearings. No, ma'am. Yes, I mean, what was that you were playing just then?" Summer smiled, delighted by how enthralled the strange girl was with the plain little finger-picking line. "Just a little blues lick," she said. "Nothing you wouldn't hear B.B. King or Rosetta Tharpe do. And why are you calling me ma'am?" "Again," Edith insisted with quiet intensity. Summer plucked away at an old tune by Etta James, twiddling through chords and scales in gentle fractal patterns without really thinking about it. At a certain point, the strange girl who'd wandered by stopped her once more. "That! What is it that you just played?" Summer had to feel it out for a second and then realized what it was that stood out. "Oh, that's called a blue note. You know how some songs have a very minor feel? A lonely, tragic vibe, and some are major, just joyful, sunny? Well, when you play the blues, you put the two together, right next to each other. The two modes are just a semitone apart, if you can believe it. Like this. Summer played two painfully close notes and then released the tension with a sweet improvised pentatonic flourish. It was a shape as familiar to her fingers as braiding hair, but as she watched the newcomer, she could feel it send shivers down her spine once again. It's out of balance, the girl said in a quiet, awestruck voice. It doesn't attempt to be in balance, and it doesn't need to. This blues of yours is beautiful because it is imbalanced, unfinished. Summer chuckled. I guess you could say that. I like to think of it as alchemy, sort of. Lemons into lemonade. You take all the tarnish and the gold, and instead of trying to polish it up, you just swirl it all together, and you get the blues. The notes themselves do what's in the musician's heart, the girl added at length. Even when there is doubt, uncertainty, wonder. Yeah, sounds right. Wednesday spoke up. Once you've been through the dark, you've been through it. There's no going back. But what comes out is brighter than anything you could have known before. Dimple, smiling broadly as he listened to the tiny, ordinary wonder unfold, caught Summer's eye and winked. This is something I think my people have been trying to do for centuries and never quite learned to do, said the girl, still enraptured. Play more. I want to understand. Summer did, and the two hummed along with the lilting blues guitar until Edith's voice began to learn the eerie contours, the spaces between light and shadow. The sun set in slow gold and violet beyond the empty field, and the crickets soon joined in. A little after sunset, despite invitations to spend the night with their camp, the girl bid them a smiling, thankful adieu and disappeared once more into the country night. You got a good space to be? Wednesday had asked, looking down her nose at the girl sternly. My people are close by, she'd assured them. Nice kid, Dimple said after she'd gone. Where do you suppose she comes from? I'd say quite a ways off, Wednesday commented, not looking up from a little bracelet she was weaving together out of intricate rainbow thread and stone. There was a wistful, knowing smile on her sweet, wrinkled face. Summer picked her beat-up old black Stella with a faint gold sunburst long into the night, thinking about the girl who'd shown up just long enough to remind her how magic it was, and about the way they'd come and how far they had to go. Quite a ways indeed.
The gray being called Noxra returned after an evening hunting something he might one day come to learn was called a rabbit, and listened to Summer's soft picking late into the night, as mesmerized as the visitor had been. From where he watched the little troop unseen in the hills, he thought he smelled a familiar scent, but he couldn't quite place it. Had Nox happened to return sooner and come upon the visitor, things might have gone very differently. But by chance he'd missed her, and this he would never know. John grumbled after the visiting girl had gone off into the night and their focus had turned back to more serious matters. Water wasn't supposed to have been an issue, even with the world on fire and all those droughts, Summer reflected.
If it's not been handled in places like Dallas and Atlanta, that means a bigger gas problem they're not telling us about, John continued. It means we're out sooner than anyone thought. Folks are saying the poor and the brown and the liberal are getting the least water of all, and that the egos are causing it by cherry-picking info. They're sending selective information on what's available, what's polluted and what's clean, and how to sign up for emergency rations. Might only be days before things come to a head on a global scale.
The others all searched John's face for a hint of humor or hyperbole and found only rain off a stone coffin. So, the egos are helping these monsters in power push the world over the edge, partitioning water based on how you voted or who you are, Dimple asked in horror. Wasn't there, I don't know, some sort of rule of law in place?
Can you imagine we used to believe that? Riot police are already rounding folks up. Not just stateside, but all over the planet. The reports of mass deportation, of invasions over water, military strikes on U.S. soil as we speak.
John, how do you know all this? Dimple had asked him, tossing rocks at the campfire.
A CB radio since Rolando fixed it. Plus, once upon a time, John said, gazing at the flames, I was a comedian on television.
What has that got to do with any of it? Dimple asked.
Comedians always were the only ones in the industry smart enough to read between the lines. Everybody's too busy feasting on the remains to notice what the hell kind of circus they're eating.
Summer chimed in. I just don't get it, John. You're the least funny person I know. John looked at her with baleful eyes as old as time in the dim fire and said,
That's how you know I'm telling the truth about being a comedian.
Juarez, Roland said in a grim voice that startled everyone else. We go to Juarez. They all stared. His English had improved with incredible urgency since the dead man had begun following them. Trust me, I know. I've been there before. They all stared, the same question occurring to them all at once. If the boy had made it across before, what was he doing here? But none of them asked. They were all intimately aware that the go north at all costs paradigm was long out of date, if it had ever really been anything at all aside from fraught propaganda. I know everything, he said slowly. I know which places the wall is broken down. I know where to find ropes to cut across the trenches they dug after they ran out of money. I know what time of day the guards shift. I studied it all. And I've done it twice. Dimple asked, You think it's safer up there than down here? Roland only gave a dry, humorless chuckle, no eye contact. He looked off into the flames, at darker places and things. It's not safe anywhere, but trust me, anywhere is safer than here. I say we do what he says, Dimple said, with finality. What about John? Wednesday asked, speaking for the first time all evening. She'd been unusually withdrawn since John had broken his leg, and since she'd learned, well, we practice this kind of thing in Boone, Dimple said, not liking the recollection. Summer boot camp. They made us do all of it. You learn how to clean a gun, how to shoot, how to march, how to handle bad terrain, how to get your casualties through the shit to safety. Most of all, we learned I'd rather put a bullet in my head than fight for the damn machine. There was bitterness in Dimple's voice his companions had seldom heard. This kind of shit brings out the absolute worst in people. But we can do it. We wrap his leg, we cross the river underwater, slow, breathing through straws. We sling him to my back for the climbs. And in the meantime, trade for guns or liquor or gasoline or whatever we can find, and we pray like hell. Why would we arm ourselves? Summer shot back, looking astonished. I don't know, Dimple said, looking taken aback. Just makes sense, I guess. I'd rather let them shoot us, Summer said in that astonishingly direct way of hers, looking pale, eyes strangely piercing. I guess, if you feel that way. Dimple, in truth, had not seen. He'd seen only her safety, looming before his eyes like the bodies of the dead refugees several nights before. He'd felt lost, unsure. Her conviction confused him, but he trusted it nonetheless. Dimple slept poorly that night, and had been shaken awake by a dream that had unnerved him to the base of his spine. He dreamed that he had been the one to wash up on that beach in Coatzacoalcos, vaguely aware of light and sound and sensation, of the random firings of decaying nerves, but not strictly alive. In the dream, Summer and the others had found him floating there and pulled his motionless body from the lapping waves, but they had not recognized him. Dimple woke with a start, sunlight dancing on the little stretch of lazy river, unprotected by a madman's giant fence or an even madder man's moat, and walked a bit. The morning light of July 8th was soft, dreamy violet over the wide Rio Grande. Beyond hovered the bare red mountains of El Paso. Dimple gazed at the ominous array as he shaved with a straight razor, trying to remember what life had been like over there in the so-called Promised Land. Highways were barricaded between states, and more than a few reports of mass police shootings echoed throughout. And all of that was nothing compared to more of the same all across Mexico, Guatemala, the dying jungles of the unregistered zone. The others slept, and thanks to Summer's endless supply of herbs and Rolando's ability to trade for anything under the sun, the old man seemed to be resting well. His complexion was returning to something like normal. Summer had tried to teach Dimple how to identify plants the way she could, but he'd never had the knack. It was like she sang to them and they sang back. He'd learn someday. He'd learn to play the guitar, too, despite his thick, stumbling fingers. She was a patient teacher.
Summer awoke next, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes, her hair the red blur of a young nebula, her expression groggy and content. She got up and picked her way across the nest of bedrolls, plunking down next to Dimple and snuggling up against him, looking out at the boundless dawn sky. They could have made anything but a damn wall, she said, following her lover's gaze. There was nothing Summer hated more than heights, dizzying, expansive, cold. It wasn't exactly that you'd fall, it was more that if you went too high, cold, hungry space would suck you right in, tear the voice right out of your throat like icy fingers, strangle you in utter silence.
You gonna be okay up there tomorrow?
I'll manage, love, I suppose. One butt scoot at a time. How'd you sleep? Dimple only grinned, mussing Summer's already mussed shock of frizzy hair, still removing shaving foam from his broad face in perfect white swaths. She reveled in his sweet, fresh smell, his warmth, his well-etched jawbone that belied a pervasive teddy bearness. The shadows across his face the night before, when they'd tried to make him from a boy into a soldier, washed clean by the morning sun and a good shave. But then a different shadow came over her, something slight but unsettling, which she couldn't really put her finger on. Is John okay? She asked.
I think your herbs are keeping the infection away. Seems to be sleeping all right.
Yeah, I suppose. I just mean, he hasn't been himself since. Dimple studied her and shrugged.
You mean he ain't been a curmudgeon-y old asshole?
She chuckled despite herself. Well, I suppose some things never change. Can you imagine him a comedian?
The day that man tells a joke is the day the pale horse rides among us.
Summer started playing with one of Dimple's huge hands, massaging it, kneading it, getting lost in the web of lines like highways. How are you doing with all of it? She asked at length.
I had the strangest dream just now. It even woke me up.
He told her about washing up on the shore as an alien, about them finding him as if he were a stranger. She shuddered, clutching his hand harder, searching his eyes. He gave her a distracted half-smile and kissed her on the forehead.
I ain't going anywhere, Miss Malone. I promised, remember?
She clutched him tighter. Damn right you're not. Then after a few moments she asked, Dimple, do you think we should try to understand it?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Get to the bottom of it? Figure out where he came from and what he wants. Maybe see if we can't help him to get where he's trying to go.
How? And for God's sake, why?
Well, he's still following us. He paused his shaving and looked at her with what might have been mild concern, made comical by the cream still clinging to half his face. I just got a feeling, that's all, she added. Don't you feel it? Weirdly enough, he couldn't say no. She had an odd way of being right about these things. And, she continued, I don't think anyone should have to go through life lost and without a purpose. Just wash up one day with no memory.
Well,
He said, rubbing her shoulders.
let's do what we do. If you're right, if he needs folks to trust, I think he'll show himself again. We got a hell of a family here.
That we do.
So it's been 2 years by train and on foot since you left Peru. Dimple was shaving as he spoke, face caked in fresh white shaving cream. Roland nodded. Yes, almost 2 years. It's not so unusual for my people. Incan guides, you know. We were great walkers, viajeros. We ran las montañas maybe 40, 50 miles each day. And still we run, even now, hundreds of years later. Los caminos mismos. Same trails, Dimple repeated, smiling, happy to be understanding more and more. Up and down the mountains, no problem. Up and down Mexico, whatever, Roland added with a grin. Why'd you leave? No food or money, no medicine for my brother. What's John say? Death and taxes? Roland looked miles and centuries away, feeling a distant ache. He was fiddling with a stick, drawing ancient geometric runes in the loose dirt where he crouched. It's been this way for hundreds of years. Finalmente, toda la belleza será destruida. El grupo nuevo. They came in the night like the Hat Man to take you in your sleep. People started to get sick from the gray factories. Starving but too afraid to leave home. My family made it to El Salvador. My brother, quien tiene desventaja. He couldn't finish. Same old story, he said finally, staring at the dust. Just like that. They sat just like that for a while. Finalmente, toda la belleza será destruida. Everything beautiful will eventually be destroyed. Dimple, you'd have made a good Peruano, he said with a wry chuckle. Ah, flattered, kid. I think I'm a little out of shape by the sound of it. No eres muy valiente. Brave. Dimple smiled, a kind smile. Nah, kid. I ain't figured a whole lot out in this life, other than hanging on to what's precious and letting go of the rest. Dimple wiped his razor off and put it back into his red leather case along with the shaving cream, besides a gleaming silver pocket watch. Even if everything went to hell, you gotta know where your will is and what it looks like. A little peach stone deep down or a wide open road. He trailed off, gazing across the river at the red mountains. I'm sure it's nothing you don't already know. He threw Roland a sideways smile and went off to pee in the bushes.
18. Gruel. Flight. The clock had struck 4 a.m., July 8th, 2032. Edith woke, hungry in the halogen-poisoned half-dark. At first, not sure whether she was in the desert or on Rock's tier. 13 days had passed on Rot's ship. Barely 3 had passed here. Rick was naked beside her, coming off another little dab of Ladia. She herself hadn't been interested, and probably as a result hadn't slept well. She dragged herself in nothing but a headscarf and a long tank top into the dingy, flickering kitchen and was startled to see her mother already seated there, in the exact same dirty attire. Sheksama looked up as Edith entered and sat across from her. Something about her eyes made her shiver. They were dull. Maybe it was exhaustion. Edith had a strange, deeply unsettling sense it was something else. She realized this was the first she was seeing of her mother in 2 Earth days. Who knew how many Rock days? Her mother had that familiar, sweet, impeccable scent, but behind it were bodies. Human bodies, tarred and cancerous and alcohol poisoned, their fluids fermenting on her and within her like burning skin and rubber. 10 of them, at least. It turned Edith's stomach, and she found she had nothing to say. Edith realized she hadn't eaten for nearly 19 waking hours. She forced herself to open a package of some terrible spongy thing they called instant oatmeal and cooked it with mildly toxic rays in a little electric box that passed for roasting fire, before taking a few deeply depressing bites. She caught her mother looking out at the dim, silent, ageless stars and realized how skinny and bent she looked. Mom, what happens if we do manage to get away from all this? That I cannot say, her mother said. There are no answers here, just more lies. Despite herself, Edith almost choked on a rogue wave of tears that lurched from nowhere into her throat. She managed to hold it inside, hating it almost as much as the oatmeal. There was nothing left in her mother's voice but desperation. How hard would it have been for her mother to just look at her, even for a second, to lie and say it would be all right, that they'd get through this somehow, together. Mom! What? Do you think there is anywhere we can hide if we don't face this head on? Her mother glanced up, and Edith realized that the woman's eyes had gotten red. She was suppressing tears of her own. Not hot tears of rage, as hers had been a moment earlier, but broken, distant. Edith felt only hot wretchedness at that, guilt for pushing her mother past where she could bear, and mingled with fury at her weakness. I've pushed to my breaking point too, and I pushed past it. I kept going. Why can't you, Mother? This time her mother had no answer at all. The tears only welled, and she put her head down. Edith started eating the depressing gruel again. As she took weak bite after bite, she realized the hot tears had begun to flow, mingling with it, making it salty as the sea. I'm sorry, girl, her mother said in a cracked voice. I cannot see the world through a child's lens of light and dark as you do. I'm not blunt and stubborn and stupid like you, child. Her mother reached toward her, and she slapped her hand away, knocked over her chair, went without a look back. It had been too much, finally, that broken apology, that admission of weakness, of doubt, of brokenness. It all falls to me now. Whatever move there is to make, I'm the one who's left to protect her, not the other way round. Falling into bed with a heavy, sullen thud, she disturbed Rick. He turned sleepily to study her. "What you thinking, boo?" The bitterness between them over her comings and goings had dissipated for the moment. "Thinking about taking a ride later. How'd it go yesterday?" Rick grinned. "Hell of a fire sale. These babies fly off the lot like hotcakes, once you draw the right crowd. We keep this up, I'm feeling early retirement." A sudden impulse, unlike any she'd had, hit her, and she turned his face toward hers, staring intently into his black eyes. "Let's take 2 of the bikes and go," she said. "What do you mean?" Rick's eyes narrowed, penetrating hers in that unnerving way that thrilled her. "What about your mother?" The thought of facing her mother again reviled her, and she pushed it away. In that instant, with all her will, she refused guilt, refused obligation and doubt, shoved them away with all the fury and lust in her belly and thighs. "What about her? I'm tired of following," she whispered in a way that felt like fuel in her chest. "I want that thing we had out there, and the one in here, together, naked like this. I want to be without a mother and an empire. I want to be able to hear the insect song and the song of the engines and the heat and the song of you and the songs of people just living their lives. I want to be without a purpose." Rick eyed her, his thin face giving away very little. "She's important somehow, isn't she? To Mama, like a queen or a diplomat or something? She just acts like it." "It doesn't matter," Edith said with finality. And suddenly it didn't. "The more important someone is, the less they matter." Edith of the Ikwim and Grey could find no reason not to run. "Listen, boy, what we have, I've never shared with another man or woman or Hikwe. There's something between us, something that needs to live and breathe and be free from all this. How do you say bullshit? We say weajpiam. Fly with me." He gazed into her eyes for a minute longer. His smile shifted ever so slightly. "You have more of that shit, right? The ladia?" "Oh, yes," she grinned. She liked the musky way the word rolled off his tongue. "Well, hell," Rick said, giving only the faintest sly smile in return. "Let's fucking do it. My dad's got a casino near the border, just opened a few years ago. Fucking sweet hotel. 90 stories, hot tubs, champagne in the rooms, open sky bar, strip club. We can get a suite on the top floor for free. Hell, he basically owns the entire state. Let's ride out before the sun comes up." And so, just before the break of dawn, they did.
Around that same time, an unsuspecting Jericho Ross had stumbled out of the other shack off the snakeskin into the desert to pee, shivering with exhaustion and the morning chill. He'd hit the Ladia again the night before, just to take his mind off the pressure of standing guard while Rick made deals over the bikes he'd brought all this damn way. While Rick shook hands and got all the glory, he'd start fresh with the alien girl now that he'd wrapped his head around what was happening, or hell, even the mother, even though something about her scared the hell out of him. Maybe if he could get a hold of his dad, he'd pull some strings after all, get them a private jet. He'd visit the ship again to make sure it was as he'd left it and see if he couldn't get another brain download. He'd learn enough about them to figure out how this knowledge of the ship might be useful. And that was when Jerry saw in the distance what had woken him. 2 bikes fading into the south, dust already settling. It was Rick and Edith. They were leaving together. His moment of glorious anticipation curdled into a muddy tantrum. His mind started flashing with images of what might have occurred between them during the past few nights while the stuff called Ladia was rocking him off to sleep on the couch. Bastard! What kind of friend scoops someone like that and then just takes off? Didn't even get a chance. And then Edith's mother burst out of Ricky's shack looking frantic, harrowed, and more than a little mad. She quite literally scared the rest of the piss out of him, and he almost fell over. He approached her, mind buzzing, Shexamo was shouting the girl's name into the dawn light in a cracked voice so lost and weak it gave him goosebumps. It was as if this place were somehow draining her. She looked very skinny, and her iron skin had lost its luster. She seemed almost not to see him. Tell her I saw those two taking off? Play dumb and then follow after her myself? Or send her off and try to get the ship working myself? Find Edith and Rick and throttle them? Slim chance of that. But if Edith's already soft for that treacherous little shit, then maybe my best chance is... Hey! He called out to the ravaged-looking remnant of a woman, limping towards her across the dry gravel parking lot on his awkward, painful foot-cast walk, waving stupidly. Hey, I think I know where they went, Jerry said, knowing full well there was nothing but 1,000 open highways around them, and that the two strays were as good as gone already. I can show you if you take me with you. The looming, bedraggled stick woman eyed him warily. Her glare made him want to go back inside and curl up on the couch and forget the whole thing. What do you know? She asked. Jerry fought against all impulse to stammer out something honest. Well, there's a few towns down that way that are excellent for, hiding folks who don't want to be found, Jerry said, painfully aware of how spaghetti western soap opera the lines were coming out. Shexama at least didn't seem to notice how stilted he sounded. Forget Edith and Rick, he told himself again, trying to catch his breath. Focus, kid. The concern on his face must have looked like he'd painted it all over with rubber cement, but if he could just gain her trust enough to ride with her, long enough at least that she might get to know him, see what a decent guy he could be. So you know these towns? Shexama asked. Lead the way then. I trust you have no reason to deceive me. We will do whatever it takes to find my daughter and choke the life out of the vermin who has taken her from me. All right then, he replied, trying to sound cheery. Let's saddle up. There it was. It had only taken about 30 seconds for him to start having second thoughts. Jerry headed back inside to change and could have sworn he saw another white rabbit out of the corner of his eye, just staring at him from the center of the violet desert, soft in the morning light. He looked again and it was gone. Strange to see another after yesterday. Probably it was just his eyes or his damned half-broken ego playing tricks.
Edith and Rick had headed out of Huerfano down I-25 before dawn and cut through stunning red desert for about 8 hours, the sky once again steeping from black to turquoise and violet into that astounding infinite blue. There seemed no reason to hurry. The land stretched to all sides, and they could just as well have gone anywhere. You could search this desert for 100 years and find nothing but yourself. The only odd occurrence all morning was that 10 miles outside a little town called Polvadera, there was a large circle of black and white vehicles with flashing blue and red lights on their roofs. Edith understood them to be local justice. Rick was curious. News says shit is going down, he said. Man, dark shit. Looks like we got out of Dodge just in time. She didn't like how ominous, how ravaged he sounded. She considered him anything but pro-establishment, and from what she'd read, society here had been far from functional for years. So what could be happening that even he found so distressing? Rick only shrugged and gestured as if to say, nothing but mesquite and mesas. He had an odd habit of batting at the air in front of his eyes, and by her gaze he must have realized she was puzzled. Aren't you seeing this? Shit is crazy out there today. Seeing what? The news. Man, everyone's out of water, out of gas. You better take a look. At what? At your fucking ego link, which we never hooked up on, by the way. Rick stared at her as her brow only furrowed deeper. Her heart began to beat at a disquieting pace. She was so many levels of baffled, she didn't even know how to begin to respond. Then he looked shocked and said, Oh shit, girl. Don't tell me you're egoless. I suppose? She did what she felt to be about an 8% job of playing along. I couldn't afford one. He let out a condescending chuckle, staring her down, making her feel uncomfortable. You couldn't afford a free ego? Damn, girl. Who the hell ain't linked? My people in fucking Guatemala are linked. Fuckers in Africa, you better believe they're linked. What country did you say you were from again? It must have been some kind of mind computer, she realized. Highly dangerous, highly illegal, which fit perfectly into a growing understanding of the place, present company included, assuming he wasn't completely mad. It's nothing important. Edith said, defensive, becoming rapidly less concerned about how he was getting this information than the information itself. What's this about water and drones and all that? Well, if you weren't such a fucking hipster, you'd know. Shit, I don't want to talk about it. World's just melting down. Let's ride. Are we in danger? Is Hurfano in danger? He gave her a look past apathy, past nihilism. The look, she realized, of a man whose world has already burned. A man who has nothing left to lose. I thought you said you wanted to disappear, so let's fucking disappear. He unzipped his coat, remounted, and then peered into the distance at yet another something she couldn't see. Are you seeing these rabbits? She was unsure what that meant, so she said nothing. I swear, that's like the 5th white rabbit I've seen out here today. He turned to her, winked unwholesomely, revved his bike. Must be mating season. He gunned his engine and was off, and after a cold moment of hesitation, it was all she could do to follow. And soon they were on their way again, and the sweet desert wind all but erased the events from her mind and soul. There was an urgency to the ride now, but she forced it away. Just backwater politics, she told herself. Edith forced herself to believe it. By the time they hit 80 miles per hour, she was almost free again, and nothing mattered but the bike and the boy, and the lazy, beautiful, impeccable sun.
Jerry stopped at every truck stop they passed so Shexama could interrogate everyone they ran into. By afternoon, they'd made Santa Fe, its adobe architecture rising out of the desert like a petty godling's armament of colonial sandcastles. Sirens kept going off, and the city looked dusty and yellow and burnt. The roads were jammed with lines of agitated people around corners waiting on gas and water, much worse than usual. His fritzing ego was only feeding him enough paranoia to make it tooth-grindingly worse. Hundreds dead in an explosion in Georgia. Any drone strike made in the region will not be tolerated. At over $60,000, that's right, folks, the bid for the last remaining rhino skull is... The scraps of apocalyptic news, inflamed throngs of pedestrians, and traffic jams were nothing when he glanced at the woman in the rear view. Shexama's mood was darkening with each fruitless interrogation. Jerry sweated from the crushing heat, and more from the crushing sense that he'd just promised a nest of vipers a meal he couldn't deliver. Come evening, he finally coaxed her into resting for the night at a little Motel 6 he'd paid for with his own hard-earned money. He'd sprung for 2 separate rooms, as much as it burned him to ask her if she'd mind bunking down together, seeing what happened. Even Jerry had the sense to realize now was certainly not the time. But once they were finally in their separate rooms, and his was doing nothing for him but closing in like a warm tomb, Jerry got back into the harvester and took off, feeling like someone had just removed a pair of electrodes from his testicles. He drove around the downtown area aimlessly, trying to process. Edith's crazy drug had been the most insane thing he'd ever tried, and he still felt drained and hungover, but right now he was jonesing for something. Any addict would tell you this is how it starts. First it's for the thrill, pretty soon it's just to make it through the next 10 minutes. Jerry stopped into a dive bar somewhere near East Alameda that smelled like rust got into a brawl with lung cancer. A bunch of old men were playing country to an empty floor, and sadness sat hungrily next to lust, sharing cigarettes and spilling light beer. And because his weirdness needle was far beyond maxed out, and he was too well tenderized to put on airs, he happened to strike up an actual conversation. She was rather plain and gaunt and freckled, with soft love handles that gave her away as nearly 30. Even her pale shoulders were freckled under nothing but a tasteless jean cowgirl vest. But she was busty, and her hips moved loosely, and she had a sad but sweet innocence in her shiny dark brown eyes. She had a nose piercing and a turquoise and pink streak in her brown hair, and the way she squished up next to him within a few minutes was enough to tell him things would go well for him that night. Nice cast, she said, grinning. I was kicking a tiger off a burning school bus, just a hazard in my line of work, I guess. She snorted with laughter, but kept his gaze fixed, invitingly. What are you, some kind of badass? No, as of recently, I just drive people around. Oh, so you're a school bus driving badass. Aren't you a little young for that? No, I can't even begin to explain, honestly. You ever have those days where you feel like maybe you actually drove off a cliff and died? and you're just a ghost going around exploring all the weird shit that happens in the world that living people can't see? She wrinkled her sloppily pierced, sunburnt button nose, grinning, still eye-gazing, playfully, adoringly even. "You're weird," she said. "I'm Rachel." What the fuck is happening? He thought helplessly. And pretty soon Jerry was buying her and her girlfriend shots. No one checked his ID. And before he knew it, without so much as a moment of scheming, they were smacking slobbery kisses all over each other, wandering from bar to bar, shouting and giggling and popping out of her bra accidentally on random street corners, and really just looking for the first excuse to end up in someone's bedroom. It was finally going to happen for him. After all that, forget all of it. Fuck it all. This was happening. He followed her home hand in hand, giggling, limping, head swimming, and they fell onto her creaky pot-bellied mattress and tried to take each other's clothes off. They'd gotten all hung up on the cast and the bra hooks and were too busy making out. When Jerry finally pulled her sweaty purple panties down, revealing pale, stretch-marked, freckled thighs, wet and inviting, the copious drink and giggles had rendered his own bits useless. He tried to shove it in manually a few times, but it was in naked mole rat mode and made it clear that it couldn't be bothered, so he collapsed beside her, grinning and swirling with booze and actually feeling pretty good about himself despite the malfunction. "Sorry, that doesn't usually happen," he said, still panting. She probably saw right through it. How could there be a usually when there hadn't even been an ever? Oddly, he didn't care. "BS. It's okay, silly," she said, grabbing his cheeks and kissing him long and sloppily. They rolled around for a few hours, and teasing turned to sharing, and sharing to connecting, and then somehow they passed out in each other's arms, and Jerry felt himself rocking through soft, white clouds toward a golden sun. You know that feeling where you just want to break out of the atmosphere and be, I don't know, somewhere out in the stars? "Yeah," she said. "I dream about that every day. What life might be like if we could just shed our skin and be pure energy and dance in the cosmos." It wasn't exactly what he'd been picturing, but he went with it. "I wonder what you'd look like as pure energy," he said, grinning. She giggled. "I think about that too. Very gold and turquoise, I think, and geometric, like a dream catcher, only forever shifting, forever flowing. I wonder what I'd look like." She nuzzled up to him. "You'd be so lovely, like a big bunny rabbit." Jericho dreamt of a golden pyramid in the sky, something of Mayan design, perhaps, which kept shifting and opening like an intricate, tessellating lockbox, or sometimes like a 1,000-petaled lotus. He felt as if he were witnessing a thing utterly precious, a key to the center of the universe. The news kept drifting in on his ego. The sky turned dark, filling with heavy, foul smoke, and cracks in the earth began opening, as they had in his drug-addled visions days earlier, and eyes began to open, light, violet, horrible, penetrating eyes, like those belonging to the girl's mother. He awoke at about 3 a.m, realizing the woman was still in his arms, the sweet, freckled woman whose name he'd forgotten as soon as she said it. He'd been too embarrassed to ask again as the night unfolded in sweaty pink wonder, and in the faint violet light of pre-dawn, he rolled on top of her and did make love to her, this time with all the fervor of a man who's been lost in the desert for years. Their lovemaking was sleepy, dripping, achingly sweet, and though it was over in what couldn't have been a full minute, it was for him a well bursting open. She moaned and chewed on his ear and clutched at him with her sweaty thighs and her fingernails and thanked him, kissing him hungrily afterwards. This could turn into something. Holy shit. He had no obligation to his strange, terrifying passenger back at the Motel 6, nor to the chaos that was happening out in the streets. He could just fail to pick her up tomorrow. Forget all about her and the damned spaceship and the wild goose chase for a girl who had every right not to be found. Jerry could stay here and, after eons of searching, just relax with the first woman he'd ever met who didn't make him feel like a parasite just for existing. By pre-dawn light, he surveyed her little room. It turned out to be strewn with dream catchers, gems, little piles of weed on every surface, and an otherworldly collection of blown glass pipes and bongs in all the colors, shapes, and sizes of an acid trip. It smelled musty, as if 100 different herbs had been burnt as offerings. In the light of day, he realized her face was lined, and as she slept, it looked weary. and there were track marks on the inside of her elbows and thighs. They looked like faint highways on an old map, telling a story longer and stranger than he could fathom. "Death count has risen over 400, said his ego, and he tapped it off. What was her name? He racked his tired brain. Something with an R, maybe? All around them, the world prepared to end badly. The young man just stared at the woman, who'd known more in her life than he could imagine. The woman called Rachel, whose family was long lost on cold steel rails across the border.
In the early evening of the 8th, when they'd tired of riding, Edith and Rick had stopped just north of a little town about 100 miles north of El Paso and the Mexican border. People were scarce, and the few they saw hurried by, too preoccupied to notice the two in the least. She understood the town to be called Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. Rick wasn't sure why, but was as amused by it as she was. "I want an ego," Edith had told Rick matter-of-factly. He laughed a sideways rough bark of a laugh. "Really? Well, how about that? Finally getting with the times." She'd thought about it all afternoon, and the thought in truth filled her with dread. And yet the dread was mirrored with a morbid sort of fascination. What did these people see, with a metal bug crawling inside their skulls, violating the most sacred thing of all, the pure experience of the mind? Like a drug, but not like a drug. The thought of many other people's ideas projected into her consciousness felt like throwing her body naked into a crowd of furious, groping hands. And yet, she needed to understand it, to feel it, to link with his and share the vision between them. "What must I do to earn this?" "You don't have to earn shit. You just gotta show up at the ego store. As a human on this planet, why don't you know any of this?" "Just like that? No coin or questions about who you are?" "Yo, if they want to know, they know. Just chill, okay? There's one on the other side of town," he said. She realized he'd just egoed it. The store was a perfect shining metallic cube, looking even more alien in the red alkaline waste than she did. It was the brightest place she'd ever been, lined on all sides with strange accessories and computerized interfaces that projected what was being transmitted into your skull and your soul for all to see. Humans stood transfixed, looking pasty and small and pale and hypnotized. They made her skin crawl, pudgy and unscrubbed and tired and dull. Rick had been right. The busy techs in uniform light blue shirts asked her very few questions, met every surprise with practiced apathy, facing every new day like a fresh new plate of microwaved gruel. There were 3 sterile pod-like booths in the back of the store, each with an elegant recliner and a few brightly lit little interfaces. "Name," said the young lady in charge of her, who sat before her with curled orange tufts of hair and looked as if she may collapse in on herself out of boredom. "Edith of Lord Glades." "Date of birth?" Unsure." The lady looked at her like she'd kicked a child, then evidently made one up for her. Right. Can you take off your bandana?" "No." "You can't take off your bandana." Edith didn't understand why the odd girl was repeating the sentence and stared back, narrowing her eyes. "Can you lift up a corner of it at least, over there? And what's your favorite color?" Edith could neither conceive of this human notion of favorites, nor believe what she was being asked. Did humans address all matters of such utmost life-altering audacity as this with such apathy? "All of them?" "Okay, going with pink," the orange-haired girl had said, and jabbed something into Edith's temple. Edith nearly punched her in the teeth in her surprise. A bright swirl appeared before her eyes, and just like that, she was outlinked. It was none other than a waking nightmare, and for a moment she clutched the puffy armrest, heart frozen. "Shit, you're gonna tear the leather!" Edith heard the tech shouting in agitation, but it was a distant sound. There were images swirling before her eyes out of nowhere, and her mind insisted she was having a dream, that her mind had split in half. Part knew the images weren't real, and yet some other part insisted that they were. "Systems unable to calibrate," said a warning notice, and she felt herself break out into a sweat, her blood pulsing like a river carrying her off a cliff. "Nervous system disconnect. Systems." "Oh shit, I think she's gonna have a heart attack." "What do we do?" "Fuck if I know, this has never happened. Get a line to Ego, Edith forced herself to breathe.
commanding over the shouting of the technicians and swell of fear from the onlookers, over the wild acceleration of her pulse and the alarms going off in her head. Systems unable to... It's just a trip. It's just a rough trip, like too big a loss of Latia, like an interstellar jump but too high a speed. It's just a trip. Her heart rate slowed, and then the alarm stopped, and the lights on the text boxes, with pink borders and buttons, floated before her eyes, dimmed. Welcome to Ego. You are ready to explore a world of possibilities inside your own mind. It took her about 10 minutes all in all, sitting next to a near-furious Rick on a curb outside the Ego store, for her heart rate to calm, and for her to convince him it had been nothing. Crazy girl having a fucking panic attack for no goddamn reason. Once she'd convinced herself she was just high and would be for the foreseeable future, it became endlessly fascinating. The bright, sterile fields before her eyes blared endless morbid newscasts, strange and pointless but captivating games centered on putting brightly colored things into slots, gossip about people called celebrities, which Edith could only imagine was some sort of vital political appointment. Rick linked their egos by touching her hand, so he could show her a series of pointless moving clips about politicians, the president of something called an Ireland, and his recent quest to the hospital, because human raiments keep genitals locked up behind hazardous, unpredictable metal zippers. They laughed and held hands and marveled together, childishly, harmlessly. And it was also hollow. Its entire purpose seemed solely to keep you staring at it. Just information, nothing more, curated with all the intentionality of a 100-foot handcrafted dust sculpture. Show me real things. What really matters? He stared at her, knitting his brow. What do you mean, like politics? You saw all that on the news. Shit is fucked. No, not just petty bureaucrats and the battles with zippers. I mean, what matters? What is at the core of it all, that binds it all, gives it meaning? He could give her nothing, and so she let it go. An hour later, after Rick had gotten tired of watching her mess around and making sure she didn't walk into traffic, they'd made their way to one of his father's hotels. They'd strolled into a palatial, fountain-adorned lobby, and he'd merely waved at the line of trimly dressed guards and some workmen fixing a fountain. They'd all smiled back, wiping their hands nervously on their clothing. Just like that, they'd gained access. She couldn't believe the place. Pristine edges in carved marble, swooping buttresses, chandeliers like frozen fireworks, fountains blasting water up out of clear ponds, even as people only streets away lined up for enough to drink for just the evening. Within their temporary domicile chamber itself were 2 marvelous showers, engaged with a mere flick of a wrist, yielding any temperature you desired within an instant, and seemingly never to run dry. Even the shit receptacles cleaned themselves with abundant, perfectly clear water. Everyone here was obsessed with water. How had these people invented such remarkable things, even as such torment raged on all about them and within them? How could you tell a man there was not enough to drink, even as you employed him to install a magical fountain for you in each shitstall of your 300-room castle? And how did that man wave to you and smile and find it within himself not to try and crush your skull? Edith had too much else to think about. She was thirsty in a different way, and off to the bed they went, careless as 2 white rabbits running across the desert. Until morning, when she realized after all that this had all indeed been a terrible mistake.
19. Opportunity. Vines. Shoving the blanket off into a heap upon the still sleeping blue pleasure man, Fen stood, naked and seething, squinting against the morning sun shattering the brutal angles of his lovely woven stone bedchamber. The game was afoot, and the players were stirring. In a moment, Fen's arching onyx chamber doors would squeal open, and he'd face one of his least favorite men in the galaxy, and any tiny morsel of doubt at the true fuckedness of everything he'd been allowing himself to chew upon would pop and ooze like caviar. He stilled his unimpressive, gelatinous frame for her sake, Rajna, the great cinder of a woman with 3 violet eyes. If there was a reason to lie in the face of the most powerful man he'd come across in his time, Baron Fen supposed she was the one he got.
Sweet, psychotic raison de vivre, who could not be more unlike the other great love of his life. May we sip blood liquor together at the little cafe just within the splinter-bone gates of hell. The door slid open in just the way sarcophagi slide shut, spearing Fen through with soft tendrils of morning-lit dust and a final certainty of his own death. The High Imperator of Eridu towered above him, smiling a politician's plastic smile. He wore an awkwardly tight gold suit, earless and endowed with a strong, symmetrical, geometric gold face. Best of all, he had sad eyes. And they were, Fen realized, gray eyes. Gray, ever so wise and sympathetic, fatherly and impenetrable, but mostly just gray.
Fen, how's the morning treating you?
Gold looked blandly over at the bed where the well-chiseled pleasure man was dressing hurriedly, and his voice was as monotone as the colorless dawn.
Looks like you're enjoying the facilities, old buddy, old pal. Yes, well, don't want to take up too much of your time. Let's get down to brass tacks.
Imperator Gold, always the pragmatist, always on the move.
Ho, ho, the great gray road.
Without looking, the Imperator gestured towards the pleasure man, who was slipping hastily into loose robes, face averted, doing everything he could to leave without incident. He froze at the sight of the gold hand, and Gold left him hanging without so much as acknowledging he'd done so.
Onward, my good sir, Fen retorted, his level of unease flooding its banks. In his life, Fen had done everything he could to besmirch his name in thick layers of scandal and opulence in hopes that the iron robes of power would fall upon anyone but him. But it didn't mean he couldn't play the game, and now he needed to know what the Imperator knew.
Tell me, Fen, about that doomed little world Earth, about your friend.
Gold said the word friend like it had a broken pelvis, and he was trying not to damage it any worse, and Fen objected to it at any rate.
Friends are not a thing I trouble myself with, good sir, Fen replied, especially when it comes to individuals so venturesome. Blood liquor at the gates of hell, my dear lady. For all our trouble, just you wait.
Of course,
replied the Imperator, diplomatic in the reptilian way of men who see diplomacy as a glorious endowment from the gods.
The Imperator gestured for the pleasure man to come stand beside him, still without so much as looking in his direction.
So I don't suppose Rajna has let you in on any of her forward-facing initiatives,
Gold said, in the wheedling voice of a veteran salesman.
I realize you've associated with the magistrate in past exploits, and I want to let you know personally, in whatever enterprises she may pursue in the coming days, she has my full trust and support.
Interesting. The Imperator was playing the card called utter, complete, concrete, gray confidence. Fen took the only risk left to him and played his own confidence card in turn. I do believe an investor who entrusts his entire life savings to a cause that is the very antithesis of his being is no saint. I do believe you could call him a fool.
The Imperator gave a heavy-lidded chuckle at that. Not a natural laugh, an assembly line.
As he laughed, Fen kept wanting to glance at the quavering, hyperventilating pleasure man Gold had summoned over with a gesture. If he dies, it's my fault. Poor young fellow, just making a living, just like flies do, where spiders wait. He was trembling, head hung low. The Imperator bid him to kneel with a gesture, which he did shakily.
The fact remains, the Imperator replied, that our dear magistrate would prove an ideal ally to the Gold in this aggressively advancing political climate. Gold leadership is hoping to reach out to her in friendship, because you see...
The Imperator put a gentle hand on the kneeling man's cheek, the lion caressing the lamb. Unable to withstand the suspense any longer, the man broke into the raking sobs of a person who knows death or worse has arrived. The gold, gray-eyed tyrant let the helpless sobs echo through the bright, sterile chamber for a long moment, then deigned to glance down, smiling faintly.
Because sometimes a gentle touch is all that is required.
And Fen saw. He saw what the gray really were for the first time in his long and convoluted life. And in any action she takes against you, Fen muttered, shaking, she serves you. In whatever chaos she wreaks, she feeds you. The Imperator smiled, that broad, shining, winning, dead smile.
The word's opportunity, and to any who might feel concerned about her methods on Earth, well, my friend, you can pass the good news along yourself. Our vessels will be waiting, doors wide open, all amenities included, seating for up to 8 billion.
The Imperator stood, having apparently forgotten all about the half-naked man kneeling by his chair, still shuddering helplessly, and turned back with a mild grin on his face.
It's gonna be a hell of a closer. I hope to see you there.
Fen began to run along the stone corridor in the gray morning light towards his ship, agonizingly sweating profusely, letting loose his orange silk robes to give the world a pitiful show. With a mind of flailing daggers, he cursed himself and all his bastard children for missing it until now. The gray winds! Don't you see, you disgusting old cur? They've won already. There must be a betrayer, eyes and ears close to Rajna, who clued the Imperator in on all of it. There was only one person it could be, only one who was close enough, one whom not even Rajna herself would suspect, and it meant this was much darker than he had feared. Fen entered a shining hoverpod that awaited him at the precipice of the balustrade, a shattered, timeless sky hanging beyond. The ship closed about him, a contemplative black clam, sealing him up in a womb of sweaty discontent against a universe of cold death. The shining shell became semi-transparent the moment it closed around him, and the single lacquered command skull began to glow a faint, pensive gold. His fat hands began to sweat as he placed them on the lacquer, and the faint current with which it throbbed stung. Earth, please, and make it snappy. I've got some old enemies I don't want to keep waiting. Fen pondered old scraps of poetics as he hopped across fathomless space, faster than the subconscious. New ships moved by the very principle which Dragon's Dream and Salvador Dali was able to paint. They created pocket realities by amplifying the mortal certainty that such a thing could be done a millionfold. The layer of reality directly below this one, after all, was Thafa, the plane of pure awareness itself, the realm in which the death of a half-Ecoem girl might ripple across a galaxy like a wave of pure anti-life. But Fen was a poor pilot. All sorts of paradoxical left turns reared up every time he tried to access Thafa. But the drugs made it easier. He wrapped his silk robes around his thick torso, along with a wriggling mess of stinging, mind-altering vines. They dug into his flesh, numbing their entry points, undulating sensually as they interfaced with his nerves, exchanging intoxicating menageries of fluids. Whoever had engineered this particular strain was really onto something, he mused, and his ship broke the light barrier without so much as troubling a stray thought. The old exo-encyclopedia scrap, faded in pieces, became his entire field of attention. He squinted his stinging, dehydrated eyes. Ah yes, a mind realm. What dreams may come? The threadbare archive spilled out its sprawling, tangled innards and dusty, vague, flickering shadows before his glassy eyes. He absorbed bits and pieces, becoming less certain of what he was reading or why. Great vines, so hazy. Some little voice in the back of his mind was trying to tell him something vital. He was having trouble using his what was it, that thing that was attached to his mind, his body? He nodded, dreaming he was climbing through sweet, thick forests of vines, which tickled his skin in mingled pinches of pain and pleasure. The only thing beyond them was great, arching blue sky. Mind realm. Who gives a fuck about a mind realm? Fen drifted further from consciousness. His nerves were beginning to die, his organs to shut down. Must warn. Who was it again? Only days remained until the vines are poisoned. You've been removed from the equation because the gold... They're killing you with the vines, the sweet vines. So soft and... No, must... He realized bemusedly that this particular strain of vine had been produced especially by the Imperator's attendants. What a perfect way of disposing with him.
Who would think anything of it, thousands of years from now, finding him mummified, emaciated, grinning the stupid grin of an addict who's struck gold at last. Go, my sweets. He spoke into a trans-space signaling device. One chance remained for him, and it was remarkably thin. Weave your little paths courageously. Across the Thafa, he sent one last distress call to the one being who would certainly not ignore it. Damn good finds. What had he been reading? What was he supposed to remember?
20. River, Wall. The Desconocidos in Roland's network had a signaling system across the border. A group of travelers arriving at the wall at a certain marker and a certain time would find ropes dangling from it. They were left unguarded, for a price, at the mercy of anyone brave or foolish enough to make the climb, exposed to any who might see, to struggle through the gaps in the concertina wire perched at the summit. The 5 railway companions spent the 8th gathering what supplies they could from the great underground network of Hobohemia. They made a rig to hold John on Dimple's back out of thick rope. They'd held hands and sent aspirations to the sky over the faintly smoking hobo stove as the sun went down, and they'd slept very little. They woke when the sky was little more than black, when the watch would be weakest. They chewed through hand-dried rabbit jerky and shivered together in the early morning, steeling themselves. Then moments before the crack of dawn, when all but John was awake, and the band was all but ready, Roland felt the ground begin to tremble. "Border Patrol?" Wednesday asked, gathering her few belongings as she surveyed the area. "I don't see anything," Dimple said, also standing, jaw flexed. He shook John, but John only gave out a low growl and kept his eyes closed. "Where's Summer?" asked Wednesday, scattering dust over where they'd camped. "She went out foraging a minute ago. It can't be far." Dimple ran about 20 feet in the direction she'd gone, surveying the nearby underbrush, quickly realizing she was nowhere to be seen. Dimple saw a plume of dust rising over the ridge just south, back the way they came, and within it he counted 4 open carriage jeeps, like those that had ambushed them in the train yard. They bristled with bandanaed men in camo vests, strapped with heavy artillery. "Los Sombras!" he shouted, gathering his small pack and heading for the Rio, which lay wide and sleepy before them at the foot of the great gray wall. They must have tracked them across the country. He was starting to think, based on their response time and precision, that John had been right. These were more than just coyotes. Maybe they were contractors. But why us? Why now? And in God's name, where is Summer? Based on their distance and speed, he calculated a 75-second window before the vehicles were bearing down upon them. "We can't go!" Dimple shouted. "Not without Summer!" Roland hesitated, surveying their options. The river ahead was their best shot, but looked anything but promising, and there wasn't time to wrap John's leg to save it from the host of bacteria the river held. He ran through a list of hundreds of possible infection agents and their rates of infection. It was grim. This narrow, unprotected wedge gave way to a slight dead fall to the east before it reached the looming, unfinished cement wall. The vestiges of xenophobia run rampant. West about 20 meters, ropes could be found. If they could lose their pursuers, Roland's heart and head pounded with the extreme likelihood that at the end of each was death. And then Summer bounded into view, dropping a handful of herbs and sticks as she ran towards them. Dimple tossed her their rucksack, breathing deeply and hugging her tightly. Roland stepped into the river, gauging a narrow section that might be shallow enough to wade across. The water was cold and soaked into his boots. There was no cover on this side of the river, but the other side was crusted with scraggly mesquite brambles. They wouldn't be any good as shelter if the men in the trucks decided to open fire, but Roland hoped it would create enough confusion to give them a fighting chance. The boy led Wednesday into pale brown water. The current was slow and the banks smooth, but in their haste it would be easy to lose footing. The cold, muddy water soaked into his pants and the tails of his rough cotton shirt, and Roland felt naked under the cloudless aquamarine sky. Wednesday pulled his hand in the opposite direction, suddenly struggling against him, shouting. Summer was in the water beside him, following his lead and trying to stay as low as possible. In her haste, she'd left the old guitar and its rough leather behind, the last thing of her father's she owned. Then he realized Dimple was still on the river's edge, still trying to lift the unresponsive John onto his back. He was favoring John's splinted leg, but he kept slipping off Dimple's back like a dirty rag doll. His eyes were only half open, rolling up into his head.
Roland batted at the soaked hair in his eyes, unable to grasp what was being said well enough over the churning water and the approaching engines. It wasn't fever or infection. The jeeps were charging forward, and Roland realized they'd be plunging into the river in less than a minute, and then it hit him. "La morfina!" he shouted. The damned old fool must have taken too much of the narcotic, which meant he must have been in Roland's bag during the night. Roland had been keeping it hidden because the old man had asked for more than he needed more than once on the day before. Roland turned and charged back through the water the way he had come. Wednesday was struggling up the bank, but her feet were failing to gain purchase in the mud. Summer had gotten out of the water and was trying to help lift John, but he might as well have been a loose sack of bowling balls. Roland tore open his pack and reached in, spilling trinkets and snacks and things he'd whittled until his hands closed around the thing he'd traded his silver cross for, a syringe of amphetamine, in case this very thing happened. He ripped the lid off and plunged it into John's shoulder. John's eyes shot open, and he flailed, throwing himself off Dimple's back and landing on his broken leg. He hit the ground screaming, "Hold on to me, you damn bastard! We gotta move!" Dimple screamed, and finally managed to wrestle John onto his back. They plunged back into the river as one, John clutching at anything that moved. In his frenzied state, he grabbed Roland's collar and tried to use it to climb further out of the water, holding Roland's head under. Roland's eyes and throat filled with water and sand, and he too flailed. The world was white. He was floating in soft, cool milk. He flashed to being very young and splashing in the faucet spray on the clay roof, seeing rainbows against the distant purple mountains and the blue, blue sky, and his mother singing sweet, lilting Huayno songs. He came up coughing, disoriented and panicking, feeling as if a hand was still wrapped around his throat. He heard automatic gunfire ripping into the water like machetes cutting through tree branches. The front jeep tore its way with a gout of brown water into the river, and then it rolled, though Roland couldn't see why. Dimple pulled him by the shoulders up to the opposite bank, and he coughed and retched, barely able to open his eyes. They were all there, soaked, panting, crouched in the mesquite, John propped awkwardly on one elbow and holding his leg, clutching back a scream. Roland looked through the brush back across the river and saw a flaming heap where the jeep had somehow caught fire. It churned out rubbery black smoke. A man's blackened body sat slumped within the flaming husk of metal, and another body floated face down in the river beside it. What had caused it to flip? The second jeep had also somehow swerved and rolled. Roland saw that another man had been pinned chest deep under it. One of his comrades had thought it an act of mercy to put a bullet in his head. His bandana had disappeared, and Roland registered the scars on the lower half of his face. Scars weren't quite right. A brand, maybe. The other men were crouched behind the two remaining jeeps across the river, shouting at each other. They were as baffled about the source of the fire and the sudden upheavals as he was, and their rage and confusion was making it impossible for them to agree on a counterattack. Their leader had clearly been among those killed. Mercifully, his band of wanderers had fallen off the list of priorities, at least for the moment. And then he did see what had fallen upon them. In all its shining fury, those men were the least of their worries.
Summer grabbed Dimple's shirt, pulling him along. He had already lifted John onto his shoulders and was striding forward, panting and dripping, his nose once again bleeding. She suddenly hated the old man and had to fight the urge to claw at the gnarled old addict's hands wrapped around Dimple's chest, shove him back into the river and save Dimple and herself. And then a large, sleek silver shape leapt from a stand of trees and hit the side of the jeep now in the lead. The dead man. "Has anyone not been following us?" Careless as a father lion batting a large fly, Noxra batted the driver of the lead vehicle out of his seat and into the river and took his place. He grabbed the steering wheel with one hand and snapped the neck of the machine gun-wielding man beside him with the other, colorless eyes focused dead ahead. The third man dove out into the muddy water on his own accord. The pursuing jeep crunched over the body of the hombre's fallen comrade, slowing not at all, and then they began firing their weapons once again, now at the vehicle Noxra had just commandeered. He ignored the fire and crested the near bank, yelling, "In!" Summer obeyed, along with Dimple and Wednesday scrabbling. She had to grab Roland's wrist, who was shaking and staring moon-eyed at the dead man that had twice saved and once nearly killed him in the space of a few days. "We have no choice,"
As soon as the five had piled in the jeep, which was chugging and smoking darkly and vomiting muddy water out both sides, Noxra tore off toward the wall, and Roland pointed towards the ropes with a shaking hand.
Must we cross this boundary?
Nox shouted.
It's the best chance we have.
Dimple shouted back over the wind.
If we can just make it over.
Noxra slammed the jeep to a halt below the three ropes hanging down, still against the barrier between them and safety.
Climb!
God, anything but that. Nox leapt from the jeep and rushed at the vehicle still in pursuit, full on. It pulled a quick U-turn and ran. Roland was already helping Wednesday onto one of the ropes, both of them agile as desert lizards. Summer grabbed the rope and tugged, sure it would fray on the edge of the wall, her head spinning, sweating, and feeling a desperate need to vomit. I can't do it! I can't.
You got this,
Dimple was saying. John hung limply in his papoose, already 10 or so feet off the ground. But it was Wednesday that got her through. Summer glanced up again, barely keeping the rope in her sweaty palm, barely balancing on the wet chassis of the jeep, and saw the old woman smiling down from 20 feet above, singing. It was a soft tune, maybe a hymn in Creole. And that was what Summer needed. She began humming along, her hands stilled on the rope, her grip strengthening. There was no turning back now, and who knew how long they had before either the men in jeeps came charging back redoubled, or the border patrol caught on. She too, with all her will and Dimple beside her, began to climb.
21. Cipher. Memory. His red chandelier vessel hovering over the North American continent moments before dawn. Rot Purar swiveled a living light console on his desk and found Rajna's message, its letters dancing into smoky clarity. They were lines out of context from old poems, which interlopers would interpret as an obscure form of stenography. It would launch any hostile cryptanalyst into a chase that would prove convoluted as it was fruitless. The message said only,
The daughter upon nature's sweet order weeps. No more than a tear brings hunger for sleep. Alosmias, my love, forgive me. Memory long as victory deep.
The pirate grinned. The only code that can't be broken, the languages lovers share, and sometimes the only language protected by dedication stronger than one's own will for life.
Sometimes,
Cal growled. Rot poured himself another mug of invigorated ale, the color and taste of rust soaked in fermented ghost pepper juice, and downed it, despite his infuriated stomach.
The daughter upon nature's sweet order weeps.
That one was simple enough. When an ancient emperor asked a wise man what happiness was, he held up a sign that said, Happiness. Father dies, son dies. The emperor was furious, shouting, Well, what the fuck is sadness? He said, and the wise man held up a sign saying, Sadness. Son dies, father dies. This must refer to Edith. So it was Shexima who must die? Or protect the girl at all cost? Take out the mother if need be? This is foul sport, Cal. Fouler than we imagined.
speak for yourself.
No more than a tear brings hunger for sleep.
What was that? It was on the verge of memory. It would stick in his craw like bad lathia.
Alosmias, my love, forgive me.
That third line wasn't even from the poem. Alos meas was a shoreline, far away in space. Rot remembered the place like yesterday. White beach, gold drakes craning overhead like lost spirits, the soft crash of ocean waves. He remembered Rajna, naked beneath that pale sky that matched her violet eyes, and how they had made love on that beach, accompanied by nothing but bleached bones. That line was the simplest of all. It was the ultimate statement of the silkworm's quiet code. I'll miss you. But why is she reminding me of this now, after all this time? And why has she added, my love, forgive me? And then the second line and the last hit him at once.
No more than a tear brings hunger for sleep. Memory long as victory deep.
Rot remembered the epic poem both lines came from, the way only her sisterhood retold it.
When the world of news split to its molten core, the great sage of the Dadri Rover looked into the maw he had torn, while trying to unleash the psychic force of a mind realm. Dadri wept blood, and it fell at his feet, and from it grew the first black of Rick the flower. No more than a tear brings hunger for sleep, memory long as victory deep.
Memory. That's what the addictive opioid flower means to the people of Nu. The only way to truly know a thing is to embody experience, to remember in your blood and bones. I've been a fool to think another mind realm was the riskiest possibility. Rajna has dreamt up something 8 billion times riskier. What is it? Kel asked. One can fight an army to blacken out the sky, but one does not fight the natural order of things. Mikram's damned eyes, Captain, what does it mean? She's going to try and reach all of them, break into their minds, their memories. Not just a single mind realm like we had planned for Edith. Rajna would create a mind realm out of every single human mind down there. The captain leapt from his chair and grabbed Cal. We have to warn her. Get her to see that it will backfire. They're not ready. As we speak, they're down there bickering on the brink of hell, and the Grey control them. I don't think she realizes how deeply. Find Mirama and Edith. We must stop this.
But it had already begun.
22. Balance, Reckoning. The transparent arcing central pavilion of Rajna's vessel, a floating blade-like island of intricate woven shadows, hung undetected in Earth's upper stratosphere. It could not have been more different from the grey ships lurking beyond. At the heart of its chamber was a blaze, lit by an ember seed of the blaze into which Nyala had thrown herself. The sisterhood's high council arrived one by one, robed in frilled caftans as swirled as the nebulous night, around the blaze eternal. But this time, it was cold, shadowy metal at their naked feet instead of red sand. The remaining 10 gazed unblinking, and each recounted all she had lost. At the blazing center stood another circle of 12 skulls, the crystallized 3-socketed remnants of the first 12 sisters. Each was like a sentient mind, a quantum computer, storing data in crystallized neurons capable of modulating photonic superpositions in the space of thought. And across fractal pockets in space, the skulls converged beyond pure light. They sought out one band of frequencies across the entire expanse of the blue planet below, a more primitive kind of transponder, held implanted within billions of unsuspecting minds. "Seoam," said Rajna at long last, and held forth her hands, palm upward, revealing them to be the same light blue as the heart of the fire. Balance. The skulls were capable of interpreting biochemical information at such a rate that intention alone could be parsed, translated into algorithmic command structures within the space of seconds. And at the height of the pulsing, Rajna spoke what she had intended, perhaps for all her life to bring forth. She spoke in loose, spontaneous verse, and her words sang with the rhythms their naked bodies flashed as one. For balance requires not subtlety, spares no one in its form, where blood and gut and bones splayed forth alone may paint its will. Then without cause or ceremony nature tears them forth. The men of grey, whom on yon thirsty blood-soaked world called Earth, with torment cannot quench the endless call to forward face. By power here, which speaking the unspoken we have gained, into their minds now, like the force of balance, let me rend. Rajna's volume and tempo rose, and the throb became orgasmic. In the blaze began to appear images of the world below, war and death and grey, through the eyes of billions in unison. The moment of a world collapsing, even as the skulls delved into their minds, into every interconnected ego link. No compromise, but in completeness bore your path. Into each hungry ego reach your will, but for a flash. They witnessed the collective gasp of 8 billion onlookers, realizing that their world had come to its unimaginable climax.
Secretary Armison's warning of outright drone assault has become an imminent reality, and we cannot, I repeat, cannot discredit reports that within the hour... Padre nuestro que está en el cielo.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa... See my face, beyond your destined strife. No unbroken balance. Here, now, naked life. As the magistrate uttered these last words, into the mind of each and every man and woman linked together by the magic of a simple line of code, it all stopped. The missiles did not launch. The drone armies did not open fire. The cities did not go up in flames. For a moment, there was silence across the world.
Then as one, 8 billion people began to scream.
It was gray dawn, July 9th, 2032. Jasmine, barely aware of who she was anymore, sat huddled on the police department waiting room bench and stared at the television alongside the anemic projections of her own semi-functioning ego, transfixed, as it became clear that the world was coming to an end. There were no more stories Jasmine could tell herself, nothing but the end. She clenched her knees to her chest with fingers bitten so badly they bled. And then another voice came through it all, growing from faint to thundering in only an instant.
No unbroken balance. Here, now, naked, life.
Jasmine blinked. When she opened her eyes, everything had changed. She, one of 8 million strong, began to scream. Jericho Ross and Rachel Starzak had smoked as the sun came up from a glass pipe in the shape of a delicate little Pegasus, turquoise and violet. There was something so devastatingly sad about her smile. "There's a lot you don't know about me, dear one," she said. "That's okay. I got time to learn." She looked away and chuckled. He wasn't sure what that meant, so he just kept grinning what he thought to be his winningest, most confident grin at her. "You're sweet, kid," she said after a moment, smiling and wrinkling her nose and rubbing the scruff of his neck as if he were a puppy. Jerry went out before the crack of dawn to buy cigarettes and milk, because the inside of her refrigerator looked like it belonged to a lazy fruit bat who'd been on vacation for weeks. The Santa Fe morning was fresh and cloudless and had the sweet midsummer smell of Russian olives. "I could get used to this," he kept thinking. She'd opened the door, smiling, dressed only in his boxer shorts, her ample, freckled tits hanging out for the whole neighborhood to spy on. "Hey, sexy," she said, grinning, still holding a white lighter and the lovely Pegasus pipe. "You know white lighters are bad luck, right? Every time a rock star dies, they find a white lighter on him. Are you saying I'm bad luck?" "Either that or a rock star," he said. "I guess we'll see. You got any—" Jerry blinked, and his ego came to life with a raging static roar, and everything had changed. He, too, began to scream.
Edith awoke with hazy morning light sifting into the hotel room, Rick snoring softly beside her. She luxuriated, stretching the last whirls of last night's laddia out of her muscles with a wide yawn. Before her eyes, the ego's interface appeared, a little panel like the dashboard of a vehicle, just within her periphery. She found human music she enjoyed, a group of girls called Razia and the Sings, and let the harmonies drive her under the prismatic waves of sleep. In a horrible, writhing, seething haze, Edith awoke to Rick screaming at the top of his lungs. For a moment, she couldn't tell for the life of her why, and then she blinked, and her ego took over. She saw the last face she could have imagined, huge and dark and blazing. Rajna.
The structure of the El Paso station all around Jasmine was a terrible dream, swept by a dirty, consuming fire from floor to ceiling. Jasmine's scream was a high, wordless terror which her own ears could not distinguish from the hungry howling all around. The officers milling around the station became corpses, mouths contorted, eyes burned away, bodies shriveled, scarred. The criminals they escorted, now more rat-gnawed jackals than men, leapt and cackled, faces transfixed in horrid laughter, eyes staring bloodshot in opposite directions. She could not avoid belief in what she was seeing, not with all her will. She tried to leap up and bolt in any direction, but she was still shackled, and the shackles had become barbed wire, and her body was laced with cuts and oozed and festered. She rolled screaming onto her back, flailing, and the roof was torn away like shabby tin, revealing a bloody sky roiling with acidic smoke that choked and burned. Across the earth, on the brink of devouring itself in the same instant, nearly 8 million people blinked. When their eyes opened, they saw what Jasmine had seen in terrible unison, each wash of vision and sensation tinted with their own worst nightmares. Planes fell from the sky, dams burst, cars careened into one another. Shaking hands and flashing bunkers went for launch triggers, but there was nowhere to aim the missiles. Out of the smoke that was all that remained of the sky, a face emerged. A woman the size of a mountain, skin of burning coal, with 3 terrible penetrating eyes of light violet, glinting like razors through the smoldering blaze. With a voice in every language, and the language of the mind, Terrible as thunder and sweet as honeysuckle, she spoke.
Children of Earth, I come in the moment before your world ends to provide you with a final chance to salvage your kind and attain balance. The terror before you is the sum of your species' suffering, all shared among your ego links. Look upon the price of efficiency, ever forward on your bloody broken knees before great King Progress. Heed me well, and there may still be hope.
In the distance, in all directions, the words of the great woman's voice came echoing out of every television monitor and computer and phone and radio, every walkie-talkie and CB, overlaying themselves in crude static. Scaling the crumbling 40-foot gray edifice that divided the cities of Juarez and El Paso, with John hitched to his back like a rucksack, Dimple saw it too, faded like a half-developed photograph overlaid upon his raw hands in the dingy grit of the failed wall. But it shocked him so badly he nearly let go of the rope and fell. "What is it?" Summer shouted, hanging beside Dimple, eyes wide, seeing him lose his grip and his footing and cry out in pain. It wasn't pain, more the sense that something had cut its way into his mind. Since that day after he'd just met Summer, Dimple Rhodes hadn't seen so much as a blip from the bug in his brain. But as the world went up in flames around him, it hit him. Ego! There's still something left. That woman's face from all around, it's in my head. I can see her.
Unbroken balance. Here, now, naked, life.
Dimple somehow kept climbing, blinking but unable to keep the images from his eyes and thundering from his ears. They were pulling him past giant, tangled circles of concertina wire onto the top of it, where he lay on his side, gasping, reeling.
The mental invader's seismic decree thundered on, and with it came images, sudden mirages all around them and drilled into their senses. Phantom shadows of conquest and brutality tangible before them. Ranks of petty dictators sinking of refugee ships by the hundreds off the Florida coasts, the anonymous chemical strike on Bombay, the water accords of 2029, leaving 2 million to die of thirst or rotting across the world. Endless ranks of missing people turned soldiers, controlled by their egos. Countless secret horrors to come. The chain of endless human devastation that had led them here, to this extinction point. All the secret terrors were being revealed. Every horror humanity wrought upon itself came blasting in all at once in full force. Those 2% of them without egos saw it on every screen, in every shop window, heard it on every walkie-talkie and shortwave and radio channel, every computer and device. Was it merely an illusion? The life of a species flashing before their eyes? But the woman who filled the sky with the 3 violet eyes, there was no denying her. "Let me show you another way," Rajna's very presence said. "Come home to yourselves and what you truly are." And with that, the world shifted again. Fire remained in torrents across the sky, around her giant face like a swirling cape and crown, but the horrors were gone. In their place was a ghostly golden world like the regal palaces of Thailand or the gilded cathedrals of Rome, glorious, blossoming with life, with flowers and spirals of perfect phosphorescent geometry. Seize the destruction and swear allegiance to balance, to what truly is. Trust that you might transform. Speak Rajna, my name, I shall hear, and I shall arrive, and together we shall remake. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, it ended. 8 billion people as one just stared, unable to move or speak or even blink. Rajna reeled away from the fire as if thrown backwards. "What happened? How did we lose them?" one of the council was shouting. "Something pushed back," Rajna cried out, a blinding flash of searing hot agony bursting gloriously before her eyes, scorching them. "Something stepped between us and their minds."
The sudden absence of the onslaught left a gaping, screaming hole in the center of Jasmine's mind. In her terror, Jasmine realized she'd reached out for any thought on which to anchor herself, and of course it had been a story. "This world," Jas croaked, still writhing and panting with her desperate heat. "What do you want from it, you foul creature?"
"Only its soul!" Jasmine screamed back inside her head with all her will.
"You'll never have it.
Even if you crush us all, we'll live on in our dreams, our poems, our songs. And the vision had ceased. Jasmine lay on the floor of the police station, again mildewed and beige, and then it all began rushing in. Shouts from everyone around her, frantic, too numerous and panicked to sort out, but clear in their central question. What was that? And at the very same instant, Jasmine's mind flooded again, but now her ego was awash with screams from newscasters and every person she'd ever networked with or linked to or followed or friended, all screaming the same thing. Whatever shadow of an ego still remained in Dimple was silent once again. Summer was clutching his wrist. He tried to explain what had happened and couldn't even begin. Rajna. Her name was Rajna. They were tugging him past the wires to where Roland had hotwired a convertible jeep parked at an empty guard station on top of the wall, and the group was piling in. Sirens were blazing all around them, and there was an odd humming quality to the air. The squat vehicle roared to life with Nox at the wheel and tore down the empty road away from the glint of the rising sun to where it connected to a toll overpass in El Paso. There were now other trucks pressing in along the wall, close behind them. The whether they belonged to Las Sombras or the Border Patrol he couldn't tell. Was there even a difference? Dimple tried again to speak, needing to tell them what had happened in his head a moment ago, about the woman in the sky who'd called them, asked them to say her name and to change the radio in the truck dashboard blazed to life, and it all began again. In a flat, commercial, jovial woman's tone, the ghost in his head and the truck radio both said the same thing.
Dear citizens and valued ego customers, welcome to the bright future of the human mind.
Rajna saw only swirling black. It had all gone wrong, fallen apart in the final moments. She fell to her knees, the metal beneath her sweltering, spinning in the dark. What has taken the devices back from us? Their circle focused the minds in upon the question, and the skulls reflected a woman's face that had replaced Rajna's own, though she herself could not see it. The Grey have broken our link, one spoke. Not just broken, hijacked. As if on cue, the new face that had taken Rajna's place spoke.
Dear citizens and valued ego customers, welcome to the bright future of the human mind. We hope you've enjoyed the newly upgraded psychophysical experience of the next generation of generative creativity, and hope you found the experience satisfying.
And the 9 who still had their sight recoiled as one, as they saw to whom the face belonged. This new vision in the flames before them had been painted white, her skin caked smooth as burned scar tissue in layers of silken makeup, her third eye erased, leaving a screaming blank space in the center of her forehead. It was not her, yet it was her. It was the face of Nyala, whose name meant Truthbringer. Nyala, who had thrown herself into the blaze eternal. They had stolen her face and her voice. Rajna heard and knew beyond a doubt. No mockery, no aberration, no theft had ever been so complete.
Hope you found the experience satisfying.
The stolen face of Nyala said in Edith's ego, a ghastly grin plastered on her cheeks, a visage sealed into its own statue.
We deeply apologize for the disturbance and any extreme material you may have witnessed, and hope you enjoyed our first taste of Surreality 2.0. Altered reality indistinguishable from the real thing.
How can she?
And now, look out your windows, folks, for the big reveal. We'd like you to witness innovation like you've never seen it before. Behold, the summer surprise you've all been waiting for.
Looking up, Jericho and Rachel saw it over them, beside the face of the blonde woman who'd sprung into view to inexplicably replace the three-eyed one, throwing a shadow across Santa Fe like a glimmering silver cloud. Summer and Dimple saw another, hovering above the center of the city of El Paso. Jasmine saw the very same one right overhead. Edith tore aside the curtain to see it only 50 heights away, level with her eyes even from the 20th floor of this hotel. Everyone near a city saw one, gleaming in the starlight or the afternoon or morning sun. Giant rectangular ego stores, floating hundreds of feet off the ground, as long and wide as 10 city blocks. Each borough of New York City got its own, not to mention a 6th for uptown Manhattan. coming out of their momentary terror at the saccharine coaxing of the prim blonde master of ceremonies and into the wonder of yet another incredible show by the minds at Ego Corp, they began to forget the words and the images shown by the Shadow Woman. She'd clearly just been an ego-sponsored summer blockbuster villainess, across a jaded world that had given away its consciousness to be shown anything at all. Most, looking up at the giant, shining gray vessels, began to applaud.
We proudly give to you the ego stores of the future, gateways to a safe, prosperous world where you can explore our all-new features non-stop. Ladies and gentlemen, the super ego.
Amazing.
Wow.
Ooh. Wonder if they're gonna land, or if you get hoverboards, or what.
That was the best virtual reality sim I've ever seen. Holy shit.
I just hope they don't try to stretch it out over too many movies.
I mean, the CG on the giant woman was a little low contrast, but I mean, yeah, pretty good.
Why do all these blockbusters suddenly have female villains?
It's all wrong, said Edith, shaking as she stared at the gray ship hovering before her face. We have to go. We have to get away. Why is it wrong? Rick asked, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes. It's awesome. I have to get this thing out of my head now. Do you hear me? Now! A little dialogue box popped up before her eyes, before everyone's eyes, along with a blonde woman's voice, Niala's voice, saying,
Please select now whether you'd like to order free access to Surreality 2.0, along with a complimentary, fully inclusive welcome to any of our new Super Ego stores, hovering above a city near you.
And a single button saying,
Order now.
But Edith and a few others around the world read the word differently. It wasn't a verb, it was a declaration. It meant, prepare for order, now.
Don't press it.
Why not? Because it was not a free offer. It was a welcome to the Grey Order, to purpose, contractually binding and airtight and unequivocal. Billions would press the button, accepting the ultimate order blindly, just as they'd already begun to forget the magistrate's words. It was the ultimate in conquest technology. Order, mindless grey, now and forever.
Jasmine watched her newsreel explode with updates and frozen horror. Predictably, the 98% begin hitting order now by the hundreds. Then within seconds, laughing millions. And then within minutes, 1 billion people had ordered up a dose of future. El Paso was an early adopter.
Less than 7 minutes and over 700,000 orders from El Paso. Bravo,
said the plastic blonde spokeswoman in the corner of everyone's eye. First came promises, then questions, then... And then people started disappearing. They went in pops of white light by the dozens. Whole streets emptied. Empty cars smashed into each other and into fire hydrants. Books fell out of hands. More than a few even left a hand or a foot or a head behind, as the great ship's teleports were still in their beta phase after all. Somewhere far away in a comfortable room, Imperator Gold watched it all, his lovely, life-sized figurine of a golden wife expressionless behind him. "So easy," he commented. "I've been wondering for nearly a century how the hell we'd get them all on board without a fight.
Self-righteous bitch saved us trillions."
"Good show, boss, as always," said a subservient somewhere behind him.
"What of the folks that haven't chosen to come aboard?" asked the Golden Men.
"Compliant for the most part, with some coaxing," replied another attendant. "But we have a 27% non-adoption rate on the planet, boss. Higher than we expected." A shadow came over the gold face. Something in between the sulk of a spoiled child at a disappointing birthday party and a hurricane brewing.
27. That won't do it all.
His wife looked for a moment as if she might say something, and then, as was the way of things, did not. "Awaiting instructions, Imperator." He took a drag on a long, elaborate pipe and blew sweet yellow smoke in a wafting haze.
Lay down some incentives,
he chuckled. White, glowing spheres began dropping from the silver vessels across the world, blanketing the cities like a moment of misplaced holiday cheer. When the orbs made contact with buildings and streets and houses, They burst in heat and thunder so swift and ear-splitting that the world itself shuddered. Cities flashed, shook, crumbled, went up in flames. Anyone left on the planet in a position of military or political power, of which there were few, who might have wanted to take defensive action, realized they'd forfeited that privilege long ago. There was no action to be taken, no launch codes or countermeasures. Most everyone had volunteered to become gray. Earth lay defenseless, burning, empty, alone. 23. Flash Fall.
Full speed ahead!
Rot screamed, strangling the armrests of his command chair with both hands.
Absorb as many of those orbs as you can. Redirect those you can't, and for Mikram's sake, shut off those damn alarms.
The rock's tier wheeled above Guatemala, cutting the stratosphere like choppy waves as it wove rainbow shards of transdimensional energy. The whole ship trembled and clanged as if it were stuck together with twine and old wrought iron pots and pans. Rot caught the faces of his stoic, motley crew bracing themselves for the first impact, which would perhaps be also the last. Not a bad lot for a bunch of spacefaring thieves and runaways. And then the first orb struck. Two great nav gyros ripped themselves free on either side of him with a scatter of furious sparks that singed the red satin of his coat. Two of the bridge nav skulls gushed hissing orange smoke from their empty sockets and then burst. Their hot shards melted into the hull above his head. The light surging around him smashed into his eyes, dashing time and distance into meaningless prism shards. Another impact, then a third, then a fourth. All went white. "Are you going to order it?" Jerry asked Rachel, still standing bare-breasted on her stoop, still holding the little glass Pegasus. And then he realized she was shaking, sobbing. "No, what the hell is happening, Jerry? None of this is right. No, please, my boy needs me." He grabbed her wrist as the orbs began to rain down. He looked up just to see one fall in a lazy arc overhead. What a blue, blue sky, he thought. I'm going to die. He thought about the dreams he'd had on the strange drug from another world. Somehow I saw it all, and I didn't believe or think to warn anyone. A white flash, and Jerry found himself teetering before a great abyss, a perfect 100-foot hemisphere where her house had been, scooped out of the ground with surgical precision. The woman he'd lain with had disappeared in the flash. Only when Jerry looked down, he realized that he was still holding her wrist, and her hand still held the Pegasus. Only her arm had been sticking out of the transport zone, and it had left it untouched from the elbow down. It was all frozen for an infinite second, and then her severed arm started gushing blood, and everything around him exploded. Blown water mains and abridged sewer lines started blasting out their contents in brown torrents. Electrical systems shorted. A telephone pole crashed to the ground behind him. An octopus of live wires whipped around, crackling and setting the neighbor's yard on fire. Orbs were still landing in inconceivable flashes. A frenzied car with its horn blaring careened around the corner and smashed into the side of a house, its hysterical driver flying with a bloody smack through its windshield. Jericho turned and ran would have been the word, had his cast vanished with everything else, fell off the stoop and smacked his face on the cement, and then got up and ran like a wounded crab through the city as it tore itself the rest of the way to smithereens in that calm, warm, desert morning.
Summer clutched at the doorframe of the careening stolen military truck, which Noxra had just smashed through a flimsy checkpoint and was using to dodge abandoned cars on the dizzying overpass in a town. She watched, speechless, as the white orbs tore the city apart. She heard the roar of trucks in pursuit, unwilling to break off even as the world went up in white flame. Wherever an orb fell, it was as if a searing meteor had struck, scooping up everything in its path clean and white as an ice cream scoop, smooth as blown glass. The pocked city stretched out before Summer's eyes, balancing on tendrils of rock that stretched across the humongous hemispherical chasms. Optic nerves stretched across the Leviathan's empty socket. Streets and small clumps of houses balanced caked in white dust. The air smelled like dry incense and hummed like the inside of a singing bowl, and the sky was cloudless blue. Summer could feel a wild, spinning sensation overtaking her, found her vision swimming. All these people, children playing in the streets, getting ice cream, and their mothers. Other cities? All of them? They barreled down a newly formed stone trestle that only moments earlier had been Highway 273 on the New Mexico side of the state line. To Summer's right, a red and yellow sign beside the road, still upright over a gaping ice cream scoop in the earth, said, "Shopping center coming soon." It struck her as oddly funny as they tore by, nearly smacking into it. Several more vehicles had taken up chase. It was as if the entire Texas Border Patrol militia had gathered at this spot and brought every gun in the state. She recalled the attack the night that attempted to board the train, and the way the men who'd attacked had looked gray. "We can't fight them," Summer stammered, blinking the flashbulb burns from her retina, gasping with the hot, wild wind and grasping at Dimple, at Wednesday. "The minute we try, we—" The wind stole her words. In that moment, she realized that Dimple had picked up a gun. What remained of the road was barely wide enough for one truck to ride upon, and as Noxra maneuvered the pits and potholes, gravel flew from under the screaming tires down sheer rock faces on both sides. The chasm deepened as they sped forward, now 30 feet down, then 40. Then Summer couldn't stand to look anymore, voiceless, clutching Dimple and trying to tear the thing out of his hands.
A bullet whizzed close overhead. Dimple hefted the machine gun, hating it, lifting it to point down the tightrope of a road at the lead jeep in pursuit. Summer tried to tear it out of his hands, but he was too strong, and in that moment it didn't feel like a choice. It was a charge. It was his job to protect her, to protect his family, or lose all sense of control as the world spun around his head, to lose all purpose. Summer was screaming soundlessly at him, tugging his arms and shirt, but her words were drowned out in the horrible roar of the engine and the tires, barely clinging to the narrow wedge of life. The jeep was gaining on them, balanced on the thin scrap of suspended pavement like a crossbow bolt in its chamber. Dimple took aim, unsure what it would feel like if he managed to shoot. His life was nonviolence, and he'd lived it pure and true until this day. It was taking everything he had to keep his hands still, and he had to keep blinking dust and sweat out of his eyes. And his goddamn broken nose hurt so much he could barely see to begin with. Roland, his new little brother, crouched at his feet in a ball, clutching at his ankles. "Valiente," Roland had said. He thought about Summer, and his hands stilled. He thought about how the love of his life had looked the first time he'd ever seen her, juggling fire the same shade as her hair in an open field. Before he could think about anything else, before she could sway him or pull it from his hands, he fired. A deafening kickback. The jeep kept coming, growing steadily, and then it bucked, spewing gravel to regain its hold before plummeting off the cliff. The faint sound of metal and bone crumpling and skidding on distant slate and shale ripped through him, behind the vacuum of gunfire filling his skull. Down, down. A thunder crack, and then just the hateful wind. But he couldn't say anything. He couldn't feel anything either. The world was frozen. Noxra barreled forward, and the final pursuer began to fade. "Dimple, no, how could you?" He looked into his love's eyes, standing partway up, meaning to toss the big gun out of the back of the jeep. He was dismayed to see the horror in those eyes. I didn't think we had a..." There was another large, square yellow sign on a high post, this one saying "Dollar General," perched precariously over the road. A second before they passed under it, it began to fall towards them. Noxra tried to swerve.
Summer felt every muscle in her body tense and cry out, but she couldn't make a sound.
Roland looked up just in time to see it falling. The sign tore Dimple's head clean from his shoulders. It lifted his body away from their grasp and threw it down, down, down. The instant he died, he recalled the dream. He was the body washing up on the golden beach, floating in endless turquoise, reflected in the eyes of that girl he'd met juggling fire on the lawn, who'd made love to him and made love to him, and she was the most beautiful girl in the world, he thought happily. On that fine morning of July 9th, 2032, Kevin Dimple Rhodes, as the old hobos say, caught the westbound out of this world, as the world itself heaved a last senseless breath. He was all American and blonde and 24, just like James Dean. He floated, the sun shining through the waves, and he was utterly free.
24. Seers, listeners. It all went wrong, Rajna said in a scorched voice, sounding distant even in her own ears. The implants we interfaced with were too complex to have grown out of anything on their world. Rajna was shaking. Her stolen vision burned in dark swirls. Who could have given it to them? Mekumu, the guard captain, cried. Who indeed? Rajna listened to the thundering of a world collapsing, echoing from all angles as the great cubist grey vessels scooped up 6 billion new willing recruits and laid waste to those who had refused. Lady, your eyes! She is burned. We must rectify this. We cannot let them lay waste to... Sisters! Rajna's voice cut through the searing agony that erupted against the new darkness before her eyes. Grant me your silence. Let me navigate by your words when they are required, and the pillars of your strength instead when silence better serves. A solemn hush fell upon them, and Rajna felt the palpable strength of her sisterhood. My captain, what of those who did not choose slavery? Most of them youth, the majority female, from less affluent localities. Rajna narrowed her seared eyes, as if listening for the current of her sisters' hearts below the throb and the echoing clamor of destruction, for the heartbeat of those who had resisted the offer of false security. Those who have seen the shadow of progress, who have reason not to trust power at its word. Why upon so many worlds were the women the ones the talons of progress fell upon? What was it in the masculine that ever sought change at the price of life? We shall have to reach out the old-fashioned way, to whom we can, entreat them not to lose themselves in anguish and fury, but to embrace it, to speak it, to transform.
Rot's hands, he realized, between temples clanging like war drums, were covered in blood and ash and shards of amber and bone, but intact. He flexed them, feeling bitter needles of sensation returning. He was fighting through a field of vision shrunken to a maddening, hazed pinprick. Cal's strong arms were lifting him to his feet. The bridge was in as rough shape as he was, but the filtered air was still breathable and the central deck was in one piece. Report! Cal's voice began as a dull, submerged throb, but came into focus as consciousness returned. We were able to absorb 7 of them, Captain, and blow another 6 out of the air. The crew. All but Shendap reporting in. Harvest my eyes, Rock grimaced, picturing the dirty, wrinkled face of the man he just ordered to his death. The ship, Captain. From Cal's tone, Rot already knew the news was grim. All but one nav skull blown. We're depleted, leaking oxygen. I'll give us another day at best, unless we set her down somewhere below. Before Rot Parar and his disoriented crew was a crisp, glowing, holographic cameo of the southwestern United States, as seen from perhaps 1,800 heights above. Lakes, rivers, roads, vegetation sprawling with geometric patterns in metal and wood. But huge, round craters were being ripped out of it in flashes of brilliant white, most concentrated where buildings and roads were densest. 13, he growled, coughing up phlegm with a distinct iron flavor to it. We only stopped 13 of them. What is 13 compared to all this? We were just lucky the gray ships didn't find us worthy of their attention, Cal said, distraught. Rot was beyond hearing him or counting blessings in any form. Each of those sparks was human life, or 20 or 50. And the great white plumes were entire civilizations disappearing in a wink, taking geometric swaths of the planet with them. And Rot realized he'd fallen to his knees as tears blurred his eyes. He felt the massive arms of his first officer trying to hold him up once more, and heard the man bellowing futile orders left and right. The only chaos reigned. He heard his sister Oth's thin voice from somewhere behind him. Rot, are they killing them all? We're too late, Rot. It's happening too fast. There's nothing you could have done. Finally, the bombing slowed and then ceased. In the looming silence that followed, Rot mustered a flood of words. We're going down to save who we can.
Damn her and her coded messages, her vendettas, her schemes, her madness. And may I be damned for loving her, believing in her cause. It ends here, Cal. If I have to do it with my own bare hands, it ends here.
Stay your fury, Rot, though indeed it is deserved.
Rot looked around, still fighting his first mate's strong arms, to see the source of the clear voice that had cut through. It was Mirama, tall and faintly shimmering. Her sweet face did not match the conviction with which she spoke.
The people of Earth are not lost, pirate. Not so many as it appears. Those remaining on the ground, I'm watching them. They have chosen to stay, and though many of them are young and powerless, they have conviction. They're not unlike you.
And the billions up there in those ships, slaves by their own hand, what of them?
Undergoing Mikrim only knows what. But I think I know a way to use what I have become to, maybe not save them, but at least to convince them to listen.
Rot allowed himself a breath, and then took a small leap of faith. I've been working on something a little dicier, trying to see if I can't get Edith to create a mind realm of her own.
Are you certain, Rutparar, risking such a thing?
And standing up to the Grey isn't suicide? Rot shot back.
What makes you think she can even reach such a state?
Rot considered his words. Have you ever once seen a moment of self-deception in that girl? Mirama raised an eyebrow and allowed a small smile.
There, you have a point. You should have seen her as a child. So, what if she can shift reality? What would you have her shift?
There he hesitated, because a vapor trail and a wish were really all he was accustomed to relying upon. I'm afraid that might ultimately be up to her. Jasmine climbed out of the smashed maw of the station, which gaped at the sky like a giant, empty anglerfish skeleton. She'd only been able to stare at the hovering rectangle blocking out most of the sky for what felt like hours, frozen, captivated. The day swam by in the yellow haze. She wandered through the buzzing streets while adults and children screamed and cried. Men in military and paramilitary outfits made blind attempts to organize, round up, chase down. Jasmine even heard them open fire from time to time, sometimes for long intervals. There was no core, there was no center holding any of these efforts together, offering aid or shelter, no checkpoints, no public service announcements. Jasmine had nothing left in her to think, to wonder why it was mostly young people, children or girls her age or thereabouts, who remained. The men trying to control the situation took no interest in her, leaving her to collapse in a heap on the fringes of the desert, too exhausted to cry. She'd frantically egoed every news outlet available for any infinitesimal scrap of news anywhere indicating whether her family or Ray or anyone had survived. It was a wildly malfunctioning jumble, impenetrable as the gray ships themselves. A handful of lost children began hanging around her like broken flies, in the way of small children taking it all in determined stride. She hadn't a remote idea what to do as the number grew from 4 to 7 to 10, but somehow their need steeled her, focused her down to moment as the day dragged on. Tie a shoelace, button a sweater, steal bread and milk. Even in the end times, they picked their noses and talked too loud and straggled behind and clung to her hands. It had become clear by the blank static on every TV set and every window, by the absolute lack of coherent military or authoritative response, that it hadn't just been El Paso. One way or another, this wasn't phase 2 of humanity. This was the epilogue. Roll credits. By evening, they'd taken up shelter in a huge empty house with no power on the west edge of town. Nowhere had power as far as she could tell. A few older boys stood guard, Lord of the Flies style, handmade torches at the ready. She succumbed to heavy fatigue, lying on her back in the same clothes she'd worn for days. Ratty black t-shirt, jeans, Chuck Taylors. She lay on her back in the muggy, restless darkness and wept and wept. Her left temple was giving her trouble, a kind of persistent mild shock, and she rubbed it. And as she did, the ego came to life, showing snatches of news at low volume from cameras over Brussels, London, Cairo, the same story everywhere. She tried to bat them away, but the thing wasn't working right and wouldn't turn off. She resisted the urge to scream at it. at the top of her lungs, and instead squeezed her burning eyes together and did what she always did when she needed to escape. She began to tell a story. "What do you want from this world, foul creature? Only its soul. You'll never have it. We'll live on in our dreams, our poems." "Ah, wench, how can you claim to protect this world's broken soul when you can't even protect your own?"
He's right, she thought deep in the darkest pit of her heart. I'm just one woman, fighting all odds. But Jazz forced herself to focus back on the evil eyes gazing into the pits of her soul, and she probed back into the demon's mind, through a gray mesh of lifeless wire into where they commanded. She found herself in a command room like a data storage facility, but amplified 1,000 times, hovering at a dizzy height in bleary gray air. It was all right angles and vibrating wire, furious and insectile, the antithesis of life, of nature and beauty. It was gnashingly hungry, and Jasmine bolted upright in the strange bed, gasping, realizing she'd begun to dream, but no, it wasn't quite dreaming. They'd reached into her mind through her ego, and somehow, through her storytelling, she'd seen into the heart of the vessels above the city. In a very real sense, she'd been in one of them, not as a slave, but as a spy. She'd been unseen and unheard, and she'd found the core. She had reached back. Swimming in dark terror, part of her couldn't resist the temptation to try again. She began with the part that was familiar and tried to picture it clearly in the blackness, but it eluded her, as surely there and yet forever gone as a hit and run in a forgotten alleyway. Jasmine's half-sleeping mind wandered back to the three-eyed woman. The voice had been huge and terrible and wreathed in flame. Behind it lay the echo of 1,000 languages and 1,000 screams and 1,000 miles of dark void.
Look upon the price of efficiency, ever forward on your bloody broken knees before the great, great king, progress.
She shuddered, cold and hungry in the strange, empty bedroom. The world had been on the very brink of tearing itself to shreds, though the moment after her voice subsided, humanity seemed to have forgotten. Instead, they'd chosen a simpler alternative. She was offering a way through, Jasmine thought, a chance to look ourselves in the eye.
Trust that you might transform. Speak and I shall arrive.
Rajna. Jazz whispered the name, breath bated. She lay in the still dark like Dorothy in the middle of Kansas, waiting for anything to happen. Her mind unable to handle it anymore, she fell back into a fitful, dreamless sleep.
25. Visionaries. Eulogies.
Jerry sat on a street corner in what had been, up until that morning, Santa Fe, New Mexico. He still held the little brown glass Pegasus of turquoise and violet, staring into the fading evening nothingness where a city block had been. The woman's freckled face passed before his eyes on a loop, as did the shape of the rectangular silver vessels and the orbs plummeting from blue sky. And for some reason, Jerry kept seeing the little dead rabbit, eye pooled with blood, ears rustling in afternoon breeze. He wept. His entire body was scraped and caked with dirt and racked with waves of exhaustion. His mind showed him the woman, the house he'd grown up in, his card collection, his mother, his backyard, then the woman again. If he could only have given her a tug, pulled her 3 feet forward. He spent what must have been an hour racking his brain for the woman's name, something like If he could just remember that one thing, it would all be okay. It would all rewind. He nodded off in the quiet warmth of the afternoon, sitting there on the street corner, ears ringing and eyes stinging with the acrid air. He dreamed once again of the geometric golden lockbox pyramid in the sky, covered in the 3-dimensional script of the visitors, the center of a giant kaleidoscope unfurled about him. She stood naked in the entrance, smiling, her tattoos spelling out his name for him. He tried to walk towards her, and was plummeting through the sky, landing only to find himself before the pyramid again, this time riding on a Pegasus of violet and turquoise glass. A winged white rabbit soared behind him, hopping along the fluffy pearled clouds, and then he realized suddenly, of course, all the clouds were white rabbits. And then a thin, strong hand grabbed his shoulder and spun him, hoisting him off his curb seat and lifting him to dangle over a cliff. It happened so fast his head snapped back, and his hand clutched the little winged horse tight enough to shatter it, jabbing shards of glass into his clenching palm. He found himself hanging over a gaping hole by his shirt sleeves, gasping for breath, staring into the livid face of Shexima.
You, she bellowed. Give me one reason, rodent, why I should not kill you for toying with me in this time of grave peril.
I just wanted to help you. He realized in a frenzied horror that she hadn't come alone. Behind Shexima were members of the Cascabeles, adorned like specters from a low-budget exploitation flick in black leather. The eldest among them was the one who always scared him the worst, the one called Mr. Shades. He had the oddest, gentlest, most whimsical grin on his stubbly face.
She dropped him, although not into the pit, and turned away, as if she'd been deflated. My apologies, boy. I have no reason to blame you. Once Ambassador Shexima stood with her head down, breathing heavily. Mr. Shades put a heavy hand on her shoulder, his molasses gaze unchanging, and looked off towards the glorious rays of sunset. It is I who am to blame beyond a doubt, she said. I can do nothing to rectify it, but owe you and all your kind this submission. It is I who have inadvertently brought this down upon you and your world. He saw her eyes were red with tears. You have been nothing but generous to aid me, and here I threaten you out of my own impotence. Jerry Ross merely lay on the concrete in mute disbelief, gasping for breath, wiping his bloody hand on jeans caked white with smoke and dust. If my daughter has paid with her life, it serves as just punishment for my selfishness, and for the evil of my family who have broken their oaths. I cannot make this right, but I must try. You know your world and your kind better than I, Jericho Ross. Will you help me to sow some small good, some small vriktha flower in this chasm of atrocity?
What do you plan to do?
Shexima lifted him, her long arms strong but gentle this time, her piercing eyes still wet with tears. He could see she was trembling, holding back a flood. First, we find my daughter and take her back. Prayers be with the devils who stand in my way, and the boy who has coerced her.
Rick? Jerry fought hard to keep his voice steady.
I came to this world because his father is vital to me.
The guy who created the first version of Ego? Yeah, I can see how he might be.
Is there anything that would lead us to him, boy? Anything at all?
Jerry thought it over again, head still ringing as if a gun had been fired next to it. A day ago, the answer would have been, no, not the faintest, lady. But now, with everything that had happened, Rick may actually be headed right to the man she was looking for. What chance do I have if I refuse to help? Do they wave and go their merry way, and if by telling them what I know, I make things worse? Now that was a thought. He surveyed the wastes all around, still unable to comprehend the shattered buildings and gaping holes in the streets, still in utter disbelief. How could it possibly get worse? What was there left to stand for? I think they'll be heading back this way, and then west on I-40 towards California, Silicon Valley. Rick will take the route his dad developed, lay low at his dad's hotels across Arizona and SoCal.
How do you know this?
You gotta understand, Rick Sr. and his people are some of the richest motherfuckers in the world. If there's anyone who can buy their way out of an apocalypse, sitting pretty while the rest of the world burns, it's the folks who run Ego.
She knitted her brow under her black headscarf. I don't understand. Won't they be held accountable for all this?
For the first time, and hopefully the last, Jerry and Mr. Shades both laughed at once. Nah, Shades said in his flat, heavy voice that was both mechanical and sing-song all at once. Not so long as we've all read and agreed to the terms and conditions. If we find these assholes, what do you plan to do? Jerry immediately wished he hadn't asked.
I'll send a message to everyone, just as Rajna did. I'm sure Rick Sr. can be persuaded to assist.
What will you say to them? Jerry's stomach was turning over again at the way she said persuade.
What the alien woman said next surprised him. only to help them understand what has happened and to offer the best way forward, the only way forward, compromise. Compromise and willingness to accept the leadership the purpose offers.
Purpose? Jerry asked. Wait, so the ego corp is not who took all those people? Then what the fuck is the purpose? Just a helping hand in a time of need, Shades offered, grinning from ear to ear. What was it they said at the superego unveiling? Gateway to a safe, prosperous world? Visionaries, I'd say. Jerry wanted so badly to believe the man, to believe anything at all in this world was still safe. And oddly, the moment he realized he wanted to, he actually started to, a little. It's not so hard to picture if you just squint.
Realize, child, Shaksama continued, her voice also heavy but growing stronger. An event like the one we witnessed this morning does not go unnoticed by the powers that rule this galaxy. Many will step through the door ego has opened, and I wish for your people to be informed, such that they may gather their resources and function cooperatively to survive.
His head was spinning, and it took him everything to keep from bolting. Just trust, the strange old man's smile was saying. Why not? What have you to lose? They're not going to buy any of that, Jerry replied, more sure of himself.
I don't understand. I'm not selling them anything.
Oh, that's what you think. This is Earth, lady. Everyone's selling something. Chances are there's not a fucking thing you can say to keep them gutting you or whoever those purpose people are once they realize you're in any way alien.
But that isn't reasonable. I am offering my aid.
Despite himself, Jerry smiled. Welcome to planet Earth. Earth, 5 million BC to 2032, he continued. Loving mother, cherished home, unreasonable fucking place. Food's not bad. Don't drink the water.
I still do not understand.
If you want to help these people, you're just going to have to tell them what they want to hear, at least for a while. Forget getting through to them. You saw how that turned out. He looked her in the eyes and squared his jaw. Attaboy, slugger, his father would have said. Take charge, man up. Trust me, I know. My dad's a senator. I think I can help you craft your message. Look at this go-getter, Shade said. Eyes on the prize, I love it. There we go, Jericho thought, feeling numb warmth as the nightmares slipped away under the old man's encouragement. Just the kind of thing he'd always wished his father would say. Visionaries, Jades had said. Jerry liked the sound of it. He fell into step with the Cascabeles as they sauntered back towards their bikes and hopped on behind Shaksama, greatly appreciating the way her long, agile body felt under the leather jacket. Jericho Ross, visionary.
Edith and Rick had done just as Jericho had predicted. They'd jumped on their bikes only a moment after the orbs had begun to fall, and headed north across the city exploding around them, back onto the freeway down which they'd come. There was nothing in her mind except the wind and the feel of the bike beneath her like a wild, thrumming insect barely within her command. The shaking of the dry earth as it erupted, sometimes mere feet away. The two paused only for a moment outside the city, looking back at the great silver rectangle of a ship, hovering unchallenged, spilling out control like gum from a shattered gumball machine. Jesus, where is it? Rick kept shouting. Where's the order button? We missed our one chance to get the fuck off this rock. Do you realize that? Do you really think the people inside that ship are faring any better? Can't you see what's right in front of you? He gave Edith a glare full of hate, but couldn't argue. They set off again, him saying something about getting to San Jose before any more hell broke loose. The highway was empty, though empty cars lay in smoldering twisted heaps here and there, filling the morning air with an overarching haze of foul smoke. Edith followed, wishing she didn't have to. The gyroscope, she realized, was gone, along with her little long-distance communication device, and everything else that had lived in her small rucksack. At first, she'd been a little sure he grabbed it, but she didn't see it anywhere on him it could be hiding, and she couldn't imagine him having the presence of mind to steal it as they bolted from the hotel, leaving everything but their clothing behind. Most likely it had been crushed as the hotel crumbled. She was cut off, alone with only this excuse for a man as her contact within this whole entire excuse for a galaxy. She smoldered as they rode.
She kept returning to the face of the magistrate, filling the sky, the city erupting in white all around, and oddly, Rick's inhuman smile just before the orbs fell, when the woman with Nyala's stolen face had been saying, "Please select now whether you'd like to order free access to Surreality 2.0. A moment before that, Edith had come out of the vision Rajna broadcasted via the world's egos before Rick. She'd come out of it to find him convulsing naked beside her, clutching himself so hard his nails cut his skin, sweat pouring down his brow. "No, I swear, man, I didn't know he hurt anyone. I swear I didn't know." What had he been seeing? What horrors did the vision of Rajna show him that she could not see? Had the vision showed some among them their personal evils as well as those of the world? She'd grabbed him by both shaking wrists, jumping on top of him and planting her face inches in front of his. His eyes had jumped past hers, taking in horrors all around him, which she couldn't see. His sweating, wiry, muscular frame seethed and bucked under her, more violently than it had even in the throes of his passion. "I didn't know, I just went along with it. I didn't— Rick, wake up!" She'd screamed in his face, shaking him, but for a long moment he hadn't responded. "It's not real! None of it is real!" Then Edith did the only thing that made sense. She smacked him on the temple as hard as she could with her palm. Again. At the third hit, he'd yelped even louder and grabbed his skull in his hands, squeezing his eyes shut. They sat there like that, straddled and panting, for a long minute, and then he opened his eyes and met hers. And then his expression had hardened, sealing off the momentary horror and vulnerability in those deep, intense, inkwell eyes, just before the Surreality 2.0 spokeswoman had appeared. About an hour outside of the zone of destruction, he'd rolled to a stop again, grimacing. "Damn news keeps popping up. This shit is all over the world." It was happening for Edith as well. The idea of giving these devices an off switch was for some maddening reason absent. All you could do was bat away whatever popped up as soon as possible. As she rode, Edith herself had been considering the pros and cons of taking a sharp object to her temple. "There's no reason to watch any of this. Rick, I want it out of my head." Rick spat a cynical chuckle. "Good luck with that." "Why do they do everything they can to keep you from turning it off?" "Why do you think?" Ugly foreboding was spreading out in her stomach. She needed more information about him, and about the lapse in his veneer, the one she'd failed to see until it had begun to crumble. Why are they doing this? She had her own answer, of course. This was just what the Grey did, but she needed to hear an explanation. "I don't fucking know, okay? That's why we're gonna find my dad's people." "Then why were you trying to hit the order button? To send yourself up there into that ship, even after the bomb started falling?" He glared, turned, and revved his bike. Ah, so either Rick knew more about the Grey than he was letting on, or he was just a coward. She kept remembering his screams as he looked upon her beloved Rajna's face in the thunderous sky, and known only fear. "No, I swear, man, I didn't know he hurt anyone, I swear. I didn't know." It took everything she had not to ride in the opposite direction, not to leap on him and kill him with her hands and her teeth, to tear off her bandana so he could die in agony, staring at the ugly, closed eye on her forehead, knowing he'd fucked a monster, and not even she could see the goodness in his soul anymore. No. If anyone held a key to unlocking this, it was this pitiful, guilty, cowardly creature who she'd trusted, opened herself to once upon a time. This is how it starts, she thought, as she rode after him in silence. First, you think you're being noble, chasing a higher purpose, even if it means using your body itself as a tool. And then, you're just like your mother, just like Rot tried to tell me. And there's no color left in the world, only the purpose and the tools and the road. Southern New Mexico expanded before her in the red gold of highest nobility, and the sky was as blue and infinite as eternity itself. All I wanted was to fly away. 26. Children, decisions. Just before the world had ended, Summer hadn't been off in the underbrush gathering herbs. She'd been trying to pee. On a little white piece of plastic she'd picked up a few months earlier without anyone knowing. She'd finally managed it.
hands trembling, turning it side to side in the bright early morning sun, wondering if it had expired or if she would be able to tell whether it was really turning pink or if the sunlight might confuse the results, and how she should tell him. Then she'd heard shouting from camp, Dimple calling her name, fear in his voice, and right at that moment, she'd dropped the pregnancy test into the brown soup of the Rio Grande. She'd first dropped to her knees and shuffled her hands around in the opaque soup, only stirring up slimy mud. It was nowhere to be found. Then, realizing with a tingling that the surface of the water was vibrating, she gave up and gathered her herbs and ran back to the group. Summer knew she'd always remember that. That and the moment when she hadn't been able to scream a warning in time, and his head had. Summer had tried to leap after Dimple's plummeting, headless body, screaming in a way that sounded more like howls of laughter than anything else. It had taken all of them to restrain her. That wordless alien howl rippled through her slight body with preternatural strength, and she'd seen his head, for just an instant, bouncing off the side of the newly torn ravine like a watermelon. Wednesday and Roland had almost lost hold of her a few times. If they had, she'd have surely plunged to the bottom after him, breaking and shattering her fragile spark of life as surely as a candle being snuffed out. When Summer had stopped attempting to throw herself from the truck, she began clutching wildly at Dimple's blood, spattered on the seats, rubbing her hands in it, rubbing it on her tear-reddened cheeks as if it contained him somehow, as if she could will it to transform back into him. She just kept screaming, "No! No! No, you weren't supposed to! You weren't supposed to! No! No! No!" Until the truck ran out of gas a few miles clear of the remains of El Paso and its crumbling, smoking malls. Those who have lost everything they love in the world know there is a cold beauty in it. It is furtive as a shadow, as fleeting as a new vessel flickering across infinite night, coming and going when you least expect. But there is certainty as well. Certainty knowing your terror has conquered you and taken everything, that you have not a grain of sand left to lose. As evening began to fall, Wednesday looked into the distance where the city of El Paso had stood, gleaming, unassuming just a day ago. She was starved and nauseous, head pounding, hollowed out, gutted. Summer had stopped flailing as the afternoon wore on, wrapped in Wednesday's arm and contracted. A catatonic ball, looking little more than a blood-stained child out of a picture taken during the Dust Bowl. She'd refused to let Wednesday wash the dust and dried blood off her hands and face, and it stained her cheeks and the lines around her clutched fingernails like some cruel mockery of tribal paint. Now the desert gaped under the cloudless, violet evening sky. Fires had begun to rage in spots around the distant, abridged city, sending gouts of churning black smoke into the serene night sky, thick as paint. Blown gas mains, perhaps, or looters that had started them in the aftermath. Wednesday didn't care to think too hard on what might be happening amongst the city's survivors. Out of the corner of her eye, Wednesday had seen the paramilitary men attempting to regain order that was never theirs to own, roaming like hunters in the distance, shooting people as they ran. She hadn't looked long enough to see the bodies fall. Now her bleary eyes wandered around what remained of their ragtag gaggle. Looming Noxra, huddled Summer, distant Roland, and rumpled John. And quickly she returned her gaze to the city. She could look at anything before she could bring herself to look at John. "We gotta eat," Wednesday said finally. No one responded. John had locked himself in a brooding silence all day, and she hated him for it. The others were doubtless thinking as she was, imagining what mad animal creatures lurked within the re-envisioned city as its first nightfall approached, human and inhuman. They sat around the small campfire like sullied, crumbling, rusted statues, the place where Dimple should have been, like the night sky where a star has winked out. Summer began to hum low, and Wednesday realized it was that old tune she'd loved so much, Me and Bobby McGee. Her thin voice was as lovely and haunting in the crisp, cool desert night as dancing ashes.
They've left each major city like that,
said Noxra, his eyes fixed on the shell of El Paso as well.
My brethren, the gray men of the purpose. This is what they do.
Summer stopped humming. Wednesday could have sworn the temperature dropped a few degrees. Who are they, the gray men? What are they? Summer asked, soft but urgent. It was the voice of budding fixation, the need to understand beyond reason or emotion. Knox spoke haltingly, affected with a robotic turn of phrase and a gravelly intonation.
We are, captured small to serve the purpose, the great road forward, the end.
His gray eyes shone with the madness of what he was saying, and for a moment the listeners stiffened.
The ones like me, the sentinels of purpose, are engineered to block out the sun when a people cannot be defeated by
He struggled for a moment for the phrase.
By the grayness within, the grayness of fear, desire. We spend centuries preparing a world, convincing them that progress is the highest goal. Take your brother's hands, lighten the load, build the wall against the enemy, make a safe and productive future for your kind. Onward.
You're not one enemy, Wednesday said, voice a low whisper barely distinguishable from the flames. You're all of them. You're the virus in a man's heart that turns him against his brother. Noxra made no argument.
On each world, when the time comes, well, you have seen. Your armies and their weapons, which the purpose convinced your divided nations to build, are useless. They were never intended to blanket your world in fire, only to blanket your minds in smoke. Your rage is no more than fuel in the great gray plan. Your guns and bombs were never more than sticks in children's hands, shackles on your own wrists.
Why are you still here? Summer asked with the same fixated intensity. Why haven't you fallen into step?
Because of you. All of you. You have shown me I'm sorry, I don't know the word.
Choice? Summer asked very quietly.
Perhaps.
Knox replied with more uncertainty than his voice had to that point aloud.
And because of what I saw in the men who attacked you, who are just one limb of this world's gray. We build a wall against an enemy, and they build upon it as well. And all the while we are united by the building of it. We are united in fear of each other. This I cannot unsee, and I cannot return to serve. I am broken.
No, whispered Summer. No, you're not broken. You're healed. You see, there's no enemy, just smoke and mirrors, just the idea of an enemy that drives us apart. You're coming home. After a moment of silence, she asked something else. When did they take you? When did they make you a soldier?
I do not remember. It is easier to take a child when it is young. The young can leap across space more easily, because we have not had time to believe space is a real thing. We do not comprehend distance, so we pilot our mind vessels without resistance.
Summer's hollow, tear-burned eyes sparkled with the questions. How old are you?
He calculated. I am 14 of your years, I think.
After a moment, she reached out to hold his huge hand. After a pause, Summer said, So what now? Her voice was not the voice Wednesday had expected to hear. It was certain. She was no longer trembling, no longer needing her raw hands. She was tranquil. Are we going to be slaves? Soldiers? Food?
Perhaps. Any option is possible. It will depend on how your people react.
And what if we choose not to change the way we live? What if we insist upon freedom?
You mean fight them?
John asked, breaking his long silence. Summer gazed at him across the fire and gathering dark, with a look more alien than any Noxra had given. Haven't you heard any of this? No, There is no fighting them. Summer's blazing mind and body had quieted with evening, and then shifted when she spoke to the dead man, who she knew now was just a child. She felt a layer of her own humanity had shed along with Dimple. She'd become something else, something wild, unbounded. She met eyes with Noxra in the growing shadows, and a silent understanding passed between them. He'd lost something just as precious to him. It was something too alien for her to truly comprehend, but he burned as she did. Family? Certainty? No, there was no healing this wound, only growing wings. What they both longed for was metamorphosis. We go tonight, when it's all the way dark, Summer said into the fire. Into the ruins. We gather what and who we can, who intend to live free, and we find a way to send the message back up there. We will not serve. Are we agreed? What about John? Wednesday asked. Nox can carry him. John flinched and snarled an ugly, fearful snarl.
No way in hell I'm letting that fucking thing touch me.
Nox only scrutinized him with that empty serpent gaze. Then we leave him behind. Stay with him if you must. Summer's voice cut cruelly as she said it, a new hatred of him boiling out. She couldn't muster the energy to care.
Let me stay.
Roland chimed in.
I know how to call for help with the radio, and I know how to fix him if...
He trailed off, but the meaning was clear. If infection flared up, or the narcotic dosage was off, or John found a way to overdose again, or any number of other complications that might arise.
I memorized the textbook of medicine.
Fine. Wednesday, Nox. We go after midnight.
We gotta think about this, John growled. Ain't no goddamn way you're choosing it over us, stabbing a trembling finger towards the dead man.
The young woman turned around to stare at him, eyes ablaze in a way Wednesday had never seen. Summer had always been so expansive, dreamy, more fae than woman, but something had caught fire in her even as the world around them burned. After everything you've seen, Dimple trusted him, John. Dimple trusted Nox, and that's enough for me. Dimple. When I met him all those years ago, I was juggling fire. I haven't juggled for years, old man, but I think I still remember how. This ain't no time to be choosing a course, sugar. Summer stood, looking ready to leap through the flames at him. If there's anyone she blames, Wednesday realized, it's John. And yet, even she could not bring herself to hold the young woman back. This is the time, Summer snarled. What are we gonna do? Stay and hide and cry in the shadows and scrabble for scraps as the world dies? Alone and apart and cowering. You've had plenty of long years on this old world to gain some sense, and you clearly haven't. And you ought to have died for that, instead of Dimple. Hot tears soaked her blood-stained cheeks, but these were different. They did not seem to shake her. They gleamed like steel.
God damn it, Summer, Uncle John snarled, holding her gaze like 100-pound sea snake. Isn't it enough? A good man's caught the westbound, and so has the whole Christless planet. Just please don't jump headlong into something that'll only end in more death.
Wednesday felt as if she was seeing a different man than she'd known and loved these last 15 years. And oh, how it ached. All that anger lodged in his old bones. It was more intense and grizzled than she could have imagined. Don't forget, old man, Summer said in a measured voice. Our creed is freedom, and my mind will never be free until I look them in the eyes and hear them tell me to my face, why did he have to die? And that's worth any sacrifice. Come with me, and maybe all of this doesn't have to be for nothing. John only grumbled, looking too weary to fight. So it was decided. No one noticed but Wednesday, but with those last words, Summer reached down and laid a hand on her belly. In men's eyes, it would have stood out no more than scratching an ear, but Wednesday's tired, aching heart skipped a beat. 27. Captives. Consequences. There was nothing more eerie to Edith during the ride through the abandoned Southwest than the empty cars, strewn in smoking, crumpled heaps across lanes and in ditches, There was the need to look into their tinted or shadowed windows to know if they held an ambush or a mangled, bloody body. But they were empty, and the grip of their emptiness leered, punctuating the lifeless desert. There was no telling what they might find should they make it to Rick's powerful father. No more certainty left in this world than in the howling emptiness in which it hung. And so Edith had already been on edge when they spotted the others. She and Rick had pulled their bikes over to the side of the road called I-25, dusty mountains looming pensive in the distance under the moody, bruised arc of the sky. Infinite blue had given way to low-hanging, flat-bottomed clouds, the color and texture of curdled cream. "Man, I can't take this. I need some more of that hit you got." "I can't give you any more. Not right now," Edith had said, wondering how her wild dream of freedom had jackknifed, crumpled, and collapsed in upon itself like the town of Truth or Consequences. Truth or Consequences, indeed, she thought. Should have just run, as far from centers of population as this little world allowed. Find a far-off, windswept beach where all that mattered was freedom. All that day, Rick had been twitchy, killing his engine for no apparent reason, looking around at the barren nothing hawkishly, jumping at shadows, saying very little. For that she could hardly blame him, but it didn't keep her from hating him. That he'd earned in spades. "What do you mean you can't give me more? Brought you out here, didn't I?" He was shaking his hands up and down as he spoke, in a way that both angered and reviled her. She'd seen addicts, captives they were called, in Hyo streets move like that, starved and poxed and hollow-eyed. "We're free out here, aren't we? Isn't that what you wanted, to run with me?" He snarled, that placid knowing face an absurd memory. "That's what you think this is? That's what you think you are? Something special?" She wanted to both run and to strike him for being weak like this. It had taken him. The Ladia, the truth maker, the vision seed. It normally had but a shadow of this effect, but that was upon the people of Nu. Maybe his madness is my fault. Edith had seen their weaknesses, hadn't she? Far be it from her to try and tell him that it was sacred, that it opened the mind beyond dimensions and to new realms of sexuality. Had that been how she'd used it? Doubt crept like poison sadrika vines, wrapped around you, and worst of all, made you blind to it. Rick opened his mouth again, his face trembling and condescending all at once, then broke off. They'd both heard the other bikes approaching. She realized they'd let them creep up from all sides in the heat of their argument. "About fucking time," he finished. Rick didn't intend to run, she realized. He meant to greet them. "I don't like it," she'd said, realizing it was the Cascabeles. It was a posse of about 8 hogs, Harleys like the ones they rode. In the front, the man with the rainbow lenses hid his eyes. The man with no eyes. "How'd they find us out here?" "Will you just relax for a fucking minute?" Rick shot back, dismounting with a wave. If she hadn't been on edge before, now every nerve ending was tingling. And not only was it far too late, she realized, but she saw another face among them. It was her mother, staring her down with, well, mother eyes.
Rick had started toward the slowing riders on foot, his motion impatient. "Fucking time for some goddamn answers. Hey, Jerry. Yo!" He was waving in over-enthusiastic gestures. Edith realized the useless yellow-haired kid was there too. Jerry was sitting behind her mother, an arm slung around her waist in a way that made Edith's spine prickle. "Mr. Shades, adelante cascabel. What's the word? World's blowing up and I ain't hear nothing all day." Mr. Shades smiled that same almost gentle, almost imperceptible smile. Her gut began to roil. She was locked in her mother's gaze and kept picturing the way the man with no eyes had slung one of those broad, lazy arms around her mother's waist on that first night. Confident, territorial, predatory. He'd no doubt done far more as the night wore on. Other bikers were dismounting their impressive chrome steeds and began to flank the two of them, faces sunburnt masks as expressive as bleached skulls. Ricky didn't seem concerned. He was about 2 feet away from Mr. Shades, who sat low in his saddle like a leather-clad war chieftain.
"Oh, I wouldn't worry about a thing, kid," said the grinning warlord. "What's that they say? Future's so bright you gotta wear shades."
And then, without so much as a flinch, Shades lashed a heavy chain quick as a cobra. It wrapped around Rick's thin neck and jerked, and the kid spun and dropped to the pavement, smacking Rick's face on the road even as the chain yanked his head back up, tearing itself away from his neck. Edith jerked, nearly screamed.
In the same instant, caught off guard and frozen, she felt herself grabbed by leather-clad arms that pinned hers behind her back. She was thrust to her knees and let out a harsh, choked shout before a rag that stunk like the motorcycles was jammed into her mouth. The pressure around her throat was enough to begin to haze her vision. She saw red, struggled wildly. Stars prickled a warm night sky behind her eyes. She ceased her flailing, and it all got simple, like a hot bath. Was it just a dream? Her mother lifted her as if preparing to place her in a warm bath. Was she only a child, after all? She could swear she heard Mirama calling her name. "Open your eyes, Edith." Though in Stathria, the plural marker was optional, such that Mirama may have been saying, "Open your eye." But she could only drift in her mother's strong, familiar arms as the sun went down over the endless desert.
Shades dropped Rick's bleeding, unresponsive body with a slippery thud in front of his own huge bike and nudged the boy back to consciousness with his boot. Just all kinds of mischief going around, looks like. Whatever became a tradition. A peculiar, semi-rhythmic beeping had begun to emanate from a little electronic device next to the bike, ticking from the heat in the dying sunlight. A light on it was flashing. He stood and walked to it, losing all interest in the tirade he'd been winding up for. Looks like someone out there still knows how to operate a shortwave. I'll be a son of a Thanksgiving turkey. Mr. Shades played with a few dials on the thing, and an old voice cut through the quavering static. Shexima kept her eyes on her daughter's oddly peaceful, unconscious face, painted the violet and deep reds of Earth sunset, and didn't at first catch what it said. "John!" Shades replied with delight. "Johnny Stars, is that you? God damn it, brother, if it ain't my favorite show host. Leave it to the comedian to pop up at a time like this." Shexima couldn't hear the reply of the man to whom Shades was chatting jovially, but something about the sudden shift in his tone caused her to perk up. "How's that pretty lady of yours?" Shades was asking the man named John on the other end of the line. "Ha! Good to know she's kept your sorry ass alive." Shexima listened more intently and heard a crackling old voice on the other side of the line say something like,
"Damn it, old buddy. Just washed up more than half dead. Bleeding hearts. Matters into my own damn hands for once."
Mr. Shade's wrinkled, kindly face began to show genuine concern. She thought she'd heard a few more words, though the old voice was feeble and short of breath across the primitive comm device.
"El Paso. Hit a few bad snags. Leg broke. Gotta know if Rachel is still alive, healthy."
"Well, shit. I'm really sorry to hear, old fella." The aging, grinning gentleman sounded genuinely concerned in the way of sophisticated sociopaths. "I always like it better when you're the one telling jokes. We got things pretty well nailed down on this end. Would love to see you on the right side of history for a change, you old son of a bitch."
"Medicine, kid's helping me out, but I can't."
"Okay, read you loud and clear. It'll be a pleasure to see you around the bend. Adelante, amigo. Over and out." To one of his men, he said in a voice quiet with concern, "Remember that girl Rachel Starzek? John's girl from way back?
The one who got caught up with the hombres?"
"Afraid so. Put some feelers out. See if we can't get in touch. It'd mean a lot to an old friend. I just hope it ain't bad news." Shades turned back to Rick, laying on the road, eyes open in agony and fear. He studied the insect of a boy for a long minute. "Rise and shine, kiddo. I suppose it's time we had a little heart-to-heart."
28. Refuge. Story. Summer left her bedroll, woke Wednesday, and tapped Noxra on the shoulder. Nox didn't appear to sleep, but sat facing the black with those strange light eyes, child's eyes, she remembered. How many times had he seen something like this in his 14 years of life? Noxra turned to face her, and Summer gestured with her chin towards the town, glowing in the distant night in a haze of firelight. "You'll come with me and Wednesday, won't you, Nox? To help us gather and care for those that we can?" He held her gaze with that incredible serpentine stillness, his eyes shifting.
Your purpose. It is not like any I have known.
Wrap yourself in those, Wednesday said in no more than a whisper as she rubbed the sleep out of her eyes, giving him Dimple's old brown coat and a few small blankets for his face. If we encounter trailblazers of New El Paso or New Earth for that matter, I'd rather they assume you're human. Wednesday was stretching her tired limbs, folding her own bedroll and sweeping her long sun-bleached dreadlocks into a heavy knot atop her head. She looked for a long moment back at her sleeping companion, rumpled and old and small in his bedding. Summer could not imagine what Wednesday felt behind that look. After wrapping Noxra's head and face, he followed the two across the empty, blowing dust toward the faint flames. The wind howled around them, and they turned to make the long walk toward the glow of the ruined city ahead. You may trust the beast, child, Wednesday whispered to the night under her breath, but I still smell a little brimstone.
How plan you? Must we wage conflict with trailblazers?
No conflict, Nox. I got no desire for any of that, Summer told him as the night closed in around the three of them. Sometimes hurt makes way for connection. I just try and remember when Mama Earth shakes, it's to make way for new birth. Summer, Wednesday, and Noxra reached the outskirts of the gutted town, along an already desolate road called Memorial Pines. Clusters of small, aging houses skirted the desert like lost sentinels, seemingly abandoned. The three of them picked their way between them, finding nothing of value in the flickering, smoky dim. Somewhere a ways off, glass broke and a woman screamed, and then silence resumed. They heard someone drop a bottle maybe a street away, and both flinched, but still nothing. Doors to some of the houses gaped like the mouths of deep-sea predators, revealing nothing but blackness. Fallen electrical wires still sparked blue on the street ahead of them, and between two houses something that may once have been human smoldered with all the quiet red hatred of an hungry, drunken demon's eye. There was another rustling sound, which may have just been the bushes, and Summer's skin began to crawl. She felt the frozen silence coming over her again, the way fear gripped her throat and paralyzed her, the way it had the moment before Dimple had, when she'd been too frozen to... And then another rustle, behind her this time. She clutched Noxra's huge cold hand, but he seemed just as on edge, sniffing the air from underneath his makeshift bandana. Summer would have given anything for a lit storefront, even a little mom-and-pop store with a porch light on. The way the shorting electrical lines and distant funeral pyres tossed shadows made her certain that rats, roaches, things with black tentacles lurked in every corner, ready to slash her ankles. Her heart pounded and her eyes flashed across the dark, taking in every grain of dirt and every dried bramble and dead rosebush, which turned into fanged, hungry things. In her mind, Dimple fell and fell and fell. God, what if I am, and they can smell it? Just a bud inside of me, sweet, delicious. Summer kept shouting in her mind, amping herself into a state of total idiocy. But her mind kept lashing back, forcing her to feel clawed hands, barbed with razors grabbing her belly, tearing into her and ripping out the sweet morsel that might be growing there. And then she realized they were indeed surrounded. Her belly kept rolling over a single thought, which was that she'd never have been this stupid if Dimple were here, and now she and her possible precious cargo would be torn to bloody bits for her efforts. Someone stepped out from behind what looked like the abandoned cab of an old Mack truck, brandishing a torch made out of a rag around a crowbar.
Don't move, you fucking freaks, or we'll light you up.
The voice was not what Summer had expected from the leader of an angry mob. It was high and tremulous, and sounded the way she herself might have sounded 5 years earlier. Sure enough, when her eyes adjusted to the firelight, she saw the girl who had spoken. She could not have been older than about 19. She was dirty, her limp black hair tangled, bony and pale, freckled, with Converse All-Stars and braces, and a well-worn Planet of the Apes t-shirt. Summer's reaction was to let out a short yelp of laughter without meaning to. Wednesday reached out for her as if to shush her. The girl at the head of the shattered mob did not seem to find humor in the moment either. and the others came a step closer, a whole crowd emerging from the shadows like B-horror movie pod people. Summer fought back fear's straitjacket and put her shaking hands up. She kept eye contact with the girl as she took a few furtive steps forward, brandishing the torch like a sword. I'm pregnant. We need food and water and medicine, Summer said, trying to keep her voice from breaking. It was Wednesday's turn to send out a quick yelp, which she quickly contained. Oh God, she'd said it. Did that make it true? Jazz's followers stepped out of shadows, and Summer realized they were almost all girls. There were a few boys as well, but none of them could have been much older than teenagers. In the dim light, they looked lost and hungry and hollow. Younger children began emerging from the shadows behind them as well, many of them. Summer's heart filled with a pang at seeing their dirt, blood, and tear-streaked faces, and then began to wonder what would happen when they realized Nox was not human after all.
It's okay.
The girl named Jazz called out.
Let's get her somewhere safe.
And then, in a softer voice, filled with a reverent sort of wonder, the girl said,
You're pregnant?
So that was it. It had taken Summer an immediate certainty that her life was gonna come to a close at the business end of a flaming crowbar to say it out loud, but alas, there it was. Here, now, like this? Something about the fact that she'd announced it first here, in these desolate wastes, in front of an angry mob of devil children, made her want to curl up into a little ball on the ground and sob. It was the lost faces of the kids surrounding her that kept her on her feet, forcing a weak smile. In the odd way of civilized creatures, a switch flipped in her chest and she became mother to them all. I guess so, yeah. It was all becoming far too real. Don't ask me to carry this. Not like this, alone and in a world on fire. How the hell do I do it? Oh God, I'm not strong enough. I'm not ready. A chubby black-haired girl of about 12 approached and took her other hand, holding her gaze. And then the other girls were around her, leading her and hugging her and clinging to her. Nox followed in silence, looming over them all. And so it was that in the place that was once and never again called El Paso, just west of the border of New Mexico, a new civilization was born. It rose with a simple squeeze of a hand in the senseless ashes of the already forgotten era of man, quiet and tiny and resolute as a firefly. Jazz had gotten the kids to follow her with thrilling, hushed retellings of old movies, a few of Summer's favorites, actually, in a profoundly clear storytelling voice for her age. She'd wrapped up Planet of the Apes and started in on Magnificent Seven, and the gaggle of children was silent and wide-eyed and enthralled, their agonies put aside for the moment. Nice story, she told Jazz during a bathroom break, though I always preferred the Akira Kurosawa version better myself. It was Wednesday mostly who convinced the motley troupe to take up bedding in the now mostly abandoned Las Palmas hospital, which had only narrowly avoided the ice cream scoops. The backup generator was still functioning for the time. There were also plenty of supplies to treat injuries, and ample food stocked in the hospital pantry and walk-in refrigerator. The gray monolith, all of the windows of which had shattered when the world had shaken, had loomed into view like the gaping mouth of the last of the stone giants, devouring a road that led to abyss. Wednesday, on the other hand, held Summer's hand, her eyes like deep oases shining with joy as if nothing in the world was amiss. She'd even gotten a hold of an ancient CD that played soft piano jazz and transformed the otherwise horror flick emergency room into a sort of flickering temple of quiet contemplation. To Summer, her old friend was that night a lighthouse in a sandstorm. How far along are you? Wednesday asked. I think 2 months. Wednesday hugged her own elbows in a simple, non-invasive gesture. Tears brimmed in both women's eyes. It was comforting because there was no pretense behind it. Why, is something wrong? Nothing's wrong, sugar, Wednesday said, placing a hand on hers. I promise. I just want to be thorough. Summer hadn't realized how much she needed to hear it. She also realized they were both weeping, and she began laughing at the same time. I'm not gonna tell you that it'll stop hurting, Wednesday said, holding her gaze steadily. That would be a lie. But I will tell you you are lucky to have had one real love in your life, and I will tell you that you're going to have to be strong. She gazed down the empty hallways, lit by flickering lights, straight out of a Little Shop of Horrors, as if for punctuation. Who's gonna be there when I'm big and fat and ugly and my feet are swollen? I just want pickles and ice cream, Summer asked, both laughing and crying. I will. And it looks like you can get all the pickles you want. No one's gonna stop you. As for ice cream, though, you better stock up. Unless you get another few generators running, that shit is going extinct. That made Summer both laugh and cry harder all at once. After a moment, she said, I appreciate your honesty. Do you think there's gonna be any more ice cream in the whole world? Now they were both laughing, and Summer loved the sound of the old woman's laughter. Cows ain't that hard to milk, sweetheart. If I can deliver a baby, I think I can milk a damn cow. I suppose I won't be that far from a cow myself pretty soon, she said, squeezing her growing breasts. Had they begun to fill out already? I guess we'll all have a lot of work ahead of us. As long as she'd live, Summer would never stop being grateful for the calm, decisive clarity with which Wednesday directed her and her band of strays to safety and comfort. She handled herself with the poise and certainty of a trained combat veteran, and Summer managed to seem just as strong to the children in tow, though she felt anything but. The hospital, however, was far from comforting. Summer realized she hadn't slept inside for a good many months, and there were few places in the world she hated more than hospitals. Las Palmas, with its sterile, tidy, leather and paper covered beds, its neat rows of scalpels and ferocious looking implements, its flickering, blinding fluorescent lights and square bleached gray floor tiles, was more than a little like a prison. It didn't help that for the rest of that hot, smoke filled night, she heard the forlorn cries and screams of the children that collected, echoing through the hallways. A group of them had latched onto Summer and refused to let her go. Had it been up to her, she would have slipped out, found a sweet patch of desert night to sleep in, and allowed the stars, however dim behind the broken city smog, to drift her to sleep. The stars and sweet desert smells of Russian olives and mesquite behind the troubles of the ruined world of men. But there were 4 girls and 3 boys who had clumped around her in a tight heap and wouldn't let her go. The youngest was a boy named Sam, age 6. There was Juan, 7, and Ethan, 12. The girls were Esmeralda, 11, Ethan's sister Margaret, a precocious 13, Bella, also 13, and Margaret's quieter friend, and silent Mariella, whose age she did not know. Remembering how Jazz had done it, Summer spent most of the wee hours finishing the retelling of the Magnificent Seven, refashioning one character after each of them. She didn't think she was as animated or thorough of a storyteller as Jazz, but the kids didn't seem to mind, and it gave them chances to jump in and fill out missing details and plot holes on their own. So it was that in hushed, dramatic tone, she recounted the ways in which the 7 brave desperados and desperadas had defended the helpless little town from bandits and come out victorious on the other end. It was small comfort, of course, but it thrilled the young ones into all but forgetting their world-sized woes and gave the elders among them a sense of purpose. They chimed in with detail and dialogue more and more as the story thickened, describing the cowboy costumes they wore and the strategies they envisioned with great originality and nuance. In doing so, they felt like leaders, caretakers, and the little bit of strength was enough to take their minds off the horrors their lives had become. Mariella did not speak at all throughout the night, and Summer thought that perhaps she knew no English. Summer did what she could to include Spanish in the story, and sometimes Esmeralda translated for the older girl, eyes glowing, though Mariella gave little acknowledgement. The girl's silence resonated deeper than words. Summer kept flashing on the feeling of her own voice frozen in her throat in the instant before Dimple's body fell limp from the frenzy. Down, down. They steal our food, they steal our horses, they've even stolen our voices, Summer found herself saying in the voice of one of the poor innocent townsfolk in her story, lamenting the evils of the bandits who'd come to invade. They've silenced us to the ears of the law in these parts, who are too afraid to hear. What can we do to stop this menace? Margaret had chimed in, fully undertaking her part with the shining eyes and practiced voice of a summer theater comp veteran of many years. As the townswoman, Summer replied, We do not know. We have tried to talk to them in every way we know how, but they will not listen to reason. Oh, and I take 100 machine guns and I attach them to my car, and then I drive through the camp and I'm like, "Bah, bah, 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 bah." Ethan chimed in, jumping to his feet like a squat little spring uncoiling. We don't have any machine guns, silly, Margaret berated him. This is the Old West. And even if we did, going in guns blazing is not the answer. We have to be clever about this. Let's barricade the town entrances, she said in a hushed voice, drawing little X's on an imaginary map in imaginary dust, in imaginary chaps and spurs. The story began leading itself. In the dim hospital room glow, for just a moment here and there, listening to the kids plot their final stand, part of her actually believed they had a chance to rescue the realm. And then when they're all tied up, said Summer, we'll give them food and water. Why? Asked Ethan wide-eyed. We're not gonna shoot them? No, she said in a hushed, dramatic voice, because, you see, all they wanted was food and water in the first place.
Noxra, bred for death, now stood cradling a tiny pink bawling human infant in one arm and a large case of disinfectant wipes in the other. He felt like screaming and running back out into the abyss. Why this degree of soft helplessness affected him in this way was a curious matter. It unnerved him more deeply than even the most harrowing of physical tortures or the most chaotic of violent conflicts could have. After parting ways with Summer, Knox had followed the girl called Jazz, along with Wednesday, to the sterile operational core of the hospital building, where most of the children were being housed. He now watched as Wednesday attended to the children. She went about comforting, disinfecting, and administering stitches with great aplomb. The aging woman reminded him of Ecoem women in her degree of collected poise. He followed her, learning all he could. It restored his sense of purpose. The anatomy of these creatures, though inefficient, seemed quite simple. Perhaps he could master this art of patching them up, given patience. The human children were terrified of the procedures, which was something else Noxra did not understand. Nox had tried to be of assistance by telling one very small child that the pain would lead to greater health. The child had only begun bawling harder, and both Wednesday and Jazz had given him sour looks. He kept his mouth shut from then on. Whenever Wednesday had to give an injection or set a broken finger, she had a peculiar habit of counting down from 5 to 1. Noxra did not understand this. In his mind, it would only have accentuated a sense of impending doom. He did not understand fear or anticipation the way a human did, beyond knowing in theory how to build anxiety and tension in an enemy. Strangely enough, Wednesday fired the procedure off at around 3 in the countdown, catching the child by surprise in a deft act of misdirection. This practice was, without fail, met by a gale of the spasmodic thing he understood to be called laughter, typically from all parties involved. "See, that wasn't so bad," she would say when everyone was laughing, and the child would appear reassured. "The anticipation is the worst part." These were the strangest beings he'd ever met. The infant swaddled in his arms at one point began to let out meaningless cries and howls, which he understood to be signs of distress, for no apparent reason. Jazz handed him a bottle of viscous white liquid with a rubber teat attached to one end. Upon a moment's study, he put it in his own mouth, and the girl yanked it out with a puzzled yelp of laughter of her own. "What the hell are you doing, mister? Are you trying to be funny or something?" Jazz gestured towards the baby, and Knox realized his mistake somewhat sheepishly. 5, 4, 3, Knox said in his deep, gravelly voice, and then, taking a cue from Wednesday, jammed the nipple into the infant's mouth prematurely, with a gentle motion, nonetheless quick as a jungle cat. It stopped howling and began suckling, and for whatever reason, everyone in the emergency room began laughing again. He had no idea why, but allowed himself a small measure of pride. "Perhaps I am learning their ways after all," he thought to himself. "Surprise with positive outcome results in joy." "What did you do?" Jazz asked him. He did not understand the question, so he stayed silent. "I mean, before everything."
"Ah, I was a soldier of sorts. A seeker."
Jazz shrugged. "I guess that makes sense. Where are you from?" Knox was unsure how to answer. Jazz had started grinning at him over her freckles, in a way even he understood to be odd. "Could it be—" "Nothing," she said, somewhat hastily. but couldn't keep the odd grin from her face. "He likes you," she said, in what he took to be a playful tone.
Who?
"The baby. He settled right down as soon as you started nursing him." She gave a chuckle. He continued to feed the infant in stoic silence. After another moment, she said in the same quiet, playful voice, "So, do you have a wife back home?" He shook his head, and after a moment thought it harmless to add a personal detail, as these creatures did at every turn.
My kind do not take wives.
A complicated array of emotions flickered across her face, each nuanced beyond his grasp. "Aw, never? How do you guys, Knox did not know, so he ignored the question and went back to nursing the infant. "What brought you out to these parts?" Jazz was squirming slightly, sitting across from him on an empty operating table. Her body temperature had been rising since her line of questioning had begun, he noted. Curious.
I was looking for a woman.
She grinned and blinked several times. Whatever small degree of understanding of these creatures he thought he'd gained, he realized, was still gravely lacking. Any sort of woman in particular? Again, Knox was unsure how to answer. He could tell by scent that the girl had begun producing a different set of hormones. It had a strange effect on his own body. Something like the draw of the hunt. Come on, guy, what's your type? Am I your type? Jazz was biting her lower lip, eyes locked on him in that coy, cat-like stare. Man, you didn't happen to see a few shooting stars 2 days ago, did you? She leaned towards him, studying him. He was becoming deeply uncomfortable, and sure that this odd girl knew more than she was letting on. What could she know, though, and how? And why is she so close to me and breathing so heavily? She began to say, "You wanna..." Her face visibly fell, as did her body temperature. Then, without warning, her eyelids turned red and she began silently weeping. She buried her face in her sweater and wept. At length, he found words.
What troubles you, lady?
God, I'm sorry. It's just all so horrible, and when things are horrible, I just want to be close to someone. I do crazy things, and it's not okay, and I'm sorry. She smiled back up at him through the tears. You like me, right? You don't think I'm crazy? Crazy for wanting... They are lost, erratic. Something in the back of his throat tightened. Outside, the wind shifted direction. He smelled a child's knee finish scabbing over. I just never saw, before all of this, how broken the world is, she added. Too broken for any of it to matter. I thought I wanted to be a writer, to study people and tell stories and capture all the glamour of life and sex and art, and now I think I'm the most broken of all. Jazz studied his eyes. Hers an odd, kaleidoscopic gray-brown, wet and desperate. Her voice was almost lost over the flickering hum the electrical lights made, over breathing and sweating and weeping. He thought of the ones like him, when they had attacked without cause and without mercy, mindless, hollow, of how it had been to die in the ocean, how it had been to break just the way Jazz described. Why do we do this? Why is our purpose reducible to mere pain? I can't be here, he thought. Can't risk. He handed the infant to the girl, to her shock, and said, I have to go. What? Wait, can I... Noxra, last of the gray 47th, turned and fled. Hey-ho, the great gray wall! But they had not built a wall, not here, not around the spirit of the ones like Jazz. They had tried 1,000 times with 1,000 walls, and each time given up, because no wall could have held them, these baffled, self-defeating humans. They were too foolish to accept even an insurmountable wall. They had to be made to... What was the word Summer had taught him? They had to be made to choose.
29. Keys. Choice.
Take whatever you like. Be my guest.
The man's voice was fading in and out through the fog of Edith's mind, in a heavy red haze. The voice was jovial, fatherly, Edith supposed, though she had no real way of knowing what a fatherly voice should sound like. Then the voice was punctuated by a scream of pain, unsuccessfully suppressed. It sounded like Rick screaming, "Where am I?" A crack, a horrid hiss, and then another scream of pain. Then the thundering, rippling roar of a bike revving. Edith faded out again, and then back in, her consciousness like smoke rising in an evening sky. Another crack, another wrenching scream of pain. Edith came to realize she was bound, her back and neck stiff, her wrists burning. She fought her heavy eyelids open, her head swimming and rippling with a slow ache. Her gaze took in the crooked horizon, the setting sun. Recalling how Shades and her mother had come upon them on the open road, she twisted, desperate to fill in the missing pieces. Edith realized she was hog-tied, sitting sprawled on the gritty pavement, legs out in front of her, staring down the sun, surrounded by a radiant blur of reds, golds, and purples.
The fatherly voice belonged to Mr. Shades. In the end, most folks thought it would be our own bureaucracy that would take us down. Shove a nuke or a super plague up our asses and turn it sideways, Shades was saying to a shuddering Rick. But I never put too much stock in that myself. They always had too much invested in keeping folks stupid and happy. Social Security and tax dollars, TVs and then smartphones and then egos. He winked under the shades.
Edith realized she was tied to the front of the bike, her hands behind her, at such an angle that if she tried to move, a thick cord dug at her wrists and caused an awful twinge in her pinioned shoulders. She looked around for her mother, but she was nowhere to be seen. She deepened and slowed her breathing, clearing her mind and her vision, and focused. Shades and two other men held Rick prostrate, his face about 2 inches from the back wheel of one of the other riders' bikes. Shades grabbed a tuft of Rick's stringy black hair and lifted his head up with it, so that Rick was forced to look directly at the free-spinning tire, up on a kickstand about 2 inches off the road. The rider revved again, and the tire buzzed to life, spinning to a vicious blur within seconds, blasting Rick's face with gravel and dust and foul purple smoke.
Tech is the dirtiest job of all, Shades growled in Rick's ear. And the minute you forget, someone's got to put the taste back in your mouth.
Edith found herself struggling against the cords that bound her, seeing red, her heart battering itself bloody in its cage. But there was no breaking her bonds with physical strength. The sun had almost set. The temperature was dropping with nothing in this vast wasteland to hold it in, and the desert wind was beginning to sting her cheeks and creep between her fingers and toes. Her limbs were going numb in agonizing pricks as a result of her contorted position. She felt part of herself trying to check out of her body, drift away the way she had the other time she'd been in this monster's presence, beside her mother in the snakeskin. She bit her lip, forcing herself back. "You have to talk to my dad's people about the way the thing works," Rick gasped. "Take your damn ships, make some kind of fucking deal."
Your dad's dead, kid. Down to 28 at Gentleman Jack and shot himself right in the face. So is most everyone that worked with him. I'm truly sorry to say.
Rick's teeth only gritted, his tear-streaked face stoic beside the rotating wheel. He was only a child, she realized, beneath all the bluster, playing at war games for which no one was really prepared.
Nah, you see, kid, Shades was saying, hands on hips, gazing once more off into the distance in a statuesque and unnecessary stance. It'll take whatever road it finds available. Me, I believe in the American dream. I believe a man should make for himself what he can from the fabric of society, stitch it together into something beautiful. And I guess the point I'm trying to make. The bike revved again, and the wheel cut the air within an inch of Rick's cheek, causing him to flinch and grunt through gritted teeth. The point is, people don't always do what's in their best interest. All these fuckers who stayed down here instead of getting out of the way of progress.
What kind of progress is that?
Edith found herself shouting across the road, now bathed in shadow. Shades didn't turn, but smirked. The kind you get when you're too damn stubborn and blind to accept a clear road forward when it's offered. And that's it, isn't it, Ricardo? That's all I need to know to make 6 billion folks come back to a shining world that isn't ruled by pain. Just tell me what you fucking want, Rick half sobbed, half snarled. I just want to know how he got folks to believe the illusions they were seeing. That's all. What the hell? See, Ricardo, it's the problem with the goddamn human mind. It won't accept what's not right there in front of it unless you dope it up on acid or turn the thermostat to 105. Except your old man figured out how to get around that. How to get folks to see whatever the damn ego showed them without inducing a problematic little state called schizophrenia. The purpose never met a client base so damn unwilling to see reason, so difficult to organize. All we need to know is how he did it. I don't fucking know. Mr. Shade stood, a silhouette, stretching his back. That's a damn shame, because my associates up there in Super Ego are determined to take their 6 billion customers to the next level, at whatever cost they deem necessary. Do you understand that, Ricardo?
Better you kill them all, Edith growled.
Shades might have grinned or glared, but it was now too dark to tell. I like you, girl. You've got spirit. More than your mother. She gave in so easily.
Worn down, I guess, what with raising a girl like you all on her own. Doesn't matter, kid. Make your stand. We have 6 billion chances to get it right. Shades strolled off into the night. Ha! 6 billion. Can you believe that? Jazz tossed down the rest of her peppermint schnapps, hands trembling, and slipped outside. Behind a curtain of cold orange desert dust and smoke, off in the bowels of the fretful night, she caught sight of the huge man in the long brown trench coat and sleuth hat once again. He was standing at the lip of a giant ice cream scoop that had been most of downtown El Paso, the night wind whipping his coattails over the abyss. The giant invisible man removed his hat and his scarf, and she saw that he was bald and very pale, with a wide head and small, smooth ears. There was something on the side of his neck, a sort of dull metal disc, implanted like a stoma. Jazz approached quietly, as if he were a dazed, dangerous reptile. She was moving as quietly as she could now, heart pounding, sure he'd notice her. But he was held in a sort of rapture, head tilted up, eyes closed, body tense. It's not human. There's no way it can be. The shooting stars, the ships, he did this. Him and his people. Jasmine's stomach had dropped out of her and was plummeting to the center of the earth, and she stood frozen in the night wind, her skin prickled with cold sweat. She'd found it. The epicenter she'd sought, the odds of which had been what? She'd been talking with him. He'd been nursing a baby, of all things, a little human boy, the epitome of fragile, of innocent, of helpless. Why? What sort of sick game was this thing playing? And she'd almost asked it to... It stood, transfixed, mumbling in a language she did not begin to recognize, swaying over the edge. Thalubrim, triasco clor rajna dio conollae, coloi lagru, thalubrim, o ethel. She pictured the thing wrapped in coat and scarf, holding the infant, nursing him, eyes stony and emotionless, and a hot, sudden rage flooded every inch of her. She took a step forward towards it. It rocked close to the edge, muttering, sure it would spin and crush her at any second. Thalubrim, tell me what I must do. Another step towards its back. What would Jazz do? Jasmine remembered her writing. The first few paragraphs of what were to be the epic of Jazz, recorded on the creaky little cassette deck, now long gone. The golden glove flashed and glinted. The claw of truth commands you to speak. One of her hands reached for the disc implanted in the side of his neck. Sweating, trembling, sure he'd turn and gut her with a lazy jerk of his massive hand, and she yanked. To her shock, the cold disc came loose with a wet click. Its whole body convulsed as if jolted by a powerful current, and it twisted towards her, broad face pale, contorted in shock, teetering at the edge of the newly cut precipice. And before she could think, she reached out her other hand and pushed. Nox had known for a brief instant the big picture. The purpose binds. Tell me the purpose. Nox had seen the magistrate's grand scheme as if it had been carved into the side of the cliff face before him, and with it, how to assure the grey hold would not break the 6 billion captive minds. The eco-am magistrate had chosen wisely where to make her stand, Nox realized. These fragile, stubborn beings, who could be forced into nothing against their will, who must instead be made to choose.
There was a way to harness that human stubbornness deep down in their minds, to use it as strength. And then it all blew up in his face, a mass of writhing electrical snakes. A hand had torn off his spinal servo, and another had caught him with a hard push. Nox began to fall, down and down, smashing over dirt and stone and jutting metal. As he plummeted, part of his mind returned to floating in the ocean, washed by waves and sand and sun. I die again. So it goes. Once again, purpose is lost at the instant of knowing. And he knew no more.
3 more sweet, wet thrusts, 2, 1. With a wild thrill, Jericho let himself go, his thin, sweaty chest thundering. Shexama's body heaved and arched like dark oil in a lava lamp, but she made no sound. The orgasm that overtook him was not what he expected. It was thunderous, oozing, the inside of her writhing like coiled worms, but it was hollow somehow. Jerry panted for breath, clutching at the molten skin, etched all over in scars, sucking in the flavors of sweat and unearthly spice. Too much thunder and not enough rain, the result of a kind of passionless thirst too long unquenched. He knelt there on the squeaky second-story rock canyon motel bed, Shexama's long, liquid iron body on hands and knees before him, her face away from him, black bandana wet with sweat, smelling sweet and sweaty, licoricey, faintly spicy. This is what a purely selfish fuck feels like, he realized. There had been no real exchange between them. For a second, Rachel's sweet smile and severed arm flashed across his mind, and he inwardly screamed at them to leave him alone. Jerry had finally shown his hand not 20 minutes earlier, as they waited in the hotel lobby, lit by dull generators. Shexama had been stewing as Rick's yelps of pain echoed through the entryway. Jerry had been trying to read a magazine and focus on anything else. At least we found her, Jerry had said, half trying to cheer her up, half trying to sing his own praises. I told you I have a sense for these things. Shexama had met his eyes intensely, narrowing hers. You have a sense, do you? Have you a sense of what's in store for this world? In truth, no, not in the least. But maybe this was how he'd find out. I just assume we go along, get with the right people. It's not like they have any shortage of tech, and maybe we get a share. Shexama's thin smile had been unnerving, vicious, portraying the opposite of what a smile is meant to portray. Jerry's heart had thundered with a delicious mixture of terror and excitement. He kept taking in her long legs crossed before him, the trim curves of her neck. Our share, she repeated. What might that be? What do we deserve for our trouble? How shall we celebrate this great victory of ours? Why was she asking in that way? Distantly, Rick yelped in agony. Jerry pushed it out of his head. The giddy heat that was overtaking him from the groin up made it not too difficult. In the way of a boy who has his mind set on one thing and one thing alone, rushing with too many feral chemicals to interpret condescension as anything more than flirtation, to interpret a cat toying with a mouse as anything but playfulness, he replied, I'd like for you and I to celebrate it, together. Oh, would you? What the hell? The world had ended. What had he to lose in being bold? I want to show you you can trust me, rely on me. I want to be the guy to keep you safe, give you pleasure. She stared down at him. What do you think you have to offer me that 1,000 men haven't given? In a way that was anything but cool, he said, You want to get a room and find out? They'd been in an abandoned room in minutes, and he'd stripped her roughly, entered her without ceremony when the red digital clock said 4:13 a.m. Now it was 4:17 a.m., and for some reason he felt like he'd run a mile in that time. He was spent, drained, shaky, hungry. Jerry pushed her off and lay down, and the two did not look at each other. Her sweet, gingery, salty scent hit him in waves, and he felt very naked and thin and wet in the charged halogen heat. He thought back on the way he'd come on to her and realized in his deflated state how childish, how pathetic it had been. Why did she agree? Was it me she really wanted? If not, then what else? What could I possibly have to offer? Did she really think I could be the guy to take care of her? Or was it just pity? Just for kicks? The sweat began to congeal and sting and chill him, and the stuffy motel air turned into thick diesel exhaust against his lungs. He could all but see the decades of cigarette smoke, semen, sweat, and bitterness rising in rank waves out of the red-brown carpet. "How was it for you?" he asked, panting, in the unanswerable way of boys who do not understand a woman's body in the least. And after a while, where of course she did not answer, he turned to look out the window, realizing he could see Mr. Shades down below, still playing with Rick in the parking lot. He realized Edith was being made to watch, tied up to another bike. Jerry realized why Shexima had agreed to go to bed with him after all, and it was far worse than a pity fuck. He'd asked, so she'd said yes, because shit didn't matter to her anymore. And the ambassador owned him now. She knew how much he wanted her right from the start, saw right through him. She could do or ask for anything, and you'd do it. You'd lie or steal or kill or worse. And the minute she offers herself to you, you'd just come crawling right back. Jerry found himself looking over his shoulder, away from the pathetic creature down in the parking lot who he used to think of as a friend, to being here naked beside this alien woman of staggering beauty, up in his little castle for all his failings. "Do you think Rick will tell Shades what he wants to know? What's so special about ego and all?" Without looking at him, she said in a flat voice, "Shades will get whatever he wants from him, and then I'll suck the marrow from his bones for dirtying my child." He remembered her saying down in the lobby in that broken acid voice, "What do we deserve for our trouble?" The answer was nothing. He'd wasted his youth wallowing in self-pity, and the only redeeming thing about it, he realized, was that at least it had been accurate. He was pitiful. And here in this motel stronghold, looking out over all the parking lot and tumbleweed that was now his kingdom, he saw himself, as broken as her and as gray as Mr. Shades. Jerry awoke, the morning sun glinting sideways through the window, and the LED clock said 7:15 a.m. An old-fashioned cell phone was ringing with a jarring snarl. Shexima was finishing dressing in black jeans and a tank top, ignoring Jerry. The empty, aching sex of the early morning hit him again. He recalled thinking, "She fucking owns you, you dumb fuck," and wondered again what he was still doing here. Down in the parking lot, another posse of 7 bikes had arrived, along with a heavy 4-wheel RV. Shades had called for reinforcement. Jerry saw a few of the cascabeles helping an old man with gray blonde hair and a homemade leg cast off the 4-wheeler into a rolling desk chair, and wondered what purpose bringing an old hobo with a broken leg into the fray could possibly serve. Jerry realized Shexima had no interest in picking up the old cell phone Shades had given her, so he grabbed it off the desk. "Hello? Hey, champ! Speaker, you mind?" He did as Shades said. "Morning, your majesty," Shades boomed, robotic voice full of good cheer. Shexima gave the slightest glance in the phone's direction. "We did it! The little shit told us the way in." "Into what?" "Into the good old human mind. Rick gave us the answer. It's so fucking simple. Can't believe no one thought of it."
30. Oaths. Champagne.
Ma, why can't you see?
Rajna held her little girl to her bosom, the sweet scent of her overwhelming, and with love so intense it threatened to consume her. She could not bring herself to answer. The vaulted pavilion of the Ecoam vessel was cold and empty against the dark eternities, save the two of them. Rajna longed with a passion to see her girl's face again. In truth, she doubted her eyes would ever heal. She wondered again who could have betrayed her, derailed her message to Earth, and foreseen each step along the way. The possibilities branched outward eternally. When she did not respond to her daughter's first question, the little girl asked,
Why can't we go home?
"So as to protect the first oath, little precious. The world before us has lost balance. Without balance, there is no happiness." After a few moments, the girl asked,
How do you lose balance?
"By becoming too afraid of death.
Not fearing death is the second of the three oaths of the Ikwem. Why? Because when you spend your life fearing death, you cling to life too tightly. She grabbed the girl's wrist and squeezed to demonstrate. She could feel the warmth of her quiet, quick breaths, the strength in her little hands. When you cling, you strangle it. Will they be happier now? Her daughter asked. If I were to try to speak for the experience of one other as if it were my own, that would be breaking the third oath. Again, the girl asked, Why? Because to speak for another's experience is to rob them of their reality. But I think for those down there, it is mostly up to them. After a time, the girl's breathing settled, and Rajna sensed her fall asleep against her bosom. She fumbled for a moment and then pulled the fuzzy blankets encircling the two of them up around her daughter's serene face and tried to remember what it had been like to be so young, to be so deeply lost in sleep that neither dreams nor worry could disturb. The lights of the devastated world below flickered upon the two of them in the lofty chamber, and neither saw. The sky was dark, but for Earth's fading single moon. Above them hung silent, swirling mobiles of intricate metal as delicate as woven silk, caricatures of tripwings and pertiques and flying serpents. Rajna stroked her child's hair, chest uneasy and listless, jaw and shoulders tight. She hummed, praying that if it came to it, she'd be given the chance to die for the girl. I will not break my second oath. I will not fear death. Her ceremonial vessel shuddered with a deep, submerged series of jolts, a whale cresting beneath her in the infinite darkness. What could have been no other than the Imperator's great golden vessel had locked herself onto hers, dwarfing it, and she imagined a boarding party would arrive within moments. The magistrate would allow herself to be taken. There was nothing more to be done. Would only that I could look my captors in the eye. As the magistrate sat humming to her sleeping girl, she felt a faint swish, a breeze, that of an ethereal figure in gossamer robes taking shape down the corridor. Interesting. The Imperator had sent his wife. Even here and now, when he has captured me, defenseless and at his whim, he fears me. The Imperatrix struck a spindly golden figure. She was so gossamer thin as to appear ghostly, wrapped in a translucent billowing gown, the color of early spring cherry blossoms. The woman was bald, her aging face gaunt to splitting, her cheeks high, her sunlight-infused skin shimmering like a dragonfly's wings. Even picturing that face sent chills through Rajna. The golden lady approached in silence and lowered herself like falling dandelion fluff onto the central seat beside Rajna, stirring the blankets not even in the slightest. She may as well have been nothing but a chilly late autumn breeze. Rajna felt the Imperatrix raise her hand before her sightless eyes, then place it palm down upon the girl's sleeping shoulder. Heart clenched, Rajna reached out and felt the thin, cool hand. She relaxed. Had the hand landed curled into a fist, it would have signified an Imperatrix prerogative to have the child killed. It was known for certainty, after all, that an ordained Imperatrix possessed preternatural sight, and that if she commanded any person killed, it was for the good of the populace and not to be questioned. Had the Imperatrix's hand begun to clench above her daughter's sleeping form for just an instant? It was unbefitting to ask after the Imperatrix's purpose, but Rajna finally spoke, attempting to draw some explanation forth. The spring breeze graces all that lives. The singing harp flowers are especially favored. It was to say, Speak, tell me your purpose. Rajna sat coldly, beginning to wonder if the woman possessed the ability to speak at all. Then, after a whirling, desolate silence, the Imperatrix said in a harrowed voice, The harp flower song haunts the valleys of the split, as any valley, and yet fall into the furnace below without recourse. Even the loveliest of melodies is but momentary. A lesser woman would have drawn back at this, stricken with sick terror and confusion, as was Rajna at that moment. It was in turn to say, Despite my station, I am tortured, useless.
Rajna's considerable discipline wavered. What am I to do, you miserable witch? If she offered solace, she risked portraying impudence. If she did not, she risked appearing harsh. Rajna knew all the stories about the Imperatrix. Her husband kept her caged like a rare bird. She was woman in the eyes of the gold, the model of domesticity, self-inflicted subjugation, silence, and in so being, she had the immense power of a submerged volcano. Is this why you speak of your hell to me, you fragile hag? Am I your only recourse, even blind and helpless at your whim? Forgive me, milady, that your meaning is lost. I would tear the heart from my chest if it meant the elucidation of the wisdoms that drop like nectar from my grace's lips. That was the closest Rajna dared stray toward the realm of questioning, which was the most forbidden vocal mode in the presence of the lady, as forbidden as looking down upon an imperatrix. The last time we spoke, you and I, do you remember it? Like yesterday, Rajna replied, puzzled. 6 years ago, at the festival of crossing moons, in high summer, and your gown was as white as the fur of the Pashfria. And yours, as red as blood, my dear magistrate. Do you remember of what we spoke? I could not forget, milady. You congratulated me upon the opening of my daughter's Fenouer. Rajna's daughter's opening had come several years early, and that heralded greatness. Although in her arms now, in the darkness that was all her own, the girl only felt small and soft and still. What a beautiful, sweet child! My children are long and tall and bold, and they have no use for me, and they are not sweet like this one. Rajna clutched her daughter more tightly, privately subjugating her terror. Please do not wake, girl. Do not open your eyes to hear and see what transpires. She will grow. She will be glorious. Lead her sisters with the heart of a joyful mother tigress. A mother wonders how she may assure it is so. Rajna muttered into the nape of her daughter's neck, seeing the only way forward this must take, when the galaxy around her hangs heavy with gray. She had said it, in the boldest way she dared. Rajna has set forth her challenge. How do you expect my daughter to survive in your clutches? She sensed the Imperatrix draw back minutely, and her daughter stirred. Have I pushed too far? You misunderstand me, the Imperatrix replied coolly. I do not, like many among the higher echelons of the new families, wish to see the spark of Jasfastrum dulled in the inevitability of progress. In fact, I would like to send you down to that world as my emissary. The people of Earth know your face, and they have seen your glory. I want you to walk among them as would a queen, and tell them they have nothing to fear. Tell them we are aligned in our mission to bring balance. What was the game here? Rajna's mind raced, slipping down into the poisonous black void of the gold woman's madness. Isn't it written, child Rajna, in the mother Ikwem's own hand? Balance is not rigid. Remind me, dear, how does the rest of the quote go? For her daughter's life, and for whatever life remained in the universe, Rajna quoted, Balance is a union of dualities, and therefore must contain duality. This is the law of nature, but not of life. When in perpetuating ourselves we defy the balance of the universe towards unmaking. To her horror, another smaller voice took up the doctrine. Her daughter had awoken and was now quoting, as she herself had taught her to do. Then balance supersedes life. Any number may suffer so that the balance may be preserved. What a deft killing blow. This hag had wafted in, extorted her into cooperation with her daughter's very life, and now used her daughter's own voice to justify the deed in the words of Rajna's own scripture. Ah, child, how well you have learned, the woman whispered, gushing sweetness like a screaming bird that has lost her voice, clasping her wrists in terrible bony talons. Well quoted indeed. That is why any number may suffer. Please do not take her, she had broken. My dear girl, Earth is no place to bring a child, especially not now. I wouldn't dare allow such exquisiteness to be harmed. Rajna breathed deeply, centering herself.
The face of her daughter, of her sisterhood, of the grandmother Fastram at her core, unforgettable and indestructible. Girl, she said when her breathing had evened, and she felt her feet upon the ship's cool metal. Recite to me your 3 oaths. The girl took a tiny thumb out of her mouth, and Rajna felt her turn her head to stare at the golden visitor. Go on now. Show our dear lady how well you have learned. The girl spoke softly. I hereby take my 1st great oath. I will hold the balance. I hereby take my 2nd great oath. I will not fear death. I hereby take my 3rd great oath. I shall only speak for myself. In taking these oaths, I am infinite, indestructible, and free. She's grown, Rajna said, the strength returned to her voice. She stood holding her girl, infinite, indestructible, and free. And since she could not see, she could not be faulted for looking down upon the noble woman, and could not be held in contempt. But towering over the imperatrix with her daughter clutched to her chest, she was fierce as the flaming earth, the joyous mother tigress indeed. She took a step to stand at the lip of the eternal fire, now only an infernal glow several heights below. Stood so she could do with her daughter on her hip as Nyala had done, not a full moon ago. The imperatrix must have realized it, for she clutched her seat and snarled. Mercifully, the girl did not stir, but hung relaxed and sleepy in her arms. She has learned well and cannot be harmed or corrupted. I was amiss in wondering earlier how she shall grow in a galaxy turned grey, for you have reminded me. She is mighty for a child, and she holds her oaths, as do I. Allow me to take her, my lady, to walk with me down upon the world below, to speak the message of balance as you have commanded. Give your Civium Propositus the chance to meet their future queen, and for her to learn their ways that she might rule. Power, Rajna knew, only knew the language of power. Give me your blessing in this, my lady, that we might serve you for generations. She felt the warmth and the pull of the fire rippling below, the call to be among her progenitors. And though she could not see the woman's face, the woman felt the scales tilt as well. I would hate for you to have to inform your husband that I have fallen from his graces. She allowed herself a smile at that. Not bad. In a choked voice of saccharine ice, the other spoke. May they treat you gently. I merely meant to caution you. The planet Earth has a way of bringing you down to its level, filling the heads of your children with dangerous notions. Tread carefully, lest your fall from grace be yet to come. Without another word, but only the breeze of her gossamer robes, the imperatrix departed like so much blowing snow. Mirama, are you there? The faintly glowing woman with a gentle face stepped out of the wall, where she'd superimposed herself to listen in through a minor alternating in her holotactile density. Send us down to somewhere we may seek haven, to where those who are still ready to hear may be found. We must depart before the gold and great together find recourse as to our futures. I know just the place, Mirama said with a small smile. That was impressive, my lady. It was good to know you had an eye on us, sister. She looked down at her daughter, still somehow wrapped in that deep sleep, and stroked her little brow one last time before the descent. And she finally allowed herself to whisper the girl's name. Lalnul. It was perhaps the most important word that had ever been, meaning something like entropy. Those on Earth who would listen were the next sisterhood, and from all she'd observed, this was the fulcrum upon which the lever of Lalnul would swing, and in so doing save new, or destroy it and its memory forever. She stood, preparing to be whisked away through a pocket between dimensions, where space became meaningless, and once again began to recite. I hereby take my 1st great oath. I will hold the balance.
How'd it go? The Imperator Gold asked his wife.
Perfectly.
She smiled. You got her to trust you. The Imperatrix Gold gave a sharp, condescending little laugh.
Of course not. Nothing so fragile as that. I got her to pity me. Can you imagine? And then I got her to think she'd won. The child will go down with her, and she'll proceed as if she's played us.
That's my girl. he said jovially, pinching her ear.
She kissed him on his glorious, shining cheek, beaming. After all these years, he'd still made her feel like the prettiest girl at the school dance. I love you, Jake, she told the Imperator.
Yep, he grinned back. Cheers. He held up a little glass of champagne worth more than all of France. Here's to us, and one hell of a third.
31. Extinction, Reconstruction. They're rebuilding it. I can't believe it. The desert sun was partway up over the city that had been called El Paso on the day that would have been called Saturday, July 10th. Maybe, Summer mused, it should be called the first. The first of what? The epilogue? The extinction? She supposed they wouldn't know until it was over. Time was an absurd thing. Summer had awakened around what might have been about 10 a.m. Awakened with waves of the palpable remembrance that he was gone, and nothing in this world or beyond would change that. She clutched her love's old watch, furious at how it infused her with nothing but cold, still, metallic, aching loss. For a time she could not will her body to move. The sun hadn't passed behind the giant looming gray square in the center of the sky, so it was still magnificently bright. There was a thundering in the distance that set her teeth on edge. She'd made her way outside with a teenager named Mariela and immediately seen the source. In the distance, where the ruins had lain beneath, the gray ships were building, geometric construction at titanic scale. It was a Rube Goldbergian array of giant 3D printers and laser cutters. The demolished buildings metastasized in crisp silver scaffolding, some of them 10 or 15 stories high overnight. The great metallic bloom jutted into the sky in a modern minimalist orgasm with a fascist flair, decked with sterile glass and concrete. Ego stores, or gray ships, she realized there really wasn't a difference, blanketing the burned cityscape. Roland, Nox, Jazz? Where would she begin looking? What would she do if they were somewhere there, taken by the machines? They're okay, her mind insisted. They have to be. They'll rebuild the whole thing in a few days, Mariella said in quiet wonder, voice shaking. This is how they're gonna convince us that what they've done was worthwhile, Summer mused. When they let all these people down from the ships again, they'll just see a new city built for them out of super Lego. They'll just fall asleep again, with the new overseers all around. The girl beside her simply said, I don't think there's any coming back from where my folks went. She squeezed the girl's hand and gazed upward at Pablo Picasso's rendering of Cthulhu remaking the world in its own cubic image. Those people who fell for it think it's what they deserve, Mariella said, sullen. How do you convince someone otherwise when life is hard and progress makes it easy and tells you it should be? Who doesn't want to believe in that? And how do we survive long enough to convince them of anything at all? Summer realized the girl was batting away hot tears. Why they gotta choose stupid shit? My brother, he clicked it. He chose. Summer took her in her arms, standing there in the impossible morning sunlight that had no right to be shining. But Mariella, they chose, that's the point. That's why it took those monsters so damn long to show themselves, even while they've manipulated us for so long. There is no way they could have taken billions of us captive unless we agreed to it all at once. For better or worse, humanity doesn't compromise, and that's why we threaten them. Summer trailed off, looking over Mariella's shoulder, her sudden brainstorm forgotten for the moment. A woman she'd never seen, with very dark reddish skin and a blue gown and scarf around her forehead and eyes, was making her way cautiously towards them from the expanse to the west. By her pace, Summer realized that the woman was blind and being led by a small girl, also with a blue scarf around her forehead. Across the woman's long torso was slung another blue cloth, tied into a carrying sash. As Summer approached, she got the distinct impression that the smooth orb concealed within the sash, resting against the woman's stomach in the place of an unborn child, was a skull. Can I help you? Summer asked, jogging to meet the woman and take her other hand. The woman was very tall and had no hair that Summer could see beneath her headscarf. Her skin was the odd texture and color of coal, and it made guessing her age difficult. "I've come looking for the egoless ones. I have come with things to share with you." "I suppose that's us," Summer said, somehow awestruck by the woman's presence. "I'm Summer. This is Mariella. Come inside and rest. Have you come far?" Rajna grinned, a deep, confident grin despite her uncertain walk. Summer led the magistrate and her daughter to refuge, for the moment, in the hospital at the edge of two wastelands.
The huge body came to rest in a twisted pose about 60 feet below. Jazz stared at the dull little disc in her hand, etched with a pyramid and an arc, then down at the body. "Oh God, I killed it!" Heart thundering in her head, she began to climb downward, first over girders that had supported roads and buildings, gutted structures that had been basements and rumpus rooms, and then over bare stone and dust, into the gutted underbelly of the city, keeping the creature's motionless body in her sight. Then it moved. It was only a flinch of one bloodied hand, barely noticeable from 20 feet or so away. She steeled herself to approach it. Had the great gray thing not been somewhat conscious, the slight, pale girl with the ratty clothes and freckles would not have been able to move it. Its eyes barely opened. It could not speak but for a weak groan. But he moved where Jazz pushed and tugged like a great clay rag doll. Even so, he was abnormally heavy, and the going was slow across the rubble and loose rebar of the cataclysm. The artificial basin where the white orbs had ripped cleanly through a house stank of burnt rubber and ash. In places, dirt had crystallized into black, slippery chunks of melted glass. Jazz slipped on one such melted shard and went down hard on her knee, tearing her jeans. So what now? Find Summer or the others? But they brought it here. How the fuck do I trust any of them? No, this man thing was hers, she determined with a feverish, lusty churn of her belly. She'd know what it was and what it all meant, and find out however she chose to. By the sun's first rays, Jazz had the thing yoked around her thin shoulders, and had heaved and coaxed it into a basement bedroom in one of the houses left hanging half open by the blast. She pushed it and prodded and lifted until it lay splayed on its back on someone's abandoned bed in the old gloomy room, with only a small single window above the bed. In the hospital, Jazz had been gripped with a kind of rush. Maybe it had in part been the liquor she'd been nipping all day. It was a need, not an unfamiliar one, to be held, cared for. She'd squashed that wretched thing inside her that had reached out to Nox, pushed it away in a hot burst of rage, until rage gave way to tears, despair. The hunger was creeping back, rumbling and destructive. Jazz stripped its layers of clothing off in the dim pre-dawn haze, tossing them aside in a dusty heap, trembling all over. "What are you?" she found herself whispering, her face close to its shining, scaly gray skin. It was huge and muscled, completely hairless, its body tapering in unnatural contours. Even at its size, it looked vulnerable, face up on the bed, naked limbs splayed in the half-light. "What are you hiding?" There was something sinister about the whining voice inside her that felt petulant and sick. There was a desire to control, to own, to rule, to suppress all attention to anything but herself. "Whatever you are, you're mine now, you fucking monster." Under that same blurred gray haze in which an alcoholic finds herself standing in front of a liquor store, she pushed through the rubble-strewn basement until she found the boiler room, packed with gardening supplies, stereo equipment, boxes of photographs. Behind the water heater nestled a huge roll of orange extension cord, duct tape, and a nest of thick twine. Returning to the bedroom, she tied its wrists and ankles, her hands lingering on her own body, her hips and breast and neck. The thing began to stir as she tied down his second ankle, and she looked up. The fear of it tearing free only electrified her, engorged her. Without a thought, she tore her black t-shirt off. She stood bare-chested and pale and panting in the foot of the bed, staring him down. His gray eyes showed drugged confusion giving way to puzzlement. But there was also a naive glimmer that was more like awe than lust. "How'd you convince them you were one of them? How'd you win their trust?" Nox cocked his large, bald head, craning to see her, muscles rippling against twine and tape.
They'll break and he'll grab me and rip me to shreds. Yes, grab me, rip me. Who are you and why did you come for this world? And what are you going to do? Destroy us and steal our children? Control us? She leaned over the bed, blood thundering louder, wanting to break him, to control him. She stroked his naked, pale thigh with her fingernails, relishing how he flinched and tensed and grew. For everything they took, I want to own him and make him feel as helpless as I felt. I'll show you what control is, she hissed, letting her nipples stroke his thigh as she leaned in, eyes burning. She unfastened her belt with trembling hands and knees, dropped her jeans and panties to the floor with a rush of glee. She stroked herself, just seconds away from taking him. I'll show you control until you beg for me to stop. You'll never take our world's soul from us, even if you crush us all. Noxra was groaning softly. His growl coalesced into words that froze her solid. How can you protect this world's soul when you can't even protect your own? What? The spell was broken and Jazz pulled back. He'd stolen the response right from her story, only in this surreal moment, she was the conqueror. Reality collapsed. She was very cold. This is how we turn you gray, he said in a deep, level voice. This is how we ruin you.
32. Dreams. Opening. We did it! The little shit told us the way in. Into what? Into the good old human mind. Mr. Shades gave a cracking chuckle over the phone. Rick gave us the answer. It's so fucking simple. Can't believe no one thought of it. Shexima grabbed the phone out of Jericho's hands, her long nails grazing him painfully, and was out of the hotel door without a word. He scrambled to fight a pair of dirty cargo shorts over his morning wood and his foot cast, squirming in the bright morning light. By the time he made it out to the parking lot where the newcomers were gathered, the sky was a vibrant, cloudless blue. Edith was still hogtied. Rick had been freed. He stood near the newcomers, harrowed and sullen, with the eyes of a man who sold his family out for a fix. Mr. Shades was busy introducing the old drifter with the broken leg to Shexima and the others. Johnny Stars. Always had the spin on things. Sounds like he still does. The grizzled, somber old hobo didn't smile. Rachel's old man, Shades continued. Remember her? We're doing everything we can to find her, old buddy. You came to the right people. Rachel? Jerry's mind seized. Was that her name? But no way in hell was his Rachel, the 1 in 1,000 they were now talking about. He didn't dare speak to recount how he'd bedded her in the white flash that had devoured her, left her severed arm dangling from his hand. Could it be her? As the conversation strayed further out of familiar territory, Jerry put the thought of Rachel out of his head. He sidled over to where Edith was sitting stone-faced, looking empty and worn, hog-tied to a motorcycle. Hey, he whispered, trying to cop a casual lean on another bike, almost knocking it over. Everyone else was too caught up with introductions to notice him. Even Rick, who stood beside Mr. Shades, looked bruised and shaken, was forcing a smile. Rick, who'd won his freedom at the expense of the minds of humanity. Hey! Jerry hissed again at Edith, who was glaring dead ahead, ignoring him furiously, passionately. Hey, if you...
I can smell my mother on you. And the thing you don't realize, boy, is that makes you the whore, not her.
He was too drained to be mad. I'm starting to get that. And then he made the hardest admission he'd ever have to make in his life. I'm also starting to get this isn't about me. Your mother made that pretty clear. Edith said nothing, no longer glaring nukes at him, but she was listening. Look, I can help you get out of here, but at least tell me what Rick told them. What was the secret to breaking into our heads? Still nothing. Look, fine, don't tell me. I'll help you anyway, because... Jerry thought back, before he'd become Shexima's mouse, back to Rachel, who'd been sweet to him. Because I'm not like them.
Who are you trying to convince? Edith said back. For what little it matters, she added. It has to do with how you people dream.
Dream? What do you mean?
The reason the egos can project images into your minds without setting off alarms, without causing stress or hallucination or brain damage. she said.
Jerry drew closer, unsure how he meant to help her escape, himself now captivated.
It's because creatures on this planet are unique. You don't just dream with part of your brain, you dream with all of it.
Why is that special?
She glanced at the others to make sure they weren't listening. Rick said his father experimented on Mexican drifters and criminals that came into his casinos south of the border, who couldn't pay off a debt and wouldn't be missed. Horrible experiments that left them raving, psychotic, and then he realized he was going about it wrong. His chips were working, in a sense, stimulating the cortex, the parts of the brain that creates the content of dreams. And his subjects were seeing what he showed them, but dreams aren't just images, they're feelings too. He realized that their amygdalae were firing off too, just like when you dream.
Amygdalae.
Your fear center. His test subjects' cortexes believed they were hallucinating, not dreaming, and their amygdalae couldn't figure out why. The victims would panic, their brains flood with adrenaline, and it would drive them to hell. It happened to me when I got one embedded, because my brain is not like yours. Only I got through it because I'm used to hallucinating.
Because of the drug you gave us, the Ladia.
Yes, it teaches you how not to worry about what you perceive, but most people's minds just break. So that was Rick's father's epiphany. He altered the chip to not only interface with the cortex, but also shut off parts of the amygdala. Induced fearlessness, selective nightmare resistance, temporary delusion. That's how the egos work without snapping the mind.
What does it have to do with the ships up there, the cascabeles, shades?
They all want the same thing, just limbs of the gray. And now they can feed 6 billion of you any lie they choose, and you'll accept it. They can take away the one thing humans have which no one has ever been able to break, the feedback loop between thought and emotion that makes you so damn stubborn, your will to choose your own future.
Jerry wiped cold palm sweat on his pants. All those dumb fucks who ordered the ego upgrade, just goddamn zombie slaves. What do we do? I can't untie you here and now in front of everyone, but... He fell silent, considering something. What about your mother's ship?
You know about the ship?
Her glare was as frigid as the desert was sweltering. I found it, right before I met you, but what about it? Is there a way to call it? She sulked for a moment.
What fate spinning is this? But it's the first good idea I've heard from you. The ship has very little power left in it. Not enough to go far, definitely not enough to break atmosphere, but she was considering. It would need 2 minds who had connected with it to call it, and who spoke my language, and my mother can't be counted on for anything in her state.
Perhaps very stupidly, he went for it. Wei statria, ya pliwo, three wetha ojol yao. I speak your language. It taught me, and I think you could say I linked with it. Edith's light, piercing eyes narrowed even further.
Good sir, did it teach you what we do to infiltrators?
He stiffened, considering making a break for it.
All right, you will help me call it. We'll have a lot to talk about all of these damn coincidences of late afterwards. Repeat after me. If you learned well, it shouldn't be too much trouble. She taught him the series of syllables, sounds that were much more than just sounds. They were sigils. No, they were worlds unto themselves. Dram iko e mam fekra. Then there was nothing once again to do but wait. Edith had fallen back into thought, and suddenly she lifted her head. I think, Edith said, there's one more thing I ask.
What?
Just take off my bandana. Until that moment, answers had been just out of reach. Edith had felt as trapped by her thoughts as she was by the tape and zip cord around her bruised wrists. She fixated upon her mother, turned by these men and the metal wasps and snake oil. That and Carl's riddle. I am the beast that all girls must slay, but I am neither living nor dead, neither a concept nor a thing. What am I? It all mingled together, like the notes in the song the woman called Summer had played. Just a blues lick? Those notes had rested right beside each other, joy and sadness intermingled, unpretentious but never guileless. The pieces came together. The answer to the question of balance. Take off my bandana, Edith repeated in a whisper yell.
What good'll that do? Jerry hissed, knitting his hands.
I get it. She was talking more to herself than him. I know how to balance it all. It's not my mother's balance, not a serpent on a hanging vine, and it's not Rajna's either, not a martyr weighing life and death in her hands. It was a third type of balance, the balance of the blues. That had been all she'd needed. The balance of the equum, the riddle of a pirate, the blues of a human woman.
What the hell are you talking about?
I understand what the first equum understood. Now take off this damn bandana. Getting a taste, if not all of what Edith was saying, Jerry did as she said. The moment the light hit it, at long last, her third eye opened. 33. Sight. Onward. Edith wept from 3 eyes. She did not just see, she joined with everything just for a moment. She needn't ever have worried that the eye would be malformed by the peculiarities of her birth, for it was gorgeous, deeper violet than the other 2, and woven with other colors for which there are no names. To her the world became so as well, colors and senses and traces of history, surrounding people and things in wreaths. The cascabeles turned at once and saw it, in all their leather and swagger and smallness toward the universe. The men began to yell and twisted in mid-stride to run at her, even as the world slowed down to a mesmeric pulse around them. Their fear in that moment was their own smallness made visceral, the hell of all the pain they had caused thrown back at them tenfold. Penance. Then Shaksama turned and saw, and as if waking from a deep trance, caught the first man by the throat. Edith glanced Rick take off, running away north onto the highway. The look when he'd seen what lay behind her bandana was pure revulsion. She'd given herself to that creature, and now when his wish had been granted, only horror, disgust. How can you see me as anything other than beautiful, here in the moment where I have arrived, truly naked for the first time? Anything other than whole, blossomed, miraculous. Edith and Jerry chanted, Dram iko emam fe kranganya am to acha. They were the syllables to summon her mother's vessel. Another man rushed forward and stabbed her mother in the side with a short blade, and a screaming Shaksama struck the man in the face with an incredible crack. Edith stared, intertwined with the experience of a third man falling dead at her mother's hand, and then Mr. Shades himself, standing between them, sneering, all but foaming at the mouth. Edith realized her mother must really be seeing him at last, with all 3 of her eyes open, the concrete wall behind his face, the grey hunger, a virus that devoured all, and laughed. Dram iko e man fekra. There was no stopping the violence she'd loosed. Shaksama was fire unleashed. She grabbed another off his bike as 2 of them roared into her from opposite sides, sidestepping and smashing the head of the first driver into the reared engine of the second. The old hobo with the ruined leg on the 4-wheeler sped full throttle at Shaksama back. He'd meant to run her down, Edith realized, seeing his weathered old face as nothing but a mad red snarl.
Like I said, Shades howled. Future's so bright.
Edith's voice couldn't carry over the chaos, but she sent the warning at her mother with her third eye. Shaksama leaped as the old man's 4-wheeler careened into her, pulling Shades by his jacket into the rampaging vehicle's path as she leapt. She came close to leaping clear, but the 4-wheeler struck the side of her knee in midair and spun her aside. The vehicle and the 3 figures pirouetted in a tangled ragdoll bolero, Shades falling beneath spinning wheels with a sick, fleshy series of crunches, and the other 2 falling to either side. The compact, heavy vehicle didn't flip or burst, but sputtered to a dull halt a few feet away. The 3 figures lay in much the same way. Dram iko e man fekra. Edith and Jerry chanted, but inside she was screaming. She couldn't tear her eyes off her mother's slumped form, her newly opened third eye perceiving the energies of life and death fighting for control in cyclonic fury. The last 3 men stood in a line, 1 with a chain and 2 with knives, preparing to finish the job. Their horrible, gleaming eyes burned with all the smoldering reckoning of a ruined world. For a moment, she wondered who they'd been and what they'd believed in once. What had driven them and made them laugh, whether they'd ever held children or swam in the ocean or... They didn't see the silent black teardrop plummeting from the blue sky behind them. A huge frisbee gone astray, growing to the size of a small sea ship, and only realized it was the end as the shadow fell over them. They looked up in unison as the ship spiraled down, the sun glinting from behind it. Edith only opened her eyes in time to see it bounce away in a huge gout of dust and blood, her bones zinged by its impact. It scraped to a halt in the center of the highway, about 30 lengths on. She surveyed the rubble with her augmented gaze, sweat stinging her eyes, limbs shaking. Shade's body was contorted, bones and organs jutting up from a growing black pool that shone in the sweet morning sun. The old man who'd ridden the four-wheeler, whom she swore she recognized from somewhere, lay face down in the road, bandaged leg at an odd angle, motionless save for his gray-blonde tufts of hair rippling in the breeze. His eyes were closed, his face heavy with a life of loss. Edith trembled as the heat of life drifted away from the men who'd sought to destroy her, seeing her mother lay among them on her side, motionless, facing away from Edith. And then her mother began to stand, and Edith wept, a river she'd thought long dry bursting its dam. "Mama," she sobbed. "Mama, I'm so sorry I ran away." Her mother fell to her knees in front of Edith, wiping blood and tears from both faces. The spell she'd cast over herself was not entirely broken, but something had shifted. "My baby girl, you've opened." They both rocked with sobs, still not holding each other, though both longing to. "They're set to return. Those 6 billion upon the vessels who offered themselves to the Grey, are they not, Mother?" "Yes, perhaps in the mere space of a dream. We must run, child, now that we are together again, now that you have reminded me of my sight. We must escape this world." Her mother fussed over her dusty clothes, helped her stand and reached for the bandana to cover up her forehead once more. Edith found herself overwhelmed by her mother's hasty, fierce affections, rife with tradition and dogma, and, with fear, she realized, her mother exuded it like air rippling over the hot road. "No." Her mother froze, fully meeting her eyes for the first time in years. "Mom, no more running. No more compromise." "Girl, don't be foolish. Haven't you put me through enough? This is a battle we cannot win. Yes, it was wrong of me to think I could negotiate a way through for us. But I am here and you are whole now." But she couldn't listen to the speech this time, and she spoke not just with her voice, but with her seeing. "Mother, I've never not been whole. I see that now. There is no unseeing and there is no more hiding." "You've just opened, child, and I cannot take you running off again. It's too soon." "Yes, it's too soon." Edith found the tears brimming again. "It's always too soon. Too soon for Nyala, for Mirama, for Rajna to demand my sacrifice. Too soon for you to lose another child. But by not facing this, you've become them. And isn't it also too soon for the 6 million people up there to choose extinction or mindlessness? It's always too soon, and it's too late not to make a stand." Edith shook, realizing her mother was shaking too. It was a kind of exorcism, a release for which there were not words, only waves and colors two eyes alone could not see. "How are my ears hearing this now?" her mother half snarled. But there was no more holding any of it back. "I will no longer follow your fear, Mother. I've been hiding just as much as you've been sheltering. The magistrate, I feel her. She's here in this world, nearby. I intend to go to her because this could all be over in the space of a dream, because balance means being open to whatever possibilities arise." She thought she knew how to get there, because she could feel Merima too, though it wasn't strictly a living mind she was feeling. She was guided in the dark by a faint warmth somewhere far off. "I can call her, with the sight and the ego implanted in my head. No living person has ever had both. Mother, are you coming with me?" It only took moments for the space to shimmer behind a black car parked askew, already rippling the air around it in the mid-morning heat. 3 figures stepped sideways out of pure nothing. The first was a woman whom Jerry had seen dead, whom Edith ran over to hug. Jerry froze when she appeared, sure she'd point him out, rage at him for somehow peering into her mind. She seemed not to recognize him. He was far past shock at the strangeness of her being alive. The other 2 were men Jerry did not recognize, both hung with more jewels and trinkets than his mother at a White House Correspondents' dinner. One was very large and rippling with classic 80s action movie muscle, and the other was lean and fierce and hung heavy with braids, and not much older than Jerry himself, although he strode with at least 17 times the confidence. As did everyone, Jerry was beginning to realize.
Eyes open.
The younger man commented with a half-devilish little smile. Rot, Cal! Damn, it's good to see you. I solved your riddle just before it opened. Oh, Cal, I've been so focused on the future, on what I wanted to become, wanting so badly to be whole, that I didn't see I already was. The 2 men looked from Edith's wide grin to each other, both raising eyebrows.
Now that, girl,
said the bejeweled man the size of a small truck,
is an answer I'll accept.
Shaxama was frozen, staring at the blue woman with a look on her face so tortured, Jerry felt his eyes well with tears. Mirama, you live! The blue ghost of the woman who had served her and loved her and died for her stepped forward once more. We are but our experiences and those fragments of electrochemical code, all those colorful things that make us Ikoem, all that the Grey seeks to destroy. All I needed to do was translate. There will be time to explain it all, my love. Shaxama took her faintly shimmering hands, trembling as if it had been many years since she'd lifted her own, eyes streaming.
Let us be on our way,
Rot said, his keen coppery face still cracked into a modest grin.
Time, as you know, flies on mercurial wings.
Jerry found his feet and voice.
Wait, are we just gonna trust this guy now?
He immediately realized his mistake.
What is this impetuous, bedraggled thing?
Rot asked Edith. Over the thundering of his own renewed mortification, Jerry realized the man was referring to him. Edith side-eyed Jerry coldly. Then she swallowed a huge lump of her ego, perhaps. A friend, I suppose. Off we go. And that was the first time Jerry got to step through a rift in thin air and out of his bruised, tormented human body and fly through space. And he'd made a friend. All in one morning.
Pain took the shape of a mangled leg, swollen and throbbing and twisted against rough ground, of a concussed brain swollen against the sharp edges of John's old skull, his face bleeding on the road, his palms and elbows grated by cement. Some time after Edith and the others departed, John pulled himself to a throbbing, seated position, and only saw sun and blood and fire. He dragged himself to where his old friend lay, crushed beneath his own useless rage. It was over. The world had been eaten alive. Mr. Shade's intestines sprawled out. Shards of his oil's slick shades protruded from his left eye, the right one open, green and smiling. John, old buddy, old pal, did we get her? No, more like she got us. Pretty sure I nicked you up a little. John tried to support the man's head with a shaking hand. His old friend was convulsing, spitting up blood, but his tanned, wrinkled face with its white stubble was calm as ever. And now you're going just the way I always thought you would, you grisly old bastard. Shade smiled up through bloody teeth and one good eye. How do I look? Like a stupid old-fashioned American piece of shit who never wanted nor deserved nothing but wide open sky and got just what he had coming. The blood-caked smile widened. John, old pal, remember when we used to ride together? Back when you were just a kid, fresh out of the city and knew shit all. Yeah, I remember. Hell of a time we had. Best years of my life, Johnny. Way we used to cook those cinnamon rolls on a hobo stove. Black and bubbly as a crisp, joking around with that lady of yours. I just want you to know, John, I never slept with your lady. I know. She'd not have you then or now. She knows a bag of dicks when she sees one.
Something like a rusted ship anchor was dragging at the base of John's churning gut. Hate towards the dying man, loss, guilt, terror, still clinging to all those skeletons that were their sun-bleached days. Yeah, don't figure. Another fit of coughing. John wiped away globs of cigarette-smelling blood. John, the woman, and her daughter, the one they call the magistrate. On my bike, that little GPS unit. We got someone close by keeping tabs. Someone she trusts. Take the tracker. Follow it home. Can't miss him. John looked up to see the little gizmo, blinking faint green just below the gas gauge, like the man's one dying eye. How the visitors and cascabeles and egos were connected, but maybe it didn't matter. Maybe they were all the enemy, and maybe he was just the sharp instrument. John, still with you old fuck. You're bleeding all over my damn jeans. John, shoot them all in their fucking faces. They killed your girl, John. Killed Rachel. Just like that. It was all over. Don't let them tear us down, John. Take our country, our freedom. John thought that was all. He felt himself begin to shake, but after a breathless moment, John! The single bloodshot eye couldn't focus at anything but the sky. John clenched the dying hand as it tightened one last time. John, I never slept with your woman, but I fucked that daughter of yours. Me and all the rest. Most of those weekends in Reno. She took that child, John, a boy, 14 years ago, took it to the others, the gray soldiers. Traded it for nothing but a fix. Shoot them in their fucking... Don't let them take... 14 years. A son given over to the gray machine. John flinched, his hands closing around his old friend's throat, so tight the fingers were all white, crushing what little breath might have remained. Shade's smashed face went purple, his lacerated mouth spurted blood, and the capillaries in his remaining eye burst. This is all I am, all I've ever been, and no one is safe while I live. He let go of the crushed throat and slumped back. He surveyed the desert again, wiping blood out of his stinging eyes, and then crawled over the tracker, monitoring someone the invaders trusted. Its crude GPS display pointed himself, somewhere near El Paso. They killed her, the people I trusted and the monsters they invited into our world. We killed her, but mostly I killed her. He could reach them in an hour, it looked like, if he took the four-wheeler. There has only ever been one road for me. One great gray road. For my daughter, my grandson. He'd head south after all, he figured. Yeah, that felt right. He'd teach them all what it meant to lose your world. 34. Gathering. Reach. Roland had slipped away in the early morning when the motorcycles had awakened him, when he'd realized they were cascabel. His knees had shaken and his stomach ached with the need to run, but he'd watched from behind a pile of stones as they surrounded John, fighting with himself for a solution besides death or cowardice. But John woke and death didn't come. Roland had known he must run, the moment John, groggy but sober, had waved to them. And then Roland hadn't looked back. He ran towards the smoking city in the direction Summer had gone the night before, keeping low strands of mojave and desert thorn between him and the assembled men. His feet made their way across packed white dust with little sound, though he'd trained them in the stone streets of Cusco, Managua, El Salvador, and so many other cities. He'd run until bands of iron wrapped around his chest and allowed him to go no further, knowing the way John had reacted wasn't right. He had to find Summer and the others to warn her of what exactly? He hadn't stayed around them long enough to know, and he cursed himself for it. It wasn't until mid-morning that Roland was sure no one had followed, and he hunkered down in the outskirts of El Paso before the colossal gray construction gleaming silver lines where the devastated city had lain smoking the evening before. Alone under a bridge in an abandoned corner of the town, behind an old concrete bunker, he heaved agonizing breaths and wept.
for Dimple and for what had become of John and his family and of the world. He fiddled desperately with the CB, willing Summer or anyone to crackle through and tell him where to convene. He'd never had an elder brother until Dimple, never known in truth what it was like to be looked out for. Roland had never until now been truly destroyed. He remembered the Rainbow Cathedral where he'd left his other family, and how his own little brother had looked the last time he'd seen him. The technicolor arch of stained glass cut like geometric remnants of the culture that had been. The strange light had shaded the younger boy's thin face purple and gold and green, and for a moment, as his little brother sat hunched beside the altar, anointed by the priest, his face had become that of the pewter Savior on the cross above him, upturned, austere, wrought yet hopeful. And Roland hadn't been able to look at him anymore. Roland had lost another. He fought furiously for breath, reciting facts about the universe to calm himself. Arcturus, constellation of Boötes, distance 36.7 light years by parallax 88.83, spectral type K03. On another day, Roland might have counted train lines instead, counted the ways to freedom. But now, what lines still ran? Now there was a way to those stars, perhaps. What rails and what medicine might lie out there? If his second family lived, they should be somewhere within this city. He'd triangulate the best pattern. Even when all else had failed, it was one cautious step after another.
The mother and daughter had spent the day with Summer and Wednesday in the dingy hospital lobby, in service of the stragglers that were gathering from the remains of the city. The cubist, brutalist gray constructions were now booming in the not-so-distance like Hephaestus on methamphetamine. Even as a stranger to this world, and newly robbed of her sight, Rajna worked tirelessly, held the hand of a crying boy as Summer watched the day-old road burns on his knees, counseled another who came in rearing for a fight, but who wound up sobbing on her shoulder. Rajna's young daughter neither said a word nor left her mother's side, and studied Summer with intent, determined violet eyes as they worked. Several times, Summer heard Rajna say, "Just focus on life, and on what truly is. Truth is the only way to keep living, but also trust that you might transform. Trust is the only way you transform." And so Summer became acquainted with the Ikoem, their world and their struggle, to speak for the shadows, but also to one day build lives unpersecuted under the sun. "Our worlds aren't so different," Summer found herself saying. She was coming to reconcile the woman with the declaration she had made across the world, a chance at reckoning. When the afternoon light began to thin, they rested in the center of the lobby, and as if in meditation, Rajna revealed what she'd brought, the skull of the first Ikoem, Jesfastram. Summer could not keep her eyes off it. It glowed as if forged on white-hot coals and dipped into amber. Faintly visible within was a neural network, a galaxy of gold branches the size of your outstretched hand. And the empty third eye socket in the center of the forehead stared. What would Jesfastram have said to the children of Earth, now huddled in their own desert, peering out from beyond the end of life as they knew it? Who would listen? "Have you still no sign of your absent companions?" Summer shook her head, gazing into the ember of a skull. "I have to remember that they can take care of themselves. Let's focus on the here and now. I have a head count, 60 or 70, mostly girls and young women." Rajna lowered her sightless face as she repeated Summer's estimate. Though her tone and her gestures were austere and difficult to read, Summer supposed it was disappointment she heard, if not despair. Summer surveyed the people gathered in the lobby, mostly young and shell-shocked, streaked in tears and dirt and blood. These are the ones who chose to stay. These are the ones who knew better, who saw their families and friends giving in all around them, disappearing and dying in sweet white bubbles of ignorance, and still held fast. Mostly young women and girls, yes, but girls here are strong. Rajna gave her a sweet smile, squeezing her daughter's shoulder. "They are where I come from, too." "But what now, Rajna? There is no standing and fighting. How do we protect these people, or at least, how do we make ourselves heard?" "I think I have a way, although I cannot say for certain which of the two ends it may accomplish." The skull began glowing, warming, and resonating. Rajna stopped and straightened up, pushing her daughter behind her chair and turning towards the facade of the lobby, in the way of a sighted person newly bereft of vision. "What is it?" Summer asked, feeling her heart begin to pound. There was a commotion outside of the dirty glass doors, though the glint of the sun blocked Summer's view. She strained to see, feeling the collective panic surge around her. She could only see the group of teenagers keeping watch suddenly scramble. She thrust herself in front of Rajna and the girl, the terror she'd been holding at bay smashing her inner floodgates like so much brittle driftwood. "No, not yet, please." "They're coming. There wasn't enough time."
How can you protect this world's soul when you can't even protect your own?
That was how Nox had stopped her and broken Jazz's attempt to gain control over him, of flesh and fluid intertwining in rage, and perverse as ever such a deed could be. What? Jasmine had pulled away from the huge man. She tied naked to the little bed in the dim room, feeling diminished and cold. The swirl of desire to dominate that great rippling form upon the bed had sullied, soured like old milk.
This is how we turn you gray. This is how we ruin you.
She was frozen and suddenly very, very naked. Back up, what?
There is no reason to keep me tied,
Nox had said in a rumble that may have held a touch of amusement. She'd taken a few steps back, covering her breasts with her arms self-consciously. This was the furthest from how she'd imagined it going. He may have resisted, become violent, or succumbed, or pled, but not this.
I shall copulate with you if you desire, he added. But if you seek to control me through it, you become one of us. Your desire is amplified by my presence. We cannot force one to join us, but you can be swayed, your fear and need amplified. A paltry trick.
Jazz had pulled his long coat over herself and sat down beside him on the bed. She'd pulled her knees to her chest and gazed long and hard, as if only just seeing him. She definitely did not want to copulate any more. It took Jazz 3 hours of wandering through the ruins alone to get her bearings, to walk back into the room. It was another 45 minutes of interrogating him before she untied one of his hands. It wasn't until late afternoon that Jazz pieced together what he'd meant. There was something so mechanical and childlike about his speech. He seemed to be learning English as they spoke, quickly but not quickly enough. That's what you people are, isn't it? Just illusionists, just odds. But then, why order? Why not convince us to do something useful, like create art or travel to space or stop smoking? Aren't those things important to us as well?
I think there are other forces among the stars that influence such decisions. Though I am young, I have not met them. In my language, you might call them Thadara, living thought clouds.
So that's what the gray machine is behind all its ships and soldiers and crooked cops, just a big floating thought cloud?
I think we are a lesser form. You could say Thagra. Virus.
And humanity wouldn't have turned out so damn twisted and sadistic if not for you.
I cannot say what you would have been.
And you're different, but only because someone convinced you to be. Convinced you to forget all of it.
Not forget, but showed me that I could choose something else.
And that's the key, isn't it?
Choice is mine, and I know not what to choose.
Finally, as the light through the little window brought the afternoon, Jazz said what she'd been holding back. Nox, there's something special about my ego, or about me, or my link to it, or something. He listened. The egos are just computers, right? They send and receive data, and that's all. But when I tell stories to myself, sometimes I can reach into my ego. I can pull back the curtain in a way you're not supposed to be able to, and see the little old wizard behind it, and I'm pretty sure I saw into one of those gray ships. He studied her gravely, unreadable. Oh God, have I made a mistake in telling him?
Tell me what you see if you reach out now.
That's the problem. I can't always get in. I have to be telling a story. I'm not sure if it has to do with what the story's about or
Just what happens to my mind when I tell it?
Tell me about the time when you reached deepest.
He said again with that perfunctory curiosity.
The time that was most real.
Well, it wasn't a new story, she said, thinking back to the night before when she'd been sure she'd glanced into the heart of the gray machine. I was just trying to fall asleep, telling myself a story I started a few years ago. He was scrutinizing her fiercely, in a way that gave her goosebumps and made her want to draw away.
I do not know anything about stories, Lady Jazz, but I do know about dreams. I know that the way you humans dream is unique, and it is how the ego is able to function. It is always how my brethren will control you, once they understand what makes a human dream special. Perhaps you must dream.
Worth a try if I can manage it.
What do you mean?
I have trouble falling asleep without. She began to feel warmth in her belly, but a different sort of warmth than before. It wasn't ravenous, dangerous, urgent, sick. It was tender. It warmed with his eyes upon her and not out of a need to rule him. She found herself stroking his broad, smooth chest, pulling the blanket back little by little and letting the coat fall from her still naked, pale, quivering body. Will you just hold me? She curled up beside him, minuscule in comparison, with her head resting in the crook of his shoulder. His smooth body was cool, but not unpleasantly so, and warmed when she pressed against it. She gazed at him, feeling herself relax. He said nothing, but held her in the quiet gaze, and after some time she did sleep, in the broad crook of his cool arm, and she told herself the story of the last 4 days as she drifted into the deep, satisfying sleep of closeness. She felt outward with her mind, seeking as she'd always sought when she sensed that ideas for new untold tales lay just beyond her conscious mind's grasp. She found herself seeing it through the eyes of a faulty ego of a boy whose name she thought might be Jericho? She whispered it as she drifted off. Jerry, that's it. Hello, Jerry. I've reached out. Nox, I'm in another person's mind now. I can see through his eyes.
The ad hoc sentries at the door to the hospital were trying to hold something back, Summer saw, though things were happening too quickly for her to register who at first. Words escalated to shouts, and every muscle in her body was taut. Wednesday rushed into the lobby, ready to charge into battle. The Grey soldiers come to crush us, or Noxra turned against us. But there were only 6 of them, Summer saw. 3 very tall women, the tallest among them beyond even Rajna's height, and 3 men. 2 men wore long, heavily regaled maroon coats, one of them humongous, the other lanky and cat-like. The last man was out of place, nothing but a tow-headed human teenager walking awkwardly with a red cast on his foot. Then Rajna let out her breath and smiled a faint, peaceful smile. It's okay. They're my brothers and sisters. Her eyes open, she added in a small, mesmerized voice. It's beautiful. Summer had only an instant to wonder what she'd meant, and for that matter, how she could even know, and then she saw it. The 6 found their way past the impromptu gaggle of sentinels without much of a fight, and entered the lobby in a resolute wave. 2 of the 3 women were close to Rajna's complexion. The other was a shocking, faintly shimmering deep sky blue. None of them wore headscarves any longer, and below their high, hairless brow lines there gazed out 3 penetrating sets of 3 violet eyes. Magistrate, said the youngest of the 3 women in a husky voice that shook. Her face showed everything between joy and heartbreak. Madam, your eyes. The magistrate stood to hug the girl by the sound of her voice, clasped her with all her thin strength. Edith! My ember, you live. You are whole as ever you have been. You have found your truth. Edith's third eye radiated, a lighthouse in the rain in the midst of black winds, infused with all the fury of the sky. Summer realized why she recognized the newcomer's face, though that glorious third eye had been covered in a plain black bandana. It was the girl who'd visited their little camp in the Mexican countryside a few nights and 1,000,000 years ago, who had been so enraptured by her music, her blue notes, the space between joy and sorrow, the alchemy of heart song. Edith recognized her as well and gave her a shy hug, beaming. It's you! In all the islands, in all the seas, among the stars. You're I! Was all Summer could manage, brimming with sudden joy. Edith giggled. Why, thank you. And thank you. I hope to have a chance to meet you out of every person on this world, to tell you it was your music that taught me what I needed to finally open it. I swear someone has been spinning our fates like spider silk. There's no one I would rather meet in this time of desperate need.
And I fear to say, my lady magistrate, desperate they are. It was the slighter, younger of the two men who spoke. His voice was musical despite his grave tone. His odd reddish-gold complexion shone like sunken treasure in the sharp light of the summer evening.
Rot, you heard my call.
He reached as if in a trance toward Rajna's face and stroked her cheek. Something old and powerful held those two like that for a moment, and Summer couldn't understand what passed between them. Allos meas, the young man whispered, his light gold eyes very far off. Tamri yenowo,
Tanoyo, oyo.
she said, and Summer had never heard a voice so still and real. He lingered, gold red eyes intent, as if willing the blue veil concealing hers to rot to dust and give her sight again. Then he pulled himself away and addressed the group. I am Rot Parar, and this is my damned old first mate Cal of the Drift Coalition. This is Edith, whom it seems you already know, and her mother, Ambassador Shaksama, and the madam in blue is called Mirama, quite good with gadgets. And this is... Rot turned to the scruffy blonde youth standing sullenly by, favoring his casted foot. Who the hell are you again? I'm Jerry, and introducing Jerry for some reason. And our vessel parked outside. Though her better days have seen better days, is known as the Rock's Tear. She doesn't look like much, and doubtless neither do we. But we've come a long way, and seen things that make me think that even so we're barely beyond our cradles. Putting a leg up on the seat she'd been sitting in, and leaning on it like a young cheetah, he added, Before the night is through, we may be of service to you in your little orphanage, if you will have us.
Summer realized perhaps 30 of the young folk that had gathered were now in a wide ring around their meeting, staring wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Mirama stepped forward. I am glad to see, my lady, that sending you down here unprotected was not a mistake. You are a steadfast guardian, Mirama. My honor, madam. I can presume you intend to speak to these gathered here. If so, I have at last discovered a kind of method of projection that your words may be heard in communities gathered like this one across the world. The blue woman took Rajna's hand and somehow made her own fade, then shimmer. Summer realized why the woman glowed as she did, and her knees almost gave out. She was made of solid light. I can, just for a few moments, channel the power of the rock's tier and the thermal energy of this world to make temporary holotactile copies of Rot's vessel as your stage. Ghost images of you across the world. You may be seen and heard by all who remain, that you may finish your plea for their future. Rajna smiled in a way that made Summer think she might have also winked at the blue woman once upon a time. Nothing too big, is it? Just a holomorph across the world. You are truly a genius, Mir, as well as a guardian. Summer glanced out the glass door, still unable to catch a glimpse of the vessel of which Mirama and Rot had spoken. He's got a ship parked outside, all right, said the little boy named Ethan. A big red one. And damn, is she a beauty? Face haggard and distant, Shaksama stepped forward. Whatever plea you intend to make, my grace, make it soon. They've unlocked the means to conquer the human mind.
And it might only take hours, days for them to brainwash those billions of people up there, Jerry injected.
And beyond those dreams,
The huge first mate Cal said in a deep rumble.
Who knows what they may unleash upon us?
So be it, Rajna said, handing the oddly heavy skull to Summer, and then taking Rot's hand along with her daughter's. Will you stand beside me, Summer, as I make my plea to your world, and lift a human voice as well as inspiration calls you? Will you speak with me for the long night that has been, and the day that may come? Will you be their voice? Summer felt Edith in turn take her own hand and squeeze. Near tears for the 100th time that day, and far beyond the human realm of belief, she could only nod. Also trust that you might transform. At the introduction of the human boy, Jerry, the magistrate had stiffened. There was something faintly familiar about the sound he made when he walked, his uneven, injured gait, but it was gone in a flash, and Rajna forgot she'd ever had the inkling as he led her out into the blazing dry heat. "What is left to say?" she asked the woman called Summer as they walked through the heat toward the pirate's vessel. "That they do not know in themselves already? How do I ask them not to act against their own interests, when such a thing should not even need asking?" Summer glanced at Wednesday as if for confirmation, then back to Rajna. Her voice was shaky but clear. "Just share what's in your heart." They were led upward, on curving stairs that felt as if they'd been folded out of a giant arch. They stood at an open platform about twice her height, and she heard the soft, expectant rustle and whisperings of the 60 or 70 gathered to watch. Rajna felt her daughter's small hand clutching the back of her gown, and reached out for the sense of Edith's newly opened, palpable feno air, which had a budding warmth and a vastness like nothing she'd ever quite known before. "My lady," came Mirama's expectant voice, soft against the faint desert wind, "I am prepared to project the image of this vessel across the world. May I humbly borrow the Lady Jasfasram? She may grant us a few extra moments, and a bit more clarity to the communities who've gathered across the furthest reaches of the world." Rajna bid Summer pass her the skull with a trembling gesture and inhaled.
"I've extended our energetic shields about this platform," she heard Cal, the first mate, say, "in case anyone should confuse us with the perpetrators of their suffering. Better safe than sorry."
She felt the breeze and the wrath of the Mother Ikoem's skull behind her, and then felt a whoosh of energy as if passing through a windy tunnel. She heard Mirama give out a faint sigh as if she'd begun to give birth, and then they were live. She could sense energy crackling about them and heard a collective gasp from the audience. And she began to speak to those who remained across the new face of Earth. "You who have chosen freedom, hear me again. I hereby take my first great oath. I will hold the balance."
35. Plea. Shot. Roland was closing the space rapidly, lungs and knees and feet aflame for his efforts. The thought of protecting the others from John and the men on the bikes burning even hotter at the center of his mind. It was evening before he found the red chandelier vessel before the old hospital. The crowd gathered against clear violet sky, watched by the world around in Mirama's million projections. The full moon had risen, crisp in the sweet summer night. The blind magistrate spoke with arms outstretched, and the setting sun painted her blue robes red as blessed sacrament. Roland heard the last lines of the oath from 150 feet away at a sprint.
"In taking these oaths, I am infinite, indestructible, and free. I take these oaths not expecting any to take them in return. If you would take them, there is only one instruction. That is, to swear with them your loyalty, to no ruler but your own spirit."
Roland thought Wednesday saw him running from her place beside Summer and the tall woman he'd seen with the cascabeles that morning. The ones like her, the woman of light, the little girl, but then where was John? Where were the cascabeles?
"It is in our very dreams they seek to enslave us, yet we still have a choice. We now await those who did not make the choice to see truth."
60 paces away, now 50. Roland's mind worked faster than his feet, all the while fighting to summon his voice, to shout for Summer to what? There was still a missing piece.
"We must stand and refuse to feed them our aggression. If you do not fear death at their hands, they cannot feed upon you."
30 paces away, and now he was sure Wednesday saw him, staring at him as he ran towards her with a puzzled look, which began to turn to fear when she made out the look on his own, because Roland had finally spotted John. Towards the back of the crowd, perched on what looked like a four-wheeler, something in his hand flashed in the dying sunlight. Jazz woke up a moment after Roland caught first sight of the red teardrop ship. She shouted, This time the dream had taken her in. She'd watched enraptured through Jerry's eyes from behind the blind woman as she'd begun to address the dusty crowd of quavering survivors. She saw through his eyes the gray construction in the distance, the odd entourage around the solemn woman, the dirty gathered faces wrapped in the woman's words. There was something wrong, something perhaps only she'd seen in her half-narrative, half-dreaming state.
In our very dreams, they seek to enslave us,
The magistrate was saying. The little girl of 7 or 8, who also wore a blue gown and was clutching the back of her mother's matching one, turned for a moment to look at Jazz, not Jerry, but Jazz herself, right in the eye, and the little girl's 3 eyes were the most peculiar shade of dead gray. Then the little girl shoved her mother forward. "We have to go," she shouted, and Knox leapt to his feet in an instant. "Right now! It's the little girl, the blind woman's daughter! She's the traitor!" Somewhere, a gold imperatrix was laughing. It took only the slightest push. The magistrate stumbled 2 steps beyond the energetic bubble of safety around her dais. Edith grabbed the small girl, turning her to look into her face and understand what had overtaken her. Her eyes! A fierce crack split the evening. Rajna's unprotected body snapped as if in a strong wind and fell, and Wednesday saw him at the business end of the barrel at the back of the throng. John. Wednesday watched the woman's limp body tumble off the platform and saw Knox rushing forward, catching her in his arms. The crowd began to scream, to cover their heads, and Summer and the others leapt or ran off the ship to surround the fallen woman. The magistrate's daughter stood expressionless above them on the platform, eyes fixed on her mother's limp frame. John disappeared into the scattering crowd. And then there was a horrible churning, crunching, robotic sound that filled the sky and shook the stone beneath her feet. The great gray ship sitting in the dimming sky finally opened. To the thousands of cities watching, the scene was something like the hand of God opening a row of more drawers across the metallic sky, only to find that every fallow titan's body within was infested with flying maggots. Out of the gravity-defying slabs of chrome poured 100 smaller vessels, like little square platforms, each holding 100 men and women, all in uniform gray. The ships fell straight towards the hurtled mass of screaming, scrambling onlookers. Then some utilitarian propulsion system kicked in, slowing the careening sky's subway cars into a series of silent landings in an arc around the crowd. The returned stepped out of the ships in long lines. They were infantile yet drained, remade to be near identical, faintly wonderstruck, awash in the blue neon light of the vessels. They gazed in hypnotized unison, as if at new billboards promising lifetime supplies of everything. "You've won," the billboards would have said by the looks on their faces. "Early retirement, a free cruise to, you don't care where, do you? A cruise is a cruise, a personal aid to scratch your every itch until you die. Just new car smell from here on out." There was no telling from those plastic faces and ersatz neon eyes what the returned would do. For all those slack, slightly hungry gapes betrayed, the billions of them might just as soon kill every last soul as go back to business as usual.
36. Rain. Alchemy. The warm rain pummeled them. Blood rushed from the magistrate's punctured side into the ground where Knox gently placed her. And Edith watched its rivulets draw maps of empires rising and falling in the parched dust that was swiftly becoming mud.
"She's breathing," someone said.
"What do we do?"
"They're coming." "Cal," she heard Rot say in little more than a whisper, "extend the force shield over us, and prepare this ship to protect them at all costs." His eyes were red, his face contorted, his braids sending off sheets of rain. "Halos mehas," he whispered in choked breath, clutching Rosna's hand fiercely. "Tamri no."
"Jano yo," she whispered back.
"I will always remember how you opened everything to me."
"I will always open to you and receive you completely."
"Captain! Cal!" he snarled. "I will find the man who did this. Captain, this is not the time to seek. He will answer." Rod said in tones of scalding ire. "He will know justice!" The pirate squeezed his once beloved hand, perhaps for the last time, and looked up at the girl he'd done all he could to train. "Now, Edith, if ever there is a time, for the blood that courses through every vein, and the rain that washes it away, and the dust that claims it, and the stars that burn it all, now, for all's sake, leap!" He was off into the stricken crowd, and the quickening rain with a whip of his long coat and nothing more. The beleaguered first mate looked after him for a hopeless moment, and then went for the ship, to protect whom he could. They all held her hands and head and pressed at the wound as her breath slowed. Knox pushed hands aside and dug until the bullet was in his fingers. He tossed it in spatters of rainy blood to the dirt and wrapped her in a strip of the old trench coat Jasmine wore. Shexima eased the blue veil from her face, revealing her sightless eyes burned white. She gasped as the warm rain bathed her face, and those eyes sought anything but their own private darkness. The 100 gray vessels droned above them like wasps, poised for who knew what.
Edith, Rajna gasped. You have been brave, child. I still believe. And Edith, whose bitter tears were indistinguishable from the rain, knew what she must do. I am Edith of Lord Glades, whose name means she with a mind of embers, she whose blood is poison and salvation, whose life is ashes before it is ablaze. She looked from Summer to Roland, from her mother to dear Mirama, to the grey beast who'd caught her mother gently, to Jas and even Jerry, who wept helplessly. Give me strength, all of you, Edith said with new resolve, that I may repay you 1,000-fold for your belief in me. They stared. Leap, the pirate had said. No, begged. The skull, give it to me. Summer gave it to her with trembling hands, and she placed it on Rajna's blood-drenched sternum, looking to her mother, whose face was a stone mask. The 3 of us, we settle this now. We leap. She placed her hands on the pulsing 3-socketed skull, remembering the moment in the rock-steer drive core under the razor gyroscope when Rot had pushed her so far that reality had shimmered into her mind realm. She remembered the face of her little brother, and riding a whippy through the desert night, and running free, a little girl in the Lord Glades once more. She had her skull and the ones she loved all around, and her eyes would never be more open. She let herself go beyond. Simple as slipping off to sleep, the 3 of them fell through reality.
It was not the first time John was torn from his speeding vehicle and thrown face first on a hard ground, amidst a frantic, scattering crowd. It was getting to be quite a habit. The feeling of the trigger under his finger and the way the alien woman had fallen as the gun recoiled strobed through his mind and hands as he fell onto the hard mud, the night buckling all around. "Got you, monster, whoever you are," John chuckled to himself. "Whatever you want with my world, I fucking got you." Only this time it was pelting rain, and the women and children were screaming and clawing at him from all sides. John's assailant had come out of nowhere, a specter in a long red coat with eyes like golden red embers and braids writhing. John hit the stony mud with a smack, his whole left side going numb. Sure, his mutilated, smashed excuse for a leg would need to be sawn off at this point. Don't fucking care anymore. Break every goddamn bone, won't change anything. Why? The thin shadow of a man, standing over him under the roiling sky, hung long with torrential braids, looking like chains hanging off the ghost of Christmas future. "Don't you people fucking get the joke?" the old comedian slurred. "They'll never stop coming, whoever they are. The hombres, the feds, the fucking machine. We push back and we become them. We give in. We serve them. Why can't you people just get the fuck off?" The golden-eyed man put a heavy boot on John's mangled leg and leaned in. It was going numb under the shrill conflagration of torn nerves, drifting further and further away into swampy void. "Might be true for you, because you're weak or stupid or never really learned to love. But that's on you. You know what's funny to me, old man? When this whole thing started, I couldn't figure out what in dancing demons drove me to get involved. And even then, the plan was to be here and gone like a good mercenary." The man leaned in again, and John could feel his hot breath on his ear. But now I know why I stayed. It's because I'd rather die in the mud with her than turn into you." The pirate looked up, seeing he was surrounded by glowering, seething men on big black bikes who'd rolled through the crowd, sullen in the gathering dark, and staring him down like cobras. "Take a cue from your overseer's puppets!" Roland spat at them, fist clenched in mouth in a wild snarl. "Stand down!" "We answer to no one," one of the men spat back. Rot studied them and chuckled. "Then try to kill me." And oddly, they found they couldn't. Something held them. Something around them shimmered. Even the pirate looked surprised. "She did it. She found her mind realm." "Shoot the alien bastard, you limp dicks!" John found himself shouting, but they couldn't. He couldn't even reach for the gun that had fallen several feet away. Something in him held his hand at bay. John knew with bubbling rage and despair that everything had changed somehow. There was no power behind their fists or blades or trigger fingers.
To any observer, the bodies of the 3 Ikoem women remained there in the mud and the rain, one lying near death, and the other 2 kneeling under the gathered clouds and swarming vessels. But their 3 minds went elsewhere, linked into the temporary pocket of reality within the High Mother's skull. Edith's mind realm was akin to standing on a very high mesa, surrounded by howling waterfalls stretching up and down infinitely. The 3 of them stood in a circle, reality falling away all around them in steep cliffs. Space swirled and hissed, shot through with 1,000 shades of fretful fire. Rajna found her sight returned, and her broken body restored within this furious pocket of mind space, and she took in Edith's newly opened eye in all its glory. "Edith!" cried Rajna in an echoing voice, face aglow. "My sweet Ember, you've done it! You've entered the Fafa, the realm of awareness under reality, and at the heart of the blaze eternal. It means you could still leap, allow your body to be devoured, and in so doing dismantle the grey machine. You could save us all, and forever assure color is not drained from the fabric of existence." "What?" her mother shouted. "Even now you inflict this old madness on me and my blood? Do not listen, Edith." Her sharp voice barely cut through the howl of empty space in this towering, breathless place. "I say again," cried the magistrate, stretching far beyond her natural height, "if you do not fear death at their hands, they cannot feed upon you. You've seen the grey machine tear us from every other choice, and even seen your own mother given to fear. But you, Edith, if you hold your oaths and do not fear death, that magic at your core will wash through the galaxy. You will be the antigen. We will be free." The magistrate produced the glowing skull of Jasfasram and thrust it forward, rippling the strange nun-air around it, and for a moment even Edith was shaken. For a moment the space shuddered, threatened to collapse, to tear a rip across the continent as it had done on Nu so many centuries ago. But Edith held fast, sinking deeper into herself. "You must trust me," Rajna pled. "Give this not to me, child, not even to yourself. Give this to balance and to love." Her mother gnashed her teeth, tears of fury and exhaustion running down her cheeks. Edith looked from one woman's face to the other, the effort to maintain this realm overwhelming as a tide. She knew if she lost command before something shifted, it would gut this little world to its molten core. "No!" Edith clung as one clings to wisps of smoke from a lover's cremation. "My life has never been balance. My core has always been violence. I don't believe that is what the universe needs amplified a millionfold." The howl of the mental wind subsided along with her uncertainty. "Mother, I do not blame you for protecting me. And Rajna, you truly believe that no sacrifice is too great, but..." Space itself thrummed. She closed her 2 birth eyes, listened to the palpable song reality sung, looking out with her Fenaware into the space and the physical one beyond, seeing Summer and Mirama and the others frozen in the moment. Then she opened all 3. "We must step beyond the duality." A shocking wave of purple and gold uncertainty rippled outward, and the hurricane stilled. "We have all made the error of assuming that 2 extremes exist, balance or chaos. the song of flesh or the cacophony of steel, but that holds no artistry. What if it's not just harmony and dissonance? What if reality has a few blue notes? Summer had said, you take all the tarnish and the gold, and instead of trying to polish it up, you just swirl it all together and you get something new. This mind realm is built on the force of my will, the same way our ships jump through space and our fire burns. Is that right? Rajna nodded, poised. No one has been able to create a space like this in generations, and even then it only ended in devastation. It is hard to say what else it may be capable of. It's a kind of intention magnifier, isn't it? This time her mother nodded. Anything I will in this space ripples out, becomes reality. You wish me to will the grey machine gone, and seal this will by my own death. But neither of you considered the possibility we and they must instead evolve. Her elders had no words at last. Edith sent her mind out to all those she had come to know or seen transformed. Mirama, the girl with the guitar who'd lost her love and taught her alchemy, the boy genius, and the grey soldier who'd caught Rajna's body. They each had their own blue notes, their own magical paradox. The dance is afoot, and the song cannot be unplayed, she said with a long-absent smile. So may it be one of joy and magic, alchemy. And she leapt into the howling abyss. Edith! Her mother screamed. The space engulfed her, and she knew nothing. As the trio of women came back to themselves, a shudder of faint golden light rippled through Mirama's holotactile body, along with a wash of rain, immobilizing her for just a moment. Summer and Carl straightened from where they knelt, studying Edith's flushed face. I didn't die, she stammered out. I did it, and no one died, I don't think. For the first time since she'd taken this ethereal form, Mirama suddenly did remember what it had been like to die. Searing lines of force had ripped her body apart, leaving consciousness within nothing. Then the sensation of being digitized, the energetic patterns of her nervous system downloading into the vessel's central nav skull, hidden in a chamber beneath, supercharged with heat and energy. She was the first being in history to have experienced an active central nav skull firsthand. For a moment, her thoughts became an incomprehensible jumble of shards, sensations became static. She must have stumbled, though the sensation was faint and remote, because Summer and Carl caught her, helping her regain her footing. For a moment, her holotactile sense of self lost proprioception, and she floated before finding her footing once again. Summer had begun talking to Mirama, almost singing, and the sense of Ersat's reality, of terrible disjointedness, eased, softened. Thank you. There was no way of describing what had just happened. Just a vague sense that Summer's voice had grounded her, brought her back to a recognizable perception of herself. Looking down at the glowing skull of Mother Ecoem, Mirama realized something else. She didn't just understand herself to be information, data, a wave of ants with an unseen master. She understood it all. She could, for all intents and purposes, see what was going on inside the skull, within the crystallized neurons, and interpret it as easily as her own mind's signals. Edith had shifted reality, mended the fragmented edges, and made Mirama something more than just a digital ghost. It would take time to grasp her new state, if it could ever be grasped. But for the moment she was certain of this at least. Whatever she commanded, the skull could realize. After the ripple, the moment Summer grabbed hold of Mirama, her own voice had also somehow changed. It was not that it sounded different, but when she said, "It's okay, I've got you," the words held notes, their own uncanny tonality. They were layered, and when she spoke, no sang, they became true. Nothing held them back. The woman's body softened and eased in her grip. She had evoked something beyond herself. "We can handle this," Summer added tentatively, and the words had an undercurrent to them. They echoed in the space that existed before and after and beyond the small group gathered in the warm rain, inexplicably becoming like a song, but more than a song. and that gave them a new sort of power.
Oh, Nox, Jazz said weakly, I know the whole story. What do you mean? She clutched him with the cold realization that whatever Edith had just done had taken the part of her she'd always cherished the most, and what? Amplified it. Something new awoke within the storyteller. I know how to reach in with my stories without needing to dream, how to affect what they experience. I feel them at the other end of my ego, Nox. She was growing even more pale against her freckles, black eyes even wider. All of them, all 6 billion, taken by the Grey. They're fighting inside, Nox. It's horrible. They want so badly to be free. As the 3 Ecoem came out of their momentary stupor, Rolando also felt himself jolt. His heart began beating at a pace that would surely rupture it. He suddenly understood the exact conditions under which the air he breathed and the dirt underfoot had formed, the purposes and consequences behind all of it, the chain of events that had led to the formation of the stars and the pre-ribosomal amino acid strands. He understood how millions of decisions made throughout history came about from brain chemistry, socio-psychology, extraterrestrial influence, and pure circumstance. He could predict with staggering certainty chains of events that would spark a war here, a catastrophe there, a small child to lose her stuffed doll on April 14th, 2034. It was his mind, as it had always been, unleashed, not magic or fate or anything like that, just deductive reasoning amplified. Edith had tipped the scales in favor of a new and different paradigm, in a quantum space where individual minds could influence each other without technology as a mediator, and that meant his mind had always been too much for him to bear, seeing connections between every conceivable field and interaction. But the sudden increase was triggering a series of chain reactions which would soon exceed the limits of his human form. He set approximately 84% of his reasoning to focus on calculating zeros for arbitrary sequences under Riemann hypothesis, just as a safeguard. He realized within seconds that if he were ever to commit more than 20% of his frontal cortex functioning to anything more existential than abstract computation, he would certainly die. He looked at Summer to ground himself. If his natural proclivity had been forced to such an extreme, then what of the others? Summer looked back at him through the raindrops, each of which held 100 properties of weight and refraction and speed and density and resistance. It took only several seconds for him to deduce what her particular amplification might look like. What was most unique about her?
The daughter of Rajna, the small girl named Lalnul, chose that moment to speak for the Grey Machine. The girl's thin, robotic voice rose above the crowd, above the rumbling of the sky and the humming of the Grey vessels.
Grey, rise! Eliminate these scattered fragments of dissent. This world will be one upon the road.
The Grey took one horrible, earth-rumbling step forward, plastic faces showing nothing. Rajna's corrupted child studied the tiny resistance and spoke again.
What purpose do you serve? How will you continue without the embrace of purpose?
Roland thought his head might split with the implications and undercurrents behind the shrill voice as a messenger for the virus of 6 billion new minds, completely controlled, encoded in furies of endless synthetic efficiency. But he focused his new mind, and the road forward became clear. Jazz, Roland said, you can feel their minds. He was calculating with variables a moment earlier he hadn't known existed, playing hypotheticals off each other like pool balls. Yes, I think I can nudge them towards freedom, keep them from doing anything horrible, at least for a while. Soft focus only. 17.8% force of will. Any more and you might lose yourself, or you might kill them. What the fuck does that mean, 17.8? Jazz stammered. I'm not a damn computer. Then just set the intention. Tell it to yourself in the story. Roland looked over at Summer next. You have in your heart the meaning of existence beyond purpose. Speak to them. Show them your gift.
37. Song, Lioness. Summer lifted her head, hands on her pregnant belly. She was not one to further a cause or address a crowd, let alone a world. As a child, her truth would get lost between dreams and afternoon sun. As a teenager, it went crushed by her mother's outbursts and society's gaslighting toward awkward brown girls with frizzy hair and freckles. As a college student, She drowned it out in a haze of substances and flower child non sequiturs, designed to take the sting out of any commentary she'd had worth making. And as a woman, she reserved her truths to be whispered in Dimple's ears in the starlit safety of their sleeping roll. Now, there was no starlight, no blonde, blue-eyed hero to validate anything she was. She waited for her throat to close, as it had so many times when fear stole her voice.
Who are you?
Spat the little gray-eyed girl.
Who dares to stand for the last among you?
Something must be said through the tears and the fire. Summer had herself, and that had to be enough. And so she took a rattling breath. I'm just a girl who hops trains and listens, Summer replied at last. The world hung suspended for a long moment as the sky began to darken and the rain softened, letting a bit of sunset through. I listen to the wheels on the tracks, to the voices that ride them, to the world all around. She put a hand on her belly where the little human grew. Your hate and fear have done all they can for you. You're no richer, no more secure, no more at ease. Let me show you something else. How to make it worthwhile without destroying anyone. It never requires that. Anyone who tells you differently is selling bombs. You can live a whole life in joy without stealing anyone's freedom. Anyone who disagrees is profiting off enslaving you. There's enough health, knowledge, and happiness to go around, and anyone says otherwise has stock in keeping you sick, silent, and miserable. It really is that simple. Otherwise, why would those same profiteers have to spend literal trillions to convince you it's complex? As she spoke, something occurred to her, and she turned to her friends, whom Mirama was leading in some sort of impromptu crash course in the workings of the crystallized three-eyed skull. Roland, Jazz, they chose egos, there's no reversing that. So make their egos show them what motivates them. You can look up the temperature, your savings, your heart rate. Why shouldn't it tell you your own mind, how your brain is being exploited? Exactly how joyful or calm or angry or greedy or afraid you are right now. Install that, along with some reinforcements to Jazz's safeguards against slaughtering each other, maybe, added Wednesday.
And some kind of really upsetting alarm that won't stop going off if your net worth is over $1 billion, threw in Jerry. And for the love of God, some fucking fact-checking, added Jazz. As her friends interfaced with the skull, and the crowd stared up in a sort of dull, hazy awe, Summer found herself awkwardly rocking side to side. The ratty youth called Jerry was studying her with a furrowed brow and a perplexing half-smile. You can't just lecture them, he said, not without a strange sort of encouragement in his tone. You have to make this memorable or something. Right now you have this chance to get them all to, lock this in. You're Freddy at Live Aid, Razia at the Flotilla Storm, except better, because you have a deliverable, not just nice words. Can we, have some music or something?
He was a weird one, half politician, half online comment section. But maybe he wasn't wrong. With a renewed pang of stage fright, Summer started to sing. Tremulous at first, but her lone voice was deep and soulful and toned with incredible shades only a Fennoer could truly perceive, and the song was well known. She sang much in the way new ships fly, a little help from magic that might not be so far from science after all, and a simple certainty that she could. When progress burns a lone bright trail, lost tracks to where the sky grows pale, the quiet thunder wheels tell tales, only embers beyond the night's soft veil, only embers between the beast and the rail. As others around the world watched, bemused, then joined in, Mirama's link held firm. It was a song almost all of them knew and loved, though the author had gone missing years ago. But Summer's voice made it more than just a song. Freedom is nothing but a big sweet smile, nothing but singing in the face of everything that ever held you back from life. Just about everybody was singing. Maybe the fields generated by Mirama and the rock's tear played a part, or Edith's mind realm opened their minds, or Jazz reached in, with Roland guiding her. Maybe even the machine paused in a new kind of curiosity. Maybe a few of Rajna's words had touched them after all. The newly returned began shaking off their regimentation, nodding their heads and stepping out of line, thinking it was merely a welcome home. Not all, but a few, and then a few more.
Jasmine Woods let her mind think. 17.8% of me says take it easy, folks. 17.8%. Nice and easy. From a rooftop across the hospital, a man recently reborn watched, hearing the footsteps behind him when they were almost upon him. Imperator Gold looked beyond madness as he approached with his stoic, golden-armored entourage, halfway between a grimace and a grin.
Useless little creatures!
Ah, Fen grinned, still bathed in the warmth of a recent and quite unique form of rebirth. With a lazy flick of his wrist on his tablet, he approved every single one of the world-altering changes to the new ego Summer and her friends had submitted via hot-wired nav skull. He raised an eyebrow. Unconventional, isn't it? Are you pleased with your investment?
Are you pleased that chaos has just robbed this world of a chance at true prosperity?
Spat Gold, trembling, revealing once and for all that he had never been more than a petulant child given reign over the stars.
Are you pleased at disrupting an arrangement that was holding back unrivaled levels of efficiency?
Fen chuckled, sucking his teeth. Whew, I wouldn't be so sure. Look at them down there, gray and colorful alike, reuniting with loved ones, unconvinced that there are any true enemies to be faced tonight. If you ask me, it's a resounding success. Oh, and that reminds me, my good Imperator, kneel.
What?
Fen revealed the contents of his square gray tablet, displaying a bare block of angular letters. For a long minute, Fen thought the man would either burst out laughing or throw one or both of them over the rooftop.
Dear Gold 0.0.1. Upon B12G type review of Tri-Cerex Engagement Treaty 46.2, subsection B49, paragraph 2, for failing to deliver returns on C22 type asset in the form of 8.231 billion human type receptacles, your default protectorate status over Earth has been revoked and turned over to Mr. Fen Yagrid of the Green Gills, newly appointed Lord of Earth. You will receive 1 MNU, 4 quadrillion unit termination package of your H-type personnel retirement fund, interim reassessment to command over GT-72 arm of the Spiral Galaxy, and official reprimand. You have failed on a galactic scale and shown yourself unfit to lead. Also, congratulations on your promotion. Sincerely, Gray 0.0.1.
Imperator Gold did kneel, trembling like a lean, caged bull. Fen put a hand on the man's shining cheek and relished the flinch. See, that wasn't so bad, was it? What was it you said the other day? Sometimes a gentle touch is all that is required.
Silence!
But the thing that had been Rajna's daughter needn't have wasted her breath. There was no silencing them. And there would be no violence, no massacres while the song remained. Edith approached the girl. Child, she spoke softly, and the girl eyed her with a still, slightly sullen gaze. Edith, who had become a reality unto herself, put her hand on the girl's shoulder. Don't fear them. They only intend to live their lives. She was speaking, she realized, like clouds passing over a clear sky, not just to the girl, but to the gray virus itself, in its most primal, simple, universal form. What is to stop me from laying this world to a bloody waste, if they do not yield to the one great road? Why should I not dispose of these billions of failed test subjects and be on my way? Edith almost smiled. It was almost funny hearing it from the lips of a child. In her newfound, age-old wisdom, she realized the Grey was really only a child of several thousand years. How fitting it should choose such a diminutive frame to make it stand. The song reached out around them, swelling in thousands of voices or more, and Edith knelt to look the girl in the eye. Listen, child, I think I understand you now. It is no surprise to me once I look you in the eye. I understand you feed on aggression, which is why these people won't risk fighting you. Trust me on this. It is not a fear of death that is holding them back. But I now represent this little world, and it doesn't take a mother lion any aggression to kill a beast brazen enough to hurt her cubs. No aggression at all. Just love and truth. She need not even bat an eye. Humanity will find its way to war and corruption and death without our hand. There are many roads to self-destruction. Edith let out a sigh, and the distant clouds shuddered with bruised heat lightning. The wind stirred in restless eddies. There are many roads indeed. I understand that you are just one catalyst, but I think this new humanity will not fall so blindly as they have these past centuries you've haunted them. They'll learn how to settle their minds and leap like the new, so that these old highways can crumble to dust along with the borders that divide them. And they've been shown the inner workings of their own mind. Very few beings in the history of the galaxy have had such fortune thrust upon them. Know then, Ikoem, one more thing, said the little girl in a voice as dead and chilling as catacombs. I too came at the dawn of this world's civilization as a protector. Perhaps I shall yield as you bid, but the absence of my rule will make way for much more troubling things to take hold of them. Stronger, wilder things not even you have seen.
What might have been a war or a massacre had become a sort of awkward night of celebrating. Even the gray suits got into the welcome, Fen thought. He stood beside the young pirate, each with a drink in hand, surveying El Paso Nuevo. Thank you again for pulling me out of hot soup, he said cheerily. Rajna thought they might try and stop you from reaching us. I never thought I'd say I'm glad you made it. Oh, you don't mean that, you wicked young man, he cajoled. By the way, how is she? Stable. In good hands. Her body will heal. Her eyes and her daughter, only time will tell. Returning his gaze to the scene before them with a sigh, Fen spoke in a bemused voice. The idiots who chose Grey seem left imagining they've gotten a shiny, brave new world. Brighter and better and convenient as it suits them to believe in their entitled little minds than they deserve. And the vagabonds who, stuck in the mud, have their tenuous peace at last. A sort of Independence 2.0. What an odd couple they make, and look at them, just dancing together under the stars in the mud like morons. Fen put down his drink momentarily to scratch the head of a fuzzy white rabbit he was cradling in the other arm. The little beast wiggled its nose and stared intently into the night. Twist indeed. Nicely done, though. And to yourself, you damn unkillable scoundrel. I suppose His Highness, the most noble Imperator, will have your ugly bald head on a platter for all this, Rot added. Oh, but of course not, Fen grinned in return, for you see, that was the arrangement all along. Good old Imperator Gold may be king of his own castle, but that does not make him the Grey King. In the event of a compromise over the final fate of Earth, the agreement was that I would be made its lord. I look forward to the coronation. Look at this sneaky bastard. What's the saying on this little rock? Mad as a damned hatter. Fen couldn't say for sure whether something dangerous flashed across the young man's face. The little fuzzy white ears on Fen's rabbit perked up in response. A nice planet to retire on, don't you think? When all's said, stretch out somewhere in the tropics and enjoy my very own golden years. At least as long as Edith's shift holds, Rod said grimly. At least until the killing starts again.
There would be singing and dancing and reintegrating this strange, tentative new alliance. A quick respite of joy and grief and reunion in a world built on eons of torment. There would be honesty, the virus and the host at one table. The temporariness of peace hung in the air like the beating wings of a rare bird. A new road to craft, Wednesday mused, surveying it all beside summer. Neither fully forward toward infinity nor wide open and free, but certainly undeniably interesting and annoyingly human. Summer tried to breathe and felt she couldn't. It was too much, the remaining and the returned mingling and talking and dancing like it was nothing. Music blasted from speakers of the great shining cubic ego ships after her own example. Summer clutched for Wednesday's strong, thin, familiar hand and wondered something more terrible than anything that had hit her up until this point. Had there ever been a grey machine with even a tenth of the power of humanity's ability to forget? For everything they had accomplished to be swept up and tossed away like yesterday's paper discarded on a dusty El Paso road. She fought viciously within herself to maintain the truth that some deity had been bested, a devil slain, some vindication won in exchange for the blonde-haired, sunburned, dimpled man from Colorado, and all the others. But the music blared on, and people came alive everywhere despite the choices they'd made. Summer gritted her teeth and fought back hot tears yet again, and felt Wednesday holding her as she shook. Because all certainty of the nature of the beast, so clear only moments earlier, began to erode, a decaying corpse washed up on a placid, empty beach. Only embers beyond the night's soft veil, only embers between the beast and the rail. Through tears, she caught a glimpse of the rock's tier taking off, a stream of lovely rainbow fireworks in its wake, announcing a peace like none that had come before. Oddly enough, the great grey ships let out a beautiful volley to match.